comes off of.
So, okay, a laser is light. So if a laser doesn't work in a vacuum, then why does the sunlight apparently get to us then? If a laser doesn't work, which is light, so then why would the sun's rays get to us then if a laser doesn't work?
Why? What? Okay, so where's the sun at?
Fire.
I don't know.
There is air in the
Somewhere far away from us, right?
If you say so, you measured it. I didn't.
I didn't measure it. I just said it's somewhere farther away from us.
Yeah, it's in the sky. Definitely. I know that much.
No, it's not in the
I
sky.
can tell you it's in the sky and it moves across the sky.
No, it's not in the
What
sky.
does-
It has to be far enough away. It has to be far enough away to the point where it doesn't change size over the arc of your head.
Yeah,
So far enough away for that.
that makes sense.
So it shouldn't do what I'm going to post then?
If you're going to post the
Shouldn't do this?
Oh god, here we go.
Oh, that's interesting. You know, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Unless it's going behind clouds. I mean, that is not a thing. Because that's not going over the horizon.
And that's not how this. Yeah, that's not how the sun sets.
Oh, did I draw this one or something?
Well,
that's not how a sun sets.
Well, it should be going behind clouds or something because it's
Yeah,
everyone knows
you
that.
found a video that makes no sense.
I'm recording anyway. This is good. That's not how a sun sets.
It's not how a sun sets. It's just this is going further away.
Yeah.
That's what a sun does.
Well,
no,
look,
it's no, it is.
Have you ever seen a sun go over a horizon before? And it's the same size as it goes over the horizon. Like it disappears, but it's the same size.
Look at it getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it drifts off. Like, get out of here. No shot. Good job on finding a video that makes absolutely no sense. Props. I'll give you that.
Not only that, but let's pretend that something happened there, right? That was actually the sun setting. But why wouldn't it change size over the arc of your head? It should be like its most massive, right above you, right?
When have you done? When have you ever measured it?
Let's say that video you just posted is real. Let's just say it is, even though it's not. But
you think
that is saying that
it's not
we
real?
on Earth are not moving one bit because we are stationary with that. So then, if it's oh my god, there's just so many things wrong.
Just to put it this way, Radwin, right? You're telling me that later on today I should see exactly that phenomenon happening. Because I can go outside and record that if you want.
Live by the ocean?
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about the sun getting further away.
I don't live by the ocean, so I see the sun setting differently than you guys.
How would it be moving further away either way? It'd be moving away further away either way. It doesn't matter. The size should be changing, right?
Well, things obstruct view as it gets farther away, doesn't it?
What's obstructing it?
Air.
Shut up. Just stop.
Look, right. If you're going to say most nights, right, that it's just like this air happening, and in that video you actually captured what the sun's actually doing. Look, you're thinking the wrong way around. That is a rare thing that no one ever sees, right? If that is true, or if it's going behind the clouds or something like that. Most people do not notice a difference in the sun size as it goes over the horizon or as it arcs over your head, right? You can get light protected glasses to look at the sun directly.
I own all that stuff.
What do you believe?
Here's one for you.
Like, what do you?
Tell me what's happening here.
Okay, so it's gone below clouds. All right, I see it. All right, what's happening next?
Going below? Is it going below the curve of the Earth?
Well, it looks like it's going below a horizon.
Yeah.
So what was the issue with that video?
Is that the curve of the Earth?
I said it's going below a horizon. That's what I said. I'm talking about the sun here, not the curve, right? The sun doesn't shrink as it gets further away.
So,
because the sun is totally relevant to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well, it was nothing about that.
Well, you're waffling.
No, you're
Okay.
waffling, bro, because you're like your whole
No,
basis
you're
of the
waffling.
video you're showing is the sun, and now you're saying the sun has nothing to do with it. Think about what
If
you're
you want to
saying.
have,
That
like, if you
wasn't
want to,
my example.
why are you
actually.
talking? Why
Oh.
would you?
You
Why would you
said it was-
insert
You
yourself
guys have
into a
so far
conversation
away.
about
so
the
you can't even
sun
look at the
and
surface of the
talk
earth.
about a curve? The curve has nothing to do with the sun.
If your head in
So
the
I
clouds,
showed you
fucking
two different
moron,
suns
you'll never
doing
know
two different
truth.
things, and you guys are spazzing out.
Well, no, this guy's making me spaz
No.
out because
Yeah,
he inserted himself when I was
He's
talking
allowed.
about. Oh, okay. Well, either way, like, look, if I'm talking about the sun, it has nothing to do with Earth curve, right? What I'm saying is
What
that
the fuck is the point of this?
that sun. If you don't want to listen, put yourself on deaf and leave the call, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Good.
Let him say what he thinks he's proving, because I want to know that.
Yeah, what are you proving?
Yeah, what are you proving with those two videos? Like, what's your
Gifts. They're gifts.
like?
Sun does different things. You can't use the sun for an example of anything.
You cannot say that because you posted the first video, you were wrong. So you posted the second video, so
I
you cannot
posted
say
the
that
first
statement.
video. I
at
was
all,
wrong. What does that mean?
because the video you posted made no fucking sense. That's why you're wrong. And then you posted this second video, and now
I
you're
did
saying
a time lapse at a
this
beach,
is how
and
the
that's
sun.
wrong.
This is how the sun works.
Your globe enthusiast, Rob,
No, I don't
posted
care about that.
the
I
same
want to know what
thing
your
and
standpoint is. Like, what do
showed
you?
that the sun just gets lower, appears to get lower as it gets farther away. He proved what a sun does on a flat Earth, and that one basically shows the exact same thing.
Sorry, do you think that's the sun getting smaller in that second video?
I showed the sun just does whatever it's doing that day, whatever we see.
Do you see the
So you
clouds in
can't
the top
use
of
the
the video?
sun for
Yeah.
anything.
The
You see the
first video you
clouds in the top
showed
of the video?
contradicts the second video that you showed, though. Do you not realize that?
It's not my fault. That's
What do
what
you mean it's not your
happens
fault? You're
when you take
the
pictures
one
of the sun.
posting it.
So
You're
what?
trying to make up some
You don't
bullshit point
understand
that
why
makes no
I
sense.
posted it, do you?
Did you not
You
post them
said if
both?
the sun is there, it has to do this. It has to get smaller. It has to do this. I
I
showed
said the
one that
opposite.
said it
I
has to get
didn't. I said
smaller.
that.
I showed one that where the sun doesn't do anything.
I said the sun shouldn't have to get smaller unless it's moving further away from you.
No, don't give him any credence. He's
Well,
But one
he's just
thing we
saying,
all
making
agree
it.
on.
Look,
fucked.
let's
One
clip
thing we
clip
all
it,
agree
bro.
on is the sun is always above the earth, right?
Above, as in up.
Always above the earth, correct?
Well,
No,
if you mean
no.
up, yeah. It's
Really?
Up.
Oh, it's not. Okay, weird.
It's not always above the earth?
It's up.
Well, like when it sets,
Oh, I
it,
think
These
somebody
guys
who's
seem to
that?
have
Facility?
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
You got him on it. You got him on the run, Facility. Keep going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
keep going.
The sun's not above the earth, fellas.
Always
It's up.
above the
It's
earth.
up.
It's not
The
above the
sun
earth.
sets in
Wait,
North
is it
America.
above
It's
the earth
still
or
above
not? Oh,
the
we got
earth
Brit Nat
in
and we
Asia.
got Bent.
So
yeah.
Is it above
I mean,
the earth?
that's
Can
above
you
the earth.
can you like just
From
give me an
perspective-
illustration?
from
Draw,
The
perspective-
illustration is yeah. It's the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
That's the earth. Above the earth would be anything away from the surface of the earth.
Okay,
Yes,
so
but as
if you're
the sun is
defining
going
it as
out of
that,
my
Is the
perspective view,
sun?
it's becoming in perspective view of somebody else on the opposite side of the earth. So it's always
No,
it's gonna be above for them
yeah,
as
you're
it was just
changing.
above
No,
for
let
me.
him
You're
go.
changing. You're changing the
No,
example.
he's
The
saying-
example was: is the sun above the earth?
away
No.
from
At
the,
all
if
times.
you're saying
At all
away
times.
from
He's saying that it's perspective now.
Yeah,
it-
he's
it-
changing.
your
He's I know,
perspective.
Facility. He's changing.
Well,
He's
because I
changing the
thought- well,
example
yeah, it took
without
me 3
changing the
seconds
example. Without
within 3
changing the
seconds.
example. Hang on, Ben. Without changing the example, is the sun above the earth at all times?
don't engage.
Yeah, engage.
No,
Yeah,
because
bail out.
because
Engage.
Bail out.
because there's a word game here with above.
It's not a
right
word game
now.
because we're talking about the sun being above the
It
earth.
is a
The
word
earth
game because you will not let me say what I was going to say. If
No,
it's not a
either-
word game,
Because
why would
you
you
don't
let me
wanna
say
means
what I was going
up.
to say?
Up means
it's
up,
an
and down means
incriminating
down.
it's an incriminating
right?
question, isn't it? It's incriminating. So if you say that it's not above the earth, then you got some explaining to do. If you say that it is above the earth, you still got some explaining to do.
I tried explaining and I was giving, and you wouldn't
It's a
let me.
trap, right? So
No, it's not a
is the
trap.
sun
No, it's not.
okay? Then answer the
Just let me
question: is the sun at any time above the earth at all times?
I don't want to answer that question. I want to
There you
explain
go.
why I
Don't
something
engage.
else.
Congratulations!
Fucking clowns.
It's
You've
up,
just been a
it's up.
dishonest weasel of the day.
It's
No.
up.
It's above the Earth's
So
surface.
can you draw
Above the Earth's
an
surface.
illustration? Can you draw an illustration
It's not
of
up
what
because
of a
there is no
sphere?
Brit.
sphere.
There is no up from a sphere. It's only out. You're even
Well,
incorrect. Up is
wait, just
relative to your position, so it's not up, Brett. It's
well,
That's
yeah.
what I
out.
But,
was
well, if you're
saying.
asking me as an observer, like it's relatively up to me, right?
Yeah,
But
but we're not.
Exactly.
You didn't say that though. So
that's
the
what I've been
question,
trying to say. I said it's not above, it's up.
the question being above the surface of the Earth. Anything above the surface is not going to be below it, right? That's the understanding here.
Yes, but
Yeah, but I didn't say
as,
above,
as,
right?
as it becomes to us above, as it goes below, it becomes above for people on the other side of like from perspective from when you're on Earth.
We're not
So to
talking about
us, it's
perspective.
above, and it's going for us.
And
It's
we're
going
not
below,
talking
but
about
for somebody else, it's
perspective.
becoming above.
We're
So
talking about the
yes, it
surface
is
of the
always
Earth.
above.
We're
It's always
talking about.
above us. Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. It's always above. That's it.
Yes,
You
actually,
got
yeah.
finally
in the
got us
same
there, but
sentence, he said
took some
above is
time.
the same thing as below. So what is he even saying?
Okay.
Did you say that above is the same as below?
Yeah, that's literally what he
No,
said.
that's not what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said.
No.
That would be silly.
Yeah, that would
don't say
be
that.
violating the law of non-contradiction.
Can I actually speak or no?
Oh, you answered the question. I don't know where else you want to go with this. I mean,
Well,
aren't we
I
through
want to
here?
elaborate. I want to elaborate on my response to that question.
Of what?
That is not. It can go below and still be above.
No, that you're just gonna
Oh.
violate the law of non-contradiction. You're gonna
You're
have
a
to explain
glober
what you
and
mean
nothing can be
by.
true.
So which
Not even
was
up
right? You
can
were
be
speaking
up.
out two sides of
That
your mouth,
is
aren't you?
so
Yep.
so base.
He was correct. You
can't
were
even be
speaking out
up.
two sides of your mouth. So you're gonna have to explain how you're above and below at the same time, Ben. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, if I'm speaking from a glober point of view,
Yeah.
if we're watching the sun as it sets, it's setting out of our, like, say we're in the same place. It's setting and it's going out of our view, but as it's coming out of our view, it's rising for the people on the other side of the earth. It's
We're
rising
not
for them.
talking
So
about other
our
people.
sunset
Yeah,
is
we're
their
not. Hang on.
sunrise. So,
You added an extra
and when you look at
variable.
the
We're not.
sun, the sun is always in the
Ben,
sky.
we're
so
not
it's always,
talking about other people. We're only speaking of your
what do you mean?
observation.
Other
You
people,
introduced a variable of other people. We were saying from your perspective, is the sun above the earth at all times?
and I said no. Then I said
Okay,
I would
then
like to elaborate.
that's where
And
the
then
conversation should have ended, because I could ask somebody else another question. Let's say you're not the person. I can ask the person in Hawaii. Then I can ask the person in Australia. And every time that I ask each and every individual, is the sun above the earth? Every time you see it, it's up to them to tell me yes or no, not you, because you're not them. You can't speak for them because the only thing you can say is speak for your own observation, right? So I can talk to them, and then they can tell me whether the sun is above or below the earth, and then each and everyone can say it for themselves. So you can't speak for the guy in Australia or in Hawaii or in UK or in any other place.
yeah, because
They can.
they
Well,
don't
if
see the
you're
sun
referring to
rising.
the
They
section
don't
of
see the sun
ground,
rising as I see it setting. They don't. It just doesn't
yeah,
happen.
I think I understand.
Yeah.
Like if you're just referring to your perspective, field of view, and there's no other observer, right? Then relative to the observer, then it would be up, right? But as soon as you add another observer
Above.
in, as soon as you add another observer in, then it's as it's going down for you, it's going up for someone else.
Yeah, but you're not
That's the
doing
thing, it
that
is
though.
never going down
You're
for
not
you.
doing
It's
that
only
because
going away.
when you say, listen, when you
You
say
say
that
the
it's
opposite
going
is
down,
never going up.
when you
It's
say it's
like,
going down for you and going up for somebody else, you can't speak for you're adding the perspective of the other observer. You can't speak for the
you're
other
acting
observer. You can
like
only talk for
you're acting like they
yourself.
don't exist though. That's
No, I'm saying that whenever you say, okay, I see the sun and the western horizon, and it looks like
yeah.
it's going down, right? Like it, and my
Mhm.
visual perspective, it's
Going
going down.
away.
And when you talk to the other guy in Australia, he's gonna say, I see the sun and it looks like it's coming up.
Yeah.
But when you tell both of them, is the sun above the Earth's surface?
Yeah. 'Cause
What do
when you
you
look
think?
up, you
What,
see the sun.
dude? Wait,
For both of us, it's in
wait,
the sky.
Ben. God damn it, dude. Wait. So when you tell the person that when they're seeing with the guy that's seeing it at the western horizon, like look like it's going down, you ask the guy, is this still above the Earth's surface? And then the other guy in Australia seeing it rise, you're gonna keep saying the same thing, is the sun above the Earth's surface? What do you think they're gonna say? What would you say? What would you say? If you're in America and you saw the sun at the western horizon, is the sun above or below the Earth's surface?
Or we're both gonna say it's above because when you look up,
Okay.
you see the sun.
Then that's settled. We're done. That's why I wanted to move on, but
Okay.
we're stuck here.
Here's just one more thing, right? it can't be underneath the Earth, right? That would be silly, right? So above is a silly word to use.
No, it's not. It's apropos for the situation because we're talking about the sun in this instance. It's just like, okay, if I was to say, if you're walking down a long hallway, are the lights at the end of the hallway above or below the hallway? What would you say?
Do you not
Are
realize
they
how you're
ever
picking
No,
and
wait,
going?
wait,
choosing
dude,
certain things
wait,
that
wait,
people
don't
say
change
to
my
prove
example.
yourself
Don't
right?
jump
though?
in, dude. Don't throw your body into gears. That's not gonna help.
Can you
Just
say the
answer
question
the
again?
question.
Can you
Just
say the question
answer the.
again?
Well, okay, Ben, don't fucking jump in and say something else. We don't want to hear anybody else. Just answer the question directly. If you're looking down a long corridor, long hallway, and you see the lights above your head, and you see in the far distance that the lights converging to a singular point. Now, are the lights above your head also above your head if in the far distance as well?
If I can't, well, like if we're talking about my field of view, then yeah, they are. So I can see.
Okay. All right. That's just being honest, right? So perspective changes the way you see things, but it does not change the way in reality how something is. So that's fine. We're not going to disagree there. So that should I don't know why we're belaying this point. It's really not that big of
The
a
sun
deal.
isn't changing elevation; it just goes away from you.
Which is the same as a long hallway perspective. But like, listen, right?
Exactly.
We've labored this point a
Yes.
bit long enough. I think we should move on. I don't know what else you can't squeeze
Well,
blood
whoever
out of a
just said
turnip,
that
guys.
thing about the sun, that it's going away from us, it's not. The only reason
Yes,
that's
it.
Well, it is
Oh
though.
fuck, dude, are you
it's not going
serious?
away from us. It's the only reason
It
it's
is
because we're
though.
spinning.
It is
It's because
going
we're
on.
spinning. The
Listen,
sun isn't
no,
going away
no,
from
wait, Ben,
us.
No,
You
you're
just
forgetting.
agreed to the law
You're
of
forgetting one
perspective,
thing.
and now you're disagreeing
Yeah,
because you
one
have
thing you're
to.
No, but you're saying the
one
sun's
thing.
going away from
No,
us.
Ben,
That's why I don't
Ben, dude, I
disagree.
don't know why you're being so obtuse here. It doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or globe Earth. In this respect, you are moving away from the sun or coming towards the sun, depending on where you are. If you think the Earth is spinning, the sun is coming towards you. If you think that the Earth is flat and stationary, then the sun is moving towards you. So it's either the
Exactly.
Earth moving or the
No,
sun's
what you
moving.
just said, prove it. It sometimes it's moving towards us, sometimes it's moving away, right? You just said it yourself.
Either way, it's.
So what he said is wrong, right?
What do you mean? What did he say?
He said
Oh,
the
I
sun
didn't.
is always moving towards us, or whatever the fuck he said.
I didn't.
The sun is moving towards us.
Said
No,
the
he
sun never
wait,
changes
wait.
elevation; it goes away from you.
Just
Which
to be
is
clear,
not always.
just to be clear, like when you brought up that hypothetical, right? Imagine the lights above your head, and as they're getting further away, they're getting gradually smaller and smaller and smaller until they converge, right? Obviously, if they're individual lights. Now, where the fuck do you see the sun doing that, Wish?
In that video that we just watched together.
What about the second one?
Oops.
What about the second one? Oops.
I'm
'Cause the
not
sun looks
watching the
like it's
second
getting
video.
bigger in the second one. What the fuck's
You
going
can
on
go
there, bro?
outside and recreate it every single day. Sorry.
What about the second one,
Oh.
bro? It looks like it's getting bigger, bro. What's going on?
Well, that's obviously the fucking atmosphere between you and the sun.
What's the
Okay,
old
Have you
age
not
of
heard?
that
Have
study?
you not
Oh,
heard?
fine.
we have scenarios where sometimes it gets smaller. So
Again,
scenarios
I
where it gets
try and come in with a point, and you start talking halfway fucking through me
okay.
talking. Enjoy your fucking selves, guys. I mean, if you're not here to learn, then just fucking talk and talk and talk and go to bed tonight.
Or don't go to bed tonight.
That's right. Yeah, if the sun is shrinking sometimes and sometimes it's getting bigger, and we only say atmosphere is only playing a part in the part where it appears to agree with me, but then 90% of the time the sun doesn't appear to change size at all, right? Which one are you gonna trust is the more correct observation?
Yeah, I think if Jedi was able to get some words out, he would tell you, but he ran over, so he wasn't able to say anything.
Right, so in
What
the
do
UK, we're a freaking island. The majority of the atmosphere, the humidity in the atmosphere is relatively the same. If you go to a desert, for example, where the moisture content within the atmosphere is a lot lower, the phenomena of the sun appearing to shrink with distance is more commonly seen. Depends on the atmospheric conditions, guys. Also, we have heard of atmospheric magnification. It makes the sun do an awful lot of things, but we don't tend to notice it because, relatively to us, when we stay in the same location, the sun pretty much looks the same size. But depending on the location, depending on the temperature and air quality, of the moisture within the atmosphere, the sun can do a lot of different things. We can provide you with images in deserts and so on where you've got a really crisp, dry atmosphere, where the sun appears to shrink as it goes away over the horizon.
I think you don't even need to like refer to the horizon because as it arcs
I
over
got
your
you,
head, it
Jedi.
should be changing size,
There's
right?
also a lot of variables. Like
I
a
got you,
lot
Jedi.
of variables.
Yeah, look at the text chat. 33 minutes after the hour. It's talking
If
exactly
if
what he
I
just
had
said.
an Iron Man suit and I was rich, and I was really good at sports, and I fucking was a millionaire, then I would be Iron Man. Like see how many you can add variables and make it anything true?
And
All
if
right,
the
Can't
Earth
add that
was a
many
you're talking
variables.
ball,
out of
none of
you're
us
talking
would be here right
you're
now.
talking out of your ass right now. Do you see the example that I put in the text chat? That's one example of what Jedi's saying.
Just to isolate that particular issue with the horizon, do you think it's possible that the sun changes size as it arcs over our head before it's even hit the horizon?
Have you noticed how the sun looks bigger on the horizon than it does over your head most of the time, especially in the UK and other damper climates?
I mean,
That's
like
atmospheric
if there's,
You can't refer things to the UK. Why is he referring
I'm
to the
talking
UK?
I'm talking about if the
live
sun is
there.
a certain angle in the sky, right? It should be further away than directly over my head, right?
Yeah, but have you ever noticed where the sun looks massive on the horizon? You can see it more as well because it's more yellowy. That's because it's coming through the thicker part of the atmosphere. So again, that's atmospheric magnification.
Yeah, but I agree with you that the horizon might have some physicsy stuff, but even as it arcs over, before it's even, but way further away from the horizon, just as it's arcing over your head, it should also be changing size because it should be at its closest point when it's directly above you, right?
Sunrise and sunset. There's a bunch of
It'll be-
refraction happening.
That's atmospheric magnification. It's not refraction. But we're all going to get to the concession at some point where the sun does appear to change size, depending on atmospheric magnification, your location, your altitude as well.
Yeah,
What
there's a
about
lot
in
of
the UK?
variables. The air above you is not static. It's in fluid dynamic motion. It's never going to be static. So you can never get a one. It just depends, man. I think it's going to be super rare that in a place of a humid climate, you're going to see the sun actually go to a pinprick. That you wouldn't see that in certain locations of the Earth. In certain ones, you can, and that's
I
fine.
mean-
nobody's arguing that point. I think we're laboring too much on this point. It's not really a point here. It really isn't.
Well, it's just that I was feeling a bit anal about the idea that the sun is changing, or the moon for that matter, is changing size as it's arcing over my head. Maybe some stuff is happening on the horizon. I don't know, right?
Well,
Where it could get bigger or
sizes,
smaller.
yeah, sizes and color, man. The tint of the sun and the moon, and you know what? You probably didn't even think about this, but stars as well. The hue of their color, it changes when they hit the horizon. Yeah, I've seen this
Yeah,
before.
the
So
horizon.
I would say for anybody who's witnessing stars, sun, or moon when they hit the horizon, they change a different tint. A
So it's
hue.
not actually changing though. You're perceiving it to change because of atmospheric anomalies.
Well, the color itself is distinctly different when it hits the horizon. You can't say that it's not. You don't see
Yeah.
a yellow sun above your head, right?
Like I said, atmospheric anomalies. That's why it's happening.
Yeah, but what are we then saying if we're agreeing on all these points, right?
Well, the one guy, Wish, is insisting that he knows, right, that the sun is definitely moving further away, right? That's what I'm having a contention with.
Well, the sun isn't moving farther away.
The end of the day, looking up in the sky doesn't determine the shape of the Earth.
Bro, you're the one that said
but
the sun is moving away. You're the guy that
Well,
said
that was irrelevant to what I just said there, Wish.
Yeah,
No,
Very
he's the
interesting.
guy that
Listen,
said it. That was the guy that said it. That guy.
I don't know what okay, so let's find out what the bee in someone's bonnet is about this. When the sun is closer to you, it's solar noon, right? Right above your head, 90 degrees to your position. Could we say that the sun is moving away from that position, or either on a globe or a flat Earth? It doesn't matter if the Earth is spinning or if the sun is moving. Either way, the sun is moving away from 90 degrees, right?
You're not wrong about that. But how massive the sun is,
wait.
does not matter.
Oh my God, I have to stop you. Go ahead, Britt. Is the sun moving away from 90 degrees or not?
I'd say, well, yeah, it's definitely not 90 degrees above your head anymore.
But is it moving away from 90 degrees?
Well, yeah, kind of, I suppose, right? It looks like
kind of, or it is. It's a true or false statement.
It depends
it's
what
not,
moving away means here, right?
Because it means either the sun is, from relative to your position, the sun and you, right? It's not going to be the same distance as it was 90 degrees from you.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to get my dog in. Give me a sec.
All right. But the point is, it relative to your position, moving away from you, that's what it's That's what it is. Doesn't matter if you're in a global. It's not a contentious point. I don't know why this is.
Okay, sorry.
Should've-
Does the sun move across in the sky? Yes.
No.
Would I say it's moving further away? No.
Okay, so when the sun is 90 degrees from your position, solar noon, and it's 90 degrees, and it starts to move away from the position that of 90 degrees, you say that it's not moving away. You say it's still in the same place.
Well, it's moving away from 90 degrees, but it's not moving away from me.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it is, because 90 degrees from you would mean that it's actually moving away from your location, from your 90 degree and the sun, and the distance between that and you is going to be exponentially greater than it was
You
at 90
sure
degrees.
seasons work based on the sun going away?
Yeah,
Away from you?
we can't even get to that part,
Weird.
Wish, because he's having trouble with it. At least
We're
90.
talking about
So-
one day, right? We're not talking about over the course of the
yeah,
year.
just
right?
one
Because
day.
obviously
We're
it will
not
change
talking
over
about the
the course of year.
seasons. Yeah, we're not talking about the seasons right now. Let's not introduce
I thought
other
we all
variables. Just
sorry. I thought we all understood whether the Earth was flat or whether we were on a globe. Then the sun would be appearing to move away.
that's what I thought. I don't know. This is a
That's
new
what I
argument,
thought.
I guess.
Well,
I don't know.
for it
It's
to
the early
okay,
morning
so for
hope.
it to if it's moving away from me, and therefore it should be changing size if it's relatively close to me, right? So if it's relatively
That's
close
another
to me,
variable, Brett. Sorry,
then
that's
it
another
should-
variable. Let's not introduce
Yeah.
if it's getting bigger or smaller. Just the only thing that I want you to focus, and for all this conversation's sake, to us to focus on is if it's moving away from your relative to you. Yes or no?
Well, if it's far away then and not changing size, then yes.
It's not.
It is
You
still
had it.
moving away
It's
from me,
don't add
but
an
it's not
addendum.
changing
Don't add the
size.
addendum. Just strictly on observation, based on what you see, solar noon, sun above you, 90 degrees. Is it moving away from that position?
You have to ask that question again. Someone was talking to me in real life.
But I don't know. You add the addendum to like other thing. You don't need to add just either
Yeah,
it
it's
is or
because
is
I
not.
was distracted because IRL stuff was
Oh.
happening at the same time as you were talking. But
All right. Well,
my full point is just that relative to its proximity, if it's far
Yeah.
away, because this is the whole point that we began with, I said that if the sun was far away, far enough away to the point where the angular distance is so infinitely small that you can't perceive it, then it wouldn't appear to change size, right? If it's close to you and moving further away, then the angular size will be off
you're on about the
by a lot,
size.
right?
Yeah, you're on about the size. We're not. We're on about the actual proximity. So on a globe Earth, if you just in your mind's eye, if you think about your position and you're facing the sun, let's say if you think about yourself being on a ball, right? And just for this example, you're on a ball, you're 90 degrees to the sun. So that means on the side of the earth that's facing the sun, you're looking at the sun. Now as the ball rotates around, your position starts to change in proximity to the sun because the sun's not moving, the earth is, right? So as the sun, as the fucking moon, as the earth turns all the way around to the other side when it's dark, when it's nighttime for you, you're on the opposite side of the ball. You're farther away in proximity to the sun. Can you see that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So it's relative to you, it's moving away from your position. That's all we're saying. It's just moving away from your whether or not the sun gets bigger or smaller, that's not what we're talking about. I just didn't know if you understood your proximity to the sun also is dictated on the globe Earth depending on the rotation of the Earth. So
Would you agree that the sun would have to be a certain distance away for an imperceptible arc over your head?
What do you mean?
In
It's
size?
not. Yeah, but I'll let's get into that in a minute. I just want to make sure that we clarified the point.
Yeah, we're in
proximity.
agreement. Like if
Okay.
if the sun is moving away on board, the sun is moving away on flat Earth, right? But like that wasn't, I guess, what I was initially saying. I was just saying that.
Oh well,
my
fuck.
first
You're on a
claim
different
was
point then.
no. My very first claim was that you'd have to move the sun further away for it to have that same no size change sort of effect, right? In my mind, you'd have to do that. I'm sure it would be the same as you. So if you have the sun arcing over your head at an angle without not paying attention to horizons, that should still be changing size if the sun was relatively close and relatively big, right?
It's so big, it doesn't matter what we do, it's gonna appear the same size because it's so fucking massive when we can't comprehend how big it actually is.
Yeah, appearing the same size is also different too, because appearance is also perspective. It's due to perspective. So it's appearance of what you. Okay, so the actual sun. Let's put it this way: the actual sun probably is what it is, but we're trying to attribute some kind of physical values to it, as in its shape and form, And we're not saying that it can't do something else. We're giving it like distinct properties. And I don't think we can do that because as far as the sun goes, we don't know much about it except for the energy that we understand from the earth. And even that much is still hard to like grasp onto. So
we know how it works. It's a star,
you
bro.
don't. No, we don't.
No,
Yeah,
you'd
we
actually
do.
have to
No,
be
we
a
don't
time
know how it
traveler
works,
to know about
dude.
the sun because we're
We
getting
don't know
everything
how it
7
works.
minutes late.
How
So-
what's the inner workings or the mechanism that drives the sun, Bent?
Nuclear fission.
How do you know that?
I mean, well, because that's what's happening. Because helium
How
and
do
fucking.
you know that? I'm not
You
saying that it
recreate
just
that?
happens. It's just, dude, it's just happening. How do you know that?
It's happening because it's just happening. Come on, fellas.
No, I'm
Duh.
not. I'm not saying.
It's in the
that.
model, mate.
reckon
It's in the
someone
model.
told-
No,
That's the claim. That's the claim. Now, how can you back up the claim that you understand
Like
that
when-
is what's happening? Nuclear
like
fission.
hydrogen and helium.
Yeah.
I think, and they're
You think?
burning.
Do you
Yeah.
think? Do you know?
Well, I mean, do you know?
Oh
Like-
my God, that's not the question, bro. We're
Well, I'm
asking
just
because
saying,
you
like
said
you're
I
attacking
know.
me with. You're attacking with. Do you know? Do you know? Like
Attacking you. I'm
so,
not
like,
attacking you.
You
What?
know,
Am
do you
I
know? So when I
attacking you?
say, so why do I say when do you know you start getting offensive?
Because you're the one that made the claim that
I-
you
I
know.
think I'm-
Because
Fuck.
that's how stars work. When nitrogen and
And
helium,
I
like they
said
get a bunch
nobody.
of
Listen,
gases
this was
and they
my.
start burning, they make
This is
nuclear
what I
fission.
said, right? This is
That's
what I
what's
said.
burning. That's what's making you go
No,
bright. That's why our sun is
no.
bright.
It's
You don't
actually
know. You don't know. Relax.
photoluminescence.
Relax. Thank you, guys. Relax.
It's
The thing that I
bioluminescence.
was asking for you to tell me is how you know, not for you to ask me how I know, because I told you nobody knows. So why the fuck are you gonna ask me? I'm telling you. You seem to know what's going on.
Well, I mean, well,
Everybody else.
yeah, from physics.
Yeah.
Like,
From physics. Okay,
so you're
so
saying physics is wrong?
yeah, what is physics?
It's like how like elements like all elements and all that
You
shit
don't
works
know,
like
Ben.
in our.
Let's not
That was a
attempt
pretty
to
cool
let's not
definition.
attempt. Let's not
I don't
attempt.
know
Yeah, we don't have to go there. I don't want to put you on the spot
Alpha,
like
can I
that.
ask you a question?
Ben,
Quick.
Ben, hang on, Britt. We don't want to put you on the spot like that. So here's the thing, man. I'm actually giving you a chance to save face. You don't have to go into this. Just say that you don't know. We can all walk away from this saying you don't know. If you
I'm not gonna
if
say
you
I
persist,
don't know. I mean,
if
I
you
don't know
persist,
what I'm talking
you
about.
will
100%.
get pressed for the
yes,
issue. Do you know what the sun is?
kind of.
Kind
How
of.
far away the sun is?
I would stop now. Just stop now.
He doesn't
While
even
you
know that.
can. Get out while you can.
6,000.
If we press you,
760.
thank you,
Whoa.
Wish. Thank you. Thank you, Wish.
666,000.
If
What are you
if we're gonna,
saying?
dude, like, let me just talk to Ben. If we're gonna press you for the issue, you're not going to know. I'm already telling you. Stop while you're ahead. Do you want to get exposed? Because we can do that.
Exposed?
We can play that game.
Exposed for what?
It's up to you. But if you're not being honest intellectually, then we'll press you and then we'll find out how much you don't know. So it's easy. Just say you don't know. It's easy, right? If you say you know, I'm gonna press you and see how much you know and how far we can go.
Sure.
Your choice, Ben. Do you know what the sun is? Do you know what the sun is? You don't have to. Save
The
face. Say
sun's
you
a
don't know.
giant burning ball of helium.
All right, you're playing. You see, it's like a moth to a fucking flame. You don't stop. You want to keep going, don't you? All right, let's play the game then. You said it's a ball of burning gas. How do you know? I've talked to cosmologists who say they don't know, and they were being honest. It's our best guess. So you attempt to say that you know. You're usurping your knowledge above all other people who have ever said that they talked about the sun. So now you're gonna tell us how you know.
But
You
it's
wanted
like with
this. I didn't.
it was like a chemical reaction. Like say you burn paper, it
Yeah.
it burns up that matter, that energy. So it's transforming one matter of energy into another, and therefore it's making a light, which is fire. So it's
Fire.
The sun-
It's making fire.
yeah,
How do you know
Yeah.
it's
So
fire?
the sun is an infinite piece of burning paper.
it's not
In a,
infinite.
in a vacuum,
Wait,
It's
remember,
not
Wait,
everybody.
No, it's
can
not
I
infinite.
just make one point? Just one point.
Britt,
about
you
this,
don't get
because-
in the crosshairs, bro. I'm
Okay,
just
I
being
won't,
honest
I
with
won't.
you. Unless you do want to, then my sights will be onto you. So,
Okay.
Ben,
1 second.
it's up to you, man.
Sorry.
Everybody's leaning on your knowledge because you have this all-knowing
I'm not saying
position
I'm a
right now.
genius. I'm just saying like what I
Well,
think.
if you don't have the answers to substantiate the claim, you're gonna be exposed. It's
mean,
what you
I'll-
wanted. You wanted this. I didn't want this.
kind
I
of,
wanted
no,
you
I
to.
kind of know. I kind of know what I'm
You
saying.
kind of know. It's suggestive. Do you know that? What you just said is suggestive. You don't really know.
I guess press me and see how far. I guess.
All right. So how do you know that nuclear fission is happening? What is giving you this indication? How do you know?
Because it's creating a chemical reaction, which is
How do you know that?
producing light. Because
How do you
we
know that?
can see during the day because it's
We
making
can
light.
see during the day.
Yeah.
We can see during the day is your answer. Where is that
Because like
saying the
chemical
scientific?
reactions happen
Yeah,
because
where
it's making
point?
light
I need a
You know, it's
citation
not
now.
a
from
big
Give me a
nuclear
black hole.
fission.
citation. Give me a citation for the garbage you just said because we can see. Where does that? Cite it right now. Go find that somewhere. What
Because we
scientific
have like
paper?
we have rods and cones in the back of our
Rods
fucking
and
retinas,
cones.
which intercept
So
light, and
fucking
then
rods
light is
and
being
cones.
created by nuclear
Is
fission,
that
which
how
is
we know
making
what's
light, and the
happening on the
light's coming
sun?
to Earth, and that's what's making us be able to see during the day.
So we got rods and cones in our eyes. So therefore, the sun has nuclear fusion on it.
No, I'm saying because of nuclear fusion, it's making light, and that light is letting us be able to see during the day because of the rods and
Okay.
cones in our eyes.
So we know that there's light coming from the sun, but you said there's nuclear fusion. How do you know nuclear fusion is actually occurring?
Well, because it's like a big burning ball of fire.
How do you know that?
So I can look at the sun, and
You
it's
can
a big
look at it.
burning ball of fire.
What do you see when you look at it? Do you see nuclear fusion?
I see a giant ball of
Do
burning
you see
fire.
Yeah, do you see burning fire? Where do you see fire shooting at that motherfucker? Where?
Nonstop.
Where do you see it? Where do you have you seen that? Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, like see how like
Cartoon
chrome like mass
pictures.
projections or
Where
like solar flares, like
solar
those aren't real.
flares? Where have you seen all of this? Where is it being seen? Can you go outside and see solar flares?
No, because it doesn't
No.
happen like
No, you don't see solar
continuously.
flares. Okay. So how have you seen solar flares?
I'm not saying I have. I'm just saying.
So
this is
you
what
wanted this, Ben. I didn't want to do this, man, but let's keep going. Let's keep going. You said solar flares, you don't see them, but you see them. You don't know what you're talking about,
no,
do
I
you?
did not say that, bro.
Yeah,
I
you
said
did.
they
You just said solar flares. It's
yeah.
fire. It's fire.
I didn't say
That's
I
what you
see
said,
them, though.
fire,
That's
right?
not what I said either. What the fuck?
You said fire. Did you not
Yeah.
say the sun is fire?
I said it's a big burning ball of fire. Yes, I did.
Okay,
say
yeah.
that.
Yes,
See?
you did. Anyway, we can play it
You
back.
said it. You didn't say it. Well, are you gonna choose one? Did you say it or not?
I didn't say that. No, yeah, play it back. I would love to hear it. 'cause
You
I
just
did say
finished
that.
fucking saying it like not
No,
even
yeah, I
2
said the
seconds
Earth.
ago.
I mean, the sun is a big burning ball of fire. I did say
Yeah.
that. That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know the sun's a big burning ball of fire? Have you seen flames anywhere? Solar
I told you
flares?
because I look up in the sky and it's a giant ball of fire,
Yeah.
nuclear fission.
Giant ball of fire, nuclear fusion. How do you know any of that?
I mean, well, I'm just gonna believe what I see, I guess. Seeing is
There you
believing.
go. Believe what you see. And what do you see? Flames? Where are the flames at? Can we all see flames?
No, because nuclear
No,
fission is different
we
than
don't see
fire.
flames.
Fire
Okay.
needs oxygen. Like that
Nuclear
is nuclear
fusion is
fission.
different from
Nuclear fission
fire.
does not need oxygen to
So
happen.
what the
Do
fuck was
flames
the
leave a shadow?
what the
Fire
fuck
needs
was it? What the fuck
oxygen.
was it when you said that the sun is a ball of burning fire? You said that. And you said
Yeah,
solar
I was-
flares. Yeah.
Is
We
that-
don't see
yeah.
any of that, do we?
I was just
Do we see any of that?
no. I mean, you can
Okay.
technically you can see a solar flare technically, but I mean,
Technically
know
we
if you
can
have.
see it. How do we see it technically?
Because it's gonna be like a solar flare
What?
is like a mass low cone like ejection of like
Yeah, where do we
um
see that?
of matter.
Where do we see that?
I mean, from the sun. I don't know.
So have you
Like
seen it?
asking. No,
So what is this belief in all of these things that you're saying without seeing
you're
it?
saying if you've never seen it, doesn't like you
Because-
believe there's air? Do you believe there's air?
You've never seen
You've
it.
never
Why
seen
do
it,
you
so
argue
that's not a
for it?
reason
Yeah,
to say that it's never happened.
So you don't think there's air? You guys never? Have you guys seen air? Have you guys seen air?
Air? We're
Yeah, have
not
you seen
talking
air?
about air.
Oh,
We're
no,
talking about
no.
your-
Have you seen air? Have
We're
you seen
not
air?
talking about air.
Name
We're
and
talking
see,
about your
my
knowledge
guy.
of the sun right now, which you don't seem to relinquish because your pride and ego. So you're gonna get taken down a peg because you think you know what's happening with the sun. And I said, this is what I said, my statement. Nobody fucking knows. Not even you, not anybody, not even the cosmologists who came in years ago when we quizzed them on the sun.
You're not
They
wrong.
didn't
with
fucking
that.
know.
Yeah,
They
no one
said,
actually
you know,
does
at
know.
the
I'm not
end of
saying
that,
I
you know
know.
what they
No
told
one
us,
knows.
Ben? You know what they told us at the end of all of their explanation? And they were from academia, not like you. They were from academia, and they
Well, I just
said,
put that in there, but
this
yeah.
is our best guess. That's what they told me when I
Exactly.
quizzed
No
them.
one,
Exactly like I'm
nobody
doing to you.
knows. Just
What?
from
What?
our better perspective
Do you
of what
do you think
people
people know
have-
what the sun is, or do you think that they've given a best guess of what it is? Which one is it?
have given their best guess.
All
using
right, and what are
physics,
you
yes.
doing right now? Do you know, or are you giving your best guess?
I'm doing the same thing, yeah, from
What?
I believe, yeah.
No.
But what are you doing though? You're doing the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
thing though to try and prove me wrong.
Admittedly, you don't know. Admittedly, you just believe your best guess, right?
Sure.
Okay, we're done here. Thank you.
The sun is made of plasma, not fire, by the way.
Prove it.
Obviously, I
Prove it.
already
What
said
shape?
that.
Yes, may I say?
Yeah,
May I say?
I don't want
like,
to quiz Alishness right now. That's not. I don't have the
Knowledge
time.
claims.
you know
I love 'em.
radiation, right? Ultraviolet radiation.
You can't prove it exists.
Yeah, I can't necessarily say that the ionized radiation in the sky that only happens during the daytime when the sun's out is because of the sun. But I could make a pretty good inductive reason for why that would be coming from the sun. And if we know that the ionized radiation is from the sun, we could probably make a best guess about how that's being produced. Usually has something to do with nuclear stuff, right? Nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, X-rays, gamma rays, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we assume to detect solar flares from the bursts of electromagnetic radiation that are coming from to Earth, what we call solar flares.
That's an
Because
assumption.
Oh yeah, it's electromagnetic
yeah.
radiation. That's right.
I'm just speaking from the perspective of what we assume. Because we will have disruptions in our radios or certain electronic systems.
EMP. Yeah.
Yeah, because of electromagnetic radiation. But that's what the guess is.
When do we
Yeah,
get
and you
that?
can make a connection between the two, between what you experience on Earth and then
When does that
whether or not it's coming
happen?
from the sun, right?
Yeah. Okay,
It
anyway,
doesn't have to
sorry.
be. You know that, right?
You what?
I said you can make a connection between what's happening on Earth with the radiation and then what with this, like drawing a connection to the sun. Whereas I don't think you might necessarily be able to know the exact processes going on inside the sun. You can make strong inferences based on activity from the sun, and then like what happens in a typical daytime sort of thing.
And how do you do
Yeah,
that?
it's
Using physics.
anyway, sorry. Carry on. I feel like
Carry on.
Alpha Veritas is getting mad at me in the comments over here.
No, I want
Don't worry
critical
about it.
thinking to happen, just not people's ideas and assumptions and fairy tales. I don't like that, man. That irritates me to no end because everybody is in the same position. We all are. As humans, as curious people, we need to admit when we know we don't know something and admit when we're just saying it's our best guess. That's fine. We can all enjoy reality together. But when people are prideful and say, I know this is the way, then I'm going to come down on you like a ton of fucking bricks and you're going to look like the fool because you don't know. I don't like doing it, but I'm just telling you, when you take that position, you're going to get exposed. It's up to you, though. You have a choice. You have to at least come to terms with that in this call and say, look, man, I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to give you what I think is going on here and what, I consider science to be or whatever. But coming in here and saying, I know, that's the worst position you can take. Because if you do, back your shit up that you know. Back it up. That's all I'm saying. If you don't know, just say, fuck, I don't know. There's no shame in that. That's intellectual honesty, right? At least I think that is. What do you guys think?
I don't know. Right now, I'm
I try
learning.
not
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, if someone doesn't know something, then they don't know it. This is kind of why I very rarely will ask globalists anything, because my epistemology is they don't know anything to begin with. So why ask them for what they do know? And when they start talking about what they think they know, it's like, holy shit, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether that if you're playing a gag here or you actually believe the horse shit coming out of your mouth.
I don't
Like
think that's a
random
fair
memories
assessment
from
because
science classes throughout the years. They don't even know what they're talking about.
I
Just
don't
trying
think
to
that's a
piece
fair
it together.
assessment because obviously you're on Discord and you're talking to people who think the Earth's a globe or they think they know how the sun works, but they're not exactly like, they're not, like you're talking to a physicist and you
They're
shouldn't
not
presume
equipped.
so,
I
right?
think that's what the word you're looking for. They're not equipped to have the conversation.
there are globalists that are equipped, is what I'm probably going to lean into. Right?
Yeah, well, let's bring them in here. You know what? I would love to invite somebody, but then again, you know what we get, Brit Nat? Well, they wouldn't come in. Because we've heard this before. This excuse. Some people would go away and say, "I'm bringing back my big brother, scientist, whatever." We're like, "Yeah, go ahead, go get him." And they come back, a week later. Well, I went to go talk to them, and I said, "Please come into that server and talk to them." And they said, "It's funny, we don't have time for them, because we got our whatever science to be working on. We don't got time to be on a disc." Anyways, they made it seem like it's unimportant. So there you have it. They're never
Yeah,
gonna.
no,
It's
I
just
think
the way
that
it
might be a
is.
bit of arrogance, but on the smart globe side. But um,
It's what it is.
I think if the smart globe is behaving that way and you find it kind of like irksome, I don't think you should have the likes of Wish in here, like acting like they're geniuses either.
Well, I've debated a SpaceX employee, and he even conceded that gravity doesn't exist. We don't know it. We don't understand it exactly how we should. He said it himself as a quote. It's pseudoscience.
Well, yeah,
In the
gravity
video.
doesn't quote unquote exist because we haven't proven it yet. So there's a force. We call it
It's a
gravity,
SpaceX
but
employee. So who is equipped?
What are you talking about? Okay, so are you under the
that sounds like
supposition
some.
that science? Okay, go on.
No, I'm just saying it sounds like what I would say too, because gravity is an unknown force which is unproven, but there's still some force which we call gravity. So I mean, this guy that you
Yeah,
said,
because
or that you made look like a
True.
fool or whatever, it kind of sounded like he knew what he was talking about, in my opinion.
He didn't mention anything about electrostatics, though.
Neither did I.
Well,
thank God.
that's where you're going.
The main difference is using speculation to come to some sort of thought experiment or some sort of discussion to meet somewhere at a point where I don't know, but don't end up with from an I don't know.
Yep.
If you start with an I don't know, stay in the realm of I don't know.
I don't think it's speculation. I think that's also missing a point. I don't know if I feel like I'm argumentative right now, but I think
You woke up a little feisty today. It sounded like. But go ahead, man.
I think speculation would be something that you would state unsupported without any reason for thinking that, really, like kind of like vague sort of reasons why you believe it. And I think that might be like most people who just talk about it casually. But for instance, if I was going to say like relativity theory, like you don't prove relativity theory. No one does that, right? They discount competing ideas, right? And then they try to get synthetic truth, meaning that they try to get closer to a truth via investigation. And I think that's more what they might be referring to, not saying that they have any plans to prove any particular theory anytime soon, right?
Theoretical science.
I mean, if you want to call that speculation, that's fine, but I don't think that's in the spirit of the word speculation.
If even the best of the best only give their best guess, who is equipped to debate this?
I thought you were gonna do like a cool rhyme.
So did
There,
I. I thought
because
you'd
you were
go
like,
with straight Dr. Seuss.
yeah, because you were like, the best of the best only give their best guess. Then what about the rest?
That's good.
Let's put them to
What
the
about
test.
breakfast? What about breakfast? Green eggs and ham.
Well, see, this is the
Sounds
thing
like Harrison.
when
Go
you
on, Kev.
ask experts in cosmology or astronomy or
You know what cosmology?
astro,
You just say cosmology, like that's like hair and like that's like cosmology. What you just said?
No,
What
that's
that is?
yeah,
cosmetology.
No, he said
Silly goose.
cosmology though. He said
cosmology,
cosmology though.
yeah, cosmology, study of the nature of the universe. So when you ask people like, hey, astrophysically or astronomy or cosmetology or
Yeah.
astrobiology,
I
they're
swear to
not
God,
making,
cosmetology is like hair and nails and like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
they're
I'm
not
Yeah.
Hair
pretty
and
sure.
asking.
nails and that kind of shit.
Well, like that girl shit, like what girls like they don't
No,
take
that's
home ec. They take.
cosmology.
That's what he
You're
said.
getting them mixed up. No, he
Cosmology.
said cosmetology. That's space, bro.
Oh, so there's like an you have to
Don't
put
get
an
them
M in
mixed
there.
up.
Right.
I mean, yeah. So
Cosmetology
what?
is
My bad.
hair
I'm
and
sorry.
nails.
And
what they're
he
getting
said
to at
both.
No,
at the end of that.
cosmetology
What?
is
No.
hair and
No.
nails.
Yes, cosmetology is hair and nails, man.
What he said. I swear to God, I'm not fucked.
No.
Well, I am fucked, but I'm like,
You're confused because he said both. Crit
no.
used one and then the other.
All right, continue, Crit.
Okay, so
Cosmetology?
they're not talking about Earth at all. In these sort of like huge, galactic or universe models, Earth isn't even in there. They take Earth out and they put a placeholder called Terra. In this world Terra, there's no life. The moon and the Earth are just one object. It's all kinds of fucked up because it is the only hypothesis I've ever seen come out of these branches of study is called hypothesis wise is the rare Earth hypothesis. The rare Earth meaning that Earth is so unique and so breaks the mold, breaks all predictions that they have to take it out and say there's some sort of something going on. They don't know what it is. There's no reason why. I've heard one of these guys say that Earth is unremarkable. It's the sun is unremarkable. There's nothing special about either the sun or the Earth or the position in the Milky Way galaxy. Just one data point after another is completely unremarkable, but yet is so unique that it doesn't make sense. There's no way to predict which planets will have life and which planets won't. They call this a paradox. There's a paradox inside the heliocentric model where if you use Earth as a data point, there should be billions of civilizations out there.
Oh, that would be a paradigm then. Not a paradox, it'd be a paradigm.
No, a paradox, because there's none. There isn't any other civilization. Nothing.
Yeah, no, I say it's a paradigm because
Oh,
there's
what's
no
that paradox
way
called now? Someone say the
we're
name,
not
it's
the
stuck in
only
my
ones.
head. Fermi paradox. That's it. The Fermi
Fermi
paradox. Yeah.
paradox.
No, it's a paradigm. We're not the only smart, intelligent things living in the entire universe.
Wow.
Shot. No shot.
The idea is just that we don't detect any signature from any other intelligent life form.
If they were more intelligent than us, do you think we'd be able to detect them? No.
Well, they
Do you
would have
think
left.
aliens are real because the government is telling you that aliens are real?
No.
Are they?
Let's just get this
I
right.
think aliens are call them aliens, I guess, because
Which
how
government's telling us that
fast-
aliens are real?
like we're in the Milky Way galaxy, which is like the
CIA,
small solar system. Like how
Mexican
small we
government.
are.
I think
Like
you know what's going on
there
right
is
now.
absolutely no.
Oh yeah, that over there. But the UK government haven't said anything about aliens. So.
It's all the same.
Yeah, there's a bunch of alien sightings in the UK too.
Well, that's not the government. That's just people.
Take away their guns,
They
give
just
them
see lights in the
knives,
sky.
see what happens.
And they're mostly from Scotland, right? And we already know how the Scottish people are. So.
Have you ever heard of a guy called Nick Pope?
Nope.
All right, he's the British government, or was the British government alien investigator guy. I think he was up until like 2005, 6, something like that, all the way through the 90s anyway. He excuse my language, he investigated the UFO sighting over a couple of our military bases and weapon stations where we keep our nukes and shit like that. Google Nick Pope.
Okay. Would you wait? Just to be clear, you all got all the flat earthers in here think there are no aliens because how could that be? Because
I think that
Like the
I think there's something
UK
very
whistleblower.
I think there's something very unique about aliens. I think aliens is the secret that NASA wanted you to think that they were keeping from us. Obviously, we have this kind of quote unquote soft disclosure at the moment, but things from the sky have always come from the sky. You just look into ancient history and they always talk about the gods that came from the sky. So they've always been around or whatever they are. But other planets, you know how we feel about that.
Hmm. Have you guys debated Embo before?
Yeah, for sure, but sometimes he's a bit shy because he doesn't like the way he gets treated. But yeah, we've had chats before for sure.
He taught me everything I know. No, that's a good thing or not, but
It was funny you were talking about how people would say like, "Oh, I'm gonna bring in like my like brother, sister, whoever, scientifically inclined professional person." And somebody literally said that last night, the 24/7 server.
What
And they
happened
and they
tonight?
said in the most they said in the most absurd way. They were like, "My brother's sister's fiance works for NASA,
He's a
shooting lasers into
genius.
space." There, her job is shooting lasers into space. That's what he said.
Yeah, and she's gonna
And
take time out of that to shoot lasers at your face.
and I think it was like Indio or somebody was like, "Okay, like bring her in here. Like we want to talk to her." And he was like, "No, she won't come in here. She doesn't have time for it." And it was just like, "Oh, well then why the fuck did you say anything? Like why
Exactly.
did you bother?"
Yeah, that happens a lot.
It's
People
like
have
why?
big egos. Or the thing.
Yeah, it's just like, well, first of all, I don't think NASA employees just like randomly shoot lasers into space and like that's what their job is, but I mean, what do I know, really?
If that exists, sign me up.
Yeah, sounds like a good gig. I want to shoot lasers at stuff, even if it is into space.
If you have one like 13th cousin who works at NASA, you can guarantee your entire family's bloodline's just gonna be fucking deceived. They're just bragging about how they'll never know the truth because someone's dog five fucking blocks away. They work at NASA, so the Earth's a ball, dude.
Dude, that was the, I'm gonna tell you a dick, but that was the only fucking thing you said all night that I actually like. That was funny.
Awesome.
Yeah, touche.
Well, they do that on purpose. They want to spread out all this federal spending, so that way it's a cash cow. It's like a sacred cow. They'll never be able to cut the spending. The same thing why they do for like tank parts. Like the barrel of a tank is built in North Carolina. The track is built in Iowa. The machine gun is built in Minnesota. The bullets are manufactured in Texas. So when they say, "Hey, we want to cut this battle tank production," all the politicians are like, "Well, you can't cut that. I've got a huge portion of my constituents who work building these tanks." You're like, "Yeah, but they're only building like the muzzle brake." It doesn't matter. They all need that funding to cement their power base.
Yeah, the cog of the machine. That's what's making America go round. It's if America took 1% of what they spent on military and put towards healthcare, all Americans would have free healthcare, like Canada. Like not totally free, but like be on the same level as Canada. 1% of your GBT. 1%. One. Instead of military, put it towards healthcare.
Yeah,
Fuck
the healthcare is
Obamacare. Fuck all
a
that.
bad topic though, because there is
Yeah.
a socialized healthcare in America already. You know,
But
they
you have to
got
pay for it though.
yeah, you've got like Medicare, Medicaid. People in the military have healthcare, and yeah, it's not a very good workable system. Okay, people in that system are like, holy crap.
Reminds me of that fucking movie with like you scratch my CD, clear daylight. The fuck is that? Special Olympics. He's like, you got Medicare, Aflac.
Let me drop some knowledge on you guys.
Alright.
What's the biggest resource that's being harvested right now?
Lithium.
Anybody else?
People's data.
Might be
Cobalt.
coal.
Well,
It might still
Good
be
one.
coal actually.
Yeah,
You're
Brit
on
from
it
the
today.
top rope. Yeah,
Yeah, you're on it, bro.
What do you say?
Data.
data.
I mean, well, I guess technically, but that's not like a raw resource.
Yes, it is. Why not?
How can
You
you
know,
like?
the thing when the person said, "Man, my cousins, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nephew works at NASA and they're shooting lasers." I think it was Alishness, and then you got everybody like, "Oh, I wish I could shoot lasers. That shit, dude." The fantasy is the fucking hook, and everybody here, loves that. They play on our imaginations, right? They play on our wants, on our cares, and they use that as bait, and you buy it hook, line, and sinker because that they're playing to that. They know that people love a good story. They know that people love that. So that if you could work anywhere close to where somebody's doing something like that, you'd fucking give whatever it takes just to be there. So yeah, the data that you like, when you search in your keyboard, oh, what is space about? They're seeing the key, every keystroke, all that is data. Everything that your likes, your wants. That's why they got microphones that are listening with all the phones, and all of a sudden you see certain apps or ads running when you go to like YouTube and stuff. That's because they're always listening and they're using that data to companies pay big money for this type of data, big money, because they want to know how to have their think tanks construct great and new ways to innovate and have ideas for their products. And in order to do that, they have to know what you're talking about. What's the current trend? What's the buzz? Like what's going on with society? Or they're looking at the new tweet that Kanye West just dropped. They're looking at fucking why people like fried chicken this year or whatever. The new hot thing is the thing that companies pay top dollar for it. So they're gonna data mine as much as they can. And people do it. We do it as individuals. We data mine. We don't need
Yeah,
a high computer algorithm to do that. So we do that. Like in this call, people come in here
Yeah.
just to voyeur. They're just listening. They're mining the data that people are saying back and forth. So we do it. It's human nature. But on top of that, what they've done is they actually digitalized it. They've added algorithms to it. So now, because of that, they're more efficient. They can know like, okay, this part of the population of the United States, UK thinks this way. Everything is, they've got it all down with algorithms, right? And ratios, and they're starting to. So this is the reason why I'm saying you don't know how big this thing is, right?
No, that shit is
You just
fucking
had
right.
don't
You're
know.
100% right. No, you're 100% right. Now think about it, and what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
So now on the other side of the coin, because you don't know that, right? It's the invisible like fucking war that's happening. You are basically, you've heard this term before, a useless eater, right? Who do you think saying that? But at the same time, why? Because you're a thing to be farmed. You are not a person with cares and wants. You're just a product of society. So
It
they're
is
gonna
so
use
true.
you. They're gonna use you like a farm animal. They're gonna data mine as much as they can, and they're gonna keep you with the least amount of life expectancy as possible. That's the way things are. They're not gonna want that for anyone. Look
Yeah.
at our skies. Our skies are being toxic. It's just like natural or everything around you. I'm not gonna go into medical shit, but I'm just saying Look at all the world around us. It's not meant for, like, our survival rate has gone down. Like a bunch of shit has, right? So what we're doing right now is doing the best we can to arm people with the truth. That means that think for yourself is the word of the day, right? That's why I say when people critically think, that person right there, I don't give a shit if you're a globe earth or flat earth. That's not important. I think what's important is your critical thinker. Perhaps you'll have a breakthrough and then say, yeah, the earth is fucking flat. But like that's not the point of it, is to critically think of the world around you. That's important. Later on, you can decide or not if you've been duped about the earth being a globe, but be a critical thinker, number one, on top of
Yeah, it's
everything else.
secondary. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you spin facts. You just remind me too, like this, like it was like last week. I took my buddy's phone. His girlfriend wants to have a kid, and he doesn't want to have a kid. But then I like took his phone, and I was like, baby, diapers, baby toys. I like saying shit like that, like while I was holding his phone. And then he's like, look at his phone. He's like, why am I getting all this fucking baby ad bullshit? Like it was like giving all these ads for like diapers and like baby toys and like baby shit. Oh, that shit, like that's how you know it's fucking real though.
Yeah,
Do
it's
that.
real
Try that with your
because
friend. Like take their
were
phone,
you
utter some shit.
just talking about it before those ads came up? Like,
No, we weren't. And then I just said, like, I sat there for like 5 minutes just saying a bunch of shit about babies, like Jolly Jumper, like Snuggies, like all this shit. And then after that, he got like so like nonstop ads. Every ad that he had on his phone was for baby shit. That's fucked up.
but that's the way because really, think about it, man. Like the only people we have are each other. That's it. So
Scary
if we're
though.
not helping, the system is not meant for, like, not designed for your benefit. It's designed, everything is against you in every arena, from like, school to like health to like everything, every fucking politics. It's all against you, and it's meant to put us against each other. That's why this arena is a very critical one. It's a crucial one because we're breaking through that and giving people back their mind, whereas their mind was told what to think and not how to think. That's the most important thing. And it saddens me sometimes. I don't like taking people through the rigmarole. It's something that has to be done because if the person doesn't realize, they're going to be like, they're lost. There's no buffer between you and the system unless there's somebody that comes and says, wait a minute, did you think about that? How do you know? And once you get to the realization of like, fuck, I don't know anything. What the fuck? Then you start to realize, shit, I've been fucking hoodwinked this whole time thinking that I thought I knew what I was saying. Now I'm fucked. Yeah, because think about it. Do you know any of the things that you say that you know? Critically think about that. Do you know any of the things that you think that you know, or do you just believe them? And that's in every arena of thought, right? So in whatever
That is a
you,
basic that happens all the time. Everyone just
yeah, I know,
believes
but this is the reason why,
bullshit.
Ben, because of the
Yep.
fact that people fall into these like belief systems and they don't have anything to give you a reason why. They're just like science, like one
Yeah.
word answers. They don't
And then
tell you why.
mass numbers, right?
Yeah, I mean, granted, Brit Nat might have a example like some of the people that are in academia. They can have a better best guess as to why something is the way it is, right? They could probably go in a little bit more in depth, but in reality, the average
bit
Joe out
psychology.
here, they don't know shit, dude. And on top of that, they come in here, oh, the Earth's a globe, and you just hear like this, like there's nothing. They're bankrupt. They have no knowledge, no critical thinking skills. They're just floating around, denying shit, and only liking shit based on their feelings.
I think
It's fucking feelings based, bro.
I've got a good illustration of that, like what you were saying just a moment ago, where you were saying that it's us versus the system, and what we have is each other. Because imagine that all you are to every department of a government is just a number on a sheet, right? You are
That's what we are.
number one taxpayer. You are number one, fucking, I don't know, healthcare insurance buyer or whatever, right? You're just a number, and everything that a state does is to make sure they can squeeze the most out of that number as much as possible.
Fucking
And
right.
the reverse is true, where it says, like, if anything that happens that's in your benefit, like say the state does something that is particularly good for you, that's only incidental because they want to increase their own numbers, right? It's
Profit
never
margins. Yep.
it's never because they particularly have any sort of regard for you, right, as an individual.
Yep.
At
You're
some
fucking
point,
right.
we got shit fucked up at some point because the government isn't supposed to be there for us to serve them. The government is supposed to be there for them to serve us. But at some point in history, I don't know when the fuck it happened, but shit got fucked up where
It shifted. Yeah, you
instead
you
of
guys
us
are.
having control, the government at some random point, I don't know what the fuck happened, they got control, and now they've been controlling us for
Well,
too long.
you know, and I'll say it this way, man. It wasn't a hostile takeover. It was one that was given to them willingly. It was like, here, take my
Yeah.
mind. Thank you very much. Now tell
Yeah,
me
tell
what
us
I
what to
need to
do. Yeah,
do. Yeah,
exactly.
you
It's fucked.
big brother, big mama, big daddy government. Yeah, I'll whatever you say, I will capitulate.
Yeah, it's the same
And
for like all organizations that have power. So like, I could even extend that like same principle away from government and say like, look, even to the average data miner, right? All you are is a number, right? That's all like
yeah.
a number that they can squeeze, and
Yeah,
get
big
Yeah,
the
it's not,
best
corporations,
out of.
it's not supposed
Brit.
to be like that.
If you were at the top echelon of a corporation, you wouldn't give a fuck about what people thought. You're like,
Exactly.
get the best profit margin this quarter. I don't give a fuck how you do it. Get it fucking done. And your boardrooms would be filled with like the most deceptive, devious fucking like conversations of like how you can get the best bottom line for that quarter. You don't give a fuck about what people are doing. You just want to make the most you can for the company. So it's a cruel world out there, right? We should at least start to recognize that all of these systems that are working around us are not meant for our benefit. So life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that's an ideal that people carry in their head, but it's only reality if we come together. Other than that, we're screwing each other. We're tearing each other up about politics, about health, about fucking whether the earth is flat or a globe, and there's no unity. And that's the way they like it because they can
That's exact. Yeah,
squeeze you that
the
way.
fucked
They
up
can
thing. They
squeeze.
want us to think like that. Like, oh well,
Well,
he's getting more money because he did this or that, or because he did this or that, this and this and this. It's like really no, the government's been fucking us over for way too long.
yeah. So when the government's telling you, or the I would say government, but like any organizational structure, governmental system, right? Whenever they're putting the pitchfork and the torch people, right? Hey, pitchfork people, the torch people stole your fucking pitchforks, and they tell the fucking torch people the opposite, right? What happens? We start fighting
Yeah.
amongst each other. But then when you start to realize it was the fucking king all along, guess what happens? We unite.
99
Or
to
we live. Or
99
like what
versus
happens
the
if
1%, but they have us compartmentalized in all these tiny
Yep.
groups to where nobody can actually realize that everybody's just fighting amongst each other.
So when
like
when
what
I'm in
happens
here,
if us as people band together? Then they claim martial law, and then they bring the army in, and then they fucking
well,
do
here's the thing
like
though. Yeah,
they
I
literally
would
commit
say,
war crimes against their own people
yeah,
because
I
the
would say
people.
this. I would say this to that. The people that make up the militaries of the world are you and me. They're not them. There's okay, so power and the way it works is given. You give power. You can't somebody who's a governing body is that power is given to them, right? So you let's say all of the people disagreed with that person. Do you think we're going to allow them to be the governing body, whoever they are,
We're
whatever they
fortunate
are?
enough to like be able to do that though, like where we live, but
Well,
like
let's just
other
say,
countries can't, right?
yeah.
Like
Well,
look at
hold
Russia.
on, but I'm saying because the people that make up the military in those governments, right? Let's say everybody in the militaries and all the common, civilians and all that. What if they all just woke up and said, you know what, we're not taking this no more. No, we're all together, military, civilians, all of us. We're gonna say no.
Yeah,
What happens? Where's their power?
yeah,
You
they
know what I
lose it
mean?
all right away.
It's gone in a whiff. But like because of the fact that you have the military, which is they keep those close to the chest. Those are the ones that get like, you know, the special things, and they can, when the martial law comes
Yeah,
along, they're the ones that like patrol, not the civilians. But the
yeah.
thing about it, the people that are working in those militaries, those individuals are civilians, and they are like, wouldn't they want to? They would not want to see their family suffering, so they wouldn't want to like, harm their people. And that's the
And
thing.
those
Like, and this shit is like, it's, yeah. If we talk about flat Earth and globe Earth, but it's a little bit far beyond. Like, I'm always going to the critical thinking part of it because I think
yeah,
that's the
same.
most essential. Like, yeah, we fucking bicker about flat Earth and globe Earth, and that's one thing, but it's more than that, right? You are being fucking mined every day, and if you allow your mind to be given, oh, take it. What are you saying about space? Yeah, I'm with you. What are you saying about health? I'm with you. What are you saying about politics? I'm with you. Like, you don't, there's no resistance. You're just giving it away. There's no like, wait, hold on a fucking minute. Let me just think about this. What did you say? Like, there's none of that at all. And so I see it in the youth today, the ones that come in here. It saddens me. You guys
You
are
know,
flat earthers. What?
well,
And
people
it's
are like, why would the
drooling,
government
dude.
ever want us to think it's a globe? It's because they want to have control and power over us. In the
Well,
end, that's
like,
all it is. That's why they say that. And it's like
yeah,
that's just another way of them having more power over us, more than they
that's what
already
I've
do.
been,
It's
bro. I've
fucked.
been fucking saying this
So like
shit from the beginning. I've been saying this, but what it devolves into is that people's belief systems, just like religious, right? It doesn't matter. You talk to a religious person, they're the same. But at the same time, okay, so that information, whether it be the flat and globe Earth, or you're talking whatever arena it is, they're
yeah,
more focused on like why are they lying about it? Like whatever, it doesn't matter, right? You talk about the church, you talk about the government, you talk about, the health industry. Why
it
would
comes
they
down to
lie?
power and
Why would they
control.
fucking lie? And you give them the good reason for the purpose of, the evidence. They're gonna turn around and look to you, dude. You just don't believe. That's all you.
Well,
You
I
you
think
you go
there's
ahead.
there is something like an exception, which I think like I mean, look, me, I'm a glober, you're a flat earther, right? But we're agreeing on the same principle that the government has this motive, right?
Yeah.
And we're just not touching base on the shape of the earth, right, or lack of shape of the earth, right? I think that we could agree in principle the government lies and the government needs to be reined in or whatever, or like or data miners need to be reined in or whatever it is, right? But the issue with the flat Earth debate is that um, I mean, when it comes to like why would they lie? I mean, like I don't know. I personally don't see much utility in it. I think the government have better methods of controlling a population. But that obviously we're just going to reach into speculation about whether they do or not.
No,
But
I mean,
as for the principle, we both agree that that powerful people don't have any regard for us as individuals and human
they don't
beings, right?
fucking care. Yeah, they don't
No.
care. Not
Yeah,
even
whether
one
it's
bit.
flat or round, they don't care.
Well,
They want us to actually debate and argue about it because that distracts us from what's actually happening.
well, yeah, but I'm saying though, even these arguments and debates, would it be like, let's just say the people who have the knowledge, right? Like the scientist, the guy like Neil deGrasse, he would be like, dude, take me wherever you need me to go. I will go wherever and talk to everybody about truth. I will let them know what's going on. If the earth is a globe, everybody's going to learn from a fundamental aspect of how it is. I will break it down for them. I will make it all make sense. Instead, you get the opposite. I'm not going to talk about what reality is. No, I'm not, it's not debatable. He said it out of his own mouth. These are the things that people say. You talk to these guys in a higher echelon, they'll say the same thing. You got people from in here going to talk to professors at uni, and whenever they get to them, they're like, "Can you please have a conversation with the people on Discord?" They're like, "No, that's beneath me. I don't need to go over there.
If you watch the
I'm a
Joe Rogan
10-year professor.
podcast
I
where
don't
he
need to
talks
be
to Elon
talking to
Musk,
fucking scrubs on the internet." Like, so what I'm saying is the people that are up in those powerful positions, they don't give a fuck. They're just
yeah,
gonna do what they're gonna do. Fuck
exactly. And they're
you.
not going
I
to say
made it.
anything or
I
contribute
made
to
it.
anything
Fuck
because
y'all.
they are where they are and they're because of what
Because the
did.
people, right?
They're not gonna
It-
threaten their position, right?
well, and that's the thing. They shouldn't. No one should. If you made it to where you. But the thing with them, it's character. It's all about and people in the like in Hollywood and shit, you don't have to get rid of somebody to murder them. Like you can murder their character. Like, and I'm saying it in this way, right? Not in the other way. So by attacking someone's character, you can you can see it in like in Hollywood. Like somebody was doing something and they got caught in a very crazy scandal with somebody else, and somebody's baby mama was talking to some other guy. It's all there's and they make it out to be like, well, now it's something big, and it's not. None of that shit. It's all distractions, and then people get involved with that. It's petty, it's stupid, but people love it, right? Because we are. That's they're playing on our nature, man. It's all like a. I don't know
Entertainment.
if
Are you
if you
not
yeah,
entertained?
exactly. I was gonna put that. I was gonna put that that gif in the text because I feel like that being a perspective where you're critically thinking about everything that you could all information that you consume, right? Think about it. In every area, it's not just flat earth, man. Just everything. Do you honestly think that whatever from the products that you buy to the information you consume, do you think all of it is for any part, any way your benefit? Is it gonna help you extend your life? Is it gonna bring value to your existence? Like all of that. You can.
You're 100% right. It's just a distraction.
Yeah, it all fucking dude. I'm telling you. And yet people don't see. They're like, yeah, but what about flat Earth and globe? It's like again, like fuck. You just finished telling me you understand all this. And it doesn't matter health. Like you can politics. Like what happens in America? Democrat, Republican. I mean, they're fighting like cats and people get beat up wearing red MAGA fucking caps and shit on the streets of America. Over what? Over what? Somebody's belief in whatever politician they're following? Like, there's no, it sounds like this thing has a mind of its own now. And they know that. It's like, okay, so what population and what state is being, and we know the red states and the blue states, and they do this thing and they're pitting us and we're just fighting amongst ourselves. Nah, fuck you. Fucking Trump's #1 and the other guy's Joe Biden #1. Like, it's all fucked up, dude.
So
And
wait, back to
meanwhile,
the concept of why professors don't ever come in here and actually talk to us. Just think it through, like think it all the way through. They come in here, they talk to us, they think critically about the surface of the Earth, come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then go back to their job talking about the Earth flat and stationary. Do you think they'll get their tenure? I doubt it.
fuck no.
So money's a factor, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, money's a factor, but it's also character. Because if, let's say, for instance, I don't know, they were live streamed in here saying some shit like, well, I don't know. What do you think would happen to their character as a professor? It would be fucking attacked.
Okay,
And then social media would explode. Did you know Professor such and such said this in a flat earth server? Like, he doesn't know what the cosmos is about. And we just took his class. Fuck him. Like,
okay, to be fair,
you would get that.
If it was a professor with a particularly bad ego, that would be true. But, and I'm not like going to stick my neck out for professors too much, but I will say that from the outside, like I spent, I'm only 25, obviously, so I'm not that particularly old, but I know that flat Earth outside of the flat Earth community is like, I mean, you wouldn't have noticed that they're around, right? Like, I mean, it's a tiny group of people, relatively so, and so.
Wait, hold on a second here. Do you know about these conventions, Netflix?
Yeah. No, there are
okay.
people obviously, but I think it's not something that's on everyone's radar, right? Like, it definitely wasn't on my radar until they came into the server, right? So I think in that sense, it's fair to say that why they wouldn't, like, someone says flat Earth, whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean
right?
that you've given an argument for that, but what I'm saying too is like the reasons and we can talk about like why they wouldn't. There's character for the money, like they got to. Why would they want to like in any way infringe their way of life just to come and talk to people about whether or not the Earth is a globe or not? Like they're doing just fine telling people the Earth is a globe and their infinite cosmos and contemplating like all kinds of philosophical implications of like it being an ever expanding cosmos. So they're not going to come in here and talk for like 20 minutes and shout at somebody for something. They're not gonna, for what? There's nothing in it for him.
I just want to point out it does seem to function like a gang in a certain sense. I mean, think about it. If you tout the party line or you tout the mainstream line or whatever and say, oh, the Earth is a globe. I'm a professor. I teach college. Blah blah blah. The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe. Blah blah blah. And then if you switch it up and start saying, oh, the Earth is flat, and continue carrying out your classes and say, oh, but by the way, the Earth is flat, then you'll have your tenure taken from you. Your pension is what basically their form of a pension. And so it's like you'll be kicked out of the gang and lose your pension because you're not behaving like the other gang members. But then if you look over on the flat earth side, can you think of any time where a flat earther starts saying, oh, well, the Earth is maybe a ball or whatever, blah, 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 and then it gets kicked out of some gang and loses some money somehow.
I don't know, bro.
It just doesn't seem the same to me. It just doesn't seem the same.
I think you're thinking a bit too deep into it, because I think, like I said, like, I've only recently gotten to flat Earth, and it just wasn't on my radar. Probably isn't on any scientist's radar, really. I mean, some of them like to like joke around with it, but like, for you, if you are a flat earther, it is on your radar because you are a flat earther, right? Like, that's going to be one of your big sort of shticks, right? And so it would be always on your radar as something that's quite big for you, right? But outside of the community, it's like, I'm sure there are people who spend a lot of time talking about aliens, right? And they genuinely believe aliens, and they're thinking like these non-believers or whatever, right? and I'm sure in the same sense that we're all kind of like we don't really care about we don't really think about alien discussion too much, right? That they think that we do think about it, we just don't want to speak to them, right? I'm sure that would be the same sort of thing. I honestly think it's probably just like not something that's big enough to be on someone's radar.
Well, no, you're not making a comparison that makes sense, because I'm talking about someone actually suffering monetarily when making the correct choice and acknowledging objective reality and talking about reality for what it is. And then, I'm just pointing out that going the other direction, you don't suffer monetarily. Like if starting tomorrow I started saying to everyone I know, oh, the Earth is a ball, the Earth is a planet. You know, the Earth is a planet. It's got a radius of 3,959 miles. If I started doing that, like there'd be no monetary
No, he's talking about
punishment
the
for me.
outcome of the choice, Britt.
Oh, right. So is he saying like if a physicist, well, there's two options here. Is he saying that if the physicist talked to a flat earther, or if he became a flat earther?
If they were arguing and for some reason, like let's say the flat earther stumped the physicist in, let's say, a huge debate, and the physicist was like, "Oh shit, you got a point." If you were to say something like this is not something you can come back from, because your career's at, I would say it hangs in the balance. Like you're saying something, especially in social media, this day and age of social media, you ain't getting away with that, man. No way, dude. This shit's gonna be blasted on every social media. Like this specific prolific person was a physics professor, came on here and debated a flat earth. The flat earther got one on him. You can't live it down, and then it'll get back around to the academia circles, and I'll be like, dude, what the fuck? Like, he'll be called in the office, be questioned, like, why did you do this? This is not, you don't have to, like, you know what I mean? And he could lose his job because he just said something outside of what what he's always been saying about in his curriculum. And so they can't afford that. That's a lot. So therefore they stick to their scripted like areas where they can't leave. It's just their curriculum. So that's why like Neil deGrasse and all them, they won't come in here for debates. They won't even come in here for a discussion because they know what happens.
I said it once. Obviously,
and wait, wait, hold on. I just want to point out this is why I was using the term gang, because I don't know if you guys know this, but oftentimes with the more violent gangs, when you join a gang, work with the gang, and then decide you want to leave the gang, you're either going to get beaten up or killed if you try to leave the gang. And in this case, they're not beating up people and killing them, but they are punishing them if they leave the gang.
Is this going for all physicists, all professors, or just physicists? Which one are we talking about here?
Both.
Because I've said this like 1,000 times, but the first ever history class I took in my undergrad, my professor said that you can't prove the Earth is a sphere.
Google is safeguarding, because I've tried like 5 different ways of like phrasing this phrase. Like basically, it's like how fast you have to spin a sphere to make it a disc, and I've phrased it like 5 or 6 different ways now, and Google will not give me even close to a solid answer.
Yeah, but like as I said, like my history professor in my first class of about 200 people, and
it's a valid question. Like, why can't it tell me why?
Said that you can't prove the Earth is a sphere, and I think probably I don't think it's actually is. I don't think that much is at stake really. I think maybe reputation's at stake, but not
yeah, that's what I've been saying, Britt, the whole time. That's what and listen, it's a stain that doesn't. Well, I'm talking about just social media aspect of it, Britt. You already know, man. You say the wrong thing in social media, they label you, they character assassinate. I mean, it's bad, dude.
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
bad
get
for a
away
reputation. If you're a physicist and your entire career is built on the idea that the Earth's a ball, and then you concede to a flat earther,
yeah,
it does look bad for your reputation.
Yeah, then it ripples, right? Let's just say it doesn't have direct implications. You're gonna lose your job right away. I'm not saying that. Over time, it becomes its own thing, and then it gets hits. It goes viral. The information, like the debate, and then soon enough, it starts. Once it becomes a point where like, all right, we gotta come into the office. We gotta address this. Now we got like 2 million hits. The video went viral. It's all over the place. Why did you say this? Now we gotta find out whether or not you're a good fit for this school, and that kind of conversation. But that's true. That can happen because you didn't need to think about it, and so the other option is just don't fuck with it. Stay away. You don't have just stay in your little ivory tower. You don't have to deal with these guys. Just fuck them. They're flat earthers anyways. They don't matter.
I think that's true because I got my postgraduate in international relations, right? And I think I have like an implicit thing where I don't mind talking about flat Earth seeming dumb when I talk about physics because I'm not a physics guy, right? I'm an international relations guy. That's where my postgrad is. But when it comes to anything to do with my discipline, I'll be very cautious about what I'll say. Right? I won't spitball about it. I'll make sure
Right.
that everything I say is as accurate as possible, and so I can't really be caught out like as someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. And I think the same would be true for a physicist, where
Yes.
when they're talking about other stuff, they'll be kind of like hoo-ha, like kind of make up whatever they want. When it comes to physics, they'll be very careful about what will come out of their mouth, right? Because
Indeed,
the
indeed.
reputation on that subject depends upon it.
And that's the truth, right? Because you understand when you reach a specific arena, like the circles that you're dealing with, these individuals, they've established themselves. So have you. But imagine, let's say, and I hate to put it in this way, but you left your ivory tower and started playing in the dirt, and for some reason you got mud all over you. You said something that was totally against what your profession was actually speaking to, and then you come back to the ivory tower, you're gonna be stained. Everybody's gonna look at you like, dude, you're not one of us anymore. Like, you thought you were hanging, but you said some pretty crazy things. And look at when everybody's gonna look at social media, they're gonna see you saying it. It's something you can't live down. So it's do you think that anybody wants to put their careers like that much at risk when they don't need to? No. That's why they are mostly inclined to say, we're not going to debate objective truths and such. That's why they don't
Yeah,
come
I'd
in it.
agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Well, with the safer bet is just that don't fuck with it. Just do what you do. You've already achieved the accolade. You're on your way. You don't need to look back, man. There's no need to go playing in the sandbox anymore. You're good.
I think it would go both ways in a way, though, because imagine a flat earther and you're a pretty big flat earther, like pretty,
Mm-hmm.
let's say, you've got a bit of a following, and your reputation is kind of like built up a little bit. But then there's a pretty clever physicist that says, I want to speak to you about a few things. You might reject that offer just on account of the fact that you might lose your audience, right? Or if you get stumped, and that's everything to
Yeah.
you. Everything's gone, right?
Yeah, I would say it this way too. Let's say that the physicist was bringing up a point that would actually go against the thing that you're talking about, and you might even lose face in that you would be like, no, we don't discuss objective reality with that physicist, so we won't entertain that. Like, you know what I mean? You could do the same thing in the opposite way, right? So, because you have you got like 3 million following, you don't want to lose that bread and butter over maybe having a
Exactly.
weird
Yeah.
conversation with this physicist. That's the same. It goes both ways, man. But you got to look at it like
Yeah.
from this. You got to look at it from the snap because listen, dude. There's prolific flat earthers that are hanging on to the globe, or excuse me, a flat Earth model of a snow globe. It's like, where did you get that? How do you know that's what it is? No, none of us in here would say lay a claim to these things. You know, like the Earth's a giant 360 pancake, with the ice wall around it. Like, but since they started down that road and now they have a following, imagine the kind of egg on their face they would have if they recanted and said, remember I told you guys when I first started as a flat earther? Now, yeah, it's not like that anymore. It's damaging. The people that were
Yeah.
following
Yeah.
were like, dude, you're fucking up,
The fact that we have so much water on this planet and that it's spinning at its supposed speed, it has to be, I used to call it flat, but like it's a fucking donut of spinning water. If the Earth is actually spinning as fast as they say it is, the globers, they say it's spinning this fast. There's no way, like, it just doesn't. I just went down a rabbit hole about like things spinning and like the amount of force it has on an object, particularly water, and it does not even take close to as much force as what they say the Earth is spinning at. So either that's bullshit or bullshit. If the Earth is spinning at the supposed speed they say it is, like, we are one giant oval of spinning water, which is basically a disc, which is quote unquote flat. Because it just does not work. It doesn't work. I'm going off of physics, and like we have to go off of physics. That's all we have. Physics and math. Like, if we can't all agree on that, then we have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Shit kind of blew my mind. Sorry for interjecting, my bad, but it's just fucking crazy. like if you have a water balloon in your hand and you like hold it from one end and you spin a circle, all that water is gonna go like to the outside of that water balloon, and eventually if you keep spinning, it's just gonna like break. But kind of the same thing, but with Earth, and then this gravity or force or whatever you want to call it, holding everything in, even though we're still spinning, which is making it be this giant disc.
And that's how simple it is. You know, just thinking about that tells you everything. You don't have to really just to concentrate on that, and how good you have a water ball spinning is absurd.
Yeah, it literally.
It's absurd.
It is. It's like it might have worked like in the. I mean, everyone nowadays is so smart. Everyone is so fucking smart. Like people, like say 100 years ago, even the like one of the like not the dumbest people, like but like someone that's like people would call dumb. That's not very smart. Like they're 10, 20, 30 times smarter than like what people like 100, 200 years ago would say is smart. Like people now, everyone's smart. Everyone's smart as fuck. Everyone can read, write, do math. Like fucking everyone now is smart. Like fuck.
You hear something happening, and I don't know if people have paid attention to this, but people are. You remember the idea that how cool it would be to merge with AI and you become a part of like the next step of evolution. You know, synthesizing your mind to be a part of like a digital realm. You know, you upload your consciousness and whatnot and what have you. So you have this idea that now what's merging is people's minds with AI. And now I'll give you an example. Like when we have conversations with people in this arena, people don't just look up information anymore. They ask Bard or Siri or Alexa or any other AI. Siri, what is this and this and this and this? And they get the answer.
Yeah.
Right? So when you start to think about it, we're not talking to them anymore. They've already given that up. They've just easily searched it up on the on one of these bots, and then they're just reading out what the bot's saying. So they gave up. They're not thinking about things anymore. It's easier just to ask one of these bots. And soon enough, their voice will be replaced with something as a bot voice. And then later on, they're going to be trying to see if they can. I'm telling you, it's the new paradigm where people are just going to want to rather upload their mind to a cloud and just live like that. This is crazy, right?
There's a
You
show
think it's
on
crazy.
Amazon Prime. It's called Upload. It's literally what you're
Yeah.
describing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to go into conspiracies, but David Icke spoke about that very thing years ago. About
But
you
yeah,
know how he's got the kid, he's got everyone addicted to. Sorry, mate, go on.
Yeah, that shit scares the fuck out of me. Fuck that.
Yeah, but
dude. I
well,
don't
it's
like
happening. Ben, it's happening in real time. I was gonna just tell one deck. Don't you see when they come in here, they're like looking it up on Bard, and you get the answer Bard
it.
would
You
give
can
you.
tell
Or
though. You can tell when someone's reading it straight off of Google. You know.
yeah. So what are we contending with? Either people's knowledge
Yeah.
about it or Bard.
Yeah, you're right. I've had them on platforms where they actually they're asking AI what I'm asking them, and you can hear AI in the background on the computer telling them the answer.
Yep.
That's why when I do it, like I'll tell people like I don't actually know. I'm gonna Google it just to let you know like whatever I'm gonna say is I'm reading from the computer.
Yeah, that's
I don't
old
like that
school.
shit.
That's
That's what
too
I do all the
slow.
time now.
People
Yeah.
need faster, quicker. They want to be in this arena and have something to say.
Yeah.
So
True.
yeah, they're not gonna do. That's wasting time. They'd rather just do it like with one deck. If they're challenging him, they're just gonna let the bot do it. You know.
Yeah. Exactly. It's kind of sad, but I mean, if you
Well,
don't know, I guess.
Well, what's happening to your mind once you stop thinking? You're not thinking anymore. The bot's doing it for you. What happens to your mind? It's like with your muscles. What happens when you stop using your muscles?
Yeah. But they say if you don't use it, you lose it.
Well, yeah. But whenever they take you out of the realm, let's say you don't electricity goes out. There's no way to talk to the bot. And then what would you do in an arena where you think that you knew something and you didn't know? How can you search it up when you don't have an option to look it up? It's just gonna be
really
fucked up, right?
It's so fucked up, but I low key want something like that to happen, where everyone has to just like get set back like 100 years and like forage for themselves, like camping style basically, hunt and like try and survive. Like It sounds so fucked up, but I low key want that to happen.
And what do
Or
you
like,
think would happen in that moment that, let's say, an EMP, you know what I mean, like would take
yeah,
out the electricity? The fuck, dude, everybody,
It's
it
gonna
would
be
be
straight chaos, purge on the
fucking
yeah.
streets.
Oh, it would
dude.
be the
Good
fucking
luck.
purge. Like,
You
holy
no,
shit.
you think it would be the purge? It would be worse. It wouldn't
Yeah.
even be that, because you know, at least in that you have roving gangs and some people that had like some semblance of like, you know, order. Everybody would be fucking like, because there's nobody that has the I would say this: the country boys, the people that are out there living already the life, they have
Yeah,
at least a knowledge. They're one leg
yeah.
up.
Well,
But
I'm a
the rest
farm
of the
boy,
people,
and I have my whole
fucking
family's
dude,
all farmers. But yeah, that's the only reason
city.
I say that, kind of.
If you're city, if you're in the city, there's no
Yeah.
fucking. And I'm just highlighting the fact that when people come in here in this arena, they're not. There's no thought. There's no. You don't critically think about shit. You're just repeating anything the bot says, and you laugh everything. Everything's funny to you, but it's not so funny when you realize that your cognitive abilities and your critical thinking are all you have.
Yeah,
Like
and
that's
then
it.
if something like that happened, like all that is shit. It's nothing goes out the window. It's like you need street smarts,
Yep.
physicality, and like know how to like survive. Like which, like you said, city folk they don't have that. Like
There's a book. There's a book written like in the night.
There's this book.
There's this book written in the 1900s about 7 meals, I think it is, or it's something just something less than 10, or maybe whatever, somewhere around there, about how many meals it is to anarchy. And over the time, they updated the book until now it's 1 meal to anarchy. That's it. Once the supply chain cuts and you just can't walk to the grocery store or drive to the grocery store and get anything you need, it's 1 meal to anarchy. That's all it would take. They said before there could be a disruption, there could be a war, there could be attack, there could be a nuclear strike. There's enough back supply that the society could keep functioning until government's able to restore order.
That is so true. And even though that same thing, like even though we think we can do that, like when COVID hit here in Canada, there was like a toilet paper like shortage. Everyone bought
you got
fucking
this. Wait,
all
hold
the
on,
toilet paper.
hold on.
You could not buy toilet paper.
Too.
It was fucked.
Okay.
I have a weird angle on this. Go ahead, but I have a weird angle.
Yeah,
on
hold
this
on. Moderation note. Yeah, you can't talk about that topic at all in any context. Okay, you can say something along the lines like, "Hey, in 2020 there was a toilet paper shortage," but that's it. You can't use any other words or anything. It's all flagged. I'll tell you how bad it is. There's like this guy who was playing some sort of futuristic space game where he had some weapon that fired some sort of plasma beam, and it was called one of the layers of the atmosphere of the sun. And his whole YouTube channel got deleted for medical misinformation. He's like, what the fuck, right? I'm playing a video game, and my whole channel got deleted.
Well, like, let's not go into it any further.
No, I'm just saying, do not use those. If you use those words, there's no choice but to not have you talk for a while. So because I can't trust you to be like logical and reasonable with this, because you can't. We are broadcasting on YouTube.
If you guys are right now.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I bring up feminism at all? Is that a weird one? Because I had a weird.
It's not the topic.
No, well, I had a weird angle on the like 1 meal to anarchy thing, though. That's all.
Oh yeah, if you want to, we're kind of like in the periphery of that. So let's see where you go with it, but don't go too far off the reservation.
Well, yeah, I'll try not to cut me off if I do. But I do think that this is very cringy, but there's a lot of young Gen Z dudes that are just not getting out into the dating market right now. And there's less men having sexual relations, and I don't narrow it down to that. I think love and families is the most important thing, but there's less males having luck in the dating market than women are. And I do think that if having a meal and having a roof are important priorities for human beings, sex has to be amongst one of those biological imperatives, obviously. Not at those levels, right? But they are kind of imperatives. And I think one of the most ready to have anarchy people, the most revolutionary group, if I could put it in that way. That's kind of cringy itself, but the most revolutionary group would probably be those groups of young men. What do you think about that?
Well, it has nothing to do with a flat Earth. So
Yeah, we'll just skip.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't.
well, thanks for well said, and put that in a different conversation bucket because yeah, the whole male man woman issues and stuff, and like it's a totally different thing than
Yeah,
what
I
we're
mean,
talking about. It's generally what you'd say is like just the idea of manhood and the idea of feminism or being masculine and feminine. These things are suddenly up for debate now, which kind of goes to the point where when flat earthers talk about the really is level, and that's all the farther really to go with it.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, I understand how it can go off the rails, so no worries. I just think the more you push down on dissent, not you guys, but the more that the platforms vis-a-vis the government, most likely, I can't prove that, but it seems to be the case, right? The more you're going to see discontent and alienation amongst certain groups of people that are already facing a lot of alienation economically and socially. The more that they're going to be pressured into echo chambers or whatever else you want to call them, which aren't necessarily bad or good. The more you're going to see just these people being more disenfranchised by their country and less aligned with the outcomes they see in the institutions that are giving them any kind of opportunity to.
Can you draw the analogy with flat Earth for me?
Well, if social integration is a sphere, social integration is a flat plane area, then what's going on is a sphere, and everybody's being rounded off to the bottom in Antarctica. I don't know. I'm just trying to find a witty way of summarizing it.
No, yeah, it's good that you got some ideas you're talking about, but you clear how it's not a topic for this channel.
Do you have any globe proof while you're at it, Cyberson?
Say one more time.
Do you have any globe proof while you're at it? Any proof for your globe?
A preferred globe?
No, for your globe. Proof for your globe. Proof. Proof.
Proof for my globe?
Yeah.
Globa homo.
Okay, well, I guess not.
The neoliberal order.
Were you up in the other channels and got kind of beat up and thought you'd come down here and maybe be more chill, or what's the motivation for clicking on this channel?
I heard you talk. I mean, I just got out of the other channel because I was in the LGBTQ channel and they were just like, gay, 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 gay. I was like, okay, that's interesting. Not interested. And I was like, in here, and I heard you talking about the 1 mil to revolution. I was like, I know exactly that narrative.
Oh, it's anarchy. 1 mil to anarchy.
Yeah, 1 mil to anarchy thing, and I can vibe with that. That's exactly what I'm on.
I mean, for a while too, there was this idea about it's illegal to collect your own rainwater that falls in your property. Like they hit all these city ordinances about having vegetable gardens in your backyard. And at first, people complied.
Florida or Arizona.
Yeah, at first people complied because they just were like, oh, whatever, I guess I'll do that. I guess I'll, it's so I don't seem to be a problem with it. It kind of isn't that big a deal to me. I'm not really paying attention to my vegetable garden anyway. The majority of it gets eaten by rabbits or whatever. And then when they started saying, you know what, you can't do it. It's actually a crime. We're going to have police officers walking through your backyard and shit. It's like, whoa, no, you cannot come on my property without a warrant. And they're like, all right, well, certainly what we'll do now is we'll just fly drones over the neighborhood and just issue you tickets. And then people, this is the concept here I'm going for, is the more they squeeze, the less control they end up having. They can only squeeze so hard before they lose all control.
Exactly. And I mean, you're actually just stealing resources from Coca-Cola processing plants, and why should they not sell you back the same thing you can get from your backyard? I mean, it should be privatized, just like air.
It's not even that, right? It's not even that. Like, I think those things are all well and good, right? They want to come and say like you can't do that or like collect your own rainwater. That's fine. I think there are more like fundamental things which are even weirder. Where imagine your ancestors, or however far back you think history is, whether you think 6,000 years or 100,000 years, however long you think humans have been around. At no stage up until the last 50 years have we ever been in a situation where there was no such thing as a private conversation, right? You can never, like, the idea of talking to another person and it being just between the two people having that conversation, that's disappeared and will never come back. And I think
Well, in
that's
the,
terrifying, right? It's a
well, in the
terrifying
last
reality.
well, in the last 50
What?
years, you'd have to be pretty high priority to like not have a private conversation necessarily, right? For most people, like it
Well,
takes a
think
lot
about
of
where conversations take place, right? Like these days, right?
phones and stuff.
Yeah,
But like
phones,
in the last
on
20
the
years, I
computer.
would say, right? In the
Yeah.
last 20 years at least. Okay, I agree with the last 20 years. Because otherwise you're having like CIA people outside of your window on your tree and stuff like that. That didn't work out too well in the 50s. It could on a massive level to some degree, I'm sure, but not necessarily. But now in the last 20 years, absolutely, and probably the last
That's an
30.
insane thing, right? Like, just think about the idea that, go back to your ancestor 100 years ago, right? Like,
Well,
if they were told that most of your communication, if not virtually almost all of it,
I,
even when you're not typing on your phone, right? You
that's
just have your phone with you. That everything you've just said there has been um like stored as data, right?
that is a scary proposition, knowing what the government
It's not even
is.
just the government, like it's just anyone, right? Data
Oh,
miners, government, private companies, whatever you want to say.
well, the government could also use third-party private companies, and those private companies work through the government. So, I mean, which way or the other, it's still pretty dangerous. Uh, but whatever power that is, oh, okay, I got my food delivery. Sorry. Um, it, yeah, it is a dangerous proposition to know that they could just like create an AI model off of everything you're thinking and build a network based on all your keywords and figure out your social network specifically by the times you log on and everything. Yeah, that's all there. I'm not too worried about that in general though. Not that it's not worrying, but um it's just a fact that we've never really like back in the early days, there was never such a conception as private being a private person. In the medieval times, especially, like as an example, like you lived in a house of like five other people for multiple generations. You had to have sex in that same house with all those people. Um, like that's just the way it was for the majority of people. So I'm not interested necessarily, not dismissing your
No, no,
worries
no,
about being a
no.
private
Like you're
person.
misunderstanding, right? Like, look, yeah, okay, communities and communitarian sort of like societies were different, but at the end of the day, if you wanted to pass on information from one individual to another, the main line of the conversation would take place somewhere in the woods or somewhere where no one's around, right?
Well, it
Somewhere,
didn't.
somewhere where no one is around doesn't really exist anymore. You know?
Yeah, I'm just being a little bit particular because I think is a misconception on the side of a lot of libertarians that I know that I respect. um their issue with this private thing, and I just want to be clear about, like, it's not just being private, it's just the fact that the highest levels of the government have your fucking information, or these private companies that could also work with the government have your information. It doesn't matter if you're a good person, a bad person, doing the right legal thing or the wrong thing. It literally just comes down to a matter of like, oh
Okay,
well, now
I'm
they.
gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna say one more thing because I think like the flat Earth thing needs to come back, right? But the idea of a panopticon, like you know what a panopticon is? You have God Tower in the middle. The gods can see all of you. You can't see the gods. The prisoners behave feeling like they've been watched. And now the reason
Yeah.
why privacy is important is and not feeling like you're being watched or listened to is because the way you will behave as a human will be completely regimented and you will fit into some sort of conformity, assuming you're always being listened to and watched, right? That's why we have CCTV
Yeah.
cameras everywhere. That's why every phone can pick up just words that you're saying, even if you're not using it, right? So yes, there is a massive, massive change in the dynamic of how we are as people, right? Because we do feel like we're always being watched, even if we don't consciously think it, right? It's just like a panopticon, right?
Well, okay, but I'm sorry to be very absolutely particular. I actually agree with the larger point and why you're bringing this up, but I will say just some things like that's why there were such severe like death sentences back in the day, like why they would burn somebody alive or something like this or torture them in public, is to get this idea across. Like, well, we can't pretend like we know what you're doing, but if we figure it out, you're fucked. You know, so that amount of power was displayed in the public sphere at that level. It doesn't have to be now because we can just imply you'll go to prison.
Okay, well, I feel like we should get back onto the flat Earth at some point.
Is someone mimicking something?
Mocha Regano is.
What?
You're hot micing, we can hear.
My
Anyway, yeah, flat Earth. Any globers in chat?
I would say I'm a Glober, but
I'm not a Glober, but not a flat earther either. But I will say, I'll bring something up that maybe you guys can further discuss. I saw something the other day that in Canada, there's a volcano there, and they had just discovered an overabundance of helium-3, which is a specific isotope of helium, which isn't created in the Earth like most of the helium we have. And so, anyways, they're using it as evidence for the hypothesis of the creation of the Earth, like of the 4 billion-year-old
What?
creation of the Earth, and
So excuse
how do
me,
they
mate.
prove
So
it
excuse
wasn't
me.
from here?
You're talking,
Can I
crackers,
just ask-
mate.
Can I just ask you a question, mate? If you're not a glober or a flat earther, do you mind asking me? Can I ask what you are?
I'm a baller.
Baller,
sorry?
that's a pretty good.
Is it a baller? In my opinion, there's anti-flat earthers, there's globers, there's ballers, there's everybody else. But I think they're different.
Wait, so what's the difference?
You know who Nate Payne Nassashil is? Well, if you do know who he is, I'd say people like him are like globers. And then there's people who have extreme hate for the flat Earth that say those are anti-flat earthers.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Right,
Ballers,
so
you know.
Matthew Learns would be a baller, and I'm sorry. Matthew Learns would be a glober, and I would be a baller. That makes sense. Okay.
Wait, so you can hate something without disproving it?
What do you mean disprove it?
The flat Earth.
Oh, falsify the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Who's talking right now? Any globers in chat want to give me their ball proof?
That's a glober.
It's like
Eclipses.
it's like the anti-flat earther is what they've done is they've created this sort of super villain in their worldview. They see the world's fucked up. They see that it's not what they were promised. The heliocentric model, like this age of enlightenment. Like they watch sci-fi shows and Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Coming, Star Man, and they expected a better civilization than what they had now, a more secular, a more logic and reason world. So instead of thinking about that and trying to reflect on why the world isn't what it was promised to be, they made flat earthers a scapegoat and then make a world even more sad and small than what it currently is. It's a race to the bottom.
And I think the anti-flat earthers are flat earthers.
What does that mean?
Basically, anti-flat earthers are flat earthers.
Are they?
They can't handle it.
Are you saying flat earthers can't handle it?
Anti-flat earthers are flat earthers.
Yeah, but you're
who
saying
can't
that. Who
accept,
can't handle it? Oh, okay.
They can't accept the truth.
I see.
Well,
Fight the flat Earth is
I
an
mean,
anti-flat Earth for sure.
If the Earth was flat, I mean, sorry to be corny, but it's like that Jimi Hendrix track. If 6 was 9, I'll be fine. I don't really give a damn if the Earth is flat or not. My life won't change too drastically because of that. but the implications of the political institutions and everything else, that'll change. Maybe people are so they believe in the institutions and whatnot, their political and scientific institutions to a degree where they can't really
Yeah, but
understand
I
their
mean,
lives outside of the context.
it might just be part of a big cycle, like the the Great Year, 25,000 year cycle, where we're just on the cusp of another, flat Earth awakening. It's not going to happen instantly, but we're part of it. It could take another number of years. How many? I don't know.
Well, I think the most convincing arguments of the flat Earth part come from the questioning of the validity of the political bias within science and the scientific institutions and the political implications of that at the time that it was presented. Like that is really convincing stuff. But even outside of that, I don't need to be even a flat earther to really be convinced that there is political bias in these institutions, despite there not being a flat earth or there being a flat earth or whatever the case may be.
Okay, let's cut to the chase, Abison. What's your ball proof?
My proof?
Yeah, for the Earth being.
Yeah, you've been rambling.
I mean, I don't have any proof.
So you came to talk about nothing?
Do you have any reason for thinking you have a ball?
I just think
it's a
it'd be
belief.
like,
Then it's a belief system.
Well, no.
well, I feel like it'd be jumping the gun for me to say that the Earth is flat. It's just like I don't know. Like I'd have to be pretty in the know of what you guys can lay down scientifically, and I don't have that level of knowledge.
You asking?
It's not scientifically. It's nothing to do with science, like the shape of the Earth. It's
okay.
Geometry, and
that's also not
true.
Know. One deck, you're falling apart right now.
What am I going? Is my reception bad?
Yes, it is. You're cutting out. Also, I was talking over you, which might have confounded the issue.
I mean, is it possible to have a horizon on a globe?
I just want to address one thing you said. One deck. It can be a scientific issue. Obviously, geometry is not scientific, but we're not just playing with geometry here, right? We're playing with physics as well, right? Things would be simpler if it was just geometry.
So, is it possible to have a horizon on a globe?
A horizon, where the sky meets the Earth, yeah.
So how's that then? How do you get a horizon on a globe?
It's just an observation, right?
That's your answer?
What else is there to add to
it?
The actual
just an observation, not physical then.
Well, if you're asking, what I think you're trying to angle for is, does the horizon have to be congruent with a geometric curve? And my answer to that would be no.
Question: Is the horizon apparent or geometric?
I think I answered that question just a second ago.
I didn't hear. What was the answer?
I said I don't think that the geometric curve has to be congruent with a horizon.
So you're telling me you can get?
That doesn't answer my question, though.
No, but I'm not finished. You said you could get a horizon? Is it possible to have a horizon on a curve? Yes or no?
Yes.
How?
What do you mean?
How?
Well, when the sky meets the Earth, why would that be problematic?
Explain.
Let me help you, buddy. I think.
No, you don't need.
I think you mean to point out to them that it needs to be horizontal, right? You understand that horizon is horizontal?
Well, I think that's just a word, right? And horizon doesn't have to be perfectly horizontal.
So then what does the word mean?
Well, horizon comes from horizontal, right? But
so then what does it mean?
But I think in reality, you don't need to have that word be exact, right? It can be a ballpark sort of idea. It looks horizontal, therefore, it's a horizon.
Why would I be average when I can be exact?
The definition of horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's a word that describes a visual anomaly. Something.
Cheers, bro. I already said that.
Yeah, I just want to provide the actual definition.
No, I said it.
So you're saying it's apparent then, Britt? You're saying the horizon is apparent.
He's
Affirmative.
saying it's curved. He's saying it's
No.
curved.
Okay, let's absolutely iron out what I just said, right? The horizon is always apparent, right? Always. But if there is a curve, it can be congruent with or incongruent with a horizon. It doesn't have to be congruent.
So is horizon curved?
I think I've just answered that question, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is the
So are
horizon
you trying to
curved?
say that the Earth is curved, but we can't see it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Say that again. Sorry.
Are you trying to say that the Earth is curved, but we can't see it?
Well, I think sometimes you can't see it if it is curved.
Why is the education system and the media promoting this idea?
Oh
to
no,
children
he's back.
That you can see boats going over a physical curve if that's not what it is. Why are they doing that?
Sorry, who's saying what?
Why are the media and education system promoting an idea to children that they know the Earth is a ball because they can see boats going over a curve of a horizon?
Ring up the media and ask them.
Well, I'm asking why you think it is.
If I was going to spitball an answer, I'd say that people who are use the word "no" colloquially, right, and they don't actually mean it in like a deep philosophical sense. And when they talk about boats going over the horizon, they use that as an inferential claim, not so much a proof.
No, they've said we've known the Earth is round for thousands of years. Aristotle watched the boats go over the curve.
Yeah,
They
but like
don't think
"no"
it's pure
here is a
bottom up.
colloquial "no," right? Like
Going
I
over
could
a curve.
know things, right? Like that. I don't.
Yeah, it
like,
was
I
kind
could
of a
know things-
rhetorical question, Britt. You already know. It's because they're propagandizing and brainwashing children into believing the Earth is a spinning ball, same way you were.
Well,
so don't give me that shit. You
well,
already know.
Yeah, but when I
Stop
say,
pretending.
I mean,
Don't
look,
be coy.
that sounds more speculative. I think that "no" could just be like, have you ever used the word "no" and not really meant it in a philosophical "no"? That I have a, true.
I don't really care to discuss the meaning of no. It's simply about why the mainstream is propagandizing the youth into thinking that boats disappearing bottom up is somehow proof that we live on a spinning giant testicle in a vacuum.
It's not a testicle. There would be two of them if it was a testicle.
Oh, there could be a singular testicle.
Why do we
That
always
would be
have to talk about
testicles.
testicles?
The moon.
Hey,
The moon.
they said the moon was pulling the Earth.
Testicle is not plural, I'm afraid, my friend.
Yeah, but they would be
Might put
in
that up.
pairs. They always come in pairs. All right.
Not
Tell
always,
that to the one bald ballers.
I guess the
Anyway,
moon could be the other one, but
I didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
So the reason why I believe that there's a globe is because I'm not convinced that there's really that deeply embedded of ideological dispute in the institutions to suppose that they would falsify all of science to come to this conclusion.
I would
I'm
suggest
not-
that you haven't
Wait,
studied
which
the
science?
history of science and the question of heliocentrism and geocentrism and the dispute between the globe and the flat Earth that's been going on for hundreds of years now. I'd suggest you haven't seen the history properly.
No,
That's the
Because that's what they're all arguing about. That's
affirmation
what they've
right
been
now.
debating about for hundreds of years.
I just from the standpoint right now, it would undermine a lot of science, wouldn't it? Though.
No, there is literally zero science for the globe, so it wouldn't undermine anything. The globe attempts to undermine observable reality, which is a flat, motionless Earth. The observable reality that we all experience does not undermine any science, because science is based on the natural observable world. It may undermine the rhetoric and pseudoscience that we're taught that supports the globe. It may undermine the US military's fantasy videos that they show to the sci-fi fans, but it doesn't undermine real science, and it supports observable reality.
Well, so is it possible, if I may cut in here really quick, is it possible to suggest that through instruments, right, through the instruments that we've designed, such as telescopes and the like, right, we can look upon.
Guitar?
I'm sorry.
Like a guitar? I'm joking.
No,
Carry on.
no.
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
So is it possible that, for example, we look upon the rest of our solar system, right? We see that the objects are all rotating, or I should say moving around a central point, or more or less a central point, such as Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, etc., right? Exoplanets. We see them, and we see that they're also they also appear to be circular, if not spherical, because we can see
But you
multiple
said
faces
circular.
of some of them.
I don't know about that. I mean, you started with, we can look at our solar system, right? So you're already assuming a framework for what it is that you're observing with those lights in the sky. So you don't know that, right? I mean, I would say you need to start from scratch, right? Remove these concepts that you've been shown on TV and in the textbooks, and just start from bare observation and what you can actually know from that observation. And when you think about it very critically, observing the lights in the sky does not confirm to us this heliocentric solar system idea that they've fed to us. And in actuality, if you listen to the astronomers and the physicists, they'll tell you themselves, we have a viewpoint that could be geocentric or heliocentric, right? Depending on what your philosophy is, basically. So when you're talking about a central point, you can observe us as that central point. And this has been a massive dispute in science for hundreds of years now, right? Geocentrism versus heliocentrism.
Okay,
so
so
I
what
would
is it
say,
called?
no,
100% agree.
you can't use instrumentation. You can't use instrumentation to prove the globe, I would say. No, it doesn't exist.
But bear with me there, because I wasn't quite finished. But I did want to point out here, right? So you're using the observations of humans from whichever perspective that humans exist upon, right?
That's the only
I.e.,
perspective we have.
let's say our perspective right here. We look up into the sky with a telescope, and what do we see, right? If we both look at the same point in the sky, well, first I have to ask, you're in a different part of the world, right? I'm in Arizona.
Get on with it. Come on.
I'm in your cupboard.
Come on. Lights in the sky. Lights in the sky.
Well,
twinkle, twinkle, little star. Come on.
So, presuming that you and I are on separate portions of the globe, if we both look at Mars at the same time as it's visible, well, okay, fair enough. On the Earth, sorry, habit, right? If we both look at Mars from the Earth at different points on the Earth, then you and I are going to see two very different things. You will not see the same thing that I see because, for example, it may be nighttime where I'm at and it may be daytime where you're at. You can still potentially see Mars, though it might be difficult given the coloration of the sky, but it may be possible, especially with a powerful enough telescope. You will see a different face of Mars than I will, if you could see it at all.
I'm not being funny, mate. I've zoomed into Mars and it doesn't look spherical. It just looks like some sort of light moving about.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I mean, even with a good scope, you're pressed to get much more detail than a small reddish-orange blob of light. So I wouldn't be making any hard claims as to what that is that we're even observing. And I would say that anything we are observing is being observed above a flat and motionless Earth, which is all we have evidence for.
Yeah, we need to come back down to Earth, lads.
Well, so what evidence would you posit that Earth is flat and motionless?
There's
That's how we observe it. I feel that. That's what I'm feeling right now.
That's how we
Hold
observe
on, I'm telling you. Yeah, there's no curvature and there's no motion, except in earthquakes. Then you'll feel some motion. But if you want to say, no, that's not true, tell me who measured curvature, tell me who measured motion.
Well, that's a good question, but ultimately, I would continue down the line of questioning then as to, okay, so if we have, for example, tectonic plates, what is it that creates magnetic force? Because we can arguably demonstrate.
So you're jumping onto something totally different now. So the question was, how do you know it's flat and motionless? Which I would take to be, right, how do you know it's not a ball in motion? I'm telling you, it's because there's no detection of curvature, and a ball needs curvature, and there's no detection of motion, and a ball in motion requires motion. Do you understand?
Of course. I mean, at least at the elementary principles here, right?
Right. So your response to that should be absolutely not. There has to be curvature and there has to be motion because I believe we are on a spinning ball.
No, I know.
Not necessarily.
Well, I'm just gonna bypass that.
No,
and just
necessarily.
talk about something else. These are the fundamental physical aspects of the ball we're told we live on: curvature and motion. So we need that proven.
Yeah, come on, mate.
Well, here's where I was going though, right?
Prove the curve. Hit us up.
No, magnetic fields and tectonic plate speculation. That is not going to tell you anything. You need the curvature. You need the motion.
Perhaps, but I wasn't necessarily asking or
perhaps,
trying to prove the spherical
100%,
Earth
not
model
perhaps.
here, right? So what I was.
Well, that's what we were interested in. We were interested
Oh,
in
of course,
whether
of
or
course.
not the Earth is a spinning ball. And
Well,
it's not.
so what I was getting
That's
to
the
though,
point.
right? So if we know how magnetic fields are generated, because we can do it here on
We
Earth,
wasn't
right? We
talking
can
about
create.
magnetic fields, mate. We wasn't
Bear with
talking
me.
about magnetic
Bear with me,
fields.
because I will wrap this back
No,
around.
no. We was waiting for your proof. of
Yeah.
the globe.
Okay, finish it off. If it's not relating to curve or motion, then we're just going to bypass it. Okay, carry on.
So if we're capable of creating magnetic fields, and those magnetic fields do appear spherical, and they do happen to propagate themselves in the physical realm as a repulsion force that's not equivalent in its repulsion in all angles or all points on its cone of dispersion there, right? Depending on
Suffering
whether
one.
you're talking positive or negative. How is it,
Wouldn't
for
it be more
example,
of a
that the
toroidal
aurora
field?
borealis? Sorry.
Wouldn't it be more of a toroidal field than a sphere? But
No, it
carry
does
on.
very much appear in spherical terms, i.e., the positive force is going to wrap down from the central point of said, most usually magnet, and then the negative force is going to wrap up from the again the bottom portion of the magnet.
I would say if you put down some metal filings, filings down next to a magnet, you'd see that the field is toroidal. But okay, regardless, whatever you think a magnetic field does, whatever you think the aurora borealis is, that's not curvature of the surface. That's not motion of the surface. So it isn't going to tell you whether it's close or
So
or
I
not.
didn't actually get to finish with the perspective of the
fine.
magnetic
Finish
field
off, finish
distribution.
off.
So if, for example, we know that the magnetic fields disperse themselves in spherical form, of which can be demonstrated by use of plasma, especially containment fields, right? It's the best demonstration of this. Then how is it, for example, that the aurora borealis does not transmit itself in a flat form if, for example, the Earth is in fact flat in accordance to its magnetic fields, which is what contains the aurora borealis?
But I thought it did.
Yeah, totally nonsensical question. I'm sorry to say, not to be offensive to you, but yeah, the aurora borealis, like the lights in the sky, again, they could happen on any kind of Earth. I mean, you're not looking at the aurora borealis saying, "Oh, look, that's a spherical shaped light." That's not what we observe. We observe like ribbons or waves, if anything, of light. So it doesn't tell us that the ground is curved or if it's flat. So it's a non sequitur. Yeah.
Not necessarily. So the way that the aurora borealis actually shapes itself follows directly the magnetic field of the Earth.
Right, but not the curve of the Earth.
The curve of the Earth follows I should say the magnetic field follows the curvature of the Earth because of its origin point. It must.
It cannot do. Why?
What curve?
Because there is no curvature of the Earth. That's the point.
What curve?
So your argument is flawed in its base assumption. You think
magnetic fields can't exist on a two-dimensional plane,
curve
though.
of the Earth. No one said it was two-dimensional. Listen.
What
well,
curve?
Presumptive flat with no curves. That would.
You can't. Okay. So this can only happen on a curve. Surface. Well, in that case, we have to be able to detect curvature. So who measures curvature?
I assume at this point we could actually. We could potentially do so.
Right.
We have, for example,
Well,
airplanes that can fly high enough that we would be able to get up into the upper threshold
That's not
of
a
the
measurement.
atmosphere.
That's an observation.
Okay, so show us the best measurement that's been done to confirm curvature of the Earth corresponding to the size of the ball they say we live on. Who did that? When and how?
Let's see.
Oh, ask AI.
Yeah, don't chat GPT on this.
Well, if I recall correctly from just the historical perspective, it would have been measured from New Alexandria initially based on the Pythagorean theorem.
Eratosthenes, yeah.
Yeah.
They were ancients, mate. They didn't know what they was doing.
But
But even then,
I mean,
the
maybe
ancients
you won't
also
know
built
this
pyramids.
right, but maybe you won't know this if you haven't really looked into it, but he assumed a globe. He didn't measure any curve, right? And it works on both globe or flat, depending what you assume. So that doesn't prove it either way. What we need is a direct measurement of the surface that's dropping due to curvature. Not an assumption of it, not a calculation of it, a measurement, a detection, a direct detection. So could you find who did that?
It would have been Eratosthenes.
No, no, no.
That's
He
who's
assumed
being accredited for it.
I know they say on Google, but if you read a bit further, you will hear them say, well, actually, this works on a flat Earth too, depending on your assumption about the surface and the distance of the sun and the light rays that it's emitting, right? So you won't know that because you've maybe not looked into it, but that's the case. So Eratosthenes sticks in the ground from thousands of years ago, even though they tell us that flat Earth is the archaic one. We must have something better. It's 2023. It can't be Greek guy with sticks. Surely. A
Yeah, when was
university.
the
NASA.
Why must that be true?
How's
That's
it measured
basically
now?
the assumption that it's incorrect, in which case I've yet to hear anyone ever posit evidence that it's thoroughly incorrect. Now, questions, sure, but questions in itself doesn't necessarily purport evidence.
That it works on both depending on your assumptions, and that's admitted by the globe side.
Wait, so what was the assumption then that was effectively made on Eratosthenes' part?
So he measured the.
I'll tell you.
Your mic is I was gonna say your mic is very weak and cutting out.
Yeah, he presupposed the globe, mate. When he got his angle 500 stadia away from the well, he got an angle of 7.2 degrees. Then he divided it into 360 degrees. Where did he get his 360 degrees from?
Because we know that that's what a sphere is, right?
Well,
so the presumption there, I suppose, would be that it's a globe.
He didn't know the Earth.
However,
was a
where
sphere.
else would it fit?
He didn't know the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, it was a presupposition.
He didn't know the Earth was a sphere.
That was proven out mathematically at that point.
No. He didn't know the Earth was a sphere. He was trying to determine that. Now, why did he divide 7.2 into 360 degrees if he didn't know what shape the Earth was?
Because it was a hypothesis of the instantiation of the proposition, right?
Yes. Better put than I would have put it, but yes.
So it's a presupposition.
That was proven via mathematics.
Yeah,
Basic
it was
mathematics.
a hypothesis.
So how was it measured then? How do we know the Earth is a curve?
Because it works. So mathematics
if you take
with that
measurements,
if you take, for example,
I believe
the stick in the ground, right, and you have a shadow casted upon that stick.
7.2
Pythagorean
degrees.
theorem mandates that a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? Yeah. And so in order to determine the angle of the points determined by the shadow and the stick, he measured those in an angular terms,
and then he
to determine
it into
7.8 degrees of
7.2. 7.2
or 7.2 degrees, right?
Yeah, and then he divided
dependent
the
on where the
into
sun was casting the shadow from.
Yeah. Then he divided it into 360. Why did he do that? Where did he get the 360
I love that you said that though, because I was literally going to just say sundial, but then you went
just
on
to
that.
be clear, one deck. I mean, are you aware of Goal's incompleteness theorems?
I'm aware that he had to use 360, and I want to know why.
Are you aware of Gödel's incompleteness theorems?
Are you aware that he made up a 360 degrees?
So, yeah.
No,
so there's certain presuppositions in mathematics that can't be
You're
proven.
saying Eratosthenes measured the Earth. No, he didn't. He measured an angle, and he presupposed a 360 degrees sphere. That's what he did.
Because I was going to say because sundial, because they had this thing called a sundial, and they used the sundial, and they
to tell time.
watched the shadows, but then judging by those shadows when it came back around, then they
that's
knew.
an angle. That's an angle from flat Earth, mate. So where did the 360 degrees come from? Why did he divide it into 360?
Because if he's trying to posit the idea that the sun is the central point of the solar system, i.e., we all rotate or I should say move around its gravimetric forces, and that the Earth happens to be similar in composition in its methodology, right? I.e., it's a sphere because of gravimetric forces and the way that they all want to they want to combine mass into a central point, which I would represent as in this case order. you would want you would want all
What?
atoms, all mass to be
No.
equivalent to 1 point.
No, that's a load of bollocks, mate. You're
No,
talking.
because
only-
back then they thought that Earth
What
was
do
the
you say?
center of the universe, and they thought everything rotated around
Dude,
us,
did you think
which
the
is a
ancient
circle.
Greeks were? You guys, hold on.
And
You
they
guys
had
were,
the
are
sundial, and the
confused.
sundial proved that
You guys are
things are rotating
confused
around us.
if you think the ancient Greeks were all heliocentric, you're confused. They were
I don't.
geocentric.
Majority
I know they were.
Even when they talk.
17th century,
Well, you just said no. You just said well because he's trying to assert that the sun is the central point of rotation. He wasn't asserting that. They were all
No, he was
geocentric.
trying to assert that there was similarity betwixt the Earth and other planets out in the solar
No, he
system.
wasn't.
That we
He
were
wasn't-
aware
he
of,
wasn't
anyways.
getting
That
into
there
that.
was
No, he was saying that
spherical
there's a central
entity
point
there.
of gravity.
No,
He
bro,
never measured
just
the
looked
Earth,
up-
mate.
You just looked up Eratosthenes like 5 minutes ago. Why are you arguing about it like you've looked into it in depth?
I mean, I called out the point of origin here as far as the initial inference to begin with. As far as
Right, it wasn't-
Eratosthenes,
it was
I
an
don't know how to pronounce his
assumption.
name
It
even
was an
still,
assumption.
but
Yeah, it wasn't inference. He was assuming a ball and then calculating based on that assumption. We're asking for the measurement of curvature, not an assumption of it.
Yeah.
Direct.
Direct
And if
measurement.
if we were living on a ball for thousands of years and we've known it and we've got all this technology, someone would have measured it. So why
Yeah,
haven't
who was
they?
it?
I
Who
mean,
was it?
perhaps.
Who?
Yeah, why
perhaps?
haven't why
you
hasn't
guys are-
anyone measured it?
You guys are continually getting like sufficient answers, and you're just talking in a circle. Like you actually just don't
No,
understand
no.
the
The
answer.
question is
Like-
who measured curve? And so far, no one's told us anyone who's measured curve.
Well, they said Eratosthenes, but we've proved it was a presupposition.
he
so
didn't
who
measure
measured?
curve.
No.
Who measured the
The
curve?
angular measurement associated to the sun and where it casted its shadow was 7.2 degrees, right?
Yep.
So if it's
He
7.2
assumed how far the
degrees,
sun was.
utilizing the Pythagorean theorem, you can actually extrapolate that number a lot farther than just 7.2. It's not a very complex measurement either. Most 8th graders in America can do this on a regular basis.
You can do it. You can do it on a flat surface. Having one shadow cast in one place and then no shadow cast because the light's overhead. You can do in your bedroom. You can do on a table, and then you can calculate how that could be a sphere. So it proves nothing. We're asking for
Well,
the
no, you can
measurement.
calculate the distance
Drop
from
over
said
distance.
object.
No.
But
Just tell us who measured the drop
You're not
over
saying it
distance.
proves anything though. You're asking how he got to that point. That's how he got to that point.
No.
by doing
The
what
What
he
question
Angel
did.
is
was
explaining has
no,
nothing to do with
no.
with
We're not
getting the
interested
surface
in
of
that.
the Earth.
We're
No,
interested
agreed.
in who's
We're
measuring
not
drop
even
over
there
distance.
yet.
We're not. We don't have to go there because
You should be there already.
He's not measuring what we're asking for a measurement of. We're asking
You're
for a
asking
measurement
how
of drop over
that
distance
conclusion though.
due to curvature.
Not
yeah,
unusual,
you're
mate.
asking why he
Drop
We're
posited.
clearly asking you, how did you come to know that the
Yeah.
surface of the Earth is curving? And your answer is not sufficient. You're telling us about a Grecian in late antiquity who just did a measurement angle of shadows and
And
sticks.
that measurement
I'm
angle
not
is
disagreeing with
But he
representative
did
that.
not
of a
actually
part
measure
of the
the
whole.
surface of the Earth being curved.
Okay, let me get this straight. Globers. Are you saying this is the best measurement of curvature that we have in 2023? The guy in Greece who put sticks in the ground. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
hearing? Yeah?
I mean, well, probably not.
And
I mean,
you're happy with
truthfully,
that. You're happy with that.
As far as an active experiment is concerned, I'm not aware that we've ever actually replicated this in the sense of using, for example, like laser scale or what do you call them? Laser levels, right? So now,
no one's
what we can
ever
effectively
actually
prove with
measured
laser
drop.
levels, if we really wish to, if we would get large enough power supplies and the like to, and large enough diodes to actually power these, we could, in effect, show that there is curvature of the Earth, both from gravimetric forces as well as the,
why has
the
no one
natural
done that,
shaping
then?
of said gravimetric forces
So
of
why
the
is-
mantle.
No. Right, so this is the thing. This is another thing you probably don't know yet. People are doing these tests with lasers. The problem is they're not finding any curve. So if you think someone has done this with curve or with lasers or should have done this, great. Find us
What was the distance?
laser measurement. Various. I mean, there's hundreds, right? I think 40 kilometers is one of the longer ones with a laser. But this is the point. We're looking for drop over distance. And if you're telling me that that's never been done and all we have is this story about a guy from ancient Greece who put sticks in the ground and assumed it, then you're fucked.
The stick story. Fucking hell. Get a grip, Globers.
I mean, it's obviously a glaring issue in the answer trying to explain the supposed epistemology as to how you know that the Earth's surface is a sphere. if you just beg the question, right? If you just presume that the Earth's surface is a sphere, and then do your calculations of what you did measure, the sticks and shadows, presuming the surface of the Earth to be spherical, then that's an issue. You didn't actually measure the surface of the Earth to be a sphere.
Do you guys know what dropping over the distance is by the guys who were chiming in here? Because you overtalked Cyclone when he was asking the question, and it's like almost like you didn't know what he was saying. So I'd like to see if there's any glober in here that knows what drop over the distance is or rate of change of slope.
What is it? 66 feet over 10 miles or something like that?
Yeah, so you do understand. I just wanted to know if you do or if you don't understand. There's either a lack of knowledge there that's preventing you from understanding what Cyclone was saying, or you're just trying to make a point and you don't really care. So I'm trying to figure out which one it is. Do you know what drop over the distance is, Globers? Yes or no?
Yes. I mean, at that point, I feel like
Angel, you know. There was another gentleman who was chiming in who was a Glober in here. Do you know what drop over the distance is? No? There was only Angel? Okay, so we should only hear one person having a conversation with Cyclone about drop over the distance, right? What it sounds like. Okay, fair enough. All right, so who has measured the drop over the distance, Angel? Did Eratosthenes do that? That was what Cyclone was really trying to get to, but he got overtalked. Do you understand? Who measured that? Did Eratosthenes measure that?
No, at that point.
Thank you.
It was never going to be near that accurate, especially with such a rudimentary.
That was the question that was on the table.
It's not about accuracy. It's about what he actually measured, which is not the drop we're looking for.
Are you sure you're a lawyer, Alpha?
No, he was. Cyclone was getting overtalked when he was saying the point, and I heard him, and everybody was, even Flat Earth was chiming in. They were overtalking Cyclone's point, which was the point.
I'm just razzing you, but you're super good at getting a point, neutralizing a situation, and making it turn out in the way you want it to. That's why I said you're a lawyer.
I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be getting to like where a common ground is understood, whether he did or did not establish this fact. And that's the only thing that we care for. It's just a lot of people get lost in the minutia, and it doesn't need it. Some guy was talking about some other equation or some other mathematical construct. It's like, my God, like let's just talk about what's needed to be said here. It's
You're
not
just too
that
good.
hard,
You're too
folks.
good at the nitty gritty. You're too good at it.
Well, now that we know that, so let's move on to who's done that, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, let's let them fight, the two of them, and that's it. Only them.
Wait, would you? Because I heard Gregory say something, and he said that we can't calculate a measurement based on a presumption. Why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Because it's a theory.
Because you didn't actually empirically verify that the surface of the Earth is spherical. You're supposed to be empirically verifying your empirical knowledge claim. You can't just throw figures at us. You can't just suppose a mathematical sentence, an equation, or a formula.
Well, it's not just doing that, though, is it? Because you said presumption, right?
No, he is doing that.
Did you mean assumption?
It's a presumption.
So you think
it's
there's
an
a problem?
unjustified assumption.
You
He
think
didn't actually see the sphere. He didn't actually measure the sphere. He just presumed that the sphere is there, and that what he's observing is happening on a sphere. That is not sufficient,
Do you
obviously.
think presumption comes without evidence?
In this instance, it's a presumption without sufficient justification.
What qualifies as sufficient justification?
You're being obtuse.
Non sequitur.
The
What's
point is very simple. You did not
Why do people
empirically
do that? They
verify
ask
the
questions they already know the
presumption.
answer.
You didn't empirically detect the sphere. You didn't measure the sphere.
Yeah, but
in this instance with Eratosthenes, that did not happen.
Okay,
It's
so
very simple.
I have a question.
You can calculate it for a sphere. You can calculate it for a flat, right? It doesn't mean that that's what it is in reality. That's the whole point.
I agree.
Is
Yeah,
there
so
an
that's
instance that we agree that the Earth is
So
across?
to move it on, because what we're interested in doing is proving whether or not it's actually a sphere. So we agree that method does not do it, which is why we're asking about drop over distance, which the guy correctly identified that the story is 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. So the question is, why can no one reliably detect or measure that 66 foot drop over 10 miles or the drop predicted over any distance? Why can that not be done if the Earth is definitely a spinning ball, please?
Okay. So is there a distance across the Earth that we can all agree upon?
I don't know, maybe the equator, I don't know.
Is there a question of cyclones that you can just answer, such as the last one?
Yeah, no one wants to answer my questions. Your answer
Well,
should be, it
I was
has
moving
been
on
measured.
so that we can find
What do you mean
terms that
moving
we
on?
agree
No,
in.
this is the whole issue. This is the crux of the whole discussion. Anything else
Well,
you want
I
to
was
say
getting there, but
requires
I need
curvature,
a
so
I
why
need a
can no one
distance.
detect it?
Like,
10 miles, that's a
he has an
distance.
answer. He has an answer. Let him talk.
Well, no,
10
like
miles.
what's the distance across the Earth? Like what would
Yeah,
the
irrelevant.
what would
We're
the
not trying to
diameter
measure
of
the
the
whole.
far the
We're not
ice
plane
claiming.
is?
We're not claiming a distance across the entire Earth. We're not claiming that. We're claiming that
66,000
the
miles.
distance that they tell us, 10 miles, should have 66 foot of drop between point A and B due to curvature. That's not there. That's a problem because they're telling us it has to be there. If it's not there, then Earth is not a globe. So if you're interested in proving that your belief is true, you need to be finding that measurement. Or everything else is just going to be begging the question. Like, well, the lights in the sky, the gravity, the satellites. Give us the 66 foot drop over 10 miles, and then we'll consider those other arguments.
Well, it doesn't actually seem to be that, but perhaps I'm actually trying to cross-reference.
Yeah, in
math on that
reality, it
particular
doesn't
part.
exist. But yeah, go onto a curve calculator, and they'll tell you that's what it is. 66.6 foot,
Oh,
funnily enough.
I was so close.
Coincidence.
Well, I said 66,000, so I was far off. But
So that's a problem, isn't it? If we don't have curve, we don't have a ball, do we?
there's still a dome. There's half a ball.
Well, it's not a globe, I'm afraid. Globe doesn't have a dome. They're telling all the kids in school they're on a giant spinning ball of water and gas. Let's make sure they're telling the kids the truth.
Yeah, that shit doesn't add up. Does not add up.
So how's Google treating you? Any measurements on there other than the one that doesn't prove it by the Greek guy with the sticks?
I can Google stuff. What do you want to know?
I want to know who measured that 66 foot drop over 10 miles, or the drop over any distance curve.
I don't think anyone did that.
Right. So how the hell do we know it's a ball then?
For example,
Oh, right.
David
Cool.
what is this? Senseic, something like that. He's going through the measurements in himself, and what it's based upon is the central point of the Earth, and then subsequently the radius of the Earth. If you actually want to start from the origin point.
No, you can't. That's the end result. That's not the origin point.
No one actually. We don't even know what the central point of the Earth is. That's not
Yeah,
measured
that's total nonsense.
That's
Like you've
also
immediately gone into you've got immediately gone into imagination. You've gone that's based
it's
on
mathematical
a
presumption.
ball with right. So imagination.
Is that what you said? Mathematical presumption. Is that what you just said?
Yes, based on
So
other
imagination.
measurements, ulterior measurements that do
Right.
add up
So
to a
we're
mean
interested
answer.
in the measurements. We're interested in the physical measurements, not the imaginative math side. So
like
what's physically being measured in reality? Tell us that. What distance and what drop and how's he detecting that drop?
Hold on one second.
He can tell us. We might have a new Einstein.
No, I think I have a job to do.
Modern
That I need
day,
to head out
modern
to.
day Einstein. Maybe?
I'm confused. Are you saying that he had a presumption, or
I'm saying if he says anything.
not you?
Oh, sorry.
First of all, are they asking for proof or evidence? And
They're
second to that,
synonymous. Stop with that.
what?
Proof and evidence.
They're synonymous. Stop
It's
with
very
that.
clear what I'm asked. Well, it's
Are
very
they?
clear. It's very clear what I've asked for like 20 times in a row, Brit. So don't start your shit. So we were getting somewhere. Some guy named David, he assumed a ball, and then he assumed a radius of the ball, and that was his starting point. But we're interested in the direct measurement bit, not the assumption bit.
So the Earth has I'll just read through his piece on this then.
We can just do pi r
if you'd
squared,
be
right?
open to it.
You know how wide the Earth is, presumably.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You stop assuming. You do not know how big the Earth is. This is what we're trying to establish.
So if the Earth has a radius of approximately 3,965 miles, using the Pythagorean
Presumably.
theorem that calculates to an average curvature of 7.9 inches per
Okay,
mile,
Google.
Yeah,
or approximately
Google,
8
stop.
inches per mile
Alexa,
squared.
stop.
Yes, that's the
Alexa,
assumption. That's
stop.
the assumption. That's the assumption. We're not interested in the assumption based on
Do you
an
have
assumption.
anything else to posit besides that, though?
No, you're the one that needs to posit the measurement for the claim.
Well, no, you're trying to cancel out. So as
We're
flat
trying to
earthers, you
cancel
are
out
trying to
baseless
cancel.
assumption.
You're trying to cancel out what is currently the going theory, which would, as at least in the,
Yes, because the current theory is based on baseless assumption. For example, if I ask you who measured that
What else do you have?
3,959, it doesn't. No, that's not how it works. So who measured that 3,959 mile radius that you're assuming? And how they
many
do that?
people at this point.
Yeah, so
Many
that's
people.
predicated
what?
on inferences.
Give us one
Yeah,
of
that's
those.
predicated
Give us
on
one of those people who
inferences, right?
measured it.
We give you the
Because
inferences that led us to this hypothesis. You say that's not
Yep.
sufficient, right? And then you
So
just
who
you bait and
measured
switch.
that radius value? That's what we're asking. Who measured that
No, you
radius
you
value?
bait and switch, right? So you ask like what?
No.
yeah, so
Because you're
just
not giving us. It's not a bait and switch. You were asked for the drop over distance. You're not giving us it. You're saying instead
Well,
it's
it
a
seems to be
ball with a
0.667 per mile
3,959 mile radius.
squared.
Okay, you're starting with an assumption of a radius. How was that measured?
Yeah, we've gave you the inferences that we used to hypothesize
No,
this, and it seems that the mathematical equation.
Measurement.
waste of time, dude. He's asking you how the measurement for the radius was actually done. This guy Googled it and just came back repeating the claim of the radius. We're asking you how you got to that claim. Substantial.
Again, that was Eratosthenes.
What he said made no sense. But you could technically figure it out, though, because you could start at the far left of the Atlantic Ocean, go a straight line across the whole globe, measuring that, and then you can do pi r squared. Technically, you could technically
Pi
do
r
that.
squared is
No one's done that.
see,
No one's
if you're
done
trying
that.
to figure out the flat line, the problem with pi r
No,
squared
no one
is
has
that
done that. I'm saying someone could maybe do that.
My
But yeah,
God,
no one has.
you guys.
No one has.
My
done
God.
it,
The
so.
question is, right, you're either going to have to show us a measurement for the drop over distance or a measurement for the radius that you've just claimed to assume the drop over distance. You have to give us one. You can't just keep jumping on to something else. You said a bunch of people have done it, and if you go back to Eratosthenes and just reset, we've already established he was assuming. So no, he didn't measure any radius of a globe.
No, so the assumption that you're trying to posit here is that he assumed out of his measurements
my assumption.
that the globe was effectively proven as per Earth, right? Even after that, by the way, even after this, by hundreds of years,
it was
sailors
assumed.
still presumed that the Earth was flat for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. That's really neither here nor there. The reality of the matter is, if you're trying to take mathematical measurements, in which case, in his particular measurements, he would have used something approximating to pi r squared to try and figure out what it is that is causing this shadow to be cast from this particular object in the sky relative to that of the Earth, right? Our reference point. What we can observe from that is that there is not only a distance of which this light is passing, creating the shadow, and then subsequently that shadow is being cast, and there's a distance that shadow equates to relevant to the rest of the Earth in terms of angle, right? Why you can't have a light cast a flat static
on a flat surface. Yeah, you can have a shadow cast on a flat surface. That's not a problem. So again, we need the measurement of the 3,959 mile radius. We need the measurement of the 3,959 mile radius or drop over distance. Do you have either?
If you take a cylindrical pole and put a light directly above that cylindrical pole, it will cast no shadow.
Right, and then move that cylindrical pole about 3 feet to the side, casts a shadow.
It'll cast a shadow.
Same principle.
In order to figure out where that shadow originates from, you can utilize a variety of different mathematical formulas, one of which would be the Pythagorean theorem.
Let me try to help you a little bit real quick here. Shadows diverge on both curved and flat surfaces. How did he know he was on a curved one?
In this particular case, he didn't, right?
No
He
shit.
didn't.
Correct. There we go. So that's all we
What
need
he
to say about
did
Eratosthenes.
was taking pi r squared, which is required for the formula, right? For him to make any mathematical inferences, he has to take pi r squared of some
that does
sort.
work, but how would he have got those
He doesn't know there's a circumference. Hold on,
though?
hold on. He doesn't know there's a circumference to solve for. You just told us that because he didn't know there was actually curved
Exactly.
surface.
We know that now.
So he's just putting the math on paper. He doesn't even know that there is a circumference to
He
solve
can't
for.
fill in the variables.
So how is that
Come on,
known?
guys. It's taken us half an hour on the same point to establish the same point 10 times. He did not measure a curve. He did not measure a globe. It was assumed. We're interested in measurement that can verify that assumption. Please, stick to the topic. Come on. You're taking the piss now. Try, or say, I don't know. Who measured it? I will look it up.
Earth,
I'm just going to try to find you a source
below
that we
the
can try to
horizon,
agree
it would
upon here.
disappear to the west. It would just disappear to the west. It would not go down.
Right.
It would go to the.
So again,
that's the sorry, try to change off.
We need the measurement of the surface of Earth being curved, or a measurement somehow 3,959 miles down into the ground for a radius, somehow knowing that that's the center of a ball Earth. However you want to prove that, I don't know, because it's just a baseless assumption, but that's your claim, so feel free. Those are the things we're interested in. We're not interested in your speculation about the sun. No. That's where your imagined core of a ball Earth is.
Oh, no, I was just thinking about like the sun and like the sunsets. Like on
Yep.
like the way the sun sets, it
That's
seems
not
to
gonna get you
disappear below the horizon, right?
either.
Yeah, but the sun seems to
Sometimes.
disappear below the horizon. Well, sometimes. Well, I guess majority of the time, like you say. I don't know. You're talking about some anomaly.
At what distance?
I don't know. Whatever distance I can see with my eyes. Or you
Yeah,
can see
so
with your
it
eyes.
doesn't tell you that the Earth is curved. So it doesn't tell
No,
you that the Earth is curved.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's something I was just thinking about, like how the
I know,
Earth.
but this is really what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, how the sun seems to disappear below the horizon sunset, but
yeah,
on a
that
flat Earth,
perspective
it wouldn't
make
do
that
that,
happen on a
right?
flat surface.
Because it's going around in
Yeah,
a circle
no, it would.
off the flat Earth. So like, if
Yeah,
it's going around
yeah.
a flat
No, you
Earth,
can
though,
have objects appearing. Objects
I'm just
can appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface due to perspective, right? So if you're not a member of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I suggest you join it. Discord.gg/flat Earth, and you can scroll down to the additional information section. Hold
Okay, I'm
on,
just asking
you can just right. I'm explaining where you can find information relating to this question. So you go onto our server and scroll down to the additional information section, and it's all alphabetized, and there's a channel called Optics, Vision, and Perspective. And there'll be plenty of demonstrations in there showing you how you can demonstrate for yourself that objects can appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface, meaning that you don't have to baselessly beg the question and say that must be a curved surface. So,
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the curved surface that doesn't exist. Have we found a measurement yet?
Yes, bitch. The
Great.
globe, bitch.
Who
It's the
measured
only
it?
thing that makes sense. How
Who measured it? Who measured it?
Me.
What?
I did.
You're the guy who's measured Earth curve.
No, I'm not the whole thing, but
But you've measured some curve.
We got a low
How did-
brow Glover in here.
How did you measure the Earth's curve? How did you do that? Tell us your method.
So what I did was I had a pole, right, sticking in the ocean, right. I had this guy. Mexican guy.
This
He was a
guy
very
is
nice
fucked
guy,
up,
right?
man.
He drove a couple miles
He's
down,
fucked.
down the ocean.
Shut
right?
up. Nobody
Bro,
wants
Sorry,
to hear
bro.
your ass.
He's actually fucked
You
up.
tried.
It sounds like he's drunk or something, man.
Yeah,
Like,
he's too many shrooms.
Well, you have to be fucked up to think that you're measuring of an Earth.
Dude, I could have sworn. Say I stuck out.
Oh,
There's no way you're the guy. You're not the guy that did it. Like, oh, holy.
It's under your mic. Whoa.
Anyway, any curve measurements yet?
Yeah, so I'm getting the formula for you put together so you
No,
can
no,
actually
no.
see
Well,
the formula.
I know what the formula. Well, we know we know what the globe claim
what is the
is.
formula
We're
then?
saying who's
If you
been
could save me some time.
who's measured it.
Yeah, you can
Exactly.
save me
We
some
need
time.
we need those precise measurements for that formula to work, and no one can actually give us those. No one. Not yet, anyways.
Well, no, so the nice thing about variables in algebra, right, is that they stand for a lot of things. Not, I mean, many things at once in some cases, right? And
It sounds
in
like
this
an
particular
interesting
case,
way to avoid
what's
giving us a
interesting?
measurement of curvature.
Well, no. What's interesting here is that you can take two schools on the same believe it's longitudinal line here. And at that point, you could actually calculate this formula from any 2 points on Earth as long as they're within the same longitudinal line.
Amazing.
Doesn't work
But who's
latitudinally
measured
because
any curvature?
Oh, wait.
Sorry?
How is that?
Amazing.
So
Amazing. But who's measured
that's
any
what I'm doing
curvature?
right now for the formula. But if Cyclone here would like to give me the formula so that I know what it is that he's working with initially, we could compare and contrast the two formulas
Well,
to figure out
it's pi r
what's
squared.
going on.
That's the formula, but like we
The
need
formula. The
actual
formula
numbers.
for what? What are you asking for?
The circumference
It's
of
actually
the Earth.
so in this case it's actually it's a bit different, right? We can properly name the variables rather than just using x and y, for example. We can properly name them if you'd like me to.
No,
can
I
just
would
read
like
it
you to
out,
provide
plain
the
English.
measurement of Earth's curvature. For
It
fuck's
doesn't
sake.
matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
So
Earth's curvature
matter.
does not matter to Earth being a globe.
Sort
Curvature
of.
doesn't
So
matter. No, you're retarded if that's what you're saying.
Earth's circumference equals the distance between, in this case, two schools.
If the evidence doesn't matter, your
times
claim doesn't matter,
360
period.
divided by the
Hey,
angle difference of the shadow cast.
quickly, because
Stop
you're saying
talking
it
so
doesn't
much.
matter. Can Earth be a ball with no curvature?
No.
No.
Oh, so it does matter. So it does matter.
No.
Okay,
But
so let's get that
in
curvature
figuring
then.
this answer out, which is what this formula I just gave you does.
No,
by
I'm not asking for a
figuring that answer
formula.
out-
No, I'm not looking for a formula. I'm looking for a measurement of the surface.
Yeah, you can do this.
I think he's trying to give a measurement based
A
on his
demonstration.
formula.
No, he's not.
do
Because
this.
if that's what you're trying to do, give me the measurement that verified that formula. Let's
Well,
skip to it.
I think whatever
distance
he's
between
getting
the
at
two
after what he
objects,
says it's gonna
or the
equal
I should say the
Okay,
two
okay.
points.
Who
that
measured?
you
Who
take
measured
each
the
measurement
points?
from?
Who measured the points, and what was the distance? And what was the method used of measurement
So
for the
technically, it
drop?
was actually a man that Aristophanes had sent in the earlier form of this.
Oh,
of this
Jesus
equation.
Christ!
So he
Cyclone,
had sent him
just
to
chill,
Alexandria.
Just listen to him. I want to hear what he's saying.
He had sent him to Alexandria, and he
Brett,
had measured
don't interrupt.
this courier had measured the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria.
We are back to fucking Cyrene and Alexandria. Are you fucking
No,
shitting
but this
me?
can be recreated in the modern day anywhere on the same longitudinal line.
No. Mutant. We've just went over this a million fucking times. That's an assumption, you dickhead.
It's not.
We're asking for the drop over distance.
In which case, this would actually be your primary plugin for that calculation.
No, it would
Oh, look, it's got
no,
360 in the calculation. Fucking hell, don't be surprised that you end up with a circumference value. We got 360 baked
what would
into your
you-
equation.
Are you guys
What would you put in place?
Hold, my friends, 2 seconds. We want to know how the Earth was measured to have a curvature in the first instance before you bake 360 into the equation.
Okay,
Don't
I can
be
do this with
surprised.
180 too.
My friend, don't be
I
surprised.
can do it with
that you
180
get
as well if you'd prefer.
Keep talking. Pardon me?
I can do it with 180 degrees. A flat line is a reference point.
That's cool.
It doesn't
No,
change the formula at all, actually.
You do
No, we
know
just
that
want the measurement.
You do know that the Chinese done this as well and came out of the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth.
I mean, I've never. If you'd like to pull that formula and explain how it works, I'd be open to seeing it.
You probably need to do a little bit more Googling, Sunshine. But before you bake 360 R plus R2, whatever it is, calculation that you're using, you notice that you've got a radius value baked into your calculation. So don't be surprised when you get a fucking circumference value when you got it baked into the equation.
Well, no. Again, I can use the flat.
You do understand what begging the question is,
Mhm.
right? Good. So why are you?
So in this particular case, once again, if you don't like the 360-degree fill, that's fine. I can use the angle dimensions of a flat line in place.
No, we're not interested in your theoretical math. We're interested in a direct
No, it's not theoretical.
measurement. We're
What
interested
is
in a
the angle of a
measurement of
flat
the
line?
surface. We're interested in a measurement of the surface. Have you got one?
Yes, this can be calculated to such.
No, don't
What
say,
would
you
you
shouldn't say
say?
can be. You should say this guy measured this distance using this equipment and found this drop over the distance. Do
He
you
just
have that?
he just admitted he's not measuring anything. He said calculated. That's
Yeah,
not
I
the
know.
same as
Yeah,
measurement.
I would need
Absurd.
one other
You've just done
person
it like 6
who
times. You've
can
just done it like 6
appear
times
a
in a
mile down
row.
the road from me.
You've just
I would need a partner for this particular example.
Well, give us well, then you don't have one. If you're saying I would need to do something that I haven't done to provide this, then you don't have one.
Well, I
You
may
don't
not have done it,
measurement.
but I mean, elementary school students have
no,
done this.
No. Your method that you're talking about, we've just discussed for half an hour, is an assumption and not a direct
No, it's
measurement
not.
of curvature. Yes, Eratosthenes, shadows, assuming a fucking ball is an assumption. We've
Okay,
went over
I
it
think
10
you're missing
times.
a lot of points here. If I may
Went
please
over it 10
interject.
times. No, you may not. You may not, because you're not giving us what we're asking for. You're resetting back to Eratosthenes and the friends of Eratosthenes between Alexandria and Cyrene. It's a joke. So you
Well,
obviously
what other
don't know of
measurement
any
do you
measurement.
posit? What other measurement do you
It's not
posit?
for
Because this,
me.
as
It's
of
for
thus far, is
you.
something.
It's your
It's
claim.
better than what you're positing, which is
It's
nothing.
your claim. No, it's not for me. You're saying it's for me to posit the globe argument that I'm not making and you are.
No,
Bro.
I mean you can posit your argument, i.e.,
If
the
you
flat Earth
can't,
argument.
yeah, we've
but
already
I
told
need
you.
something
We've
to
already
measure
told you.
with.
We've already told you there is no curve. No one has measured any curve, and you're proving that by being unable to provide a single measurement of curve.
So the again, the actual formula that went into this, right, to try and measure the curve was figured out.
Measurement.
Was that well?
Measurement.
No, there were measurements involved, i.e., the distance betwixt
Not
that
of
of
curve,
Cyrene
not of
and
curve,
Alexandria.
not of
You
drop
could
over
do
a
this.
distance. No. There was no measurement.
Perhaps not a drop
of
over
drop.
distance, because you would have to have
So
an altimeter
no
for that,
curve.
right? You would need to figure.
So no curve
You
then.
would need to figure out the distance
So there was
between the
no
actual.
measurement. So there was no measurement of that drop 66 over 10 miles of curve. There was no measurement, right?
No, not in the very literal sense, right? Because you
Right.
can't
So
even
has
do
anyone
that formula.
ever
Hold on.
measured it?
Hold
Has
on.
anyone
I would-
has anyone
hold on.
ever measured?
You
No,
can't do
I'm
the
still on my
formula
point.
without
Has anyone
Aristophanes'
ever measured?
assumptions.
So we agree. We agree that was not a measurement of curve. Has anyone ever done that measurement?
You're
Chinese
missing the point here.
Chinese-
You can't
Chinese-
even
No,
try
you're
to measure that.
avoiding the point.
You can't
You
even
are
try to measure
avoiding the
that
point.
without doing Aristophanes'
So
actual equation
no
first.
one's measured that. So you're saying no one's ever measured that 66 foot over 10 miles due to curvature or any other distance?
How are you going to get 66 miles over, or
That's
I'm
not
sorry,
my
66
question. That's
feet
not
over
my
10
question.
miles?
Yes or no?
If
Do you know
you
of
don't
anyone?
even know what the
Do
radii
you know if
of the
anyone's
Earth
ever measured
is?
it? Okay, so you're saying it's never been measured.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so
I'm
has it
asking
been
you,
measured?
how
Has
is
it been
it
measured?
that you can
You're
even get
avoiding
the
my
radii of the
question.
Earth necessary for that calculation
You're
if you don't
avoiding my
rely on
question.
Aristophanes'
You're avoiding my question.
process in itself?
You're avoiding my question. You're avoiding my question. Yeah, you can test that prediction, that claim.
And it checks out.
Over 10 miles, but you've said that's never been. No, you're saying it's never been measured. How does that check out?
No, so the actual measurement that Aristophanes provided was 800 kilometers betwixt that of the distance between Cyrene and
no one's
Alexandria,
ever
right?
measured, and no one's ever measured the drop.
You
he
can't
assumed.
perform
No
the
one's ever
measurement for
measured the
drop
assumed
over
drop.
distance without that plugin. You cannot do it.
So no one. So has anyone done that measurement and measured 66 foot over 10 miles or the drop predicted over any distance? Has anyone ever measured
That would be the predictive drop. Now that
Has
doesn't work out
anyone
that way
measured it?
because
Has
of the
anyone
mantle of the
measured
Earth
it?
in the way that it
Has
actually
anyone
functions.
measured it? Okay, so no one's measured it.
No, so again, you're trying to over extrapolate here, right? You're trying to prove
Yes
too
or
much.
no?
So,
Yes or no?
with respect,
Simple
no,
question.
no. The answer
Yes or no?
in simple terms is no. So the reason being,
Okay, so
the
no
Earth's
one's ever
mantle is not uniform, and so in order for you to actually get that assessed distance over drop over distance,
dude, you are
you would
fucking
have to presume the flattest portion on Earth.
Man, just shut up. I mean, this is pathetic, dude. I mean, Globers know that Eratosthenes is not conclusive either way. It's just a method for calculating a circumference, if there is one, and if the other presuppositions hold. He never measured any curvature of the Earth. He didn't measure a fucking ball, dude. I can't believe you're still trying to belabor this thing about Eratosthenes. Just let it
Shadows are
go.
not,
You also don't seem
shadows
to
are not
understand
measurements. Shadows are not
It's all right.
measurements.
It's
at all.
Hey, listen, it's all right. He conceded. No one has ever measured drop over distance, curvature of the Earth. It's only
Agreed.
ever been assumed. So
Yep.
no one's ever measured it. Therefore, it is just a belief taught to you as children. That's
Fairy
it.
tale.
It's assumed in the
It.
sense of mathematical proofing, right? So
Yeah,
no,
so it's
nobody's
never
ever
been
been able to
measured in
measure it because
reality, never been
the
observed. Yeah.
the
So it's
Earth
flat
isn't a
as far
the
as
Earth
we can
isn't
measure.
flat in the sense of its terrain distribution, right? So in,
No.
in
What
order
about
for
over
you to make this
water? We're not
measurement,
talking necessarily about topography. Over water, we don't have to deal with topography. There would be drop over distance conforming to the claimed radius of the ball if it was happening. But you've already agreed it's never been measured. So all we observe and all we measure is a flat surface. That's it.
well,
No
again
further
though,
questions.
the issue that you have there with making that presumption is the same one that
Not
would
an
have been
assumption,
that would have
not
beleaguered that of
observation.
Aristophanes. You
Nope,
can't
it's not.
make
Well,
that
it's not an
measurement unless you go to the
assumption.
flattest
It,
landmass on the Earth,
the only
and there is
evidence-
one.
It's all we have evidence for. It's all we have evidence for. You've just said there's no measurement of curvature, so what else do we have?
So you could actually go to Salar de Uyuni, in which case is
the salt flat.
over 10,000 square kilometers long, right?
Yeah, flat. It's a salt flat,
Very,
right?
very, very flat, right? You could potentially
Yeah,
see
so
this
not
actually
curved.
occur in reality.
Yeah, so not curved.
Well,
flat.
no, from your perspective, because you represent your eyes, I should say, represent
Oh,
an
right.
angular
So has
fixed
someone
point.
measured?
Hold on, I was still speaking. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Your eyes
are you
represent
now
an
claiming once
angularly
again
fixed point.
that there is a curved surface of the Earth? Are you back to claiming that now with the salt flats?
Yeah, so the salt
Well, no,
flat is
it's something that
curved.
could
Is that what you're
potentially be
saying?
proven as a hypothesis or disproven. For
No,
that
no,
matter.
no. We don't. No. Right. So we just discussed no one's ever measured curves. So you're not saying that anyone ever measured the salt flat to be curved, are you?
As far as I'm aware, nobody's ever actually measured the salt flat looking for a drop over distance via angular perspective.
I'll go find it for you. This
Well,
will be
incorrect.
interesting.
But either way, you're not claiming it's been measured curve. Okay, so we have a salt flat that we observe flat, hasn't been measured to be curved. So what's your argument?
I mean, if I could see evidence, for example, that it has been proven to not be curved, as far as the salt flat, like there's no drop over
you need
distance.
evidence. You need evidence
I would
that it
see- I would
has
like
been
that.
proven to be curved. Do you not? Do you not need evidence that it's curved? Or do
Well,
you
no,
just
you're
assume
trying
that
to
for no
actively
reason?
disprove the current hypothesis, in which case
It's a
requires a
salt
hypothesis
flat.
of your own
It's a
based on the
salt
scientific
flat.
theorem.
Like you said, you go out to it and you just see a flat horizon. It's a salt flat, like you said. So there's the evidence that it's flat. Got any to the contrary?
Yeah, and actually, I'm just pointing
No,
out
not
that
necessarily,
your
because just
positive
language
assertion-
models don't necessarily
No,
prove that.
no.
That's not
I'm
how
just
that works.
pointing out.
We're talking
I'm just
about math.
pointing out that your positive assertion of curve is a baseless claim that's contrary to observable reality, and therefore it can be dismissed.
Just dismiss haphazardly, arbitrarily, just because you wish it to?
Hitchens' razor, you heard of that? That which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Well, no, the evidence here, is within math. You can decide that math doesn't apply to you, but you would be fundamentally incorrect.
Math,
Guy's
based on an
fucking
assumption.
retarded, dude.
You doing
You're just a moron, man.
Just let's move on to someone else. He's
cool.
Yeah, you're brick, dude. You don't get what's being asked of you, and you're not capable. You're not.
Well, no, you're
the
not
one.
accepting that math exists.
No,
is
you
the,
just
is the
haven't
fundamental
provided
premise here.
anything to
That's the
fucking
problem.
accept. You can do whatever math you want to on paper. That's not a problem. That doesn't even matter. What
Go
we're
out
trying
and
to
measure
do
this
is
quote
find
unquote
this
salt
physical
flat
drop.
over
Shut
distance.
up! Don't talk through me because
Sorry.
this is why you don't understand the
Very
conversation.
quickly. Do apologise. So I've dropped the laser test over the Salt Lake for you. There you go. I can also drop another 30 more laser tests over distances of land, salt lakes, over distances of water, seas and lakes. Ice lakes as well, so frozen lakes. Pick your poison, sunshine.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this. I love seeing flat Earth stuff. Oh, it just pulls me out because it's side by side.
Yeah, of course. Let's stick yourself on mute for a minute. We'll move on to someone else. read in your head. If you don't
All
mute
right, now
yourself,
that
I'll
that's
mute.
clear up, I'm gonna mute Bent.
Mic
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
Is my mic
Sorry,
all right?
guys, I had to go muting some
There you-
people because they were jumping in. It was fucking annoying.
All right,
Oh,
good. Yeah.
do we mute Brett? Brit?
Started
Yeah.
giving me a headache. That guy gave me a headache a little bit, but yeah, more shadows and what? Now globe earth proof 0 and 1/2 the salt flats. That's a globe proof. In your dreams, buddy. What? Who? How did they let you
Yeah, no
outside
kidding.
in the day?
Well, you got to provide proof that those salt flats are flat and not curved. Even though he said that that's what he sees when he goes out there.
Yeah.
Because see, he can write a mathematical equation on paper that represents the curve that he's looking for in the real world. So if he just tells you about that for an hour on Discord, the Earth must be a ball.
But that's exactly all they have though. That it's all they have are them talking word salad about doing calculations on a table. A flat table or desk, by the way. Because they have to be also.
This is why I've said repeatedly that they are looking at the world through their a priori network of presuppositions. They don't actually see the curve. They don't actually see the sun being the supposed size they say it is. They don't actually see the sun being at the supposed distance that they say it is. The major premises of their cosmological paradigm they have never empirically detected. It is just an a priori concept which they strongly believe as their controlling premises through which they interpret the empirical data. So, of course, they are determined to reinterpret the empirical data that we do actually empirically detect by those controlling premises in their cosmological paradigm, which they only show via so-called mathematics.
Yep.
The
And
problem
using
is
every
that it's not a
and
posteriori knowledge.
and Gregory, and using every logical fallacy in the book to evade away from the being questioned about that a priori.
That's why I
It's a
like
very
whoever said
simple
before,
critique.
like, give me $50 million and I'll give you a solid, like, theory, or like a model. I'll give you a flat earth model. Give me $50 million and I'll give you a model.
No thanks.
We don't want one.
You
I'm
don't
not
need
paying.
$50 million
Fuck
to
that.
make a
I'm
model. You
just
don't
saying,
need
though,
$50
there
million
was just
to
some guy
make
that said
controlling
that.
premises in an a priori network of presuppositions. Good
That's one
grief.
thing they always say, like, oh, you have no model. And then some guy's like, well, give me $50 million and I'll fucking give you a model.
Why don't you go do a sales pitch to the Globers? They don't have a model. We don't need one.
Actually, I kind of like this idea. They're always asking for a model, so yeah, maybe I will say that. Pay me. I'll
Yeah,
get you a
exactly.
model. Yep. How much?
Give somebody a bunch of money and they'll come up with a model real quick. And
Yeah, whatever. The cow has nothing to do with anything.
I mean, I just thought it was.
Like, no point to that at all.
Well, the point is that nobody here is actually proposing a model. So when you're being strawmanned about one and begged for one over and over, I guess I might as well just ask them to pay me.
All this contempt and condescension for people that are asking you to empirically verify your supposed empirical knowledge claims. There's no justification for that.
I guess you could come from the other side and be like, you don't need a model to prove what's actually right.
Just ask Jesse for his model. He's got a model. It's not the globe Earth, but he's got a different one. He can give you one.
Isn't claiming flatness still a testable claim?
Yeah, but it's not a model though.
There's no rate of change of slope, right? So the surface doesn't display that rate of change of slope, except for when you talk about land topography.
So is me claiming 8 inches per mile squared of curve a model?
No, because what you're doing is you're trying to reify the claim that's already right now that's in play, which you always get it incorrectly. So you don't even your world, whatever you're trying to do with your little toy theodolite, it's not even what the claim is. So
We already know the difference between these two concepts. You don't need to be coy and strain
Well,
a
it's also
gnat.
just giving facts from what you call a model. Just giving facts from what you backs up what you call a model. That's all you're doing.
We all know that a model is just a set of premises. It's not just one premise, unless one wants to suppose a single premise model of of the cosmos, of course.
Dude, the way you talk, you're like a philanthropist or something. Like you're good with words. What the fuck?
Well, thanks.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I noticed that from the first time. But very good with words and logic as well. And I appreciate it because you know, I really didn't have a lot of role models to look at, and I have them here. Plenty of role models in logical using logical thinking, and so I just need a lot of times just pay attention, and the logic will follow.
Okay, I'm gonna sound like such a dickhead, but I wasn't talking about you. I'm sorry.
No, I know you weren't. I know you
Okay.
weren't. I was talking about
Okay. I
Gregory
did
as
not.
well.
I felt like the biggest asshole ever, but like
No, I'm not.
I don't know if this makes me sound like an asshole, but I don't know if Gregory knows what he's talking about half the time.
All right,
no, I think
No, of course you don't know.
yeah,
You don't have
it's
my
Gregory. Yeah,
mind.
that's the guy I was talking
And of
about.
course, you're not going to know if you don't critically consider what someone else is saying.
Well, you said
I was
for
talking about
instance,
that Gregory guy,
Grecian
that guy.
person from antiquity, tautological, because Grecian implies they're from antiquity. You know.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant.
I can pull it up.
You misinterpreted what I said earlier.
I don't know.
It's time
I
to
feel
listen
like
better.
I think like Jedi and Alpha, for instance, are very articulate because they use basic plain English and they use big words where appropriate. But you just kind of like flower your language up to sound impressive.
Well, Britt, we're not
Yeah, I'm
interested
sorry
in
that
your
you don't
personal
understand some of the words and
commentary.
that you are so prideful that you have to derogate me for acknowledging that I obviously have a bigger vocabulary than you, rather than you simply asking, Gregory, what did you mean by what you said? That's a
say
new
big
word.
words and
Don't
get
be
them
like
wrong,
that.
right?
Familiar with
Yeah,
that
don't be
word.
like
I'm
that,
going to look
Britt.
that up.
That's a bit of a bitch move, to be honest.
Yeah, and to be honest,
So
I have no clue what derogation.
I had to jump onto a call. Did we get anywhere with that measurement of Earth curve?
It's a lost cause.
Well, Jedi provided him a bunch of measurements of no Earth curve, and we're just waiting to hear what he has to say about that.
Oh yeah, that's
It is so amazing how supposed intellectuals who are supposedly interlocutors in a discourse really complain about someone else using words that they're not familiar with, and they're supposedly trying to gain more knowledge.
Okay.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
I would
I mean,
not
you can
want to
just
play
Google
Scrabble
the
again.
words that you don't understand. Pretty simple. Okay, so we're waiting for a response from the guy who's seeing the measurement showing no curve. Is that right?
Wait, I'm not that guy.
I hope so. I mean,
So who was-
I did stack him with about 5, but I gave him the Salt Lakes one first. So I hope he's looking through that. I gave him another 4 or 5 as well. So hey, look, this is what we're talking about, right? Direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. I'm trying to find curvature.
Exactly right. And again, for those of you who aren't on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, there's a bunch of channels with all this information in it that you won't find on Google or YouTube. Because for some reason they have to censor it, even though it's a crazy conspiracy theory. So yeah, join that server. Do some studying.
And just very quickly, I said he is a Grecian from late antiquity. I did not at all imply that being a Grecian necessarily means that you existed and only existed in late antiquity. Get a grip.
You're really thinking about this, aren't you?
I don't know if he is. I think it just kind of comes naturally.
Unlike you, which is what you should be doing.
Didn't you say evidence and proof were synonymous?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes, I
my
did.
god. Britt, why are you determined to do the pedant shit that none of us are interested in?
It is pedantry, I agree, it is pedantry.
Yeah, so cut the pedantry. We're interested in the substantive evidence. Jesus Christ.
Well, what if we established a horizontal reference plane above a lake, and we placed a beacon at 1.5 miles and 3 miles all at the same height as the observer reference plane, and observed that the flashlight at the halfway mark was dipped down a bit, dropped down a bit, and the one at the 3 mile mark was dropped down even more from the established horizontal line.
I'll go get that test as well, shall I?
What's that?
I'll go get that test as well. It's been done over a lake where you've got several lanterns placed on the surface of the lake over a distance of about 8 to 10 miles. Do you want that one too?
Well, I'm interested in the 3 mile one that I did.
Oh, okay. You're not interested in the 8 to 10 mile one? Okay.
On paper, you mean hypothetically? Yeah. Okay.
No, no. And wouldn't like more distance equal more credence?
Well, it depends. If you're doing it over ice, which is what he's talking about, everybody knows ice is
No one said
cold.
anything about ice. He said a lake.
No, he's talking about ice.
You didn't say ice. You bring up ice now.
I said
Jetty, is it a frozen lake?
I said one called me Jedi. It's Jedi. It's frozen
Jedi.
lake. Yeah.
Okay, it's a frozen lake. Did you hear that, Benter Netzer?
I heard that now, yeah.
Okay, good. So everybody knows ice is cold. Everybody knows that when you take a really cold object and you look over it, it distorts the light, right?
And if it's covered in ice, there's also snow on that ice, right?
Snow is ice, and snow is cold also, right?
If snow is ice, then why is there a distinction between snow and ice if they're the same thing? Why would we call one snow and one ice if they're the same thing?
This is interesting because we're going to be talking about refractive temperature gradients, and usually when we do it on hot days, there's too much water in the atmosphere, so they say the water is of a colder temperature than the atmosphere. Now we've got a frozen lake where it's probably going to be -1, 2, 3, 4 above that fire lake. And
how is that supposed to indicate we live on a curved surface?
Shit, doesn't matter what we do.
I mean, the temperature is distorting the attempt of the light ray to stretch forward straight. How is that supposed to indicate that we live on a curved surface?
Well, look, if your guy's ice, whoever he was, you weren't him who did it, but anyway, if your guy's ice lake, frozen lake test is absolutely infallible, then so should my test over the non-frozen lake be, right?
You didn't make any statement though about just all of a sudden went from a lake to a frozen lake, and you didn't make any statements.
No, I did make a statement.
Which part is infallible, supposedly?
So he's claiming that colored lights placed on a frozen lake were visible at a distance which is impossible on a globe because light cannot curve over a lake, right? That was his claim. Did I steel man that correctly? Jedi?
You might have done. Yeah, you might have done.
Okay.
I just heard you. I do apologise if we said frozen lake, so I just went to frozen lake. To see, it doesn't matter because lake. Okay, I've provided a few that have been done over bodies of water, the salt flat, a couple of lakes, and the English Channel. I don't know what more you want. To be fair,
do you consider that evidence infallible, or would you concede that there may be a way that would also be possible on a globe?
Infallibility is not applicable to this. It's a category error.
What's that, Jedi?
Unless you're going to start magically refracting light around corners, so you've got the observation and the direct hit of the observation with the target device. With two coloured lights to change for refraction.
I'm letting you decide whether we're going to accept bendy light for this discussion. If you say that light cannot bend, we'll go with that.
Stop talking about infallibility. That category does not apply to this.
Hey, look, I just dropped a couple of lights. It's up to you if you want to look them or not. If you're going to say I've done one and I didn't get the same results, then what am I going to tell you?
Would you like to argue that light cannot curve over a lake? Or that your observations are impossible on a globe?
No, could we speak to someone new who isn't fundamentally broken by this subject for 4 years? That's what I'd be interested in.
Oh, here's one.
Thank you.
Nobody wants to answer that simple question, do they?
No, it just can't be arsed with your nasally begging the question, nonsense, white swan bullshit.
Yeah,
quite
when
honestly,
you,
Jesse.
when you don't have
I
the
think you were
first
going
code,
for like 10
when
hours yesterday, so let's give someone else a chance.
He's like Beckett. He keeps giving like these two
especially
like ass
listen,
backward. Holy shit!
no, especially when you haven't provided the first measurement of curvature on the surface. That's what you haven't done.
I dropped it earlier. Let me drop it again.
No, you haven't.
No, listen, we're not doing this again. Jesse was broken long ago by Flat Earth, and it's plain for everyone to see. So let's speak to some new people who actually want to learn, not people who want to defend to the death their religious ideology.
Well, I want to learn how that my observations can
Well,
work.
if you want to learn, Jesse, sit on mute. Listen.
I've been listening, and you guys haven't been explaining how my observations work on a flat Earth.
We're not interested, Jesse, in your observation of 3 miles when we've got them going over 20 miles.
Yeah.
Right, so just sit down and listen. Give someone else a chance. Because I'm on a drive, so I've got to listen to this shit, and I'm not listening to you ramble about your bullshit for 3 hours. Yep. Right, so who else have we got?
We can up the floor to, let's see, he's going down the list, looking through the people in here. We have Hallen. Have we spoken to Hallen? He's got a famous soccer person on his avatars. Got the hair of that guy and Tom and Jerry. I don't know. We spoken to him. Hyper A is also in the chat. He just fucking left. All right, Hyper A is in the chat. Hyper A, if you want to talk, go ahead and open up your mic. Let us know where you stand with the topic of this room. Oh, going down the lists. That's it. As far as the new people.
Remind me again, please. Remind me again, please, how Jesse is supposedly utilizing a theodolite.
No, please don't.
Oh hell no, dude.
Just real quick, just real quick, just real quick.
I
I just need a refresher.
Incoming
Wrong way.
Wrong way.
He's utilising the theodolite well in excess of the distance that we would give a accurate measurement. His measurement's over 106 miles. I've never heard him say refraction.
And don't feed the trolls, Jedi.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably for
I feel
a good
like
thing.
fucking spreadsheets are gonna come out the woodwork, man.
You
Google
have
Home's
volumes,
working overtime.
volumes of spreadsheets.
Right. After it's been pounded into the ground and we're moving on, the correct next step is not to bring it up again. All right, now
Yes,
move on.
I did lower this into the ground up here and kicked dirt over the gravesite. So threw some flowers in as well. Yeah, I just don't like raising the dead, but for some reason we walked to the grave and had a little memory of it.
Well, it was Halloween yesterday, so it's just.
Unless Hyper A wants to chime in, it's just us in here. So.
Wow, how about that showing for the globe, eh?
What was I muted for?
Join the club.
I mean, if I was being listened to, I said I wanted to just get a quick refresher about it. I didn't want to go for the next several hours about it. I said that clearly.
Yeah, you're still going.
Okay, there's a bunch of silence now.
Yeah, happens.
Okay, so given the silence,
Sorry, go on, Paragraph.
just given the silence, had a final question to Jedi as he was saying his answer to me. Right, everyone just exploded with their contempt against, understandably, what Jesse is doing. I simply said to Jedi, so correct me if I'm wrong, but if you use an instrument for something that it cannot do, that can't be valid, can it?
No, it can't. Absolutely.
Okay. You know, it's like trying to stab someone with a basketball.
Yeah, Jedda's like you, but like smarter, dude. I think he might have autism. He's just really too smart for his own good. You and Jedi should have an argument. That'd be fun because you guys are both like super smart.
About
Or good
what?
with words. Good with
Oh,
words
three-
anyway.
Beard length. Let's go. You and Gregory.
Oh, I've actually shaved my beard off.
Jedi also has a beard. Jedi, you also have a
So
beard?
did I.
He used to.
Oh yes, it'll be
Oh,
back.
past
Give it,
tense?
I don't know, about 3-4 hours. It'll be back.
He used to be in the club.
I got permanent membership. I'm fine.
First rule about
I'm,
Beard Club: no one talks about Beard Club.
I'm on to 5 o'clock shadow, and it's only it's just gone 5.
It's not forbidden to talk about Beer Club. You just don't do it.
Exactly.
Clean shaven, all you whippersnappers.
We got Owlishness is in here, FE rights activist, filing paperwork on behest of the FE community, fighting the man for our rights. Ain't that right, Owlishness? Oh, she might be at work, listening in. We gotta wait till she returns from the water cooler and having her conversations and pretending that she's a global to the rest of her military pals. Yeah, really? I heard that global news. Yeah, for real. It comes back and I'm like, these globalists.
That's funny.
Right, Owlishness?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, what up?
So you
Any
only when you
evidence
go
of
to the water
curvature?
cooler is when you have to act like a glober to the rest of your pals over there.
Yeah, totally.
Are you kidding? We went like we were planning to go to the moon. When we're gonna land on Mars for real? You just act all interested and you're like, oh, that's cool. You go back to your desk, you get on Discord, like, these guys don't know.
That's pretty
I'm
awesome.
definitely not at work, but today's my day off.
Oh,
Now you're a
that's
FE
good.
rights you're a FE rights activist now. You're like you're a true cheerleader for FE. How
Yeah.
rewarding.
Yeah, your paperwork must be filed by Friday afternoon at like about 3 o'clock because afterwards, it's a weekend. So
I wish my day ended at 3 o'clock on Fridays.
you got a work at home job, huh? Never
No,
again.
no. No, I definitely work. I work at work, but for whatever reason, I work 10 to wait, no. I work 8 to 6.
That's not a
So I
bad
work
shift.
4 10-hour days.
Well, it's kind of a bad shift. If you're not cutting off at like 3 or 4.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Well, I'm the only person who works until 6, and usually on Fridays, the whole world freaks out apparently, and I have to do like everything. I don't know. It's insane.
Well, everybody's trying to get out of work, man, and dump it off to the next person. You might be at the bottom of the totem pole if you get all the stacks of paperwork. Can you file this for me? Can you get this done for me? Can you rearrange the schedule? You're like, dude, what the fuck? Where was the
Man,
whole week?
4 10-hour days is the best. The best.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
that sounds good. That's a good shift.
Because all that wasted time with that extra day, you got to get ready, you got to drive, you got to come back, you got to get unready. All of that, just so you can space it out so you get a couple of, maybe 1 or 2, even 3 hours throughout the week. Or you could always have a 3-day weekend. Like, I think that's a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
I put my extra day in Wednesday because like by Wednesday I'm always like what do you call it, like burnt out.
Yeah. Man, I worked till 1 a.m. in the morning last night. 30-degree weather. Putting a porch together with a sprained back. Coming off 14 hours stretch.
You need to slow down, bro. You're gonna be worn out when you get fucking 60.
You're gonna make the earth round with that work shift.
Yeah.
Or if you make it to 60, the fucking.
If you make it to 60 next year.
Next year?
Dude,
Oh, really?
I've been
No
going,
way.
I've been going non-stop since that grout job.
I do not believe he's gonna be 60. I don't even know if he's 50. To be honest, you don't sound like it. I could be wrong.
Well, I didn't think you were 46 or whatever you
Well, it's
said you
something
were.
new. Something new. Yeah, 46. I don't know. I don't feel that old, to be honest.
Ouch! I didn't know you were in your 60s.
Hell no,
Yeah, I
dude.
am.
She's
I'm actually
basically a
like
youngster.
84.
No, you're not. You're
Yeah.
30. 2.
4.
4? Fuck. I thought you were 30. Didn't you? Never mind.
I'll race any one of you. And I bet I'll beat you off the line. Just joking. What the hell? Shut up, Sonny.
I'm 25. I'm in my prime.
Dude,
young.
you're not even you're in the best days of your life, Brett. I don't even know, man. You should be
Yeah,
out
I
there
don't know what I'm doing here.
fucking around. You should be fucking around causing trouble somewhere in some social place.
No, you
Who,
should be creating
me?
like 6 businesses
Oh, Brett.
right now.
You're
I
fucking
did that
Oh,
between
Brit.
the age of 16 to 23, and then it all went. Work started, then life got shit.
Who said they're fast though? Like,
yeah.
what,
Yeah,
like, what do
okay.
you run the 100 meter? Do you know your time for the 100 meter?
What?
Whoever said they're fast. Some guy said he's
Sonny is
fast.
about 100 years old, so no, he doesn't have a time for it.
I said
100
I
meter.
could beat you off the line. I have an e-bike and I'm super fast.
Oh shit.
I race Ferraris and Lamborghinis and I beat them I beat a Lamborghini in a 2-block stretch. I've done that multiple times. A couple Ferraris.
On your e-bike?
Yeah. And I also beat the Teslas off the line too. Now they catch up quite a bit faster, but in about depending on how long of a distance, if they
How
don't have a
fast is your
chance, I
e-bike?
beat
What the
them because my
Does it-
reflex time. All I'm doing is beating their reflex
Yeah.
time. That's
Doesn't
it.
add
Do
up.
you know how
Doesn't
many,
add
do you know how
up.
many kids suffered picking the cobalt for your electric bike?
Yeah, get those
Oh
lithium, all
shit.
those.
We
They're
gotta
like
How many
lithium
people
mines.
died
Like,
for the
yeah.
lithium that
Yo,
you
this is a
have in your battery?
politics server. I will say that. Alpha's in the
guess
right
that's
place to
okay.
talk about that, just
Go
not in the
ahead, man.
right
Yeah.
room.
Do you know what it takes? Do you know
Yeah.
do you know what it takes
Well,
to get
maybe he
enough
is.
lithium for that one battery for your little e-bike?
Yeah, we know this.
Why we
You know what?
use kids to do it, so we don't have to pay him so much. What the hell's wrong with you?
But how fast is the
Yeah.
e-bike? Though? It might be worth it.
Yeah, but I have a great life, so there's the payoff.
Well, that's
Because of the bike.
It's a cool bike, but if you had to go pick your own cobalt, would you?
hell no.
Probably.
What do you mean, hell no?
Yeah, if I
No,
could.
I would
What?
rather like work a different
What?
job and then like buy the cobalt. I'm not gonna go do that myself.
probably
That's
He
find
would
me
ride
some-
his
and just go
he would
pick
ride
this.
his e-bike to go pick the cobalt. How about that?
Look,
Rake in the culture.
listen, hey, listen, bro. Why don't you do an inventory of everything you enjoy in your life and where it's all sourced from, and then come back and spew your self-righteousness? How about that?
It's
wouldn't
women,
say
and
AI,
they take all
AI
my
spot
money.
on, bro. AI spot on. Now, he got you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in other words, shut your mouth and stick to the room topic, or go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay,
I'm talking to myself here.
and utter this silence again.
so what about those harnesses that NASA guys wear? The NASA holes. They wear those harnesses, and then they got the fidget spinners that they CGI.
Stick to the top. Stick to the top.
Rumor has it that part of that harness goes up your ass crack, and they quite enjoy it.
And that's how they could detect the the fart smells from
The
your
curvature of their smell.
Well, when you
No,
drink
that's how they
chugga
detect
chugga,
temperature.
when you drink chugga chugga coffee, I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, exactly.
That idea about being like, I was always talking about this. Like, if you guys have you ever went to one of those buoyancy chambers? Anybody that's ever been in one of those that just got like the liquid you submerge yourself in, you're kind of like floating in it. You know, like you start
Oh, yeah,
hallucinating
I
from
know what
like
you
your
mean, yeah.
orientation, like you lose a sense of ability, like the feeling of like you're pressing down on something, you're just floating. That causes hallucinations. You know that?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never been in one of those.
So, what would
Kind of
happen
awesome.
if somebody never had the feeling of laying down on a bed, the comfortable feeling of that pressure that you have against the bed? and you just felt like you were always floating, like in a vomit comet. You know that parabolic airplane that takes people to like the feeling of weightlessness? What
Yeah,
if
the
it was
FBS
that you've
Pro.
never felt the feeling of getting back down to the pressure feeling? What if you've never felt that pressure? You think you would be all right?
I
Oh,
think
is it in a
he'd be,
container?
I think he'd be quite ill. Actually, I think it would make you very ill.
That's
give up on life.
yeah.
What kind
Well,
of life is
imagine
that? You just give up?
trying to go to. Can you imagine trying to go to sleep in that feeling? Just never feeling the pressure feeling. Granted, they talk
Probably
about
slip into
straps
some
and
sort of
like Velcro
some sort
themselves
of
to the thing, but that's not the point. Like you can Velcro yourself to something, but if you've never felt that pressure of the, like your body feels when you're laying down, that's a restful feeling. You know that, right?
Brandon, do you have globe proof, by the way?
I wasn't gonna talk about that. I was gonna talk about what everyone else is talking about.
some globe proof.
You are a
You
glober,
can-
aren't you? You're a baller.
Wasn't there something written on the globes that they sell at the like the souvenir shops, and it says like not to be taken serious or some shit
Not to be
on the bottom
no,
of it?
not to be taken serious. No, that's not
Just
what
a
it says.
representation of a
It's
map.
yeah, it says this globe is not meant for educational purposes on the bottom of each globe that you have at the store, because they're not meant for that. But yeah, Brandon already he put his well, he left, dude. He doesn't want the fucking because he came out with like where I asked him one day, and I was like, dude, just be honest, and he doesn't want to be honest. So he brought out a yard, yeah, one of those things that you go to the football fields with, the measuring tape.
Yardstick?
No, it's like it's a big measuring tape. It's
Oh, it's like
it's
a
on a big
meter.
roll.
Yeah, it's like a meters to yards, or so. It's like a
Yeah,
yard
use
meter.
it on a football field, like. Anyway, he said that's how you can measure curvature, and I was just like,
How long
"What
ago
is?"
was that?
You remember
And
that, dude?
how long
Yeah,
ago? How
dude.
long
That
ago
must have.
was it that I dismissed that argument
I
after
don't think you dismissed
figuring
it.
out?
I don't think
I
you dismissed it.
said that I made a mistake,
But you brought it up, didn't you?
but I said I made a mistake though,
I know,
and
but
I was
yeah, fine. You
wrong.
recovered, but at the same time, you did say it though.
I was wrong about it. Yes.
So how did you figure out that you could measure the curvature?
Disconnects.
I didn't. No, the last time I disconnected, I was on my phone. Now I'm on my laptop. All right, so.
All right, well, you're good to go. So how did you measure curvature after you found out you couldn't do it with the
I
measuring
didn't
tape?
want to talk about that. I wanted to talk about the other subject.
What not? But we already know that space is fake, so we don't have to
No,
talk about.
we were
We're
talking about
interested.
not. What I don't want to talk about space necessarily. I mean, I want to talk about how you can kind of simulate the feeling of being pulled down. I wasn't talking about space.
What? You mean
Yeah,
being?
but that's
The feeling of gravity, not necessarily gravity itself.
the only gravity there is
You can
magnetism,
simulate it.
and there's differences in magnetism and gravity.
Omega, what the
Gravity
fuck,
is
dude?
all
What is
things except
gravity?
for
What does the bending and
space, I
warping of
guess.
space-time feel like?
Yeah, what
Everything
the fuck?
except for the vacuum of space, I suppose. But it's
Feels like a
vacuum.
good time on a Friday night. Like what the fuck?
Nothing
What
floats.
does being awake feel like?
I feel gravity better when I have a few beers.
They
No, you
have
don't.
like magnets, and I mean, if
That
you
rhetorical
put
question might be than he
Do
realized.
you remember?
magnet over, it
Do you remember there
repels.
was a glober who said that the reason that toddlers take time, like that toddlers fall over and throw up, is because they're getting used to the Earth's spin?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
Dr. John Wallace.
Oh
Dr.
yeah.
John
Fuck, I
Wallace.
real estate in that.
You globies.
Fuck
That's
no.
right. That's
He
a
said
good
for
old
12 months, a
golden
baby's throwing
globy.
up. Baby's throwing up and getting to learn how to walk because they're getting used to the spin of the Earth. Who's with me? Up high. Let's go.
Hi, bros.
Is this thing on?
Fucking hell, bros. Like, what the fuck? Dr. John Wallace. Yeah. Like I said it. He's a real doctor. Said that. Take that for what it is, but fucking.
You know, just to appreciate the title doctor, right? Given that someone says something like that, what does doctor mean? Rhetorical question, if anyone knows.
What, as in like the academic sense or just the medical sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, because of course it derives from the Latin word, right? What does it mean?
Help somebody.
Part of that.
Fabricate.
Well, it simply means well learned, well studied. So someone who supposedly is well studied goes around and says things like that.
Well, it depends. It depends on what. I don't know. I mean, like, sometimes, we were talking earlier about people who, I guess, have are coy about having conversations with flat earthers, but I think our knowledge is quite specialized, right? So, if you're a flat earther, and let's take Jedi, right? Now, Jedi probably, in my view, has abundance of knowledge when talking about sextants, right? But maybe there's parts of flat Earth debates where he's kind of weak on, like kind of shaky on, like kind of doesn't really feel like as confident with the argument there. Like, it could be, it's true for all of us, right? We'll have our strong points and our weak points. And maybe that doctor just wasn't someone who was particularly learned on babies and gravity and physics.
Well, do you need to go through 4, 5, 6, 7, several years of university curricula to realize that a baby is stumbling and wobbling because they simply have not developed the strength to walk yet?
I mean, yeah, that should be obvious, especially because other mammals can just stand up and be on
Yeah,
their
but
merry
the
way,
point,
right?
like the point isn't whether or not he has knowledge sufficient to claim that. We know he doesn't. The point is, it's fucking hilarious the things that glow believers will say, regardless of their station in life, to things that they've got no evidence for, no idea about. Like, why would you say something so absurd? It's the psychological element that's funny.
Okay, I think my internal pedantry isn't going to be able to suffice for this, because I just want to make it clear, right? There is globe evidence. This isn't a globe proof, right? Like, there's globe evidence in the sense that you could have a rational belief that you believe is true, but
Is there verifiable globe evidence?
that would be proof, right? Basically.
Well, only what they tell you.
So
Okay,
then,
this is a
so then the
problem.
They tell
evidence
you,
are
you know, they
just
go
things
up.
that we can't verify: stories, images, videos.
And if you lie enough times, sooner or later, people are going to believe it. Unless they can't prove, disprove it or whatnot.
And we need to pause and settle this because we're noticing a pattern. And this pattern is that many persons who are somewhat articulate and somewhat well read on the subject and want to articulate themselves in some greater or lesser degree of a quality argument, they are going out of their way to supposedly make this semantical distinction that
Too many
is a
words.
difference between evidence and proof. Okay.
There is,
now, if you insist this, obviously I'm not done with the point. Give me a moment. So if you insist this, right, what is the difference?
Well, all
what is
proof
this?
requires evidence, but not all evidence requires proof, right? So you don't need to. You're not necessarily going to prove something with evidence. So, for instance, if I say, "Look, I can draw an inference from the moon being one way up and the other way up, depending on which side of the equator you're on," doesn't mean that you've proven globe, right? But it does mean that you've given a strong inference towards it, right? A probability sort of statement, like an inductive statement. But that's still based on evidence because you have an observation, right? But it's not necessarily proof.
That's a
Okay,
logical
so it sounds
fallacy
like
in thinking that you can draw inferences about the ground by looking at the moon. That's just a logical fallacy. It's not evidence. Sorry, Gregory.
no, you're right. So it sounds like you're distinguishing the difference between a necessary conclusion versus a strong conclusion. And that distinction has already been made. Right. So of course, in the nature of the case, categorically, as it concerns empirical knowledge claims, you only have strong arguments.
You
Right?
could just said
suppose a strong
white lie. You could have said a white lie.
God, man.
Is that what you're?
You only wow.
I'm joking here.
You only suppose strong you suppose strong premises and or empirical data sets to empirically substantiate your
In
concluding premise.
parentheses. Put that in parentheses, though.
I don't know what you're saying,
Wait,
Ben.
wait. Are you?
I get what you're saying, Gregory.
Are you taking a problem with him like having empirical data sets to prove something, or that those
No.
empirical data sets are not respected by the
We're
wider
just
society?
disagreeing. We're just disagreeing on. I mean, I don't know if we are still disagreeing on it, but I draw a distinction between proof and evidence. You can have a rational belief based on evidence that's not necessarily proven belief. It's just something you believe to be true, and that's usually taken in the form of a probability statement, right? Usually in the form of induction, whereas deduction is something you verify to be true and is proven, right?
Yeah, I just joined in the chat. My only question was, what was somebody disagreeing with somebody over the fact that like there was like a lot of math to prove something, and that was like conspiratorial, or I'm getting a little confused over.
No, just let me
the
finish this
argument is.
reply. No, just let me finish this reply. So that's the distinction, supposedly. Okay. Because that distinction, which is evidently a habit of some people, the likes of Britt, to make. So we need to make the distinction intelligible and be consistent with it. And so, very well then, if you insist on saying the word proof in the sense of necessarily indicated to be true, right? But even then, you can give proof in the form of a strong inductive argument, right? Especially if in principle, if it's the strongest inductive argument.
Well, yeah, yes, sir, within reason. But if we're talking about mathematical proofs, that's a little bit that you can argue the philosophies like behind why somebody did like a specific like mathematical proof. But if the mathematical proof is like congruent with other mathematical proofs, that is by default. And by the way, I'm not arguing with you over like what you guys were discussing. I know I jumped in the flat earther sub, so I don't know who's on whose side. I just heard that argument and I found it a bit odd. That's it. I'm just curious who's arguing for what and who's arguing for what. And
Well,
yeah.
There's not really an argument about flat Earth, globe Earth going on at the moment. But I will pose a question to the room and maybe get some conversation started along those lines. Since Britt mentioned it's possible to have a rational belief based on evidence, let's ask the question, is it rational to believe that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
Can you come back to me on that question in about 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah,
or
I
like,
mean,
because I just need to
okay, yeah, go ahead and
It wasn't a question.
restate the question because he didn't.
It wasn't a direct question to you, Britt. I'm just asking to the room in general. Is it
Go ahead
rational?
and ask it again. Ask it again.
Is it rational to believe that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
It's actually a little bit more than that, but yes.
I'm just talking about the claimed axial rotation of the ball. Obviously, in totality, it's millions of miles an hour. But okay, we could say either way. Is it rational to believe that the ground is moving at millions of miles an hour based on the evidence that's available to us?
Well, it's not moving at millions of miles per hour. It's moving at like 3 and change, given. But yeah, 4 and change, something like that. But yeah,
well, the
that's
combined
if you like.
movements and
If you don't have to be a physicist. Like you can just read about some centrifugal force, and
right. So is it
pretty
rational
obvious.
to believe? Is it rational to believe, based on the evidence available to us, that the ground is moving at tens of thousands, if not million miles?
No, it's physically not. It's in the 3 to 4 area. I don't remember the exact range of everybody
The
else
Earth
in chat
spins
can
at
help me
like
out.
1,000 miles an hour or kilometers. I don't know.
Well, it's a little higher than that if I remember
Right.
correctly.
So that's the
I could be
claim.
wrong, but
is
yeah.
it rational to believe
Let's
based on
just
what evidence is available to us?
yeah, because you can go on Google, mate.
Okay,
Like
so then what
you
is
can
the
just go on
evidence?
Google.
So then what is the evidence that makes that a rational belief?
Well, for example, you can take a cup of water, right? You can take a cup of water. You can run a couple of strings through it, like say I'm in the States. I'm not a Brit bonger like yourself, but you just take a plastic cup or a foam cup and you run a couple of strings through it and you put water in it, and then you start spinning that cup in a circle really, really fast. And in the beginning, you're going to spill some water, But
Yep, we're
towards the
spinning a cup
end,
of
that
water.
water is going to stay in the bottom, and
Okay.
there's your proof. Like it
Okay, that's
just
very
spins.
interesting. But no, but I was asking about the ground moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, not a cup of water that you're spinning.
It's the same principle, man. Like it's
Well,
the same
no, but
deal. Like
so
if
that's
something,
irrational because you're looking at this spinning cup of water and you're saying for no reason other than you're spinning a cup of water, the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
well,
That's not
yes,
rational.
yeah. You have to. I don't know the
So
exact math here,
would
but
be that would be
but hold
irrational.
on. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's not. When
It
people
sure
who were
is.
talking about, all right, can I just get
Carry
just
on.
a chance, man, just a chance. If
Yeah,
you
go for it.
have a very, very big mass that's spherical in shape, and it's spinning at a certain mile per hour or kilometer per hour, whatever your home country is. I'm in the U.S., so we use freedom units. I know it's stupid. I'm sorry. Fundamentally, we really should use use the metric system, but it's not what we were raised on. But anyways, it's moving really fast, and you have a very large mass, and it's moving really, really quick, and you are going to get the same kind of like forces even on something that large in a different kind of way. So that's like
Right.
part of it.
But
The other
the
part of it is
problem
like if
is,
you I'm sorry?
I said the problem is we don't have
Yeah,
any
go ahead.
detection. We don't have any detection of motion of the Earth.
Yeah, we do. We met dude.
Oh, so who
Yeah,
measured?
of course we do.
Okay. So who measured that? And how did they do it?
Pretty much most of the governments on the planet. I mean,
How did
not
they
even the really like super super good ones. Like
Okay, not even a
North
super good
Korea
government.
was able to launch rockets as a result of telemetry between
No,
like the
I'm talking
movement.
about measuring the motion of the Earth.
Yes, that's precisely it. Yeah, the motion
Okay,
of
how
the Earth.
do we
It moves.
how do we do that? How do we do that?
The exact math is not something I know off the top of my head, but it's easily Googleable. I can do it right here as I'm talking to you.
No. But well, we've
Is it only a
Googled it.
mathematical concept?
We've
Yeah, but
Googled it.
how
No one.
actions to do?
No, hold on.
Hold
on. We've Googled this. We've researched it for many years. No one has
Okay.
ever measured motion of the Earth. You disagree? Feel free. Present. Feel free. Feel free. Present the measurements.
Well, hold on. Wait a second.
You can't trust the government.
When you're talking about like measurements of the Earth, like from what vantage point? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like from like high up?
I mean, well, they're telling us that the ground is moving at a certain speed. How did they measure that?
Well, the biggest way was before we ever even had satellites was the way that physicists were able to calculate like the different areas on the planet between seeing different star systems. So like when we saw the constellations, we'd be like, okay, if it moves at X and X speed, our friends so and far away will like also see it within a number of hours and minutes and seconds. And that's how
Right.
that was
But
originally how we were able to figure it out.
That was an
Then we had
assumption.
them.
That was an assumption based on the movement of
No,
the
it
stars.
was mathematical proofs. Like
yeah,
we
yeah,
know
no,
for
no, no. So that was looking at the
we know
stars
for a
moving
fact.
and
We know
saying,
for
no. The
we
observation
can.
there is only that. Hold on. The
I'm
observation
listening.
there is that
I'm
the
listening.
star. The observation there is that the stars are moving. Yeah.
No.
We only observe
Go
the
ahead and say no
stars
again.
moving. You
Hold
don't
on.
observe the Earth moving. Yeah.
You observe
Realize.
first of all, you have to recognize that we've we've already proven that the Earth is not flat. Like if you want to have a
No, you haven't, because that's what we're asking for evidence of, and you're just saying the stars move, therefore the Earth.
What's his face? Old guy from like 1,500 years ago. Old guy. he literally put like
Eratosthenes assumed the
yeah,
globe.
well, he put like
He didn't
literally like
measure. He didn't
pillars in
measure
the
it.
ground over the course of
Yeah,
like
yeah, and he
300 miles
assumed
or
a
something.
globe. The Chinese did the same thing, assuming it was flat, and it works the same. So no, he didn't prove the globe. This is again. I mean, this is like what we're told as children.
He
Yeah,
did it
bro.
off.
You can
No,
hear
he did,
Grass Tyson
dude. He did
explain
it off.
this.
He
The
did it off of
globe side.
the
Listen,
length
bro,
of shadows.
bro. You have
The
not
length
studied this
of
topic.
shadows,
You
and
have
it
not studied this
corresponded with
topic.
multiple other like
Bro.
places on the planet.
No,
I
bro,
don't know what you're.
You have not studied this topic sufficiently. You've just come into this channel. We've studied it for years. The globe side tells you that
Okay,
Eratosthenes did not. Don't interrupt me.
I
Don't
think
interrupt
you're.
me. Don't
Well, I
interrupt me.
will because I think you're fundamentally
Well, you'll
incorrect.
get you'll
But
get
I'm
muted
going to
because I
ask
wasn't
you.
finished my point. The globe
I'm
side
gonna
will
ask.
tell you. The globe side will tell you that Eratosthenes did not prove or measure a globe. He assumed it and calculated it based on that assumption. Okay.
He assumed it.
He assumed it. Correct. So
Okay.
we are
Alright.
still. You still need to
leave this
understand.
channel to you for a few seconds, and I'm gonna go review some of my history. And I swear to God, if I come back in this channel and you turn around and tell me it's the Jews, I'm gonna laugh. I'll be back.
I can't
Yeah,
believe we told me it's what?
spiral in your own
You
time.
tell me it's what? What did he say?
Shadows.
That was a weird 180.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, he just spazzed out straight away. He doesn't want to recognize that the stars are moving. As soon as he realizes that his evidence is the stars are moving and that it's a crap claim for Earth moving, he immediately has to just talk over me and spiral on to the next point about, well, you know that Flat Earth was debunked by some guy that I don't even know his name or what he did. I just vaguely heard. Like, bro.
I can't believe. I mean, I dipped out about an hour ago and I was on the Eratosthenes conversation, and now I've just come back in for a little listen, and it was Eratosthenes conversation. Fuck me.
Because it's the first thing Google gives them. As soon as they say, who measured the globe? Who measured the curve? Who measured the radius? Google just says Eratosthenes, and then there's a tiny little blurb, and 95% of them are just reading that, not even reading what he did, and just immediately saying, oh, you guys couldn't even Google. It's Eratosthenes!
But
what
they
we
get
didn't fucking think to Google it 8
what
years
they get
ago.
what they get first of all is when you Google that is the Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah.
Didn't tell
So
you that.
that's why we hear it all the time, because it's the first thing Google serves them, and they don't look any further.
And
Because they
again, we have
somehow
to
have
talk
bought the
about
propaganda.
right.
Sorry.
And again, we have to
I
talk
was going to say
about
because they've.
human.
Go
I
for
was
it.
just going to say, and again, we have to talk about human behavior when we have these discourses, because yet again, when the globalist, the glober, is challenged by some of the likes of Cyclone, the dialogue becomes more difficult to be had all of a sudden, right? Because either one or both or more interlocutors are disrupting one another's replies. And so the more agitated and irritated you become at the replies given from the other interlocutor, people have a tendency to do the same thing back. And now there's this mutual disruption. And now the attempt to have the discourse unto the end of the matter of the controversy is being disrupted, because us being challenged according to our beliefs, especially these philosophical and profound subject matters such as cosmology, are that disturbing.
Well
Right.
said.
Yeah, and it's like if you're a thinking individual, it should strike you when you come in here that when you've just Googled it and read the first result, you should assume that we have done the same thing and we understand what Google is claiming. Like they're proceeding as if we didn't look into the very first Google result. They should be thinking, okay, well, surely these guys have heard of this. I wonder what their explanation of it would be. Instead, they're like, this is undeniably the answer, and you must be retarded if you weren't able to Google it. So it's like,
And
it
of course, that's the
immediately
pattern of
shows.
thought we can expect from
Yeah,
a person,
sadly.
a kind of person where they've been
From people
raised
who believe in
their
a
entire
flat
life
Earth,
to
yes,
think that way
certainly.
about others who don't believe the mainstream lore about the world.
Well, hey guys. I'm not a
It's
flat
mainstream to
earther,
believe in
but I do
anything.
have a question about flat Earth.
This is who was that other guy I was talking with? I was in here recently, like just a few minutes ago. I got the article pulled up, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Is that asshole still here?
Oh, which one? Me?
I'm referred to that a bunch. Is it me?
Yeah,
Who, me? I'm an
I think he
asshole.
jumped ship. Yeah, because I was
I'm
like,
an
hey, yeah, I'm
asshole.
coming back with a Wikipedia article and have it. So.
Oh, Alpha. You're
he's-
talking about Alpha.
I have a question.
Yeah, no, very funny.
Yeah, please talk.
I literally have no hate for flat earthers. I like a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are stupid and you guys are dumb. I actually have a level of admiration for you guys because I appreciate not trusting what the man tells you. I get that.
Aren't we honoured?
But
Okay, that's cool.
at a certain point, it's like you just like you all you got to do is read the history. You have to look at
Yeah.
like the physics of an eclipse. Very basic shit, and it's
No,
kind
we've
of
read
obvious
into
that the
all
world's
that.
round.
We've read into all that. There's no globe proof. There's no measurement
Okay.
in Earth.
Let's
There's no measurement in
attack it.
ocean.
Let's attack this from its most basic standpoint.
no,
Do you guys
there's no
believe in
proof.
Navy SEALs or SAS?
Call someone a troglodyte in a minute.
No, like do you guys believe in like special air services for the UK?
Jedi called someone a
Navy
troglodyte.
SEAls, Delta Force, shit like that. Like, do you guys think that like Nevpol, all those guys? Do you guys think that's a real thing? That there can be people out there who are super qualified for their job, way more than any of you in this chat, other than those who have served in those specific groups. Like, would you agree that there are people out there who are just super qualified for something that me and you could only go
Being,
for?
being too weak to go into the trade.
Blah,
Like
blah,
a
blah,
special
blah,
pleading
blah.
fallacy to me.
Yeah, you should have went in the
I
trade.
mean, I can just simply say yes.
For the flat earthers,
So what?
why
A
not?
lot. I hear a lot of people like bitching and complaining, and then I hear a lot of other people
No,
going,
there's
"Yeah, of
nobody that
course."
knows more than us about this subject.
So it's like
Right.
do you guys think do you guys think just for a split second, like we have these badasses, like, and some of them are our friends, cousins, brothers, siblings. Some
You
of
said
them.
that already. Get to the
Some
point.
of them.
evidence
Some
of
of them are
curve.
You
not.
already said that.
Some
Get
of
to
them.
the point.
I know. The
There's
flat
no
earth shit.
evidence of curve.
Some of them are like so badass. They're so well
Who
educated. They're
cares?
such successful
Right.
people
So does the existence
that they actually
does
go to space. Like they go to
oh
space. It's a
bro.
thing they go to.
Maybe
You don't gotta
SEALs
be
go to
educated to go
space.
to space.
Okay,
You
I
just gotta
get
be
it.
stupid. You just gotta be stupid to go. You don't gotta be educated.
Jesus Christ. It's a field day today, huh, gentlemen?
So that boils down to you believe the videos that you've seen about space. Is that correct?
Okay, wait. This is the
Wow,
thing.
the
Why
irony.
why not
yeah,
No,
go
that's
yes, I
true that
do.
the Navy
I-
SEAls do have to help the astronauts film in water. So that's actually
No.
true. Welcome to the end of
Wait,
the internet.
hold
Okay,
on.
so he
Can we
just
not
said,
be a
okay,
complete schizophrenic for
he
5
just
seconds,
said,
please?
he just said yes. He just said yes. He is saying that he believes the videos from space. Okay, I don't believe the videos from space. You can't
Why?
verify them to be real.
Why?
Right.
No.
So why not
Outside,
go?
no.
I'm
Hold
under
on,
no
wait.
obligation to believe.
Outside of the idea that these things are just like conspiracies that are advanced and made up by multiple fucking
Well,
conglomerates.
it's an
Why?
unverifiable claim. It's an unverifiable claim for starters.
Bring your fucking
So
evidence, bro.
other than an unverifiable video, what evidence is there that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I got to be like totally honest. I feel like I'm gonna be like very comfortable here because you guys are fucking crazy, but I like it. I dig it. I'm having a
Talking
great
about
fucking
the
time.
fucking room and get to the
Hey,
point.
you might
old
convince me
dumbass.
on the other side. You might
No, we're
convince
not
me on the
crazy,
other
mate.
side. That's
Stop
possible.
fucking
coming
talking
Possible.
about the
But
room and talk about the
Miggy,
evidence, dumbass.
you got to realize that's coming from a
the
guy who
evidence,
thinks
yes,
tough
the evidence.
people,
I
tough
know.
people equals
Mathematics,
globe.
physics. I know. It's crazy. I know. It's nuts. Those
What
mathematics, man.
physics?
Yeah.
What physics? What physics proves the globe?
Why do we have a tide?
This is the trap right here.
Why do we have a
They want to
tide?
get you to
Can
talk
you
about this
explain that to me? Why do we have a tide?
No. Don't ask me a question. This guy just said physics. What physics proves the globe?
I think he said sticks it.
What?
Said what?
Said physics.
I was literally like lighting
Yeah, he
a
said
fucking.
physics.
What do you guys say over there?
He said-
Lighting a fag? Yeah, there you go. I was lighting a fag.
Right.
No.
Can we
No.
get an answer? So what physics proves the globe?
Well, I would say to start would be a tide. A tide of the oceans is pretty interesting. That means a larger body is pulling on the ocean, which would imply that
How do you know that?
Oh my God.
That's not
Jesus
physics.
fucking
This
Christ,
sounds like
really?
an Arthur C. Clarke Discovery Channel
So
thing.
your physics that
novel.
physics that proves the globe is to tell a story about the ocean tides.
No, I'm asking. No, I already know why it works. Like the moon goes around the planet, and like that
Yeah, you
pulls
guys never seen
water
the
around.
moon,
I'm
right?
asking you. No, I know you got a bunch of guys over there who are like, I don't know, jerking off with peanut butter in their mom's basement. I'm talking about like, why do you think it is that tides can work on a flat planet? Like, is the moon just going
flat
in a
planet. You see how
big
far he got,
circle?
guys?
Do with the
He
moon.
said flat planet. So he's been talking to you guys for 2 hours, and he thinks your claim is flat planet.
Flat
You're gonna have to get a psychiatrist.
It literally said, dude, it says
If he gives me the
24/7 flat
etymology
Earth.
for the word planet, we'll give him $1,000. Ask him for
It
what's a
doesn't say
planet.
flat Earth planet, dummy.
Dear
It
Lord,
says
this
flat,
is
name all the
flat
planets
Earth. What is
correctly,
Earth?
bro.
What? I'm sorry. Are you people retarded? Am I really in
I
that kind
rest
of
my
community?
case.
Is it flat
See?
Earth?
Yes,
He
it's
needs a
flat Earth.
psychiatrist.
It's
How
not a
about we have a
planet floating in the
conversation?
sky.
Flat Earth.
Hold on,
round
guys. Hold on,
oceans.
guys. Hold on, guys.
No, we
Who
can't
are
have
we
a
speaking
conversation
to?
because
Who are we speaking
Smooth
to?
Talker over here wants to turn around and say that I'm retarded when it literally says 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
said
Okay.
flat
Do you
planet.
understand? Do you understand that when we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about a disk Earth in space? Do you understand that?
Actually, I didn't. Maybe you're going to convince me. See, I came in here
Okay.
with an open
Well,
mind. Okay, all right. What are we? What are you saying then? Flat Earth is what?
What
Flat
we're
Earth.
saying, what we're saying is, we observe, measure, and use the Earth in any practical application as flat and motionless. But we are told and educated in school by the media and by the militaries and the government that we're on a spinning ball. But when we go to look for the measurements, the empirical evidence of those claims, there is no detectable curvature, there is no detectable motion, and we can't have gas pressure existing adjacent to a vacuum. So we're looking for the evidence of the Earth's
When you say, I'm curious. Okay, so first of all, if I'm wrong here on what you guys believe, I apologize. I just thought you guys all think we're like flying on a fucking flat meatball.
No.
I
We're
don't
not claiming that.
like a big cheeseburger floating in Earth. That's
No,
what I thought.
no,
Maybe I'm
no,
wrong.
no.
So,
We're not claiming that
but
view
what
of
I'm
Earth.
saying is, okay, you did mention something that I gotta bring up. You're saying that there's no detectable motion from Earth. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, unless
Okay.
you're in an earthquake.
Well, no. You can just use a telescope and you can look up and we see
Yeah,
things that are in the
that
night
would be
sky.
the stars. Yeah, that would be the stars, the sun, and the moon moving, not a detection of the ground moving.
How do you know that?
That's what
Wait
we
a
observe.
minute. That we should be asking you that.
What happens when you
No,
spin
we
something?
should be
It wants to
asking you
fly
that.
the fuck off.
I'm not
You're
in the
making a
minority
claim.
here.
No.
Like
No, yeah, it's not about minority.
why would
It's not about just listen.
I'm listening.
Right?
I'm listening.
We are not claiming a shape of Earth. We're not claiming what Earth looks like from outside of Earth. We're saying all of the evidence, all of the measurements, all the observations, experiential reality only tells us that the Earth is flat and motionless, and observing the luminaries moving is only an observation of the luminaries moving, not the Earth moving. The assumption is that it's the ground moving, despite us just observing the stars moving. That is the positive claim which requires to be substantiated, and it hasn't been. No one's measured the motion of the ground.
Okay. So I have a few disagreements with that, but I guess I'll start with the most obvious one, which would be why exactly does our government pump literally hundreds of billions of dollars into their defense systems when fundamentally a lot of those defense systems, namely nuclear, like whether we get to nuke someone or they nuke us first, has a very large amount to do with what goes. Oh, can I
finish.
Why is it that they put so much money into things like GPS and GPS? Like when we look up at the sky, is everything floating around at random? Because if our Earth was stationary, let's say, for example, and
But
the
what does that
shit
have to
above
do with the
us,
celestial bodies moving?
why is it that satellites have to constantly be repositioned?
Well,
Okay,
again, you're
objects
speaking to
moving
imply that we're
above
moving
our
around a
heads
little
doesn't
bit too?
necessarily indicate. Listen, objects moving above our heads does not necessarily indicate that we're standing on a curved surface. That doesn't follow.
Or a spinning surface.
Dude, I thought you were gonna say
Okay,
just because I'm
so
moving my head around, like, do I not know where I am? I thought you were gonna say that.
No.
So
How would that follow? Though, like if the celestial bodies, if the heavenly bodies were just moving around a solid, flat, fucking Earth that couldn't move,
Which is what
whatever
we
its shape,
observe.
which, well, I disagree, but
Let him
if
finish. Let him
that's
finish.
if that's the case, then why do we pump literally billions of dollars into keeping our satellites directly above us?
Okay.
Is
Well, for
is is, is are
starters,
you suggesting like we have celestial heavenly waves?
There's
for
Like are you
starters,
suggesting
for
that like a lot of
you
astrophysics
are
is
not
correct?
privy. No. You, for
Can I just give one
starters,
quick
you are not
analogy though?
privy. You are not privy to how they are spending or using that money specifically when an organization gets it. The
Well, we have
accrual
an
or
idea. We
spending
don't
of
know
money,
exactly, but
the
we do have an
accrual,
idea.
no, you have literally zero idea. You are not privy
That's
to how
kind
an
of absurd,
organization
dude.
like NASA
We
is spending their money. And this isn't even
we
debatable.
we
Unless you
literally
work in
have
the
I
finance
publicly
love when someone like you
admitted.
has
department.
these strong opinions.
Let's
We
What is
all
the
let them
publicly
alternative?
answer
What is
one
the
admitted
another.
alternative?
to determine
Guys,
that
You're
guys,
saying
I'm
all
not
this, talking
finished.
all this
I'm not
shit. What
finished.
is
Shut up.
what is
Shut up. I'm not
opposite of what you're
finished.
saying though?
Listen, you're not
Well,
privy to it. You don't
no.
work for NASA. You don't work in accounting for NASA, so you don't know where they're spending their money or what their money is going to. Regardless, the accrual of taxpayer money or the spending of it does not mean that the ground is curved or in motion. Especially since they're not spending their money on measuring curvature or motion of the Earth, unless you think they are, in which case, show us the measurements that they're spending the money on.
I mean,
They're
just
giving
take,
you
just give your.
video
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
ask something?
images.
Have any of the flat earthers, which I don't know what your claim is, because earlier y'all said, it's not flat, so I don't know what it is. But if any of you actually tried to go to NASA or to any space program around the world and try and observe what they do, because you can.
They have repeatedly and they deny it. They
It's a
say
worthy
it's
question, but
anti
it's not
Mountains
in the
or
flow of the
it's a
dialogue right
Jewish
now.
conspiracy or it's something
Hang on,
funny.
like 8
That's
people
always
were
the
talking.
same.
It's a
Okay,
worthy
bro.
question, but it's not in the flow of the dialogue right now. Okay, so the point is right now to radical, right? Just give yourself pause and realize that this line of thought that you're scrutinizing us by is not sequitur. It doesn't follow that there are
You're asking.
machines made
No,
by humans. Just give me a
absolutely
moment.
secular.
Just give me a moment.
All right, go ahead.
Not,
I'll give
it's
you
not
a
that
moment.
hard. Okay. It does not follow that humans make machines. Wow, are you serious, my
Holy
guy?
shit! Yeah. What the fuck?
You don't know what a non sequitur is,
Bro, you got
but
to talk for so long, and now someone else is talking, and that.
Guys,
I
when
I'm trying to
Gregory's
say to
finished,
you-
when Gregory's finished, he will pause. So wait until he's finished.
What I'm trying to say to you is that this line of reasoning is non sequitur. It does not follow. Humans make machines. Humans send machine high above the surface of the earth. Therefore, the earth is moving. That doesn't follow.
So if I may make a quick argument.
Sorry about that. I was hitting a pen.
Oh, never
I
mind.
mean, I kind of think it
Okay,
does.
wait.
Oh shit! Somebody else will stop. Give him the floor. Fuck it. Whatever.
Oh shit.
I
ahead,
just have a quick question. I have a quick question for the non-globers, right? The flat earthers or whatever you wish to call yourself. Why is it
God, these
that
niggas are
in the
stupid.
northern hemisphere you're capable of seeing a different set of constellations than in the southern hemisphere?
That's another worthy question. I mean, very simply, do you see forever? Does your line of sight stretch infinitely?
Into space, technically, yes.
Hang on. Give
What?
yourself
Hold on.
pause.
Wait.
Do you
Did he just
see?
ask why
He's asking
people
about.
see different
Yeah.
different constellations in different parts of the planet? Well,
Yeah.
that's not what you want to ask somebody who is not pro flat Earth, because the answer is really simple. Because it's a sphere, so you
Well, he
see
didn't
different
ask. He
parts of the
didn't
night
ask
sky.
the non-flat earthers. He asked the non-globers. You have to give yourself pause and listen better.
Oh God, the non-globe. Why is this so? Okay, all right, I'll listen.
It's very simple. Right? We can't just hop back and forth between 1,000 different lines of dialogue. We have to complete one at least. So to briefly answer this, does your line of sight, does your field of view stretch forever?
If I look up into the stars, right? Technically, yes. Now, can I see all of this with high resolution? No. Resolution
Okay.
is a different question, but yes, if I look into the stars and I look into
Congratulations, you
the
proved
black of
yourself wrong.
space, I can see everything infinitely.
The problem is that you know full and well that's false. Your field of view does not stretch forever.
I think
No,
what he's
I mean,
trying to say. I think what he's
forward
trying to say
focused.
is that like he can see like billions of years of light, which is true, but that's not true. It's not true that you can literally see like. We had to build the Hubble fucking space telescope to see like literally up until the Big Bang. So
Just
I'm
let him
sorry,
interpret
homie.
himself.
That's
We don't need to prognosticate what one another mean, because what he said did not even remotely get over there. But
to be
so
clear,
pay attention to the reply.
but that's fine.
You know when you're a kid, you're on a
Okay,
merry-go-round?
can you please stop fighting one another's voices? Come on. Okay, to finally answer the gentleman's question. Right, I'm asking you a rhetorical question because it's really not that difficult. Whether you're standing on a flat surface or a curved surface, just because you don't see things in the distance does not mean that it's obstructed by anything curved or flat, right? You can watch a plane take off, right? And there's nothing solid and non-transparent obstructing between you and the plane. The plane can just fly directly up on a clear day, and it will vanish from your field of view because it's too far away for you to resolve in your field of view.
Not true. So the reason that
Are you
a plane would
serious?
disappear, the reason that a plane would disappear is because its size is not sufficient to suggest an object in front of you at
but
X distance.
wait, hold on.
Yeah, again,
You're trying to be
that's
smart.
a
and only
conversation
What
the
your
around
wrong
friend just
way.
saying?
resolution.
See infinitely
So
though?
what did I just hang on? So what did I just say to you?
That's so if I was allowed to finish there, that was the conversation of resolution that we were talking about. It's an entirely different conversation.
You're not even the same person. Where is Marboss?
Yep. No. I don't even think he is. No. Okay. Yeah. He kind of does sound the same way. Homie, you're fighting with people who believe like the Earth ain't a globe. If you're turning around and telling people like, hey, well, technically I can see the end of the universe, or technically I can see a plane as it goes up into the atmosphere. You can see it to a point. That's
well, yeah.
like
The question
factual.
was if I can see infinitely, and
No, it
if
wasn't.
I'm looking
That had
into
nothing
space,
to do with the fucking question.
yes,
Dude.
if I can see forever.
No, it
if
had
I can
nothing
see
to do with
forever
it.
into the
You two are bickering with one another
Just
about
hit
the
the fucking
interpretation
L,
of what
bro.
someone else is
You had
saying instead of
nothing.
listening to
You
them.
weren't. No, you were talking
if I
about
may
like
ask you to
could
rephrase
see.
it, Gregory.
No, you
Okay,
were
so
dude. You literally asked like everybody in here like. Well, when I look at the night sky, like I can see everything technically, and it's
Yeah,
like
he said he can see
no.
infinitely. Is that what he
Certain
said?
please just stop continuing with one another. This can be easily resolved if we just listen to the person you're trying to interpret.
All right.
Let me posit the original question again, and then Gregory, if you wouldn't mind positing your question as well, because I believe we both asked a question, right? The question is, why in the northern hemisphere are there different constellations that are visible than in the southern hemisphere? I.e., if you go to the northern ice cap and the southern ice cap, you will not physically be capable of seeing the same constellations in the stars. The patterns don't change. You just can't see the old ones, depending on which wherever you
It's
start.
not that difficult.
Literally the
Right?
dumbest question
Give yourself pause and allow yourself to accept an alternative. Right? You didn't make this cosmic paradigm. Give yourself pause and consider. You don't see forever. Your field of view does not stretch forever. So the further away you go from something, even with the celestial bodies, it will appear, notice my emphasis, to descend to the horizon, right? The apparent meeting line point where the sky touches the ground. So you're going too far away. Eventually, as you back up from the north toward the south or the south toward the north, the stars appear to descend towards the and are obstructed because the angle is too small for you to resolve it.
Okay. So with that said, that as far as I'm concerned, at least from my purview, from my perspective, it sounds as though, especially with the included verbiage of, or I should say wording of like horizon, for example, there is a point, there is an angular point, in which case we can no longer see what's on the opposite side of the Earth. Correct?
Sure.
Which would suggest that there is an opposite side of the Earth. Now, is that
No.
opposite
I
side of the
was
Earth
going to say here,
underneath?
you're assuming the globe by saying opposite side of the Earth. You're assuming a globe.
Potentially.
To put this very simple.
And the phrase opposite side doesn't necessarily mean globe.
Let me just put this very simply. If you move to stand underneath a different part of the sky, you're going to see a different part of the sky.
They literally call it a plane of perspective. It's literally a term.
So that's pretty simple, right? Like
Obviously,
if you're in
that
a
would be the
giant
case,
warehouse, if you're in a giant warehouse and you've got random fairy light patterns on the roof and you move from one side of that warehouse to another, you're going to see different patterns on the roof, right? So
not necessarily analogous,
a very
though.
simple. Well, that's a simple way of thinking about it, and with what Greg's saying, with the limitation of optics, which every optic has a limit. It's basic perspective. No one argues this. So yeah, when you travel on the Earth, you're going to move under a different part of the sky, and the place that you've left, when you get a sufficient distance, you're going to not be able to resolve what's in the sky there. It's all going to meet at your vanishing point in perspective. Right? It's got a vanishing point because things...
You cut out.
Yeah, like a mirage, right?
You cut out.
It's a vanishing point. Like, you know, if you're in the desert and you're looking out, the heat can make it seem like, I don't know, there's stuff.
So here's the question then. First of all, how many constellations are there? There's 88. And all 88 of those constellations cannot be viewed from one point anywhere on the planet. There is no central point. So the theory would be, right?
You
If
didn't
the Earth was
understand what he just said, did you?
No, hold on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
No, I just hate when people ask a question and answer it. I fucking hate that shit so much.
Well, because I don't actually expect any of you guys to know exactly how many constellations there are. It's a rhetorical, right? It's better to just go with the answer.
Angels, you're really going to have to stop now, my friend. If you're going to turn around and say things I don't expect you guys to know, then me and you are going to have a little chat. Everyone else can shut the fuck up. Me and this guy are going to go.
I do apologize. I certainly didn't mean any offense.
Fuck you little cunt. Go and fuck yourself, you fucking maggot.
Just that I don't expect you guys to just have memorized the amount of constellations is what I mean. It's not really very necessary.
Man, the fact that you like Googled something and like remembered it, that's like, and you think that you're better than us is disgusting.
Yeah,
not at all.
Who the hell is this retard? Who is this retard anyway?
Guys, shut the fuck up. Jedi's talking.
You can imagine that we get asked these questions maybe about 5-15 times a day, right?
Fair enough.
Everybody comes in here and says Aristosthenes. Everybody says stars all of the time, right? We've had these conversations for 5, 6, 7 years. The answer's really simple. If you've got Polaris over your head, you'll notice that as you look south towards the horizon, you can't see any stars apart from the one that are in your field of view. If you keep going south, however, stars will keep coming up from over the horizon, and when you turn around, Polaris will start descending towards the horizon line until he gets somewhere around the equator. Then Polaris would have descended downwards towards the horizon, and as you keep going, you can't see it anymore. But as you've continued going south, more stars have started to appear upwards in your peripheral vision, sorry, in your field of view. This doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth is curved. It's just localized starlight. There are local ones over your head, and you only have a dome of perspective. As you move north or south around the Earth, you have constellations north or south or around the equator. Depending where you are, you'll see those ones. That's all the answer is. It's not hard, it's not rocket science, it is just perspective.
Okay, so is it possible to get a lens wide enough to see everything? Sensitive enough to see all of the starlight, but wide enough to see everything from a central, the centermost point on the planet?
What a weird
question.
That's a very troublesome question. That's a very simple answer to that. Very simple answer to that. That's not a troublesome question at all. Of course, it's logically and metaphysically possible.
So it is metaphysically and logically possible to do that.
Sure, so what?
Why has it never been done?
Well, are humans able to make such a device?
I
It
would
doesn't seem that
anticipate
we are.
can.
I mean, humans would like to do that, would they not?
Let's see what the widest camera lens that we have is.
So do we have a device where we can see everything in the sky at once, simultaneously?
Yeah, well, we have radio waves. We have sonar.
God.
Before though, didn't they do something or whatever? They had this like giant satellite dishes or whatnot, and they tried like.
What does that
use
have
it
to
as-
do with anything though? Seriously, I'm so confused.
I think that was a facetious answer. I think.
No, you just wanted to know whether or not there's any way to actually test it. Radio waves, microwaves.
Which yes,
He went from radio and sonar, now he's radio and microwaves. The fuck?
Well, so the electromagnetic spectrum would actually posit this as a possibility in that we can detect from a central point on the planet, we could detect all of the inbound electromagnetic frequencies on every spectrum, all hitting this supposed flat Earth all at the same time.
Just back
However,
up. Just back up. Just back up. This is being overcomplicated again.
Yeah, I feel like
You asked us, is it possible? I said it's logically and metaphysically possible. We need to stop straining on that. It's not that difficult. You asked, is it possible? Of course, it's logically and metaphysically possible. Then I asked you, do we have such a device?
yes, we do.
Please show it to us.
Yeah.
And after you show it to us, I would like you to explain how it works, who made it, how they made it, how it works, or at least how it works. When was it made? What is it used for? We need to establish some coherency and stop all the cacophony.
What did you say this device does? You said it sees everything all at once. Is that what you said?
Well, no. So the idea, first and foremost, because I'm not entirely positive that we could that this is actually something that's doable. By the way,
so now you've been
electromagnetic.
Shown as a liar.
Hold on,
so,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on.
Go ahead, liar.
You're interrupting me here. So. With
Go ahead,
electromagnetic frequencies, it is absolutely possible that we could absorb all of them hitting the surface of the Earth all simultaneously. That is possible.
Okay, cool.
However,
no, it's not. How? Explain that. That's not possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So in order to make that possible, we would have to build a radio dish across the entirety of the planet to capture all of the radio waves impacting Earth simultaneously.
Why would you do that? You just come up with technology that's not going to be able to be achieved by us. Brilliant.
Well, we do have smaller versions of this. We do have smaller versions. They can capture large quantities of the night sky. The problem is within your guys' concept model for the flat Earth theory, right? Within that concept model, it doesn't work because not only would we not build a radio dish across the entirety of human space.
In your model, it works.
Why are you talking about a radio dish right now?
Because
I'm asking you, do we see everything, visual data?
What is the point of what you're saying if it doesn't work in either model?
No, it absolutely does. The difference is within the globe Earth model, we don't actually have to encapsulate the entire Earth to do this. Multiple observation points can be used to abstractly associate the data post hoc, which is what we do now.
Please listen. We're talking about a red herring right now. We're not trying to talk about capturing invisible waves of whatever various kind. We're talking about visual data. You mentioned to us about looking, visually detecting the stars and not being able to visually detect them at whatever given distance as you move further away from the south or further away from the north. We just last left on the question, do we have a device where we can visually detect all the stars simultaneously? It's a simple question.
Not one singular one that would fit within this concept model, no. It's
Well, why'd you
not
say
capable
you're
of being
going-
built to
Oh
scale
my
So in other
like
words,
that. So
no,
fair enough.
right? Just to clarify, in other words, no. We don't
At least
do that
not
with
for the
our
flat
own
Earth
eyes.
theory.
Again with the cacophony. Again with the cacophony.
Hey,
Again.
Bentonet.
I'm sorry.
Sit back for a bit, mate.
Got you.
So in other words, no. Right? We don't do this with our own eyes, and we don't do this with any ocular device that we have ever fabricated.
It doesn't need to be ocular, though.
Okay, but you are asking about visual data.
Yes.
Visual detection.
You can get that from radio waves, 100%. You don't actually need to see
So
a
yeah, you
physical
can see
picture
the
of said
waves,
object.
but you're talking about seeing the stars, looking up at the sky and seeing the stars. What am I missing if I'm missing something?
Yeah, so in order to see the stars, you can see them both visually, which I wouldn't recommend. Obviously, it's going to hurt your eyes, right? So instead, what we do, instead of burning out optics of various kinds, we use microwave radiation, we use the gamma, beta, and alpha wave radiation, and we effectively take a photo of that instead of the physical photo of the star itself, which would, after a point, it would wear down on any lens that you threw at it quite quickly.
Okay, so are you asking a question now, or are you saying that we can detect all of these types of radiation simultaneously?
Yes, at least in the globe Earth theory or the globe Earth concept, we're
this?
capable of doing that by utilizing multiple, or if not, well, in this case, I believe it's hundreds of collection points.
You're just
We
making
can
up
capture
stories now, aren't you? Just
No.
making up stories
So-
because
so the
this
difference
device doesn't
is-
exist. You've already said the device doesn't exist. So why are you going on with it?
Not one that would encapsulate the entire flat Earth theory.
But
No.
shut the fuck up then.
Okay, so we have a bunch of machines either standing on the ground or floating on the seas or floating at whatever altitude in the air above the surface of the earth and the seas. How does that indicate that the earth is curving or moving?
Because the only place that we can actually see all of the constellations from is when we get away from Earth. Now, with respect to collaborative data, we can actually put together the differences between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere in terms of the constellations that are observable from each observation point and the various observation points within both
So help me
hemispheres.
understand. So you're doing this project, this observation project, already presuming the earth is a ball?
No, actually. So the independent
So how does just hang on
observation
before you continue, just help me out. So this observation project is demonstrating the earth is a ball and spinning in a cosmic vacuum. How?
So, in context, so first of all, it actually proves that there are, for example, if it were a flat Earth, we would be able to see the bisection of the stars at some point, left or right, in context, right? So if you had an observation point on the far left of said flat Earth and the far right of said flat Earth, the bisection point would be very obvious. Those 2 points could only see so much. However, within the current extrapolative data that we do possess, it's very obvious that, in fact, it doesn't actually stretch north to south as far as that bisection. The same thing would, by the way, apply if, for example, you were to place it in this flat Earth. If you were to place the bisection horizontally across the Earth, it would the same reason would be applicable.
Okay, Angel, who told you that if the Earth's surface were planar, we would be able to see all the stars?
Nobody. That would be the insinuation, because there would be no directional change.
Why would that be the insinuation if we are standing on a planar surface and our vision does not stretch forever, and we just accounted geometrically why some stars in a distant section are obscured behind the horizon?
Because the observation points that are designed to exhibit the microwave, gamma wave, beta wave, alpha wave radiation would all be capable of seeing what we can't see with the naked eye or any ocular devices, and even still using multiple observation points in this planar Earth, it still wouldn't be able to see all of it if it were a globe. If it's a flat Earth,
listen
it
to this.
could.
Listen to this.
Because this is the crux of the matter.
They were designed to do what you just said.
Yeah, so it's very simple. There is no sequitur connection between the limits of our perspective and the object we're standing on. The limits of our perspective are what they are, whether we're standing on a curved surface or a flat surface. It does not necessarily indicate our limits of our perspective do not at all necessarily indicate or even strongly indicate that we don't see the stars in the distance because the Earth is curving and they're hidden behind a sphere.
So then would you posit that there is in fact an edge to the Earth?
No.
Sure, there's an edge, there's an extremity to all concrete particulars, necessarily.
Okay, so there is an end point to the Earth that you and I could walk to. There's no way that you and I could.
Should we have the sufficient means? Sure.
Okay. What would require what would be required to do that? Do you think?
Well, the money, right, to purchase the clothes, the food, the navigation equipment, the guidance, the transport, etc., etc.
Okay, so we could do this with just consistent Earth-bound transportation right now. Just have to have money.
No.
Well, I don't think anyone's traversed across the ice that is at the extremities away from the center of the Earth.
We're not allowed to go in Antarctica anyways. You need
Yeah.
garbage.
Well,
yeah, notwithstanding also the personnel that's forbidding that kind of travel, right? Because we're not authorized personnel.
Before we even go there,
NATO.
I feel like scientists have documented this pretty thoroughly.
Stop. So before we even go there, you're saying you detected a sphere in the sky, yeah? So if you're saying the Earth is a curved ball flying through the vacuum of space, then why don't we measure it at the surface? Because that would confirm, because now we're on concrete ground, and now we can measure and confirm that what you're detecting in the sky is actually a ball on the ground. Wouldn't that be the easiest way to do it?
Sorry, say that again?
It would.
Say that one more time?
You say you're detecting a sphere in the sky, yeah? You're saying all these things happen
An
in
object,
the sky, so...
a light source.
Hang on.
What do you mean?
Just let me finish, right? So, all these observations you're making in the sky confirm that the Earth is a ball. So why don't you go back down to Earth, where you can measure it physically, and find out if it's curving at that rate?
I mean, I see no reason why you couldn't, generally speaking.
So has anyone ever done it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why not?
Because at that point, the object that you're trying to measure, if you wanted a true measurement of said object, aside from, just a true measurement of said object, you would have to go and get to said object to measure it, generally speaking.
The Earth? I'm talking about the Earth, mate.
Well,
Now, if you wanted to measure the Earth, then, I mean, as far as relative estimates are concerned, we've done it. I suppose we could make a...
How? Stop fucking telling me an essay. Just have a back and forward, short conversations, back and forward. Stop fucking giving me an essay. You're not actually saying anything.
So we could make an 8,000 mile long tape measure. That's doable.
Stop saying stuff that's stupid and won't work.
Thank you. Finally, someone said something. Holy shit.
Well, I mean, that's the estimated.
All you've done is come up with stupid ideas that don't work. You said a radio telescope that with a dish the size of the Earth. Now, come on, mate, get realistic. You're saying the Earth is a sphere in the vacuum of space. Mm-hmm. Who fucking measured the drop over distance to work out if it's a sphere or not?
Again, that's what I'm saying. We could easily just create a tape measurer and literally just track it around the entire globe. That's entirely doable.
Why?
It'd have to be about 8,500 miles long. to accommodate for rises, depressions, etc.
Can I just say one thing?
You're a fucking retard, man.
Okay, think about it like this though. Okay, if you're a glober, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So we're on Earth, we're not getting flung off. But like when you're a kid, you go on the merry-go-round, and everyone fucking whips that shit, and you're in the center, and you want to get off, but like you try and lean in, and it goes faster and faster and faster the more you pull in and you let out. But that merry-go-round wants to fling you the fuck off. So
On
like
the outer edges, yes.
No, but the more you go to the center, the faster it goes, right? So the more you're gonna probably get flung off. So then why, like, what is? And you're gonna say gravity is stopping us from getting flung off this Earth? Everything's just what? Like gravity's the only thing that could possibly stop us from getting flung the fuck off. If a merry-go-round is gonna fling me fucking off my ass, what the fuck is gravity's gonna stop me from flinging off the Earth?
So at the center of the merry-go-round, the rotational speed is going to increase, right?
Yeah.
At the very center, it'll increase. However, on the outer edges, it's not going to seem as fast, right?
Saying,
We already established that.
If I'm just sitting here, I'm standing, and the Earth's going 1,000 miles an hour. I'm not moving. But I'm on that merry-go-round. The merry-go-round say it's going like 20 miles an hour at best. That's insane, right? And that I'm gonna get flung off fucking into nowhere. So what is stopping us and everything from getting flung off into space? Gravity.
So, yes. So gravity being generated from this intense rotational speed at the core of the Earth, comparative to the actual rotational speed at the outer bounds of the Earth, the mantle, the top of the mantle, the top of the crust, at that point is considerably different. The speeds are much, much, much different.
No, they're not. I'm sorry,
yes,
they are.
Quite
Quite
significantly.
They, as you get to the outside of the ball, your speed increases because you're covering more distance. Yeah.
In a sense, you're covering more ground, but you're not covering more speed. You're not getting faster. You're getting slower.
To the outside, if you go to the outside of a circle, you increase your distance, and therefore you increase your speed. Is that correct?
As you go to the outside of the circle, you're
no,
creating more
it's incorrect.
Drag. You're going slower.
It's
if all the mass
you are going
outside,
slower.
If you go to the outside of the spinning object, if all the mass goes to the outside, it's going to go slower. If all the mass goes to the inside, it's going to go faster.
Correct.
Like a merry-go-round.
If you go to the center of the merry-go-round, the gravitational forces are going to be exercised heavier on you because at that point you are traveling at a faster rate of speed.
Something as simple as a merry-go-round can fling me into fucking no man's land. What is stopping everything from being flung out into space?
So the difference between the merry-go-round and the Earth is the fact that the merry-go-round is generating very, 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 very small quantities of gravity. Very small. Near undetectable, especially from the human perspective.
We got away from the curvature of the Earth. Why did we do that?
That's my bad.
I was just answering a question. At this point, though, if the contention here, especially within the flat Earth, the globe Earth models, is first and foremost, how is it that we can stick to the Earth, right? If that's
sorry, dude, you're not fucking saying anything again. Let's go back to, all right. Who's measured the curvature of the Earth for you to assume that it's the curvature of the Earth, that we live on a ball in space, and now all of your observations, silly observations about the sky, confirm that we live on a ball? Okay? So answer me that. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
It doesn't matter who measured it. It's a matter of what you and I can prove together.
Awesome.
So I can prove to you.
Stop fucking talking. You talk too much. All right? The Earth, when you walk outside, when you look at it, it presents itself as flat. It also presents itself as stationary. Yeah? So what tells me
no
that it's not flat? Okay, it doesn't present itself as flat to you?
Correct.
Okay, when?
For example, ridges and rises all over the continental United States, right? I've traveled across
we're looking out over water. All right.
Well, hold on. Let me get to my actual
I'm not going to
bit
let
here.
you finish because we all know the Earth has topography. We're not talking about topography. We're talking about
wasn't referring to topography either.
We're talking about a level surface. All right. All right. The Earth presents itself as flat and level. Look out over water. You don't see a curve. So these things are your everyday experience. You cannot tell me that you experience the Earth as curved, like a ball. Can you?
No way, too.
Actually, I do think I have a real world example.
No, that's not even the globe story.
Need
The
to
globe
find
story
a.
is it's too big to see curve. Remember? Fucking hell.
Not being consistent with our own premises is not at all indicative that we're telling truth now.
So growing up, I was raised in Washington State, right, with one of the largest rivers in the Pacific or in the North American continent, Columbia. When you're standing at the Columbia River and you look across the river, you can actually see a visual representation of curvature in this particular case. Now, I couldn't tell you exactly what it is, but I can tell you that the mile-wide river.
Wait. What did the curvature look like if you could describe it?
You were just about
see,
you stole my
can't
question out of my mouth, Cyclone. I was about to ask him, is the river curving?
I can't physically see the actual ground on the opposite side of the river. If I'm sitting, if I lay down at the water level, right, and I try to get my eyes, the angle of my vision as close to the water line as humanly possible, I can't actually see the
I
shore
lay
on the
down
other
on my
side.
back in the hallway and put a cup of water at the end of it. I can't see it either. What are you talking about?
Right, but I'm trying to ascertain what are you actually seeing that you're saying is curvature?
There is an angular difference.
Try it in a
There is an angular
gymnasium and
difference.
see what
That much
happens.
I can say.
Sorry, Tim.
Well,
Which
a
is
gymnasium
not
is
the
not a mile
same
long.
concluding premise concerning curvature.
Hold on, let's let Timbo keep going, but
I'm good. I just got to work, so I'm just listening in now. All good. You guys take it.
All right, I just want to know what curve looks like because I've never seen it. I've been to quite a lot of rivers. I've never seen it. What should I be looking out for?
Well, I doubt you've seen rivers quite as long as this one. There's not many of them, or I should say quite as wide. This particular river, right, it actually pushes about 14 quintillion gallons of water a year. It's very, very, very large, and it's about a mile across in most locations. That said, when you're actually trying to look at the water line across, you cannot see the ground on the opposite side of the water line. You see buildings that rise several degrees above, based on your actual angle, above that of the opposing landmass.
How many feet are missing, do you think?
I mean, several, truthfully, but within a mile, it's not, or at least the projection shouldn't be that heavy.
So
the difference here in
water,
though,
but you see the buildings.
yes, you can very
several
clearly
feet are
see the
missing
buildings
within
on
a
the other
mile.
side.
You live on
but
a
when you get
super tiny earth, we call that.
when you
Okay,
when you
so
get actually
you're
up
not
to the
seeing-
water line,
Like you're seeing curvature per se. It's a lack of seeing something that you are attributing to what you're assuming is curvature. Is that correct?
well, no, it physically obstructs your ability to see forward.
Right, so you're
So
assuming
the
that
water itself,
obstruction. You're assuming that obstruction is due to the surface being curved. Right?
it must be.
Physical obstruction doesn't equal curvature.
So this
because
is
there are rises on
this
both
is
sides of these rivers.
this is
or
the
this
point.
river.
This is a point that he needs to go through because he thinks optical obstruction has to be due to physical curvature.
Well,
so
he
I'm gonna
said
pick that up.
Which doesn't follow.
I've dropped an image.
he said a mile
Angel.
across. He said a mile across. That's
Angel.
not even enough distance
Sorry.
for Earth curvature to get in the way.
Angel, are you in the text room? Can you see the image I posted at dead on whatever o'clock it is for you? It's 8 o'clock here, so 00 past the hour. Do you see the observation I've posted? Awesome. So you understand that within the writing below, it gives you the height of the observer, which is 3.5 feet above the surface of the water, and we can see the bottoms of those wind turbines at distances from 8 extending out to 11 miles. We can obviously see the horizon past the the wind turbine that passed 11 miles, so we can safely say it's about 12 to 13 miles. So when you turn around to us and say, hey, look, I've got a body of water, when I look across it, I can't see the bottoms of stuff. Well, we can always count that to some kind of atmospheric whatnot. But ultimately, when making low to the ground observations over distances where the curvature should be at 3 miles, we can obviously see beyond that 3 mile mark. And this is a safe distance of an estimation of 12 to 13 miles because the horizon is past the wind turbine on the right hand side that's at a distance of 11 miles. So that's one of the prime reasons that we're here. Do you notice that water? That water looks exceptionally flat, doesn't it, my friend? Yo, Angels.
It doesn't stop the fact that if he's looking at this river and he's looking at buildings past that river, the curvature of the Earth, if it does exist, it's not going to stop him from seeing that river, that water, and seeing the buildings. He's just saying like that river disappears and he sees the buildings because of the curvature. All of a sudden, what's directly in front of him, he can't see, but he can see what's past because of the curvature. It just
well, no, because it actually it rises topographically.
But you would still, if it's rising, you would be able to see the water even more than the building.
Don't make me mute, my friends. Don't want to do that. We understand. If we're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles and every horizon distance must be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, the maths is simple. Square root of 1 is 1. You times that by the distance 1.22. You should have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles away. Within this observation of where the observer is, whatever it says, 3.5 meters, 3.5 feet, then the horizon is not going to be any further than 3 miles. We see the horizon well beyond that geometric limit. The claim here that you're making is I can't see the bottoms of those things at distance because the physical Earth curve is in the way. Here's an observation, just one, and I can provide you with multitudes more where the horizon is beyond its geometric limit. What I'm pointing out to you, my friend, is the horizon isn't physical Earth curvature. The horizon is basically as far as you can see on any given day with atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use. That's the only reason why a horizon appears along a flat surface. It's your limitation of view. So when you turn around to us and say, I can't see the bottom of that stuff, you're literally making a claim to 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which has been debunked for nearly 4 years now. Did you look at those laser tests that I posted you earlier? I gave you about 5 or 6.
I did.
Are you going to look at this? Are you going to look at this as well with an open, critically thinking mind?
Well, so the photo, the first photo that you posted here, right? So first of all, the one with respect to the wind turbines, I find it to be slightly disingenuous because obviously they use the same size. They basically photo edited the wind turbines associated to the distance, right? It's not an actual true photo of any depth.
Would you like me to provide the, excuse me, would you like me to provide the video? These are known distance markers from a location where the observer took the observation and used Google Maps, love Google Maps, thank you very much, to determine the distance to those wind turbines. They're static, they don't fucking move. Are you saying that that's what?
Yeah, we could take a look at it, but I found a fairly similar photo here, right? So one of the things that we see in the photo that I'd posted down below, just a bunch of wind turbines stretching out across the water and on the land, right? One of the things that we see is at the farthest points, these wind turbines appear to get taller vertically, correct? Closer, they seem more level. They do get smaller for sure. But on the actual water cap, as you see it expanding out into into the farthest point that you can possibly see, the water just suddenly disappears from this particular image. The perspective isn't changing. However, despite that, you see a lot of water to the left, the hard left of the photo, and then it slowly gets back to a singular point, in which case, if you were to zoom in pixel by pixel, you couldn't see any more blue. All you would see was the rock face on the side of the water, correct?
Okay. There's a horizon.
How is that?
And
what do you mean? How is that?
That's the limit of vision.
So horizon.
Did you not understand what I said?
We're getting back to horizon, right?
Yeah, which is the limitation
horizon,
of your view,
horizontal line.
Good.
The horizon. The limitation of your view depends on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use. Eyes, binoculars, telescope, the horizon will appear to move around. You made the claim earlier that I can't see the bottoms of those buildings across some lake in fucking Washington, therefore Earth curve. Okay, but you're making a claim to physical obstruction. That physical obstruction must be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, your physical geometric horizon.
So within context then, the horizon itself is, granted, it's going to change in the environment, but my particular horizon distance should not change as long as I have clear line of sight of what I'm trying to look at, correct?
Well, it won't change if the conditions around you don't change.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, Jedi just explained that to you, right? The conditions won't change if the conditions don't change. But if the conditions do change,
if I just go to
then
a different
there will
area,
be
the
a
horizon,
different observation.
yeah, the principles will stay the same. That's what I would just want to be, make sure we're all on the same page of.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So
calculation will come out
as
of-
these objects get farther and farther away in the picture that I posted, their position associated to set horizon seems to change.
Yeah, but
it's not a
from what you
not a
just said,
fooling
instead of viewing it
perspective.
from where I'm viewing it now, I'm going to view it at the very end, way down there where it's supposedly going to disappear. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to view it from that point.
And you could absolutely do that. And the inverse would be true. The objects that are currently closest to us would be the ones that would be disappearing.
What is so
right?
difficult for you to grasp about the surface being planar and our vision, our field of view is limited, and depending on the distance between us and the given object on the surface or up in the air at whatever height, right? And depending on the conditions of the air and the light and all these other conditions that make visibility greater or lesser, what is so difficult? The
Well, this is
horizon is not the horizon is not a tangible, concrete curvature of the earth, especially the water. You have never seen water form into a ball. Do not show me a single water drop with surface tension, right? When we have an entire ocean to account for, several oceans, as it were, to account for.
Well,
Every
that
body of
presents
water.
an even easier question. How is it that we can just travel all the way across the ocean? If the Earth is flat, how can I get from China to China without
Why
ever
does
having
that?
to
Why is that
double back?
impossible on a
Seriously.
planar surface?
Excuse me.
Listen. Why is that impossible on a planar surface?
Because if the insinuation is I need to go east to west, right? So starting in China and traveling west, let's say hypothetically I could just literally travel in a straight line. How would I get back to China?
No, you're
Right,
not
if you
going in
give
a
it a
straight
couple of
line.
seconds.
Fucking go the back same way you fucking came. What do you mean?
I could make so
Yes.
for example, I could make the exact because the Pacific Ocean is so large, north and south. Every south and north directional change that I had to make on the way west to get around Africa and everything else, even going through the Panama Strait, I could make those exact same adjustments north and south associated to how many changes I had, directional changes I had to make to get exactly back to the same point in China, except it works on a globe, not on a flat Earth model.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you, because you're talking too
Sorry,
much, and the
Gregory.
answers to
I
your
apologise,
questions are
but
not that
I've
hard.
gone through my fucking point, so I'm going to take it back. All right, I've just posted you a navigational chart from 1952. Sorry, from 1942. If you're going to be talking about sailing from China to America a couple of years later, Pearl Harbor. So here you go. Here's a navigational chart. It's not hard to go around in a circle with a central point. We call that north and east to west as a circle around that point. Just look down on your globe Earth model and you'll completely understand exactly what I'm talking about. You don't need to be on a sphere to go around a central point. Do you know what going around the maypole is? It's not hard to understand. Now you've jumped off. Excuse me. You have jumped off the information that we've just provided you for another fucking argument. Do you understand what Gregory and I have explained to you? Have you understood the
Yes, but
math
it's
that I've
functionally wrong.
It's
It's functionally wrong. Yes.
What
So
do you
if
mean
you look at, for
functionally wrong?
example, the difference in distance.
Just so I understand, it's functionally wrong. I've given you the mathematics associated with the radius value of the Earth. Wherefore, the geometric horizon, your obstruction that you asserted 10 minutes ago, would be the thing that would cause your ability not to see the bottoms of buildings over a fucking river. Now,
Well, no. Hold on. I think you misunderstood the original claim that I was making there. I couldn't see the bank of the opposite side a mile away. I could very clearly see other objects on the rise of the dike, but I couldn't see the bank that should have been level with me.
Couldn't see the bottom. Yeah, couldn't see the bottom. That's still making a claim to a geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I've posted you an image. I also posted the video that the image comes from. I can post you other images with other videos that are associated with them, where you can clarify the distance that the camera is placed above the floor. We are looking for the geometric horizon that should be a mathematical function away, and we see well beyond that geometric limitation that you are claiming is the reason why you can't see the bank over a fucking river a mile away.
But with the
8
video,
inches of
you're
dirt
zooming in with an with a lens, whereas if you look at it from the perspective of just the static lens as it opens, you can't actually see any of that.
No
you can't
shit.
see any of it.
So back to my first point. The horizon is the limitation of your view, depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use. Your eyes, binoculars, telescope, high-powered zoom camera. That horizon will move. Not a physical geometric obstruction now, is it? If it moves.
You would have to prove, for example, that from this video, the angle in which case you're observing the wind turbines here, you would have to prove, for example, that there is no angular difference from the observer's point of view, regardless of zoom, comparative to the individual static standing point from the bottom of their feet outward. You would have to prove that there is absolutely zero
what do you have to say about what he just
decline there.
What he just said does not make any sense.
Yeah, but what do you think about what he said to you? What Jedi said?
That was in response to it. It was directly in response to it.
That was not a response.
In order to prove what Jedi had just said is correct, i.e., the thought that, for example, when using, or I should say, the limitation is based on, firstly, the observer's eye, and secondly, the instrument in which case the observer would utilize to artificially move the horizon, the cap point of view farther, you would have to prove that there is no angular difference between the flat. Well, again, you would have to prove that there is no angular difference from the positional point that his feet are standing on comparative to the independent location that the wind turbine is sitting across the horizon. I.e., is there a change in height?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, there's no change in height.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, the video. It's just zoom.
No, the video doesn't have a marker, though. It doesn't have a metric for that. The video is just one zooming in, but you can't measure from his feet to the base of the windmill.
I'll provide you with another one. So this one we call the Black Swan. Usually I don't post it anymore because the one I've got has got better clarity. But if you want the Black Swan observation of 2 oil rigs and the demonstration of the horizon further away, and the video that goes with it that shows the gentleman putting the camera on the floor. First instance, you can't see anything but a fucking horizon, and he zooms in, sees some oil rigs, and the horizon keeps going past it. It's still going to demonstrate and compound my point. You're hoping, you're clutching at straws, that somebody's lifting the camera up so I can see further. That's what you're hoping for, right?
Well, no, I mean, in this last photo that you just posted, right? There's a very. Do you think that they built the oil platform lower?
Do you think the horizon is beyond the wind turbine at 11 miles?
Well, I mean, as far as the initial camera zoom, yeah, you can't even see them.
Yeah, that's the point. So the horizon, which would be your geometric obstruction of his, I can't see the other side of the fucking river at a mile away. That would be a mathematical calculation away. That's why I posted this video, because the horizon, your physical obstruction, is debunked because it's an optical phenomenon. Depending on the technology that you use, you can see further than that geometric obstruction because there is no geometric obstruction. You notice I posted you some lasers as a test area as well.
That's a very punctual conclusion.
Wait, bro, are you
so in the second video?
Yes or no?
In the second video, or the first attachment that you posted, I don't even know what that means. You'd have to extrapolate what you're meaning by that.
Never mind then. You're good.
In the first little attachment that you sent here on the right hand side, you can visibly see that he's angling the camera up, right?
There should be 25 foot of the first wind turbine missing and 53 foot of the last wind turbine missing. You can clearly see the bottoms of all those wind turbines as they enter the water. The horizon is beyond those at a safe distance, estimation of 12 miles away, could be further, but it's not 3 miles away, Sunshine, where the mathematics would dictate. There's no obstruction here.
Okay.
Bunch of these pictures.
Why would the government? Why?
object distance and Earth radius, right?
Maths is
Horizon
provided
in the
for
wrong
you.
place.
Your FEI
So
horizon
why does the
calculator. I'm just
horizon?
making sure, if I may, really
Why
quick. I'm just making sure that I understand what the plugins here are for. So the height is 3.5 feet. The object distance is 11.2 miles away, and the radius of the Earth is 946,025 miles. Correct?
What the fuck?
Yeah. The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
say the
radius.
radius was 900,000 miles?
No, 94,625 miles.
Where
no,
are you getting
radius.
that from?
Where do you see that number in the screenshot?
Radius. That might be the radius that he would need for that to still be a globe with that horizon that far.
No, that was just the numbers that were plugged in.
The
Where do you see that number in the screenshot under the video that Jedi posted?
No,
Wait.
I'm slowly scrolling through the
Wait, let's figure out
photos
if
here.
that is, so that's the radius value that it's saying the Earth would have to be for that observation.
I think somebody just made a mistake.
No, Dr. DeFonker posted some shit and he was going off of that.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. That would be the apparent radius. That would be the radius required for that to be a geometric horizon on a globe still.
Well,
well beyond your 59 mile radius claim.
Yeah, they say it's less than 4,000, but that observation is saying it would have to be 93,000. Wow, that's a little bit off, guys. Why is reality not matching with the globe model? What's going on?
Yeah, so if you want to plug the numbers in,
that's not even the right. That's not even the right radii.
Well, it wouldn't be because the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. With this mathematical
3,963 miles, but that's a moot point. It's a small adjustment, or at least that's the estimation of said radius.
It's a simple calculation to figure out for an observer at height. Draw a tangent line from that observer's eye line to the apex of that curved surface where your geometric horizon should be to cause obstruction. For the 1 foot observer that I posted in the other picture with the 2 oil rigs in it, that would mean the geometric horizon would be at 1.2 miles away. I posted that at 17 minutes past the hour. This is called the Black Swan observation, the one with 2 oil rigs in it. Please scroll up or down to it wherever you are at the moment. So this is for a 1 foot observer. We can again provide you with the video so that the camera height is not in contention. All the gentleman does is zoom in. Now the horizon is clearly visible beyond the oil rig on the left hand side at a safe estimation of 10 miles away because that oil rig's at 9 point something miles away. This observation height is 1 foot above the surface of the water. Geometric horizon 1.22 miles away. The maths is pretty simple. So when we demonstrate,
so again, what's causing then the oil rig on the left-hand side to decrease into the horizon or into the water by visual attribution?
My friend, you noticed earlier when you posted me your picture of those wind turbines, and the wind turbines on the right-hand side were descending downwards towards the horizon, much like street lights at night descend downwards towards the horizon with distance as you look down the road. That's just perspective. Have you ever walked down a corridor?
Yeah, many times, of course.
Good. So this is why the one that's further away looks smaller than the one that's closer.
But what actually causes that perspective disassociation? It shouldn't. If for example, and follow my logic here,
dude.
If you're looking at an object and you zoom in on it, the reality is, regardless of whether or not you're actually changing your position or otherwise, if you're zooming in at that object and you're looking at it from the exact same point that you observed the first object, and you have a secondary object behind that that's farther away, it should still, based on your premise and the horizon buffer zone here that we're referring to, i.e. the point in which case we can't see anything beyond it, at that point it should still appear to be the same height despite being farther away.
That's like a globe.
No, that does not follow.
2 seconds.
Why?
2 seconds.
That's why you should have looked at the images that I tagged you in.
There are 3 miles in distance between those 2 oil rigs.
Mm-hmm.
So the one that is closer to you is going to appear bigger, and the one that's further away is going to appear smaller. It doesn't mean that
it appears bigger, though. That's the thing. It's not that it appears bigger.
Angels. The question is about the horizon. Now we've jumped from your assertion that I can't see the bottom of a fucking riverbank a mile away. We're demonstrating you that, okay, if you're going to make that assertion, you're making a claim to physical geometry of the Earth or an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface. I've provided you now with two pictures showing you that that horizon is not where it mathematically should be. It's well in excess of where that geometric horizon should be. So you can't claim physical obstruction, because if you claim physical obstruction, then the horizon must be no further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet. The horizon's an optical phenomenon, my friend.
Okay, that may be true. I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is what's causing the object farther away to actually sink into said horizon at this point.
Right, and it's not supposed spherical Earth surface
Then
curvature.
what is it? Then what is it?
The
That's
limits
the question.
of your perspective, like we've been telling you.
So just the limits of my perspective are artificially reducing the height of said
No,
object
it's not
at rate.
artificially
Oh man,
decreasing its
dude,
height.
you're
It's
not paying
obviously
attention at
apparent.
all.
All right.
It
so
appears
back
that
to the
way because
fucking
that's how
story,
your
right?
eyes function.
But this is a
Back-
camera lens. It's a functionally
Dude,
different thing than the eyeball.
Angels,
Same
Angels,
thing. That's how the perspective of the camera functions.
Bro, look at that thing I just posted in the chat.
walk down the corridor, see
It's the
the
same
door, say
thing,
you're in.
but instead of
Say
visual,
that,
it's like speed.
say that you're walking down a corridor in a hotel with a long corridor. You notice the doors on either side of the corridor. Now, the one that's further away actually hasn't changed its size. It's, say, 8 foot in height. The one next to you is 8 foot in height, but the one that is further away appears to be smaller. The top of that door, which is above your eye line, is also descended in height. Not actual height, but apparent height. This is perspective. You know this because you see it every day. But when we provide you an observation that goes against your ball, you forget about how you see the world.
No, I absolutely recognize that when I see, for example, a light post that's slightly farther from me, it appears smaller until I get up next to it. The difference, though, is that it doesn't seem to recess upon my actual planar existence, given the direction that I'm heading towards that object. What
do you
does
mean
happen,
recess?
though, i.e., the height of said object doesn't actually change associative to my ground level.
But you perceive it.
What are you talking about?
No,
So
no.
if I'm walking down the
perceive it
street,
change though. It doesn't actually change.
This is retarded. So
the object doesn't seem as large at far distances. Physical size changes, i.e., for example, a tree may seem very small.
You want to say that the oil rig is descending over Earth curve, basically, then, right?
Well, what it appears to be at this point is that the
no,
oil rig.
Yes or no, you clown? Is it descending over Earth curve?
What it appears to be at this point is
Okay,
that
I'm
the
just gonna
oil
mute
rig.
you then. You can't answer
Okay,
it. Okay, yes or no? I'm kind of tired of this shit. Yes
or no?
Yes. There you go.
Okay,
yes.
so then it must be getting blocked by a geometric horizon, correct?
No, I don't.
No.
You would have
Well,
to. You would have to illustrate why that's the case. Why
No,
must
because
it
that's
be?
the thing
Angel,
it'll be
you're not
descending
being
over.
consistent with your own premises.
Yeah, because if it's descending over Earth curves, that also means a geometric horizon. That's the thing that's going to physically obstruct it. And geometrically, that's at 1.2 miles, given the radius that's been claimed. Is
By
that where
whom,
you see
though?
the horizon?
Who originated? I've been very.
Is that where you see the
I've been
horizon?
trying to originate away from this, but
Disregard the horizon though. The horizon's just gonna be there. It's always there. Just disregard that and think about
What do you mean
everything
disregard
else.
the horizon? It's the
Yeah,
whole
I'm just saying.
argument.
I'm just
You
saying.
sit down. You
No,
sit
no.
down.
let Harry-
No,
The horizon's always there. The
You
horizon's
stop.
always there. It's
You
gonna be there.
stop.
The
You
horizon's
just
a
be
thing. Just
quiet.
think about
You
everything else
you
other than
are
the horizon.
you don't. You're not adding to this. Okay, so the horizon. You see it at 1.2 miles or not?
I would have to see where that math came from. Yes.
That's derived from your
not-
radius, and you could use, yeah, like Jedi just showed you, and those Earth curve calculator screen caps they've been posting. That is the geometric horizon formula for your globe. You're going to have a 1.2 mile distant horizon if you punch in 1 foot observer height into any of those Earth curve calculators. Sorry, that's the number. That's where it geometrically must be. Is that where you see it from that 1 foot
Okay.
observer height?
Associative to these photos, then, is that the guaranteed height of said object that is
Sure
in
is.
the photo?
Sure is.
Okay. So
And
then
that's not
at
gonna
that
help you
point, it
anyway.
explains why we're seeing this, what is evidently a massive, massive object recess into the background of the photo.
Okay, so
it
then
seems
it's
to be
being
sinking
obstructed.
into the water.
Okay, due to curvature then, so then it must be getting obstructed by a geometric horizon, yeah?
Okay, then yes, we're on the same page. I'm
Okay,
with
so
you.
then the geometric horizon must be at 1.2 miles. Can you point to that?
Not through these particular photos, no.
Okay, so then it's not
Reason
descending
being,
over
it's
Earth
zoomed
curve.
in.
Okay, so
Well,
it's
no,
not
it's
descending
a
over Earth
zoomed in
curve.
photo. It's kind of a lie.
No, that doesn't matter because we would be zooming in on a 1.2 mile horizon. So it doesn't matter how much we zoom in, that would be a physical obstruction as per your claim. That would always be at 1.2 miles, and that's where we would still see it zoomed in.
Well, it would decrease by 0.667 feet over that 1.2 miles, correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay,
Somewhere
stand by.
around there.
Do we
that's
know
where
the
physical
height
tangent
of
point-
these objects?
That's where the physical tangent point with that curve that you're saying that rig is disappearing behind, that's where it would be, 1.2 miles. So that would be your horizon. That would be the furthest distance over the surface of the water that you would be able to see before the water drops out of sight. Where do you see the horizon, at 1.2 miles or somewhere else?
So, if this object,
It's a simple
I apologize,
question.
you
It's a
continued
simple
talking
question.
over me, but I
It's a
was
simple
or
question.
talking past
Yeah,
me.
no, listen, I am going to talk over you because you're obfuscating. You see it at 1.2 miles or somewhere else?
I believe it starts at 1.2 miles here.
What do you mean?
So,
So the
in
horizon.
the photo,
The
in
horizon.
the photo,
No.
in the photo
no,
that we observed
no,
here,
no. The horizon. That's at 1.2 miles?
I believe that's where it starts. The recess
What do you mean
starts.
that's
Yes,
where it starts?
visually.
You know what the horizon is? Can you define horizon?
So in this photo here,
No.
can I
define
please?
horizon?
Can I please?
No, you can't.
Okay,
Can you
then why am
define
I
horizon?
trying to
You
have
don't-
the
You don't
conversation?
sound like you know what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm not going to waste my time on it. The horizon doesn't just gradually start and go on for hours. That's not how a horizon works. So now I got to ask you if you even know what the fuck one is.
So with the horizon being the point in which case your vision should stop going, like you shouldn't be able to see past it, correct? That's what you've led me to believe at this point.
It's more like where the surface
It's
appears
the
to meet
physical
the
limit.
sky. It's where the
Yes,
surface
okay.
appears to meet the sky. Is it appearing to meet the sky at 1.2 miles?
In this photo, yes.
Oh, really?
Right here. And I can show you why. Do you know
In
what
the
the
Black
average
Swan
height?
picture, it's appearing, the surface of the water is appearing to meet the sky at 1.2 miles.
No, not at 1.2 miles. And that would be
Well, that's what you
because
just said.
we've zoomed further in.
You just
We've zoomed
contradicted
further
yourself,
in.
Angel.
We're
That's what
looking at
you
an
just said.
object. We're looking. Well, hold on. We're looking at an object beyond that of the actual wrap point, and I'll show you why I'm saying this. We're looking at an object beyond the actual wrap point.
Okay, shut
in
up,
which
dude.
case,
Okay, the picture that Jedi
is
posted, yeah, this is
125
retarded
feet
sophistry.
tall.
Be quiet. So at 1.2 miles is where the geometric horizon would be in that picture that Jedi posted with the 2 oil rigs. You saw it at 1.2 miles. You said yes. Then a minute later you went no. Of course you don't. None of us see it there. The furthest rig is demarcated at 9.4 miles. Is the horizon in front of it or behind it?
And actually, it seems to be that the average human's vision range is up to 3
Hey,
miles until the
what's
horizon
wrong
line.
with you exactly?
I didn't
I
ask
just
you
asked
that.
you a really straight question.
It's actually not supposed to be 1.2.
He didn't ask you that.
supposed to be
Stop
3.
that.
Yeah, it is, but that doesn't matter. Is it at 9.4? Sorry, is it in front of or further than the furthest rig at 9.4 miles?
Let's see here. It looks like it is farther away.
There you go. Further than 9.4, so definitely further than 1.2, so definitely no Earth curve obstruction in that picture to speak of.
And the one below it that I
don't know what
tagged
one-
with here. I tagged here.
Yeah.
What one
I don't
below
know.
it?
I'm not looking at
What
the
one
tag.
below it? What are you talking
Look
about?
at my. It's from Embo. I tagged the photo.
Another black swan.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so no Earth curve there either.
How do you figure? Do you
Because
see
you
any
just
water
agreed
beyond
that
the
it's
first?
another black
the
swan.
You
first
just
rig?
concurred with him.
Do you see based on this photo, which is evidently more clear and obviously less edited,
What's the observation
in
height?
this photo?
Edited.
The
Do you
observation height.
see?
What's the
Do you
observation
see?
height? What's the observation height?
I would presume it to be the same.
Yep.
Really?
It appears to be the same photo.
What?
So
me
all
see.
you're going to do is demonstrate to us our point. The horizon moves. Brilliant. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, see, the thing is, it's not geometric and at 1.2 miles in either
Wait,
picture.
what the fuck?
Because, yeah, if the horizon were geometric at all, it would have been geometric in both. Since it's definitely well beyond 9.4 in that one, that means it's not geometric in any picture you can show. That just means that the horizon fluctuates and is dependent on optical conditions, which change all the time, not ones that don't, like physical curve. Sorry.
Excuse me. So I have a question. So in the photo of the black swan, right? The photos that were posted by let me see here really quick. Where the fuck did it go?
Effie Jedi.
Jedi. What's going on with the cranes from every one of these oil rigs in the photo?
If you were to watch the video, and hopefully somebody will provide that soon, that's a phenomenon called atmospheric distortion. In the video, you can literally see. Yes,
Trying to
you
take
can see
refuge in the
water
wiggly
around.
cranes again.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's
but
wiggly
what
crane.
about the photo below? By Embo.
Have you got a video for that?
Where is this location exactly? Where is this location exactly?
Somewhere in California, Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara? Perhaps.
All we're going to have is atmospheric distortion. Those cranes will appear to wave at you from distance, like they're saying hello, but that's just atmospheric distortion.
No, that video was, or that photo is not a true photo.
Which one?
Oh, of course. So just invalidate the photo just in the nature of it. Yeah.
Which one? The one with the 2 oil rigs or the one with the wind turbines?
The one with the 2 oil rigs in particular, the bye-bye ball.
It's a still shot taken from a video.
Yeah, because if we see a refraction in the photograph, it couldn't be a photograph, right?
No, not like that. I'm sorry, but I've taken plenty of long-range photos.
That's the line of reasoning you just said.
I've seen plenty. I've seen plenty of images that I've taken myself of long-range objects.
Bought a camera 2 weeks ago, and I've seen more.
That don't seem to distort like that. You said Santa Barbara?
All right, your line of reasoning doesn't follow. Right? You didn't see the same degree of refraction in your photos that you've taken. Therefore, if they don't look like your photos that you have taken, therefore they're not photos. Are you serious?
No, I think that they're highly doctored. I think that it's a highly doctored photo.
Really? So the photo isn't a photo, it's a doctored picture because the cranes are a bit jagged, which is what you see with your eyes and or a camera with video or a photograph.
So you're gonna go watch that video and you're gonna see that it's not doctored, or else I'm gonna ban you from here.
Yeah, you have been.
What do we got here?
I've never heard that one before. I mean,
sorry guys. Kiko Host posted the video at 33 minutes past the hour. You can clearly see the video. This is a still shot taken from the video. If you say it's a doctored image again, someone's just going to remove you, mate, because you're not having a good faith argument now. You're just going, I don't like it, and claiming some bollocks. We've provided you with well more information than you've provided us.
Jedi, have you heard that one before? I've heard them, we've heard them appeal to the wiggly cranes, try to take refuge in the wiggly cranes. But have you ever heard them say that it's not a photo because of the wiggly cranes?
I never said it wasn't a photo.
You just said it's not a true photo. God damn it.
It's doctored. I said it was doctored.
It's not. If you watched the video.
Mute him. Mute him now.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm
looking at it right now.
Good. And when you come back, you can say sorry to all of us.
Get his ass.
We clearly heard him say it's not a
He
true
is going
photo.
to say, I apologize. I was wrong for saying that. Just like that. Because if he doesn't, I'm getting rid of him.
Angel, you have been tagged with the video. Now it's your responsibility to be honest to yourself.
I'm looking at it right now.
All right.
That's despicable. Dude, we heard you. You said it's not a true photo. You said it's doctored, as though someone artificially tampered with the photo to make it seem some way other than what was actually observed and captured by the camera.
That's what I'm looking to see.
Good grief.
He's never looked at a NASA photo this hard.
That one, just to be all fair to him, the one on the bye-bye ball is color contrasted. So, I mean, there is that. That is a color contrast.
But they don't look like my photos, so they couldn't be photos. Well, there's refraction in the image, therefore it couldn't be a photo.
Yeah, that part is bullshit. Where he says, "Hey, it's refracted, therefore it's not a photo." But if someone did, it purposely doctored it, because in the original video, it's hard to see the horizon. But when you color contrast it, the horizon sticks out like a like a sore thumb. You know, it's like you just jammed your on the court. You just jammed your thumb in the court. It's like right there. You can clearly see it. See, if you just showed the regular photo, it's a little hazy. It's like, I don't know, you know, like.
I mean, that's the kind of argumentation I tried to minimize the hostile rhetoric, right? Just stick with specific, objective, true premises in an argument. But that kind of argumentation, that's what provokes me to be indignant.
Changing the saturation and weird shit like that technically isn't doctoring it because you can always go back to revert to the original.
Okay, no, you know what? Fair enough. I'm watching the actual video of the zoom in. Fair enough. There is refraction. It's a hazy day. Fair enough.
Thank you. We accept that. At least you come back and said that, man. Thank you for looking at the video.
I apologize for pissing anybody off by that.
No, it's not so much apologizing. When people think when they're dealing with a very dishonest person after they put a lot of effort forward, it can be like, wow, I wasted all this time talking to somebody who's just gonna say CGI.
Yeah, no, I was never making the argument of CGI, so, but I'm sure you've ran across it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that is photographic picture and video evidence that the supposed horizon that is taught in the mainstream cosmological paradigm is not actually empirically detected.
Apologies, I only just joined. Are we arguing for or against Flat Earth?
It depends on which side you are choosing.
Yeah, what do you mean by that too? What's arguing for something?
Because it's
what's
called
arguing against
24/7 Flat Earth. I'm just wondering if it's for or against.
There's two sides.
Well, some are for, some are against.
Yeah.
It's a
So from
simple
what
question.
I can see,
Don't be so facetious, please.
No, it's like you're asking a question that doesn't really have a black and
I'm
white
assuming you had
answer.
enough intelligence to infer that on your own.
So, just as a heads up, within this video in itself, it's saying it's suggesting here that the difference in height for the objects should be 44 point, I think it was 67 feet. 57 feet. 44.57 feet.
44.
So, oh fuck, I didn't mean to get out of full. So,
why are we looking at the oil rigs, by the way?
Huh?
Why are you looking at the oil rigs?
What do you mean? That was the photo evidence that was posited.
No, we were talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs. You're just fixated on fucking oil rigs for some reason.
They're sexy.
I heard that.
I love me some oil.
I can't blame that.
Good old American oil. No, but there is a height differential here, right? So even if the water, I can't quite explain the difference between the horizon and where the water line should fade. I can't explain that. What I can say though is that based on the actual height representation of distance over this object, it appears to make the gap of what would I could presume reasonably, given the lower elevation of the original shot point comparative to what would be more evident if you were at the very top of both of these oil rigs trying to measure a flat line across them. Take a laser, for example, get a receiver on one end and put the actual laser on the other. It looks as though the difference in height from the actual photo where it was taken seems to suggest that 44-foot difference. Or it would be somewhere more than 1 foot kind of thing, right? It would be some number between 1 and 50. Could be more, could be less. I'm not really certain. But there is a significant height difference over the distance.
So what you're telling us is within that 3 miles between the two of them, there's supposed to be 44 feet drop. So now you've
within your frame of reference,
your Earth to about the size of a few football fields.
Well, within your frame of reference, right? So if your frame of reference is 9 miles back, you would see that difference. However, if you were on the oil rig, you would not see nearly as drastic a difference.
Okay, stop. So before you admitted that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, correct?
Yeah. Though admittedly, it is hard to see the water.
Shut up. Fuck. So now you're claiming that the Earth's on a slope, or what? And the horizon is still behind the oil rigs? What are you saying
Yeah,
there?
so it's possible here that because we're changing the perspective, i.e. the camera zooming in, it's possible that the extent horizon that would be otherwise observed with the naked eye is going to change, right? That was from what I understood, that was what was being posited earlier.
Can the camera bring in something that's hidden, or does the camera just zoom in on things that are there?
From one perspective, yes.
Shut the fuck up and just answer.
Well, so what I mean to say by that is, yes, if the contrast, for example, is our low resolution
You're
eyeballs
insufferable,
compared
man.
to.
You're insufferable. Just answer the question. So
I said yes.
when you have a camera and you zoom in, it just brings in stuff that's already there, correct?
No. No.
So it zooms in stuff that is hidden behind a hill. Is that what you're saying?
Not with physical obstruction, like not in the sense of like an actual object with mass.
What are you talking about?
Well, obviously,
Angel. What WTF is your point right now?
Okay. So if the human eye has a different resolution than that of the camera, regardless of well, actually even just put it at the exact same zoom level, right? Initially. If at that point it's equivalent, but then you zoom the camera in 50%, the resolution of said camera is going to be 50% more than that of the eye, meaning that you would be able to make out objects at a farther distance, despite the fact that the origination point of said camera did not change. The frame of reference didn't change, but things got more clear beyond what the eye could see. That's why we use things like spy glasses, for example.
Okay, and?
That's going to invariably change the position that you see objects at distance compared to objects closer to you.
Okay, so
Right?
now your attempted refutation is to say the very nature of the camera is distorting what is actually there, so therefore we're not seeing a representation of what really is the case.
Yes, we're not actually seeing the true image. If for example, we back the camera up to the point that he was in the video, that he was actually on the beach looking out with no zoom, it's a very different image that we see. It's categorically different. But the second that he zooms in, the perspective changes and the camera can focus on objects at a farther distance than the human eye can, which is why it represents, for example, the landmass at the farther range there within the camera field it's infinitely smaller than it actually should be.
How does a camera see behind the backside of a ball?
Well, it can't, not infinitely, right? But we can make what objects do appear larger by looking directly at them and focusing on said object, even though, because the perspective is going to change, the horizon that camera is seeing because of that perspective change is going to also change.
Let me ask you a question.
The horizon has to be static.
Let me ask you a question. What you see in the screenshot, in the still photo, you say that it's not an accurate representation, it's not an accurate capturing of the concrete empirical data that the camera is supposed to be capturing. What are you comparing that to so that you know that it will look a different way?
So I think what we're doing here is we're accidentally extrapolating a static existence of horizon to all frames of reference. I think that's the accident here.
No, just answer what I asked you. That's where we get annoyed with you.
Let me see. I'm trying to find the photo too, so give me a second. Are you talking about the original Black Swan photo? Just to be clear.
I'm asking you about your line of reasoning. This is why it is very imperative for you to be long to listen and slow to speak and pay attention to what's being said to you, because you have repeatedly answered questions that were not asked to you after a question was asked to you. I asked you, you are trying to say that the still photo that Jedi and others posted concerning the Black Swan is a distortion of what really is the case, empirically, concretely.
Yes.
To what
Yes.
are you comparing? To what are you comparing that to, so that you know the difference between a photo that is distorting, right, rather than capturing?
So in this example, again, I think I accidentally talked past you. in this example, I'm using the video that the still shot was pulled from and the unzoomed picture that would have otherwise been presented.
So the difference is one is zoomed and one is not, correct?
Yes, functionally changing the horizon. Because the horizon is dependent on
Functionally
the
changing the horizon?
Yes, the horizon
What does that
is
mean?
dependent. The horizon is dependent on the reference point. If you zoom a camera in, your reference point is changing artificially. You may not physically be moving, but the camera zooming in on X object is going to change where the horizon actually backdrops to.
No. No.
Why not?
No. Because that's not what happens. That's just not how nature
Explain.
operates.
Explain.
Right? No, that the horizon did not change position. The point
the
where the
horizon
sky
didn't.
seems to meet, listen, the horizon, the point where the sky seems to meet, notice I said seems, appears to meet the water in this instance, right? That is behind the oil rigs, period, end of matter.
I mean, it
The
seems
camera
to
did not
be
move the
basically
position of the
overlapping
horizon. Angel.
Like if you look at it from the
Angel,
unzoomed perspective, it seems to
Angel,
almost overlap.
Angel. The camera did not move the horizon.
No, it moved the reference point of said horizon.
What the hell are you talking about now?
So the frame of reference in tandem to said horizon, if you increase your elevation, horizon
Meaning
gets
the cosmos?
gets longer away. No. The reference point of observation in this case, being the camera, right? When it's unzoomed, the camera sees effectively what the human eye sees.
Okay.
Along a wide shot of the area. When it zooms in, however, the frame of reference of observation for said horizon changes, but the distance
What do you mean?
associated
The camera
doesn't.
didn't
Now,
move.
it zoomed in, focusing
Right, the
on
camera
objects
didn't move.
farther away. Agreed.
The
It's still
reference point,
the physical,
right? The point at what the camera is fixed in didn't move.
No, exactly. The camera stayed the same place. However, what it was focusing
Hey,
on
so what?
changed.
You zoomed in, so what?
Well, what that means is that the actual frame of reference changed.
Okay.
What do you mean
so let me ask
frame
you
of
this
reference? What are
question
you
then.
referring to by the term frame of reference?
If you take, I could screenshot this, but go to 157 within the video that was posted. Go to 157 and let it play forward.
And?
Full screen would help. As he zooms in, the actual horizon does not change, right? Like it doesn't appear to as it stands. But as he zooms in, you can see more and more water behind it, even with the haze. You can't see it. Outside of the actual zoom, you can't see any of that water. If you back it up all the way to the base zoom, you can't see any of it.
Angel, what? Thank you for the truism. You saw further now because you zoomed in. So what?
That's showing you that as you zoom the camera in, more becomes apparent behind what objects that you could otherwise now see with the full zoom.
Great. Thank you for the truism. So what?
It means that the frame of reference that you're observing this image from, the zoomed in photo of, that is different. It's fundamentally a different
Okay, that's it. Why are you
than
repeating the
zooming
conclusion?
in.
I mean, we've gotten to the end now. This is where I'm getting annoyed. You're telling us the truism that you see more when you zoom in. Thank you for the truism.
Yes, that doesn't mean that the horizon's principles change. I.e.
So what do you think you're refuting right now? You're telling us a truism that the horizon, that you can see more when you zoom in. And?
It means that your effective attempt at, or I should say the attempt at proving the flat Earth model in this particular case with the black swan, it's not as true as you'd like it to be, because the objects in question here that are acting as an artificial reference point, right? We're using them to compare something. Those objects, if you refer back to the original point of view, you can not only barely see them, but also the horizon, the principle of the horizon seems to be true up until you zoom in. Then the reference point of observation for that exact same horizon changes associative to what the camera's perspective is.
Okay, so this is a red herring fallacy, which is a heretic's point right now. See, listen to him.
It's a red herring fallacy.
Yeah, thus proving it's an optical, not physical phenomenon, as it would be if it were the product of a curved surface of the ocean dropping away from you as you go away. It's obviously not that because you can zoom in and just see more fucking water. So why are we still talking about this?
So your truism is a red herring fallacy. Just stop. Just stop. We got your point. You don't need to elaborate. You've taken us to this rigmarole.
Why am I trying to
this whole entire rigmarole to listen to a truism that you can see more when you zoom in, which has no bearing and is no refutation to the fact that the horizon as we see it, whether the camera is zoomed in or not, is behind the oil rigs when it should be several miles in front of them.
I see no reason to believe that it should be anywhere else other than where it is.
Well, we can't make you see now, can we? We can only show
well, no,
you.
I see the video.
That's because you're a complete fool who doesn't understand his own geometric claims. So yeah, that's what that's about.
I never claimed the mathematical formula for horizons and
well,
and
if you claim that the Earth
is
a sphere,
established, but
if you claim that the Earth is a sphere like the ones that NASA claims they took pictures of from space, then yeah, part of that claim is that it would have a 1.2 mile geometric physical
Heretic, how
horizon
about
that we don't
this?
see that.
Heretic, how about this? Let's just go with what he said. So we don't know the formula. You make even less progress now.
Sure.
Well, no, I mean at that point it may just be flawed math as far as distance.
Yeah, so you don't know what the size of the Earth is really.
It very well could be.
And
the
you
case,
still
but
don't
the
see
reality
curvature.
Of the reality of the matter is there is a drop-off point associated to the horizon. You can't see beyond it. Even with that zoom,
Right, not because we live on a
ends up
ball.
being a cap.
Right, it's not because the Earth is a ball. You don't live on a big ass water ball.
Again,
that's not what you see.
That's a separate.
When you look at the photo, just stop talking
either.
so much. Just stop. When you look at the photo, when you look at the videos, you don't see a humongous water ball. That's not what you've ever seen in your life.
At this point, I see endless ocean.
Right, you don't see a humongous water ball.
Yeah, endless ocean.
You
That's
see how
not
you keep whistling past that?
I mean, again, can you prove to me otherwise? That's why I came here to begin with.
Can I prove to you otherwise that you don't see a humongous water ball?
No, can you? When I say can you prove to me otherwise? If I'm of the belief that it's already a giant ball of water floating in space, can you prove to me that it's not a ball of water floating in space?
Go outside.
You can only
Listen,
physically
I'm telling you right now. Just listen. I'm telling you right now. Go outside. Go at whatever height you please until you can't breathe anymore. Whatever height you please, right? And by whatever means you please, you will not see that you just left up, that you ascended above the surface of a humongous water ball.
Okay, so I guess here's the only video that comes to mind that could potentially disprove that. The only one. It is the only thing that comes to mind that I know for a fact this was an independent actor, start to finish. Pause the video on the side here.
Right, Planet New Mexico. Is that right, Angel?
What's up?
Planet New Mexico.
Planet New Mexico?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
There's no water in that shot. Also.
Let's see what it shows when he's back on. Oh, come on back. Roswell, New Mexico.
You're showing us the Felix Baumgartner jump that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and say there is no curved surface of the Earth that you're seeing in that video taken with the wide angle lens.
It's definitely wide angles for sure.
Yeah, it's a fisheye lens. He says they have another camera inside the cabin, and what you see from that is a perfectly flat horizontal horizon. Then he says 128,000 feet, you're just 2 millimeters above this classroom beach ball. And if you're just 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you don't see curvature. That stuff is flat.
Wait, so are you talking about the internal cabin? You said the internal cabin view?
Yeah, he says that they're not using a wide-angle lens for that other shot, and you just see a perfectly flat horizontal horizon, and that you wouldn't be high enough above the ball to see any kind of curvature at all from that height.
Yeah, but there is, and it's actually not a completely flat line. Not even by not even.
Oh,
close.
You
really?
see how
Okay,
you're
yeah.
straining a gnat and whistling
Hold on.
past the point. You just showed us Felix Baumgartner, right? And then I rhetorically asked you, Planet New Mexico, right? Because damn near a third of the Earth is supposedly New Mexico, given your premises. And there's no water in the shot when you were supposed to be showing me a water ball.
Yeah, Angel doesn't get the Planet New Mexico joke. Yeah, too bad you set that one up as your last. That was the only film. This is it. Whoops.
Yeah, you're trying to show us Planet New Mexico now? Just how small is this ball that you think that you're on? I mean, the Black Swan, in order to claim that that's a globe horizon, you needed a radius of somewhere around like 250,000 miles. But now you show us Planet New Mexico. What's that radius? 100 miles? You're an idiot, dude. Gregory's being more polite than that, but yeah, you're fucking stupid.
It's amazing how you just said that. I was just thinking that sentence.
Yeah, you've been patient.
PNG. Where did that just
Yeah,
go?
it's going to be awkward when you start showing other films, since the one you just showed was the only one.
You don't see curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
So
Sorry, yeah.
you have never seen a humongous water ball. You have never seen that you live on a humongous water ball.
Why does not save properly? It's just not saving. Why?
Who really cares? You're just whistling past the point anyway. We already showed you that there are no curved oceans, no geometric horizon when you're looking out over the ocean, no indication of any ball anywhere. That's all falsified. So, I mean, I don't know what you're even trying to do still.
So the argument here was that for example, the horizon shown in the Baumgartner jump is equivalent to a straight line.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's absolutely
really?
not. No.
What? Okay.
It actually does decrease and increase on the outer edges, i.e., within the frame of reference of the shot, from the inside of the cabin there.
Post it.
It
Stop
does
bullshitting.
change.
Just fucking post it. I've seen the shot from inside the cabin. It's a nice straight horizontal line. Post it. Tell us what you're talking about, and then tell me if your point is that we're actually looking at the physical
pixel
curve.
by pixel.
Tell me if we're looking at the physical curve of the Earth in that shot.
No, I wouldn't say that we are.
Okay, so then who gives a fuck? Yeah, so then who really gives a fuck? Yeah, so who gives a shit then? Yeah, thanks.
You guys are impossible.
Yeah, well, it is impossible for you to.
I don't even get to speak 99% of the time.
Yeah, well, I don't care, dude. You're not even responding to the point. We're looking for physical curve of the Earth. You tell me that this has nothing to do with that and that you're not going to be showing it. So we don't care. Doesn't matter.
File, save.
Angel, you tried to show us a humongous water ball. You showed us Planet New Mexico. You didn't show us a humongous water ball.
That's fine.
And
I'm not.
You showed
I
us
never even
only
set out
New
with
Mexico.
The of showing you a
as you continue to talk through this, right? This is not demonstrative that you are critically considerate of what we are saying to you, that you really are seeking truth. You're just a devout apologist for the ACP, the academic cosmological paradigm. You supposed woefully insufficient empirical data.
Download that image, like literally just save it, open it up in Paint, and look at it pixel by pixel as close up as you can possibly see. There are changes in the horizon as to that blue line above the
Why are
black,
you whistling
starting
past
and
the
above
point?
it.
The horizon? We already
At that
showed you that
point,
horizons aren't geometric. Why are you still talking about horizons? They don't help you. They debunk your whole premise.
no, again, it changes within frame of reference of the individual.
Yeah, no, but it's not a
Angel,
physical
if you
fixed
want to be a
position. It's
wizard,
geometry
just
of the earth
go
you
into
claim.
the occult. Stop repeating assertions that have been thoroughly refuted by us as though repeating them incessantly is going to make them true. It doesn't.
Why
We
respawn
already
on the
went through the
horizon?
entire rigmarole with you in refuting your supposed refutation concerning the photos, right? The stills and the video that Jedi posted several minutes ago, right? And then you backtracked the progress of so-called science, saying, "Well, perhaps they did the math wrong. I didn't suppose
Perhaps.
a figure of the size of the Earth, and I didn't suppose a formula." Okay, so you don't know the size of the Earth, and you don't know how to calculate the supposed size of the Earth, so you know even less than what they suppose. And finally, you are insisting that the further oil rig is descending behind supposed curvature, which implies that we live on a humongous water ball. But you have yet to show us at any height
Well, with lots
the
of landmass
humongous
too,
water
by
ball
the
that
way.
we supposedly live on. And what you did show us was laughably and woefully insufficient. What you showed us is a man in a capsule above New Mexico. And the shot is a drastically distorted wide-angle lens. By your premises, that implies that a third of the Earth is New Mexico, and
No, that's
you didn't show
not
us a
what it
water
implies
ball.
at all. That's a really, really bad
No,
extrapolation
it
from the
does,
photo itself.
and you know
no,
it does.
It doesn't. It
A
doesn't.
third of the ball
That's
is New
absolutely
Mexico.
ludicrously stupid.
Stop talking so much.
No.
That's your
Stop making
problem.
stupid assertions. That's
A third
that's
of the ball is New Mexico. Hello.
No, it is not.
It's right there in the
It's a fisheye
shot.
lens. The focus point is
You
the
insufferable
center.
bigot.
The
This is
focus point is
stupid.
the center.
Wasting our time.
The focus point is the center of the photo, and if you look at it, you can obviously tell that the outer bounds of the photo are stretched because of the fisheye lens. That's
Angel,
very
shut
obvious.
up. Shut up.
Hold
Shut
on
up.
just a second.
That doesn't
He
mean that the
said-
fucking
Just whistling
photo
past your own picture in your own
Mexico.
video that you posted.
Yeah, Angel's Playground. Stop saying it's obvious when 3 minutes ago you said it doesn't show anything. So relax, dude.
This is despicable.
This is despicable.
Yeah, talking out of
Almost half of the fucking ball in the shot is New Mexico.
It's a fucking dude. It's the same thing as a mirage. It's an image. It's an image you're trying to extrapolate forward as a static rule, and it's not.
Hey, Angels.
Yeah, that's the implication, my guy. Given your premises, the way you want to interpret that fucking photo, it would be almost half of the goddamn ball. New Mexico alone.
No, the photo.
Why are
is
you still
that
wasting
I'm
our time,
attempting
Angels?
To show you. Well, actually, I think you're
Angels.
wasting everybody's
Angels,
time.
why are you still wasting our time? We've already gone through it. We've checked the geometry of your claim. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. We don't have curved oceans. We obviously don't have a ball. Why are you still talking to us?
I wonder.
Hello?
He's
okay,
done.
yeah, good. He's done. Great. Perfect. I mean, it was over hours ago.
That's infuriating.
Yeah,
Sitting up here pretending that he wants to critically consider what other persons have to say, sitting up here pretending that he's trying to do critical analysis of the arguments that he's giving in his defense, or that we're giving a critique of him. Then he gives us this fucking garbage.
It's garbage. Why is he talking about the horizon again after we already showed him? It's not physical. It's not geometric. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. It's due to conditions which vary and fluctuate all the time, optical ones. It's not physical. There's no ball. So why do you go back to talking about it again? It's over. Just shut up.
I think you guys are actually all insane.
Yeah.
Angels, what do you would? What were you trying to prove?
Projection.
So I'm quite literally just trying to
prove
suggest
something.
that
Are you trying to say something? What were you trying to say, Angels?
within the photo that they're trying to prop forward as proof that, for example, there is no drop off in the horizon.
What are you talking about?
right?
We didn't try. We did that. If there were drop off in the horizon, it would be at 1.2 miles, physically speaking. And no matter how far you zoom,
At
that physical
0.66
obstruction would still be at that 1.2 mile distance.
At only
It clearly
0.66
isn't.
feet.
Shut the fuck up, dude. It's a geometric tangent point, which would be physical and at 1.2
It's not
miles.
like it's dropping
a
off a
geographic
mile.
location over the Earth, which would not physically move. It's
not
there.
dropping
We
off a
zoom in
mile at
and
a
we still
mile.
see the surface. Shut up. You're too dumb to comprehend this, so I'll
No,
just say
no,
it for the
you're-
room.
you're
We
not
don't
understanding
physically
anything about this
see-
particular paradigm.
Yeah, right. So we see the surface of the ocean miles and miles beyond what we would have if it were curving and dropping out of our line of sight. There is no curve. There is no ball. I don't know why you're still talking. It's probably just because you're too stupid to
foot
understand what's been
difference
shown to you.
isn't much. It's not much.
It doesn't matter if it's not much or not. For a 1 foot observer, that is where you have your geometric tangent point over that curve. It doesn't fucking matter if Angel's
None of the
playground on
videos you've
Discord thinks
suggested are
that's not
actually
much.
staying
That's
at
the
1
geometry
foot.
of it, you dumb shit. So
None of
1
the
foot height.
none of the angles
Shut up.
you've
Shut up,
posited
dude.
forward are at 1 foot.
Angles are irrelevant. Show me where it says the angle.
Yes,
Yeah,
they're completely relevant. They're
okay,
completely relevant.
show me in the geometric horizon formula where it says anything about angle.
It doesn't need to. In this case, if you're trying to...
It doesn't need to. Well, then it's irrelevant to calculating distance of the tangent point, which would be the horizon over that curved surface. Yeah,
if you're trying to
way
suggest
go.
to me that 1 foot is the height of which you're trying to see this 1 mile drop-off point at the extreme farthest point, right? The video that you showed me of the black swan photo is not suggestive of a 1 foot height over distance. It's not.
Yeah, what the fuck,
i.e.
dude?
the
It's a 1 foot
What
observer
does this
height.
even
you
mean at
dumb
this point?
shit, dude. It's a 1 foot observer height. For a 1 foot observer height, given the geometric horizon formula, 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet derived from the radius 3959. What is that? That is a 1.2 mile distant horizon.
What would it be for a 6 foot person?
That would be 3 miles. And we're not talking about a 6 foot person.
No, the average height of a person is of a man.
We're not talking about that because the camera is 1 foot off the surface, so that's the observer height we're going to use. What's wrong
see that
with
in
you?
the video. I did not see that.
Well, then watch it before you come here and try to respond to things that you haven't looked into at all, idiot.
I didn't see that as evidentiary.
Okay.
You're digging your hole deeper, Angel's
1.2
Playground.
miles for a 1 foot observer. You can take it up with the Globers, and you can take it up with geometry and Pythagoras and all the rest of those if you have a problem with it. But that's it. I'm sorry.
The video that was actually given to me.
I got to go back to work. Make sure you take care of this guy.
The video that was actually given to me, as far as evidence of the black swan photo, is not at 1 foot. It's not. The actual video is not at 1 foot. He changes, in fact, his actual height because the water comes in. It's also not flat, by the way. The angle that he's looking at is also not flat.
Stop talking.
He's on a rise.
Stop talking. You're a sophist. Stop talking.
A sophist.
You're digging a huge hole.
You're guilty of sophistry,
sound like an
right?
idiot.
Trying to explain things.
Sophism.
You know, it's not hard to let go of the ball, man. I mean, just be honest with yourself. It's really not that hard.
Just recognize you're clutching at straws by trying to say
You have to fix your volume, Clay. You sound like you're at the other end of a warehouse.
And yes, that is. I didn't see the name light up, but whoever said the clutching at straws, grasping at straws, this is a textbook example.
What I said is my mic better now?
I hear you fine, Clay.
Got a bit better. You could do
Yeah,
better. We can hear
it's
you.
louder now.
Okay,
It's louder, but I want to hear you better.
Okay. I just wanted to say that it's not hard to let go of the ball, man. That's all. You know, you have been presented from multiple sources that you have. It's not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space-boat flying phonetic spinning void of darkness. So yeah.
I mean, I can't empathize. I was never attached to this cosmological paradigm.
Would
I can understand the thinking. I just can't empathize.
But I can't share that because I wanted to be an astronaut. So.
Would it be appropriate to say that in order for like somebody who believes in a globe Earth to be able to confidently give that up, especially if they're using empirical reasoning, perhaps flat earthers might be better in presenting like a model for how the world would work.
No, that doesn't
why?
matter what is persuasive to them. Right?
Well, you don't
We
think that
don't
models
need
are
to
persuasive?
we don't need to acquiesce to invalid criterion demands. Right? We don't need to fabricate an a priori network of premises that is supposed as the nature, the structure, and function of the cosmos.
I'm
That's
sorry,
not
Gregory.
necessary.
I just think that you sound really pretentious whenever you use a bunch of
Okay,
philosophy
WL
that
Wonder,
hasn't.
Okay,
thank
so
you
all
for
he
That has
has
no
to say is
relevance.
that
your
I'm
commentary.
pretentious and that he doesn't
No,
actually
no,
have a
what?
specific
No,
objective
what?
true premise to refute me.
No.
That's all I get when I open my mouth to
My
give an answer
objection.
to a question that he asked. Is I get denigration and derogation and ridicule for my vocabulary.
You get denigration for your vocabulary because your vocabulary isn't relevant to the
Yeah, but he's not
thing that I
putting
raised
up
up.
Right,
for
and so you
slaughtering about,
digress from
like,
your own question with that dumbass dumb fuck cavil.
Like, I've been here like
Wonderful.
the whole night.
Okay.
He's been here the whole night as well, and he has not. He's talked that way the entire fucking time. Like, that's
Yeah, I
just
know
how he
this
talks.
is I know this is how he talks, but I'm just saying that I don't think it's relevant to a conversation whenever we're
It
talking
doesn't
about
matter
a
what you think. You
empirical
digress from
model.
your own
very
question and you
relevant
interrupted
either.
my answer. So stop talking.
So
How's it
what-
relevant what you think about the way he talks? How do you think that makes you in any way
What's it got to do
relevant?
with fucking flat Earth?
I mean, personally, it makes me feel kind of dumb though.
It's
It makes me
like
feel kinda
pure
dumb.
projection,
Talk so
don't you
smart,
realize?
right?
I think the reason why this matters is because it comes off to me, right, that you're taking on this vocabulary.
Now we're
to
fucking
explain-
talking about how it
No
seems to
one
you what my rhetoric is.
Anything to
my
not
bad.
admit the freaking fact that there is no globe. Anything.
Okay.
Well, I also feel like
I'm kind of
I grew up
asking.
poor.
Wait. I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
attempted to give him an honest answer to his question. Obviously, his own question was not that important to him. So now
I'm
he
sorry.
wants to talk about denigrating me.
I didn't want to talk about denigrating you. I just said that your.
Oh, so you started talking about something you didn't want to talk about?
Your language has no relevance in terms of talking about an empirical model of the flat Earth.
Would you involuntarily started denigrating my rhetoric?
I like it though because when he speaks, it's like you have to actually like listen to him speak, and like you kind of like sometimes have to decipher what he's saying because you have to be smarter.
The problem with that is that if you're talking to lay people, right, about
Have you ever heard of context clues?
It feels like to me that all you're doing is muddying the waters whenever you talk about flat Earth and
That
start using
projection, sir.
Projection. That's exactly what you're doing right now, man. You're focusing on something that's completely irrelevant.
Well, I would love to get to the actual
I'm a
point.
German, and
Yes.
I can understand Gregory all the time. I'm a
I'm
German.
not saying that he's incomprehensible. Okay, I'm not. Hey, I'm not saying that
WL. I got a question for you.
Yeah,
I got
go
a question for you, WL. Do
Sorry,
you
I
want
love
to
you.
implement? Do you want to implement a letter per word limit?
No.
So syllables per word. You're only allowed so many syllables.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're muddying the waters by using specific language.
I'm
like
muddying the waters.
philosophical-
Yeah,
that
there's plenty
has-
of other
that
persons
has-
here that
that has
understand
nothing
clearly
to
what I'm saying
do-
the first time I say
that
the
has
sentence.
that has nothing to do with the philosophy.
Wait.
That
You're
has
not
nothing to
just
do with the
saying- no,
empirical
you said
model.
muddying the waters. Who uses the
Correct.
word muddy? Who uses the word muddy?
You're
Not
deflecting
just do the
to.
same
Want
thing
to
you
know
did.
how English is muddying
All right,
the water?
WL.
and that's
Since
what
you
it is.
interrupted, move on. Move on from your commentary and what'd you have to
Sure.
say? Come on, dude.
So the objection that I have, right, is that I feel like what most globe people are basing their belief in a globe Earth on is the idea that the empirical model of a globe Earth fits better with phenomena that we see in nature than does a flat Earth, right? And
It doesn't.
But it does though, because it can explain
Prove it.
multiple.
Argue.
It can explain multiple pieces of phenomena at the same time.
Then why all the endless patchwork?
What do you mean? Why all the endless patchwork?
Why does the story? Why does the yarn keep getting stitched?
What do you? Could you give an example?
Well, for example, it was a lead pipe cinch when I was taking tests a couple of decades ago that the sun was 93 million mile distant star. Now they're saying, well, maybe it's 94, 95. If you look through history, that
When I heard you,
they had
when
the
you
whole
say taking tests, I didn't like testosterone.
No, he's talking
no,
about
exams.
Yeah.
Exams.
Sorry.
You know,
I went to
things
school to
that
be a personal.
can't-
I'm a personal trainer by trade.
Yeah,
But yeah, as soon as I hear test, I thought you talked about.
like a 40-yard dash. Yeah.
So,
you're a fucking
so
genius,
what,
dude.
So what I would say to that, right, is saying that just because we update our empirical models does not necessarily mean that those empirical models are totally inaccurate or totally incorrect, right?
Okay,
Like,
since you have endless patchwork explanations, the explanation's good. Got it.
It's
I've
not
got a question about the
necessarily
model.
patchwork explanations. It's just figuring out more things about the
If
empirical
you
nature of the
sound
universe.
if you had never been
Figuring
given the
out,
globe
define
model,
figuring out.
Using empirical evidence or using phenomena that we could see and then coming up with a model that explains it effectively, right?
Okay, yeah. So
all right.
the
Yeah, so
circular
If you look
reasoning.
at, can I
That's
just
what
say
you.
something?
Can I just say one thing?
this
Actually,
isn't
real quick?
really circular
You're
reasoning, though.
bitching on him the way he talks. You're talking like in these weird fucking tongues in like a weird fucking way.
The problem,
Like
I'm not
you're doing the
using.
same thing. You're doing the
I'm
same
not.
thing you were coming at him for though. You're talking
I'm not
really
using
very
any
fucking weird.
philosophical language that is not relevant to
Yeah,
the
see, you're doing
conversation
it
of
again.
empirical
You're doing
models.
it again.
No, I'm not.
All right. Can
And
anyone hear me?
yeah,
Yeah. Can I just ask you this, right? You
Mhm.
say the model fits perfectly for your observations. If you
maybe that was
just
a.
wait,
I'm sorry.
wait.
Yeah.
If you had never been given the model ever in your life, would you see the model when you looked at the sky or anything? Would you look? Would you see the globe model?
Yeah, probably not. Right.
Absolutely. You would.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even occur to you.
Mm-hmm. But we
I think
don't.
everyone
We
should.
don't.
Everyone
But
should
hold
look
on.
at that point of view though.
But
Everyone should
the
know that.
problem is that the reason why the globe model was developed, right, is because we use different tools and we encounter new phenomena that we need to explain, and the flat Earth model just wasn't able to explain that phenomena in a sufficient way. That's why we had to update it, you know. In the case, like example I could give is the example of like the problem with the idea of old religious or theological cosmology, right? Being that there was like a firmament over like a flat plane of the Earth. Well, we looked out with telescopes and discovered that these other planets and stuff like that aren't really like holes. They're actually entire different planets that move through the sky.
What about the telescopic field of vision told you that?
It's a lot of math and shit like that too.
Math.
But
Math.
yeah,
Math.
yeah, I
So
would
that's
say that
nothing to
there's
do
some
with the
math.
telescopic field of vision, right?
Well, you need a mathematical model to explain why
Okay,
what you're
exactly.
saying is happening.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing you saw through a telescope or anyone saw through a telescope said anything about planets in space.
Well, that's definitely not true.
Well, how? All right. So when you look through a telescope, you see planets in space.
You see a sphere moving in a particular way.
You see a lot of
You see them in space?
Actually, a lot of things. I don't know.
You see them in space?
I would say that yeah, you see them in space.
How do you see them in space?
Because
That's
everything
where they are.
outside of our
If they're not in
perspective
space,
is
then
in
where are
space.
they?
Is it not your idea that they're in space?
What are you getting at?
We developed the model
We're
of space.
equivocating the word space. Oh my god.
I think my bad. Hold on. What do you exactly mean by the model of space? Or what do you
Outer
mean by
space.
the word space?
Vacuum of space.
Okay.
Infinite outer space.
Mm-hmm. So you're just
see
meaning like
infinite outer space when you look through a telescope.
not any commercial grade telescope, no.
Well,
You would
so
you would
you
need
don't-
a fancier like satellite telescope to be able to.
a
and it's
satellite
not-
telescope. What is as in a telescope in space? You mean?
Yeah, also too they use different imaging processes, right? So they're not.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so they're using like
that-
infrared and they're using.
Now
all
we're
these
going
other
into this
imaging.
idea that there is some space that the telescope could be in. I'm asking you the question. The first time people looked up at the sky with a telescope, how did they arrive at the idea of space? Because they didn't see it.
Okay, is it just me, or is it his voice, or like? I swear to God, like you talk in like phalanges, just like the same shit you were going after Gregory for. Like I don't know if
I'm sorry to bring this up again. The reason why I was going after Gregory is because I felt Gregory was using unnecessary philosophical terminology to be able to explain empirical science or
We're back
empirical
onto
ideas.
Gregory.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to go back to this topic. But all the terms that I'm using currently, right, are relevant to talking about phenomenon, or they're relevant to talking about how we can possibly know these things.
It can possibly be using relevant philosophical terminology, given that I don't accept the cosmic paradigm that he believes, right?
I would say that you're coming at it from
Yeah.
a more theological point of view than an empirical point of view, which is fine. I don't have a contention with that, but I would just say that the empirical model contrasts.
yeah, I would say he's full of
the
shit too
theological model.
if he did not talk like that all the time. But I'm pretty sure that's how he always.
I'm
talks.
not saying that he's full of shit. I'm not saying that he's okay. My bad.
You mentioned theology once.
didn't mention
If we
theology once. How did you even shove theology into the subject right now?
The
Anyway,
reason why I'm saying that you're using a theological model, right, is because I take it that you're basing your beliefs on a flat Earth on the firmament, right, concept found within the Old Testament, correct?
that's not a matter of religion or
What are we
theology.
talking
That is a
about?
matter of religion. And
No, it's not. You're
yes,
wrong.
yes,
You are
it is.
wrong.
No.
You're not. Right? You're gonna just insist that you're right and I'm wrong instead of actually listening to the refutation, which is indicative of your bigotry. Or you can refute me by not insisting that I'm wrong and listen to the refutation.
I'm not
Right?
insisting that you're wrong because I'm not listening to you. I'm insisting that you're wrong because your model
Right. So
doesn't
stop
account for
repeating back to me
phenomenon
that I'm wrong when
I'm
I'm
not.
obviously giving you a refutation right now. Right
Okay.
now.
Yes.
see, if we
Right.
go
So
back
it's
to
not a matter of religion. It's not a matter of theology. A firmament, right?
Mhm.
The notion, the idea of firmament
Mhm.
is a cosmological thing. That's it.
It's a cosmological thing based
It's not
on
necessarily connected to any. It's not necessarily connected to any theological doctrine.
observation.
the problem with this is that it is heavily in thought of in quite a few theological doctrines. Like for instance, right, the reason
So
why
what?
the reason
It's
why
associated with theological doctrines.
it's
That's it.
associated in a very direct way because all these people, you got to keep in mind that whenever ancient people wrote things down, right, they didn't have a differentiation between science and theology and all these different
Right. They didn't have the same
categories.
categorization, erroneous categorization schema that you people have, you fundy scientists.
I don't know what you mean by erroneous categorization systems. We
Yeah,
felt
there's
like
no
we
such
needed
thing
to,
as theology is only for this fraction of the world, but everything else is on this fraction of the world. No, right? It's just a worldview, right? The subject of firmament, since you want to sit up here and think that you're ascertaining the way I think, I have to refute you now. And then we'll get back to the previous subject. The matter of firmament is not at all necessarily theological or religious whatsoever. It is a cosmological idea. That's it.
is a cosmological idea instantiated by a theological being.
No, it doesn't necessarily come from any theological point of view. No, it does not.
Does it say that God did? I'm sorry. In the Old Testament, does it not say that God instantiated the firmament?
So there are some philosophical doctrinal systems that teach that the God has revealed that there is these cosmological facts, including a firmament. But the firmament itself, the idea of firmament itself, does not necessarily imply or presuppose any theology.
I would say that it kind of does because it has to
It
explain.
doesn't. Oh my fucking gosh!
It does because it has to be able to explain why the water is separated to begin with, whether or not it's a particular theological.
Your conceptualization is wrong. Just stop talking so much.
Why are you?
There's nothing about saying that there's a container above the surface of the earth that necessarily implies any theology at all.
This comes from theological systems, though. This whole idea of a
necessarily come from theological systems. No, it doesn't.
You would never arrive at this idea of a firmament, right? If there had not been some sort of God or theological entity to instantiate it.
It's a false absolute statement.
That's not a false absolute statement.
It is.
No, because that's literally what every single old cosmological theorist based it on. They based it on their theology.
You're wrong
They
about
based it
my
on the
pattern of
separation
thought,
of chaos and order. They based it on the separation of waters. They based it on the separation of seawater and saltwater. This is the thing that they did. It is a theological.
Stop talking about it. Move on. You're wrong.
I've got a question.
You're not right about my pattern of thought. You're wrong about these categories and ideas and concepts.
Why you have this pattern of thought if it is not for theological reasons?
I've got a question.
So we're not continuing to talk about me. You're wrong. You've been refuted. Back to the subject.
You haven't refuted me. I'm asking
You're
you a
wrong.
question
Back
and you
to the
haven't been able to
subject,
refute it.
unless we need censure.
All right, I've got a question for the man who suggests that the firmament comes from the Bible and not from what you observe. Tell me what you observe.
So what I observe is a largely, I would say, how do I describe this? Depending on where you're standing and depending on
anything from what you've been taught.
Yeah,
Just
depending
exactly what you observe.
Okay, what you would observe, right, is a flat space, right? And over you observe a blue sky, and at night, whenever the sun goes down and the light is no longer coming in, right, you observe darkness, and you can observe if you were living in like the country or somewhere without significant light pollution, right? You would observe like millions of stars, right?
Correct.
And all these sorts of lights coming in and stuff like that.
Awesome.
Right?
So what you observe is a big blanket of stars over you. And if you sat there for long enough, you'd see these stars rotating in a circle above you. Correct?
Yeah.
That simply is the firmament. That's all we're saying. We're not saying anything more. We're not saying God said it's the firmament. That's just what you observe. It's just a description of what you observe.
Sure, but what I'm saying, right, whenever I say that the firmament is a theological concept, right, maybe this wasn't made clear, and maybe this needs to be made clear, and I apologize if this wasn't, right, that the firmament concept is largely accredited to theological systems and to
What's that got to
theological
do with our topic of our room?
the topic of the room, right? And the major problem with having a theological explanation for phenomena that we see as opposed to an empirical one is it seems that empirical explanations work far better.
You're the one who brought up firmament, not me.
Okay. Well, yeah, you just started talking. But
Okay,
what?
so
Yeah, go on.
if empirical reasoning works far better than just the pure observation that there's a blanket of stars above us that shifts around on a in a circle. If empirical explanations work better, why do we have to include kind of explanations such as gravity? So the whole thing of gravity is a abstract concept used to make it all stitched together, is it not?
I wouldn't say that gravity is an abstract concept. I would say that it's a model
Without
used
gravity,
to
it doesn't
illustrate
work,
a
does it?
force.
The model doesn't work without gravity, correct?
Correct.
Right. So you have to introduce that concept, that abstract
It's
concept.
hold on. I'm so sorry. Firstly, I want to clarify what we mean by empirical reasoning, so that way we're not talking past each other about that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever I say empirical reasoning, I'm basically just meaning like, like the standard model of the scientific theory, right? So basically having a hypothesis, making a claim about a hypothesis, either going this is the case or this isn't the case, being able to create a model, right, or some sort of test to be able to prove or disprove that empiric or
We're all down for that on this server. Absolutely.
Awesome. Great. Okay. And then depending on what you get with that model, concluding that is either true or false, right?
Yes.
Or that your hypothesis was true or false. Okay.
Correct.
Awesome. Great. And then the question about gravity, right? I don't think that gravity was a thing that was introduced to be able to like justify or explain the scientific model. I think it was a force observed, right? And therefore they had to include it within a model. I think that gravity is a model or a hypothesis itself,
But this
right?
gets talked about a lot on this server. So we observe gravity, but what do you observe? When you say you observe gravity, what do you observe?
You see a force of
Whoa. You see a force? You see like a shimmering force?
you could see the effects of the force. My bad.
Aha, yes.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
So you see
So please rephrase it. Please rephrase it.
Yeah, I was
You
about
see an
to. I'm so
effect.
sorry.
You see an
So
effect, correct?
you see an effect, right, of
Yeah. You don't see a
massive.
force, do you?
No, you can't see the individual
Correct.
way that it
Correct
affects
question.
space-time or any of that, right?
Yeah.
If it is true, right, then you wouldn't be able to see like the tugging of space-time or like the blanket of space-time being pulled down or whatever.
No. So let's go back to your experimental method. Have we got an independent variable that we can use to prove the cause of the effect? So have we got an independent variable?
Whenever you're saying independent variable in order to prove gravity, right?
Okay.
What
Yeah,
are
the
you?
thing you change in order to determine whether the outcome is different.
Yeah.
What's the independent variable that proves gravity?
Wouldn't the independent variable just be the difference in mass of an object and the effect it has on other objects?
No.
Why not?
The difference in mass. What do you mean? Oh, right. You mean the attraction. The perceived. So you're saying a bigger mass would attract more than a smaller mass?
Yeah.
Okay,
Basically.
so that's only in theory, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's in theory. I would say that that's an observation.
That's not been proved.
What do you mean?
The attraction of masses has not been proved. We've not. That independent variable. If you'd like to show me an experiment that demonstrates that independent variable being used to prove gravity, I'm happy to look at it.
Okay. I think a problem that I would say with that, right, is that in order to prove that on Earth, right, you would need very, very tiny objects. They're impacted by a larger object somehow, but then both of those are going to be impacted by gravity, right?
Yeah. See, the problem you've got is you can't make an experiment. The only idea you've got is you've got this idea of Jupiter, the sun, or the planets. You've got an idea of Earth, and you've got this. See, that's called begging the question. So you've already got the idea of big, massive spheres in vacuumless space, and then you've got the idea that there's this force coming from them, or there's this attraction force coming from them. But it's begging the question because that's the conclusion. You see, the conclusion is that there's massive objects in space. You see that?
Well,
See what I mean by that?
I don't think that gravity seeks to prove massive objects in space, right? So like, how can I describe this better? Because maybe I'm doing a terrible job. I think I am. I think whenever we talk about forces like gravity, or theories of science or theories of physics, right, in general, we're just talking about observed phenomena, and then we're talking about how do we create a model that can explain the observed phenomena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I think whenever it comes to whether or not that's begging the question in some in some philosophical sense, right? I'm not quite sure if that objection would apply in terms of a model of scientific theory, because I think the model is going to absolutely be trying to, like, no matter what model you try and create, right? You're trying to explain phenomena.
What we're trying to say to you, what I'm trying to get to you is the model has been created and they've made a leap. They made a leap early on, and they said, "Okay, this is the model we've got.
Okay,
we can't make it work, so we've got to suggest that everything that's spinning around everything else, and that's flowing around in circular motions and all that kind of thing, that's the model. That's our model. The only way it can work is if there's a force that makes everything spin around everything else." And we've not been able to find that force anywhere. We've seen an effect, but we've not been able to find that force anywhere, or even been able to demonstrate it through experimentation. But we posit it must exist in order
because
for this
of the observed,
movement.
right?
Yes.
So I
So
think
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think the contention that I would have against that statement, and not saying that you're wrong in what you're saying, because I think you're absolutely, I think that's absolutely what did happen, right? But I would question, the leap thing, right? And specifically because it used to be the case that humans for a very long time believed that the Earth was flat and that we weren't on a globe. And then we encountered data through experimentation that made us question this. Yes.
Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied.
Oh, crap. Now what?
Cool. Did you listen to the rest of that lecture that you took that from?
Did you?
Do you think that that physicist in that lecture really believes that there is no such thing as gravity?
Hang on. Did you?
No, I'm not familiar with the lecture.
Okay.
But I'm willing to bet that the physicist talking in that lecture still believes in a force called gravity. He just probably doesn't think that the way that people explain it is accurate to the actual model of how it works.
You see, all this conversation of gravity came out of is your initial statement. The heliocentric model is the most expedient and simple and intuitive way of explaining what we observe. What I'm countering with is that actually, no, it's not. Because what you've had to do is add things. You've had to add these imaginary forces, and then there's other things like dark matter, obviously, all these things to make it all work. Because it
Dark
doesn't
matter
work.
is super complicated. I don't even
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
first thing about that. But I
Well,
know
the
that
dark
there's a
matter's
big meme of
complicated
that.
because it's the thing that they've included to make it work. Another thing they've included to make it work. Because it doesn't work. The model doesn't work. It's not intuitive, and it doesn't work.
It depends on what we mean by intuitive.
Let's
I
hear a
think.
little bit more. First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. Tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down.
Did you hear
Why
that?
are you sitting in your chair today? Does
We
gravity
lied to you.
floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, so whenever he's saying we lied to you, I'm sorry.
And space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No.
Yeah. So basically what he's explaining there is he's explaining the theory of general relativity thought up by Einstein as opposed to the theory of Newtonian physics, right?
Yeah.
Newton had different ideas about how these forces worked and about what gravity was and about all this different things. Most people remember because most
Okay,
people
so from this point forward, are you going to defy the academic professionals, the doctoral university the doctoral university graduate academic professionals? Are you going to defy them, or are you going to be consistent with them, like what he just said, and stop appealing to mass attracting mass?
to you. He said it.
Whenever he's saying we lied to you, right? He's not meaning that in the sense of a normal conversation. He's not meaning that they knew something different and they told you a lie, right? He's meaning that we had a wrong theory about how
we
gravity
know.
works, and general relativity better
Yes, those things
explains
don't pull.
gravity.
Cavendish is out the door. Thank you.
We know. So from this point forward, right, not focus on minute and peripheral things. From this point forward, are you going to be consistent with the supposed beloved doctoral university graduate professionals, or are you going to defy them?
I'm not defying general relativity.
No. Are you going to defy the university graduate professionals as it concerns maintaining mass attracting mass? Or are you going to forsake it like they have?
Okay, maybe I didn't explain this properly, right? Whenever I said that mass attracts mass before, or a larger mass attracts a smaller mass, right? What I meant to say by that is, of course, there's a more. What I was thinking of was the model of general relativity that Einstein thought up, where gravity, and I even said this before, if you remember correctly, that all gravity is, right, is the impact on the fabric of space-time, right? So a larger, massive object will bend that space-time, right? It will impact that space-time more than a smaller object or a less massive object. I even
Okay, I
said
didn't
this
hear an answer to
before.
my question.
I've not contradicted general relativity once in this conversation.
I didn't hear an answer to my question. Unless
I'm answering your
answer my question to help clarify understanding you, right?
Okay.
Have you forsaken mass attracting mass like them? Yes or no?
They're not saying that mass doesn't attract mass.
You just said that's wrong.
No, they aren't. No.
Michio
Okay.
Kaku just said that idea is wrong.
Kaku is talking about general relativity.
No, he's
Right.
talking about mass attracting mass. He said that's wrong.
In accordance with Newtonian mechanics, yes. That answer is
Okay,
wrong.
so the question, have you forsaken mass attracting mass like them? Yes or no?
Yes, I don't believe that the Newtonian example of mass as the sole force attracting other mass is correct. Yes, I apply general relativity, or I believe in the theory of general relativity more.
Zen, did you already refute that?
To us.
Go on. I'm so sorry.
Zen Owl,
Well,
did you already refute
well,
that from Sonder?
I believe so. Yeah. I mean, I was just going to say, I was just going to say on the subject of kind of the initial point the guy was making was that the heliocentric model is the most expedient, most kind of obvious, intuitive way of explaining what we observe.
I
What
wouldn't
I'm
use the
trying to
word
say,
intuitive.
actually, that's not the case. It's implicit in the heliocentric model is so much mathematics, so much
Yeah.
convoluted thinking, so much very complex stuff. You've already said it yourself, very complex. It's
Yeah.
quite the opposite of intuitive and
Yeah, I
expedient.
don't.
Quite
I
the
wouldn't say that it's intuitive, but I would say it has more explanatory power. Like, I think you have to teach people these things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong because you have
But you've got
to
experts,
teach
haven't you?
people
You've
the
got
math.
experts. You've got experts. The only people who know these teachings are people who know, in-depth maths.
Yeah, they're people who have learned physics and mathematics and all these other disciplines. Yeah.
So you've got authority. It's all theoretical.
Well, what is a theory in science?
Well, the thing is with maths, math and science are two different things.
Correct.
Science, where you experiment, you use experimentation. You've got an independent variable. You show show an outcome for an
Correct.
experiment. You try this way and you try that way. Does this affect it? Does that affect it? Okay, this affects it. If I change this, it affects it. That's not math.
Yeah, that's not math. That's the theory, and then you back that theory up with the
Exactly, but
with the mathematics.
There's a severe lack of that in the heliocentric model.
There's not. That's entirely what the heliocentric model is based on. That's entirely what general relativity is based on. That was what Newtonian mechanics was based on, until
then
we eventually figured out that Newtonian
where
mechanics
the
wasn't
independent
including.
variable.
Yeah,
Are
until we figured.
they scientific theories?
The math is not the scientific theory. No.
No, are they scientific theories, Newtonian or Einsteinian?
Newtonian was a scientific theory until it got displaced as the most explanatory scientific theory until
Oh,
it got displaced by
so
Einstein's general
okay.
relativity.
Listen. How can a theory be scientific and then proven false?
Actually, hang on. We shouldn't digress into that. We should be focusing on the issue of general relativity right now, because we're getting too macroscopic with examining the epistemology right now, even though that's a worthy subject. Right now, we should be focusing on GR. As it concerns GR, just to make this clear, what is GR in 5 or less sentences?
I am unable to explain that as I am not a physicist.
Well, let me ask a more simple question. What is GR?
GR is the theory of mechanics thought up by Einstein because he saw problems with Newtonian mechanics.
Okay, can you give us some idea of what this theory is? Like Einstein said, fill in the blank.
Sure. So Einstein says, basically, he proposes the theory. So basically, you have to kind of know what Newtonian mechanics was saying.
It's about the constant.
Yeah, basically, it's about the constant through space-time, and it's also about
What's
thinking
the constant?
Do we even know what the constant is?
Yeah. See?
Yeah. I'm not a physicist, as I said before.
Mass
I know
equals MC squared.
I know how So I know how general relativity relates in terms of like
Energy.
gravity. Right, but
wait, Zen, I don't mean to stomp on your toes. Just let him finish the answer to
Sure,
what
man.
is GR, so
So
we
I'm
can
not
identify what this thing is and then attack it. Because of course I don't want to waste time attacking it and then say, well, no, you attacked a straw man. I just don't want to be bothered with that. So Einstein
Right.
said, fill in the blank.
So I'm not entirely sure what Einstein's whole idea of the theory of general relativity is. I know that it's an answer to Newtonian mechanics because Einstein said that Newtonian mechanics didn't have answers for a larger scale phenomena, or even a smaller macroscopic scale phenomena that we were able to observe. And we needed to revise this theory because it was just too narrow. It only applied to things on Earth and on Earth's gravitational pull and stuff like that. So Einstein, I do not know exactly what the whole theory of general relativity seeks to explain, but I do know how it relates to the Earth and gravity. Right, or the gravitational pull of objects, and that
Okay,
is
so just for the sake of clarity,
Mhm.
just for the sake of clarity.
Yeah.
So, what is gravity? Einstein said gravity is fill in the blank.
So Einstein said that all gravity is, right, is the impression left by massive objects on the fabric of space-time.
Impression.
Impression in the sense like when I press my hand on a phone.
Yeah, kind of like that. Or like there's great experiments with it. I'm sure you guys have seen them where like people will take like a, like a fabric that's stretched out and put like a heavy object in the center of it, and then they'll roll smaller objects around it, and you can kind of see how these patterns make ovals around these objects, right?
Okay. So next question.
That's an illustrative model of how that works out, but I'm not exactly sure what the mathematics are behind it.
Okay. So next question.
Mhm.
What is space? Space is fill in the blank.
Space is just all space is the massive area in which very few particles inhabit.
The massive area.
Yeah, so like whenever I'm saying massive, my bad, I mean that in terms of scale. I don't mean that in terms of like
Okay.
yeah. So like it's just a giant it's just a giant area. It's just a giant area where very few particles exist. Now there are some particles there, right? So there are like protons and some very very macroscopic dust particles, but overall like it has less you take any area of space and it's going to have less particles or mass in it than other parts.
Okay,
like
so next
planets
question.
or any of these things. Yep, go on.
What is excuse me. Hang on. Oh. Is space a concrete entity like water, like rocks, like air?
Space is just the absence of concrete entities, I would say.
Okay,
Or
so
it's
there is
or it's
no
or it's
there's no
like a
Absence of
my bad.
physicality, you mean?
Or it's an area
right, so
where
there's
or it's an area where
yeah.
very few concrete objects exist
Okay,
or take
so
up or inhabit.
space itself per se itself is not a concrete substance or matter.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the best way to describe space is that space is just like a definition for the lack
Okay.
of what we normally call matter, right?
So given that space has no concrete substance,
Mhm.
just hang on. Let me finish this. Whoever's trying to chime in because we need to get to the end of this because it's very easy to get to the end of this. So space is not a concrete entity. It has no material substance, right? Like rocks, like rocks or water or air or things like that.
Yeah,
not physical.
It seems like space is not a physical entity in the way that we think of physical entities.
So given that it doesn't have any shape or nothing can touch it, no material can contact space, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Really?
Yeah.
How could you contact something that has no physical substance of any type?
I'm like I said, I'm not a physicist. I'm not entirely sure about that part. There may be because it could also be the possibility that space is made out of something or some sort of particle that I just don't know about because I'm not a particle physicist.
Okay, so let's go with I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, as far as you know, you don't know that any material, concrete, physical, these are all synonyms. They all derive from the Latin or the Greek. Concrete, material, physical entities cannot physically contact, tactilely touch material to material space because space is not material. Correct?
Could you repeat that one more time, but without all the synonyms?
As far as you know, concrete / physical / material entities cannot contact as though material touching material, my butt touching the seat, my hands touching the air, etc., etc. They do not do that with space because space has no material substance.
I don't know if space has a material substance.
Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, my definition of space is the way I've heard it explained is that space is the space or the difference between areas that have mass and areas that don't, or particles that have mass and particles that don't. But I'm not so sure that necessarily means that space isn't able to be affected by concrete objects or mass.
Okay. So what we learned so far is that Einstein taught us that gravity is the supposed impression that material entities make on space,
Mm-hmm.
as
Oh,
though
well, no,
foam
I'm so
being
sorry.
pressed by my hand, or as though a bowling ball on a stretchy fabric
Yeah,
sheet.
he.
Right.
I would say that you have to clarify space-time, not necessarily just space, right?
Well, go ahead and slap time next to space with a hyphen. Same thing. So space time,
Mhm.
right? Just substitute what I just said and just put in space time.
Yep.
Okay. So that's what he's teaching about space time.
Mhm.
Okay. But the problem is, this is the fallacy of reification. The fallacy of reification is the fallacy of ascribing concrete properties to that which is not concrete at all.
Well, we
It's the
don't
fallacy of
know.
misplaced concreteness.
I don't know if
So
we
he
know.
is ontologically confused about the ontological properties of space and time itself. Space and time have no physical substance, no material, no concreteness at all.
The
So you
problem
cannot
with
bend or
Just
impress on space and time.
the
This is
problem
just
with
try and
ontologically
receive what he
absurd.
said.
Yes.
Just
I
try and
think
receive what he said.
yeah, I
Just try and
understand
follow
what
what he
he's,
said.
I understand what he's saying. He's saying that we don't see space and time as concrete objects, and therefore concrete objects cannot impress upon these things. But I think the problem is that I don't know enough about the physics to determine if space and time are not concrete objects.
Very well. I mean, your ignorance is no refutation to what I said.
Yeah, but I would say that we probably have the same level of knowledge about physics.
You don't have the
or-
right to say that. How do you know that I have the same level of knowledge as you?
Just from a guess, I would say.
Right. You don't know that.
Yeah,
So
I
you
don't know
don't
that.
justifiably believe that. Okay. So as far
Sure.
as you don't know that I have the same level of knowledge as you, and that I'm as ignorant as you. I
Yeah, have
am
you-
arguing otherwise also.
Do you
So the
have a
argument that I just said concerning the ontology of space and time still stand, and that he's ontologically confused, and this is absurd.
So, my bad. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a physics degree, or have you
Nope.
taken
Not a
any
degree of
sort
any kind whatsoever.
Okay. Have
It's not
you
physics.
have you investigated the theory of physics and what physics is proposing?
Yeah.
Physics
Yeah.
is a science, not a theory.
Sure. It's a scientific
Yeah,
discipline.
you can learn it and know it, or you can bullshit about it.
Physics deals with the
There's only
physical,
two
natural
things about.
world.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
there's
let's
only
continue with
two
Sonder.
things
Yeah,
about
yeah.
What you're
physics. You
dealing with
either
here is
learn,
theoretical.
study, and learn it and know it, either you just think what you want about physics and call it a tool, call it whatever you want, anything but not science.
All
What you've
right,
been
so let's move
discussing
forward.
falls. Just one sec.
Yeah.
What you've been discussing falls under the field of theoretical physics.
Gravity is included in the realm of theoretical physics? Or
That's
general relativity?
fine. That's fine. So let's move forward. So
Yeah, okay.
Sonder, did you want to ask me more?
Yeah, I wanted to. So you've investigated the claims of physics. It seems, right, or the claims that people who subscribe to the axioms set by physics are making, right? That has become obvious. But do you know all the reasonings behind why the people who subscribe to this discipline are doing so, and do you know why their conclusions would? Because if it's the case that they're taking on a set of axioms, right? They're still probably using some logical inferences with these axioms, correct?
Well, either they are or they aren't. It isn't necessarily the case that they are reasoning
Right.
according to a valid line of reasoning or a sound line of reasoning. And no, I do not have a comprehensive knowledge of every distinct idiosyncratic, line of thinking that has ever been supposed in the history of this supposed GR.
Okay. Well, I'm not asking about GR specifically. I'm just asking about the discipline.
Well,
of
physics in general.
Yeah. Okay. Would you be open to ever taking on the axioms and seeing where those axioms lead you?
Sure.
Okay. And if those axioms led you to the place of general relativity, or before that, given what you know, like just
Nigga,
from
the Earth ain't flat.
Okay. And if those axioms led you to the conclusions that physicists have today, right? You would say that they're making correct logical inferences given their axioms, correct?
No.
If it is the case that those axioms are true and they comport with one another.
How can an axiom
If they
be true?
don't, then of course no.
What's an axiom in physics that you believe to be false currently?
The Earth ain't flat.
The reification of space and time, universal mass attracting mass, gravitation, or like I said, the reification of space and time.
I mean, can I just interject? Can I just interject? I don't think
Go
you've
on.
received what Gregory said about the reification fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we mean by reification. Maybe we need to go
Okay,
into that
we
a
can
bit
talk
more.
about that.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I said earlier.
Are you making fun of gay people now? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah,
Stop
get in
it.
line. You can
Get
cope
out.
later. You'll be fine. Yeah, you're the one who said Earth's not flat. Yeah, there's hills and mountains, guys. So just be patient. Show your intellectual superiority by being patient. Thank you.
So, reification. You just type it in the search engine. How do you spell it? R-E-F-I. No. R-E-I-F-I-C-A-T-I-O-N. There we go.
Okay.
Fallacy reification.
It's funny, WL. We went through this whole thing where you acknowledged your own circular reasoning about half an hour ago, and then you said, "Well, in this case, I think we're good with it, though."
What do you
So
mean?
now you don't understand what the whole reification thing is.
When did I claim to know about reification?
Well, when you acknowledged, you went step by step through your own circular reasoning, and then you said, "Yeah, in this case, it's okay."
Listen, I don't want to put the guy on the back foot too much. I think if he could just understand what the reification fallacy is and just grasp it, I think it goes some way to sort of like opening his mind a bit to what we're all trying to communicate to him. Because really what we're trying to communicate, you can't solve it in the mind in so much as like maths. You've got to see it from the perspective of your perspective. So reification is about how you make things real in your mind when they're not actually real.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Do we subscribe to the logically fallacious.com definition of reification, or the reification fallacy?
I am. So to finally finish this. All right, as you can see right there on your screen, I believe, maybe not. The fallacy reification is the fallacy where you ascribe a concreteness to something that is not a concrete entity.
So when an abstraction, abstract belief, or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity, or when an idea is treated as if it had a real existence, basically, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So when Einstein attempts to teach us that the sheer ipso facto existence, right, just by the sheer fact of the existence of material items, it is quote unquote impressing upon space-time, right, which is a new concept, a relatively new concept, relatively new concept. This space-time, this portmanteau. If any of you recognize French, is this portmanteau, where you smash the words space and time together with a hyphen in between, as though that's a different entity from space and time. But anyway, it's a reification of both space and time.
If
While he
Einstein,
contrives this new concept of space-time.
if Einstein made that claim, that would be a reification fallacy, but he doesn't make that claim. He makes the claim that motions of objects could be described under a hypothetical model. And so if you attack that model...
Okay, I guess you disagree with Sonder, because that's what Sonder said that Einstein said.
Yeah.
I didn't say that that's what Einstein said.
Hang on, stop.
Proves anything, that is
Sonder,
also
you told me,
reification
just
fallacy.
stop. Sonder, you told me that matter is impressing, notice my emphasis, on space time.
space-time. Yes.
So what I said is correct. I steel manned you correctly. That's what you said to
You did
me.
not. No.
So now this
no.
guy is coming along saying that's wrong.
Yeah, because the reason why I corrected you whenever you first wanted to say space is because space-time is not the same idea of space that we were talking about before. And that's
Okay.
why Einstein points out, that's why Einstein uses the term space-time. Like space-time refers to a very, very specific thing. This is what you have to be careful of whenever we
So okay, so what is space time?
I think this guy did a great job at explaining it.
Go ahead and say it again. Other guy.
Just get down.
Just get down.
Oh, I'm at work. I can't pipe up too
Oh.
often. But
Okay. do you want to Sonder? Do you want to tell me?
So how do I? Oh God. Essentially, it's a model, right, that fuses the three-dimensionality of space and the one-dimensionality of time into a four-dimensional construct or into a four-dimensional idea, right? And it's a model that's useful in terms of physics because, oh God, this is the problem that I don't know enough about physics. It's
One
useful.
moment.
Go on.
You said something which is very wrong.
Go on.
Time does not have a dimension.
I was just about to get to that.
Yeah.
I was just about to get to that. We're on the same page.
Go ahead. Continue.
What do you mean that time doesn't have a one dimension?
Did you
It
finish, Sonder, just to make
doesn't
sure?
have dimensionality. Dimensions.
Okay. But basically,
Sonder?
space-time is a useful mathematical model because it's useful in visualizing and understand the relativistic effects of how different observers will perceive when and where and how events occur. Right.
Okay. So dimension. Three dimensions, one dimension, space, time. Okay.
Mhm.
3 dimensions, we all recognize that, I believe, I hope. Length with height, right? The properties of concrete entities, physical entities, material entities. Okay.
Yeah.
Time is not like that.
Yeah.
Time is not a property of physical entities. Right? It's not length, it's not width, it's not height.
Right. That's not what dimension means in physics.
Okay, so what is a dimension?
So a dimension in physics are physical quantities that can be measured, essentially.
But
So
time is
like
not a physical entity.
time is not a physical entity, but it has physical quantities that can't be measured. So like a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a millisecond.
Those aren't physical entities either.
These are physical entities that have effect on the world. They're
concepts.
Units of time are not physical. They're not material objects.
Time only exists in your mind.
How do I say it?
Are they concepts?
Mm.
The thing that you just talked about is a unit of time. That's an abstract concept, and it's a convention that we humans justifiably and inevitably and necessarily utilize in order to talk about a given quantity of time. But time is not a physical entity.
It doesn't
Neither is a unit of time.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical entity in the way that we think of physical entities as in being physical and like physical experiential objects, right? So like for example, if we have a mathematical diagram of a cube, that's a physical entity. Even though
and it has no time.
Yeah, you're manipulating concrete substances into the form of a symbol to represent an abstract concept. But the abstract concept itself being represented by the symbol subsisting of the concrete material, right, is not abstract.
The problem is
you have the concrete material, you have the symbol, and then you have the thing being symbolized. And the thing being symbolized, like a cube, in this instance, the geometric concept, right, is abstract. In this instance, time is abstract, the abstract entity. And then we talk about time quantitatively or categorically, past, present, future, and we use units of time in language in order to intelligibly talk about a quantity of time. Everything I just talked about in that past several sentences, they're all abstract entities.
The problem
Time,
is
units of time, they're both abstract.
okay.
Can I help him a little bit?
No, here wait, I'm sorry. Because while I do agree with most of the things you say, I think we're getting confused. Because time itself is an abstract model to explain away causation or to explain causation, right? All time is seeking to describe is the
No,
cause and effects. Yes, that is what,
no.
yes.
Time is
Well, hang
not
on, hang on, hang
science.
on. Let's not
You
talk
just
through one another.
applied
Hang
the
on, hang on.
definition of science to time.
Hang on, let's not talk through one another. This is going to make this very difficult. We can really easily get to the end of this. We just don't need to talk to one another. So, time is not necessarily talking about causation. These are two different metaphysical concerns. When you
Possibly,
look
but
at the wiki concerning metaphysics, you have identity, change, time, space,
yeah, I'm not
and
talking
causality. These are all different issues. Okay, so time does not necessarily mean that something is being caused, because you can have an infinite amount of time elapse and no causation elapse.
Sure. So let me maybe try and rephrase that in a different way. I'm not talking about the philosophical definition of time, or the metaphysical definition of time.
Well, if you're
About how
talking about time, it's categorically metaphysical. There's no non-metaphysical something of time.
there is a different definition of time, and it's found within physics. And in physics, the definition of time is pretty simple. All time is change, or the interval over which change occurs.
Sonder,
Yes.
you can't just snatch subjects out of the category that they belong to, right?
I'm not
Time,
snatching. Wait,
the
no.
subject of time, especially what time is, that's an ontological question about time. And time is a metaphysical concern. Okay? And time is not a concrete entity, so it's not a physical thing. When you're studying physics, right, you're not studying what time is, because it's not a physical thing.
Sure, you're
This is not a matter of physics.
but you
It's a
do
matter of
study,
metaphysics.
but you do study how time affects physical and concrete objects.
Sure, which is no refutation of what I just said to you. So categorically, if we're going to be making our way unto the truth, time categorically is a metaphysical concern. When you ask the question, what is time? That's an ontological question of what time is. It's not a physical entity, so it categorically does not belong under the category of physics. It's not a physical entity.
The problem is that it you're correct in saying that it's not a physical entity, right? But the dimensionality of time can be represented within models, right? In physics.
But it Sonder,
No,
you don't
this is
have
verification on steroids.
dimensionality of
No, it's
time if it's not a physical entity. It's not a concrete entity. It's not like the rocks or the water or the
We
air
gotta
or the
get to the
gas
point
or
now,
anything.
boys. We gotta get down to the brass
Gregory,
tacks of globe proof seas and whatnot. This is speaking of time, this has gone on
Heretic,
for a minute.
as annoying as this can be, the reason
No,
we're talking about this right now
we
is
gotta
because
tie
it's
it up.
related to the globe.
Yeah,
Okay,
It's
let's
related to the
all right,
globe.
fair, but let's try to get to that, foundational premise.
This is we are talking about foundational. We're talking about the axioms that physics takes in its study of phenomena of the world, and we're seeing if these axioms are appropriate.
Yeah,
for the
heretic, let
study
me
of-
say this for you. They believe the Earth's a globe. They believe it's flying around in a cosmic vacuum. The whole world order doesn't fly off the surface of this ball because of gravity. Gravity supposedly is the curvature of space-time, right? The Earth and all these other physical entities are making an impression on space-time in order for everything to stay on the surface rather than fly off, right?
Yep.
And that's also supposedly why we have also the air that we breathe in order to be alive, in order to have the debate. So that's why we're talking about this.
Yeah, it's foundational towards whether or not like physics is actually making true inferences.
well, in
or deductive
physics,
arguments.
time is an invented concept to have a better understanding of motion and acceleration. It's not physical, and it doesn't exist. It's an invented concept for us to have a better understanding of motion, particle position change.
Yeah, it's
Yeah?
describing. Yeah, like we said, it's
Yeah.
describing change, but
In
it's
space.
but
And
it's
the space which you were very hard struggling to define it, and you don't know the definition of space. Space is an extension on the three coordinates axis.
Yeah.
That's what space is.
Yeah.
In mathematics and physics, and
Yeah.
chemistry and natural sciences.
Okay.
And in reality, space is not physical, it's not tangible, it cannot be touched. It's just like information. Yeah?
Um.
And time is an invented concept
I wouldn't say that
for
time.
us to understand particle motion, change in position, acceleration, velocity, whatever, you name it.
I don't
All
know if
these.
it's appropriate to say that time is an invented concept, just like how I wouldn't know if
Yeah,
it's
it is an
wait,
invented concept.
hold on. Stop. Just like how I don't know it would be appropriate to say that like mathematics, right, is an invented concept, right? Or
It's abstract.
the true inferences of mathematics.
Mathematics is a language.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't want to stomp on your toes. Just let me finish this line of dialogue with Sonder, and then
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
we can get to the end really quickly. Okay, so where we're at now, right?
Mhm.
Space, time, space.
Yeah, we're at
Both of these
time.
things are abstract. They have no concrete substance. Now we just talked about time. Time, as it is conceived by some of these so-called physicists, is that it's another dimension, like length with height.
No,
But then
it's
you
not.
made a qualification saying, no, it's a dimension in a different sense. Okay, dimension in
Yeah.
what sense?
A dimension in that it can only be measured in one direction or one dimension, right? So like time only goes forward, and if you're going to plot time on a graph or use it within a model, right, it can only go in one way, and that is like from cause to effect or from
Okay, so let's not
non-change to
equivocate, right?
yeah.
When we talk about time moving, it's not actually moving in the same sense that I'm moving from my living room to the kitchen, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so that's an inevitable analogous way of talking about the elapsing of time. To use more straightforward language, to articulate ourselves more accurately, when we talk about time moving, forward, right? The
Yeah, it's
present moment is in this continuous and immutable lockstep progression toward the future, away from the past, as it were, right? It's simply talking about events elapsing. That's it.
It's talking about from it's talking about just change or intervals in which change occurs. Yeah.
No, one moment after another moment after another moment elapsing. Right? That's all that means. Moments, right, is
Well,
a way in English, whatever other equivalent word in whatever other given language, right? It's a particular it's a particular piece of time, as it were. It's a particular fraction out of all time, the present moment as opposed to the past moments or the future moments that have yet to elapse. Okay,
Right.
so when you measure time, as it were, you're measuring the quantity of moments that have elapsed from beginning to end of the event.
Sure.
That is not a physical property of any physical entity. It's not like length, it's not like width, it's not like height.
I don't think models have to be physical or tangible.
Oh,
Well, hang on. Let's not miss the point. Because supposedly space-time is curving, right? There's
Yeah.
space, there's time, then there's space-time. Supposedly it's curving. So now you supposedly have this fourth dimensional object, right, distinct from space and time, that is supposedly being curved by the sheer existence of material entities. But it can't, because this is a ontologically absurd reification of space and time in this portmanteau, putting space and time together with that hyphen in between, and a misconception, a categorical misconception, saying that time is a dimension, but not in the same sense that the other previous three dimensions are dimensions, but it is a thing that we quantify. But what we're quantifying is not a physical entity, it's just an abstract quantity of moments elapsing. So no, you can't curve moments, right? You can't curve a single moment or a group of moments or all time. Right? It has no moments, moments, time have no physical concrete substance, so they don't curve at all.
But time is relative to where your position
Not
is in relation to
physical.
other
That's
objects.
the point. It's not
Hang on. Okay, so
physical.
there's that.
Yeah.
There's that right there. So the present moment for me right now is not the present moment everywhere else.
I think there's various theories of how they can get away from that. So like how time could be differentiated for somebody else, depending on like the mathematics will work out. Like I said, I think that maybe the most biggest problem that we're having, and maybe the reason why we keep running into problems, or I keep running into problems. I don't think you're running into problems, because I think you're actually dealing with the things I'm saying fairly well. Also, too, I wanted to quickly apologize about saying that you were pretentious earlier. I no longer think that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Perhaps the problem is that I don't know enough about physics to be able to engage in this conversation or be able to
Guess
effectively
what?
answer
This
your
year,
We're all
this
learning.
year
That's
was
fair.
given. Guess what? This year was given a Nobel Prize in physics. Guess what was it given for?
What's that?
You don't know?
No.
I mean, are you not actual with physics?
Yeah, I didn't say I was a physicist. I've admitted multiple times I know
Yeah, but
actually
at
not a
least
whole lot of physics.
you don't need to be
I'll
a
just tell him.
physicist, but to know like who's getting a Nobel
Him.
Prize and
I don't
what
have.
Well, let's talk
for.
about
I
that
mean,
later. Let's
I
put
don't.
a pin
I,
in that. Let's talk about that
yeah,
later. Let's
so
finish
it
this.
was for time.
I don't. Yeah,
They
okay.
actually achieved, yeah, to create, to um,
Gregory, do you want to carry on with your point, mate? He's just interrupting
Yeah,
again.
let's finish this. Let's tie this up. So
So
time, right? Just hang on. So time is an abstract entity. It's not a concrete entity, subsisting of moments, past, present, and future. None of those things are concrete entities either. Those are also abstract categories of time.
Mhm.
And so the existence of things in any given moment, either in the present moment or the past, or especially in the future, is not curving them.
the problem is and the reason why I pointed out my ignorance of on the topic of physics, right, is because it could be the possibility that I'm equivocating what physics means by curve, right? So curve can just be allegorious to something else. It could also be the fact that I'm equivocating what dimension means in physics, right? I think at this point in the conversation, I have to concede to you because I do not know enough about these concepts in order to be able to answer your questions.
Very well.
All right.
Come back again.
All right. Yeah, for sure. I'll go out and I'll try to learn more about general relativity and physics, and then I'll see if I can get enough knowledge to be able to justify these
we will
things.
be waiting for you.
All right.
read more on the history of philosophy.
Yeah, for sure.
Which
Yeah.
includes the whole history of so-called physics, so-called natural science, so-called science, and
Mhm.
also concerning metaphysical questions.
Yeah, for sure. I have Bertrand. I have Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy. I also have some books about the philosophy of science. So I will go through. I'll look at some of these things. I'll learn more about physics and general relativity.
Very good.
And then hopefully we can have a future conversation where I don't make the stupid mistake of accusing you of being pretentious, even though you're actually very intelligent, and I actually enjoyed conversating with you quite a bit.
Thank you. Likewise.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Keep on doing what you're doing. Because also too, I think that this is super duper important as well. Questioning
I agree.
people. Yeah, questioning people about like how is it the case that we know things, right?
That we know, yes, that
Yeah.
is very
Also, mate,
important.
the cognitive shift won't just happen in one conversation. If the shift is to happen at all, I think it's just putting seeds in there, just seeing that your perception might be, ruling things, that type of thing. It takes a few of these conversations, a lot of contemplation, I think, to come round to a different view of things.
Yeah, potentially too. Like this may be a multiple conversational endeavor, and who knows? Maybe I may switch over to thinking that the flat Earth model has more explanatory power than the globe one.
Yeah,
So,
we do know to explain many things, and I recommend that you come more often in here and listen to the conversations and arguments, and I guarantee you that in 2 months you will learn a lot.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
So let's say this for the sake of heretic, wink, wink, heretic. Globe model, cosmic paradigm, ACP, academic cosmological paradigm. They, since the early 19th century, since the early 20th century with Einstein, they've attempted to answer that question concerning that glaring discrepancy in the cosmological paradigm. How do things stay on the ball that is flying around in this cosmic vacuum? Supposedly because matter is curving space and time so that it moves down, or at least toward the center of the given material object, physical concrete object. But of course, that is a fallacious reification of space and time. Therefore, that is not a sufficient appeal to account for this glaring discrepancy as to how things stay on the surface, solid, liquid, or gas, or whatever other state of matter, in the cosmic vacuum around the supposed ball.
Well, I mean, what ball?
Right? That's why I said supposed.
So where's that ball at?
This is why it's begging the question, reification. It's a reification on fucking steroids. First of all, we're talking about models, mathematical, conceptual ideas. If that ain't a reification, I don't fucking know what is, because that's probably the first definition you get of a reification. A map isn't a land, a model isn't the terrain, all of that type of stuff. And then we got time, which isn't bloody physical. It's space, which is absence of anything. Given physical properties and ta-da, we got a space-time fucking fabric bent by a ball that doesn't exist. Brilliant.
Cosmological fairy tale.
Cosmological fairy tales. There you go, sunshine. Brought to you by mathematical models.
When you put it
I mean, notice, I mean, it really is rhetorically powerful. When we talk about explanatory powerful, it's rhetorically appropriate and acceptable when I heard the critique that this is a bunch of mathematical prestidigitation. A bunch of what? Mathematical prestidigitation. Say that 10 times fast. All right. The mathematical magic tricks and
A
illusions.
nice little beat to it. Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. I like it.
Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. Spell it also.
I like it.
Yeah.
What's
What
it
was this
mean?
guy you were just talking to? What's his name again? Sorry.
W.L. Sonder.
Yeah, Sonder. Yeah, did you realize that these are reifications of a thing that doesn't even exist in the first place? Ah, well, I think he took off. That's okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get to the brass tacks of his globe, the whole thing that the paradigm was based on, but whatever.
I think it's quite difficult to. I mean, I don't know. You guys are probably a bit more experienced than me in this, but I think it's quite difficult to let go of certain ways of seeing things, and sometimes even if you're forced to it to concede, your mind will immediately jump onto some other thing. So it's very difficult to let go of these things in an active live conversation. What do you reckon?
Which is a worthy highlight of psychological habits of us humans.
Yeah.
I've seen it done though.
Have you? Yeah, I've
been
heard
in
it
this
done a few
community,
times.
in this server for years. And some of the guys in this room, like the other day, Jedi was had this kid, that programmer, 25-year-old programmer. He was completely, he said his whole paradigm was shifting like in real time. It sounded genuine.
And non-flat earthers, I mean, you've heard it mentioned before, non-flat earth university graduate doctoral professionals have acknowledged this. Thomas Kuhn is famous for that book, The Scientific Revolutions, the nature or the structure of scientific revolutions. And people started using the phrase paradigm shift more frequently because of the popularity and the insights of in his book. It's more so a survey of the history of philosophy, especially as it concerns the causation inquiry method, right? AKA scientific method or other methods of inquiry within the history of physics.
Yeah, I think it's a paradigm shift because what you've got to kind of let go of your way of thinking in order to let go of the heliocentric model. You've got to,
Your
if you're
your
trying to,
paradigm, you mean?
yeah, you've got to let,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. If you're trying to grasp that there is no heliocentric model with the same way of thinking that the heliocentric model is formed from, you can't do it, because it's all reification fallacies. It's all, assumptions. It's all interjects. It's all made up of that. But until you see that it's made up of that, which comes back to, I guess, why the thrust of why what you do on this server is to see that that's what it's made up of. And as soon as you
This is
see that,
why.
yeah.
This is why I keep reiterating the virtue of critical consideration and self-scrutiny, examining for coherency, empirical adequacy, and tenability under the scrutiny of questions and critiques. Because, like you're acknowledging, humans are in the habit, inevitably. This is just how the cookie crumbles, as it were, as it concerns epistemology about anything, from the most minute to the most profound. You have controlling premises, right? You have a basic network of presuppositions about the nature of reality, a theory of reality, how you know what you know, how you ought to think, how you ought to behave, metaphysics, epistemology, logic, ethics, etc., etc. And so the trick, right, when we come into the conflict, because there's something conflicting between two or more humans and two or more premises and two or more worldviews, what is the conflict? Well, this notion is conflicting with that notion. Either what's the price of eggs down the street, as opposed to what is the nature of time, right? Two different kinds of questions, two different issues, but there's a conflict about both of them. And of course, you're going to interpret things by different standards or canons, right? Or controlling premises as to how you know what you know, this screen check or that screen check, as it were, so that you can finally know what you know. So as it concerns the most minute things, or as it concerns the most profound things, you must critically consider the pattern of thought, the line of argumentation, the truthfulness of the premises, whether they comport, whether or not. You have to do the work. I mean, either we're doing the work to seek the truth or we're not. And if we're not, then of course we're not going to seek the truth, or at least not as best as we would.
Well, for me, natural science feels like oil for life, understanding reality. Just like oil is for an engine. You don't give an engine oil, it will clog.
So critical consideration. You can be critical without being considerate. We've seen that plenty of times in here. You can be considerate
Yeah.
without being critical. We've also seen that.
Yes.
You must
Quite a
do
lot.
both. You must do both. And while you're being critically considerate, scrutinize yourself, always asking about yourself, scrutinizing yourself.
Yes. Self-check.
Because of course, when we come across a bigot is someone who's refusing to be critically considerate, refusing to be self-scrutinizing. They refuse to they critically examine what is being said by whatever they believe, and critically consider what is being said by whoever they disbelieve, and they're not trying to scrutinize and test themselves. They apply a degree of rigor far beyond. They apply a degree of rigor in their scrutiny upon other persons far beyond what they do to themselves, if they do scrutinize themselves at all.
Like Jesse last night.
You can go ahead and name names. I'm not going
I
to do that right now.
agree with what you said, though, Gregory. It's a good way of putting it too. I don't agree with what you said, Get. I think I think Jesse's one of the nicest, people on my side in this community. But yeah,
Well,
but I
thank
did
you,
like what you
Kosha.
said.
To make also another point, to
Well,
make a shift in your perspective, your paradigm, you've also got to be in a kind of like very. It can't be a combative. I don't believe you can make a shift in a
Well,
combative conversation.
another way
It's
of
got to
looking
be.
at it though too is like the best con artists are gonna smile at you as they put the knife in.
That happens also. Another worthy observation of human behavior in psychology.
You know the Pink Floyd song "Dogs." You got to be trusted by the ones that you lied to. So when they turn your back on you, you get the chance to put the knife in.
Look at the wiki
look
on
what they've
metaphysics,
done.
and you'll find cosmology right there. Okay, so this is a philosophical and profound issue. Obviously, I don't need to reiterate this point to us all. We see how precious this matter is to us on both sides. So
I think that
you see how
gentleman
we
made a good
inevitably
point,
have to
though.
get into other philosophical issues as we discuss the issue of cosmology, because the issue is cosmology or whatever other category of knowledge, they don't exist in a vacuum. Wink, wink. They're all related. Be it closer or more distant, but they're all related. Your cosmology related to other metaphysical concerns, related to other epistemological concerns, related to other ethical concerns, related to other logical concerns, etc., etc.
Well, vacuum itself cannot exist also physically. It can only mathematically exist. That's a ideal frame.
Why do you say that?
And
it cannot physically exist, a vacuum. It's impossible to have it. That means zero energy, zero matter, zero space, nothing.
you look at the wiki on
Space,
physics.
yeah.
The wiki in physics, it says right there. I'll post a screenshot in just a moment. And of course, that's enough for today. One of the prerequisites, one of the things you need to be concerned about, one of the areas of knowledge you need to be concerned about, or else you cannot study physics, ascertain knowledge about the physics, the physika from the Greek, is math and ontology. Ontology is the study of being. You've heard me talk about it before. You just heard me talk about it a whole bunch with W.L. Sonder, right? That is the study of being, which is a subcategory of metaphysics, a subcategory of philosophy. You cannot neglect philosophy. Here's the irony and the sick irony with the majority of the institutions of higher education. They grant PhDs to those who are supposedly well learned in physics. That is a abbreviation for Doctor of Philosophy.
Yeah.
But these so-called PhDs who are supposedly well learned in physics not only are woefully uneducated philosophically, but they even derogate it.
You've got to look at how you think, not just what you're thinking. You've got to look at how you think. Very important. Oh, and by
If
the
they
way,
had done more, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to make a point. I tried to make it the other day about knowing things. And there's this point about knowing things. There's two ways of knowing things. Essentially, you can know things by manipulating a representation of them in the mind. But that's not a true knowing. It's just a reification, as we've already said. There's another way of knowing things, and that is just through feeling them and through intuition and through sort of the word empathy. So you can kind of you can sense an animal, you can sense a person, you can sense the energy of something. And like for the earth, the intuitive sense of what the earth is, if someone was to answer honestly, they should say it's solid, immovable, and flat. It's just as I know it, as I feel it, and that's a valid way of knowing. And it's always diminished
it
by
is.
a lot
You can't
of
just
the.
believe that the Earth is round because you feel it, right?
It's
Same
a
way you
valid
can't
way
just
of
know
knowing.
that it's flat because you feel it. Like
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
bullshit.
yeah, you could easily negate this with the exact opposite, right?
It's the principle of explosion, right? I mean, you should know that basic philosophy.
Well, it's an
Right. So
axiom.
Yeah, it's an axiom, but you could have
Yeah,
an
but you
opposite
can just
axiom
but
that
that's what the
negates
principle of
it.
explosion is. The principle of explosion is that any unfalsifiable assumption can just as easily have its opposite assumption assumed, and that would negate the entire argument, right?
Well, why does
Yeah, I
it
mean,
have
if
to be
you're using
unfalsifiable? Just go up and measure a curve if it's actually in fact curving despite looking flat and stationary.
so no, we're in reference to
No, but it's
the
in reference
negation
to
of its
his
intuition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Observing the earth is flat is a feeling.
No.
It's
Observations
a
are not feelings,
sense.
dude.
Yeah,
No.
listen, vision, seeing is a sense. It's a
Yeah, sense is not
feeling.
equal to feeling, dude. Like, get your
Yeah,
words
it
right.
is. It is.
And do we need to do this so hostily,
Sight
though?
is a feeling.
Well, the mind will always get hostile when it's challenged, because the mind is on dodgy ground, it's on thin ice. When it comes up with the ideas that anything else that could have precedence over the mind starts getting tetchy. And that's exactly what's happening with these people.
We're pretty much all on the same page about
maybe
the
I was just
axiom of a flat
being-
and stationary world. So does anybody have any evidence that goes against the axioms we all know?
Well, I mean, look, if we're positing the intuition
Oh my
is
God.
Who's this
sound.
idiot? Someone's playing music.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
we're positing the intuition is sound,
This is Goon
and
again, so
we could use it as a
hold on to your
negation.
butts.
Sorry, hold on. So if we're assuming, right, the intuition is sound, if we're agreeing with what this other flat earther said, whereas intuition is that the earth is flat and it's solid, and if somebody's intuition negates that, then we've used the same line of reasoning to, equal an opposite, contradictory P and not P conclusion. The negation. We put up P and the negation of P.
I don't think, and Zen can clarify himself, I don't think he was arguing that appealing to intuition is necessarily sufficient in and of itself.
He did.
Were you,
He
Zen?
said that word for word, yeah.
No, I wasn't saying it's the complete knowledge. I was saying it's a type of knowledge that is diminished by people who the people who are into scientism and think that science is the only explanation, it's the only way we can know things. It's the kind of thing that's diminished by people who see things like that. Because, for example,
that is a sad epistemological irony. I agree with that insight. We know things primarily or only supposedly, but let them tell it, by empirical sensation, which is a subjective, not to negate it or invalidate it, but categorically it is a subjective phenomenon, right? The subject is empirically detecting things. And of course, you are interpreting the empirical data that you have grasped, that you have accessed by your empirical senses, according to some intuitive pattern of thought. And so
and
when we go out and we experience the world with our empirical sensations, we intuitively interpret the empirical data that we are empirically detecting with our empirical senses. I'm belaboring the point deliberately. We empirically seem to experience a stationary, an Earth that is stationary with a level surface.
Yeah. It's self-evident. It's just the case. But the mind doesn't like that. The mind doesn't like it's just the case. The mind has to come up with some story over and above that. So in the lack of a story, it creates heliocentrism. But we never needed heliocentrism. We never needed it in the first place because it was sufficient to say it's just flat and solid. That's all it is. We never needed it.
I don't want to interrupt, but if the Earth is flat, are satellites fake?
And y'all talk about my voice being deep.
What evidence do you have?
No,
for
not necessarily.
Yeah, so the answer for the flat earthers, right, it's always going to be everything works the exact same as it does now, how we understand it, but the earth is flat. Like, we're not really going to get anywhere by saying, asking any of these questions. But
Well, satellites as in technology in the sky. No, that's not fake. That exists. It's just a question as to the mechanics of how it's achieved. And if they're saying that it's being done with the orbital mechanics of a ball, well, obviously that part's got to be false without the ball.
Well, isn't NASA getting like 500 million or something dollars per day? And what have they done?
50 million.
Yeah, what have they done since 1969? I don't remember anything.
Hold on, I have the answer. Brace yourselves. Okay. Number 1, the drink tang. Number 2, the impact wrench. Number 3, dehydrated ice cream. Number 4, Velcro. And number 5, stupid t-shirts. There you go.
And color bubbles.
They're not going to
The
space.
t-shirts are actually for profit, so like they don't pay money for them. They get money from them.
how our intuition just tells us that, right? Obviously, if we just use our intuition and we didn't go any further, we would just obviously think it's self-evident that the earth is flat because that's the perception of it. But once we
So how the
understand
hell,
more of a grand scale,
Well, this is what I was talking
Philosophically
about,
speaking,
though.
intuitions are not equal
Axiomatically,
perceptions.
well, this is what I was talking about. Axiomatically, we understand that it's a flat, motionless world, right? So, what does it take to get to the understanding that that axiom is false? What do we do?
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that the Earth isn't moving? Like, are you denying space?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
What
Like,
a
are
show for
are
him.
you saying like the Earth is the center of everything and that everything else
How do
revolves
you
I didn't
around it?
necessarily
prove that
say any of
space
that,
exists?
dude. What I said is it's flat. It's apparently flat and motionless. So what do
No,
we
Yeah, if
do
it's
to get
motionless,
beyond
how do
that
things
Well,
axiomatic
move around it?
baseline?
how do
What do we
how do
what
we
do we
Well,
do to
let's
get
navigate
engage
beyond
clean
the
coin now.
forward?
stars then?
Goodness, dude.
Let Heretic talk.
Wow, they all go completely berserk.
bros, this is how it's gonna go. I'm gonna listen, and when you interrupt somebody, I'm gonna see your green light, and then I'm just gonna ban you. That's how it's gonna work. So shut the fuck up. 3 people should not be speaking at the same time, for goodness sakes. Now, Heretic, go ahead.
Right. So, right. We all agree that we're starting with the axiomatic position. Actually, where was I? This guy threw me off. I don't even know where I was anymore. You guys go.
Let's get it back. Let's get it back, Heretic. You're talking about axiomatically, we empirically detect the Earth to be
Right.
flat and
Right.
motionless.
Yeah, and then he took
You
it
were
off of
asking.
that too. Oh, so you're saying it's a geocentric world and this and that. No, no. I'm just saying that we're starting with the axiomatic baseline position of doesn't seem to be moving, rotating, seems flat, water seems level everywhere. What do we actually do to get beyond that axiom to the understanding that it's not that it's actually a curved spinning ball in space?
Let's attack one premise at a time. Go ahead.
Well, the other homeboy did posit a question, which may have been lost in that fray, which is this. He said, if the Earth's not moving, then how are the other things in the sky moving?
Flat earthers are gay homos.
Yes, and you're banned. Cool story.
Gay holes. I never heard that one
I
before.
love how you validated your mother's efforts in giving birth to you by showing up to say something so trivial.
The person left the chat 5 minutes ago. It feels like. Hold on.
Yeah, dude,
double
dude,
negative.
he left his body like 2 years ago. So the question on the table was, if Earth's not moving, then how are the things in the sky moving? I think that answers your own question. I think that question's self-evident. If the Earth's not moving, then it's the things in the sky that are moving. Problem solved.
Right. The follow-up question was, do you deny the existence of space? Because it seems that our information about space indicates otherwise.
How that will change the surface?
If you're asking the question using the word space in the sense of the cosmic vacuum, we have never empirically detected that we live in the midst of a cosmic vacuum. If you're asking the question in the sense of just simply the area of absence that material objects occupy, of course not.
Anything that isn't occupying the space of Earth, the non-Earth space.
Yeah, I believe you're asking the question using the word space in the sense of the cosmic vacuum, right?
No, I just defined what I mean it as, the non-Earth space.
Okay, so no, none of us in here deny that there is an area of absence which we are extending our matter in. No, of course not.
Bro, that non-Earth space would literally be. Listen, friend, hold on. Non-Earth space would literally just be like 2 inches off the ground, dude.
Right.
That's not the Earth.
Yeah.
That's just space. It's just
I mean, within the limits of like atmospheres and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, this entity that is not this entity that it's not, right, AI?
Yeah, I mean, to the point where we don't go to like certain parts per million of gases.
Okay, so that the sense that you mean, I mean, did you clarify? Are you just saying in the sense of the area of absence that matter extends its substance in, right?
I don't know what you mean by matter extending its substance. I've defined the term clearly.
I'm thinking you are already well read about, these things because you just gave a sophisticated question like that.
This is not sophisticated at all. It's concise.
This an idiotic question?
No, it's a genuine question.
Okay, so you're not asking a philosophical question, right? When you ask about space and whether it's real or not.
No, I'm
It's very
not. I'm not
simple.
begging
Look,
the
friend,
existence of space.
you don't need to
I
go
mean,
into
I
that hard.
presume we're not denying the existence of space, like colloquial space. It's just, how do we account for, if we go by the intuition that the Earth is stationary, that it appears that the Earth is moving, like, relative to other objects.
Yeah, I'm saying space in the same sense you're saying the word space, right? The
No,
area of
okay.
absence that material things extend their matter in, right? I'm
Okay.
existing in space, you're existing in space. That, no, we're not denying that.
Okay, but we already got something that's a red flag now. You said it's your intuition that the Earth is moving
No,
relative to
no.
something else.
No, Heretic, I believe it was talking about them having an intuition that made it self-evident that the Earth is flat, because they had an intuition, and that intuition was their experience.
Yeah, it's more just
I'm
that's how it's
challenging,
experienced.
because that doesn't go by regular expressions of what intuitionism does, nor does it.
I didn't even use that word, dude. I just said it's experienced this way.
No, you did not.
Yeah,
I think it was me who used the word intuition, but
That right there. Do you see how
contrary,
Heretic just corrected him? He just hand waved and just carte blanche contradicted the correction that Heretic just gave to him. That's why we can't make progress.
No, wait,
right
hold
there.
on. I am all for people changing or clarifying their stances, but I will not sit here taking people denying what they said in the past.
And I won't sit here taking people giving carte blanche contradictions with no justification.
Hey, hold on. We can settle this right now, friend. I can just go to the stream and rewind it.
Sure.
And find out what was really said. But for me to waste my time to do so, you have to put some stakes on the table. So if you're wrong, you go bye-bye. If you're right, you're allowed to continue. Otherwise, we just
you're
let it.
able to do that regardless.
Otherwise, what? I'm not
It
able to
seems
do
like
what?
that's not me putting any stakes on the table. It just seems like you wanting to like exert power on someone.
No, because you can simply relent and move on.
Oh yeah, no, it's not in my interest to be oppositionary about it. If
Okay,
nobody
then
wishes
move
to
on.
maintain
Then
the claim that
move
I'm
on,
opposing, then
dude.
that's fine.
Move on, dude.
Sure. You sure
Now
do want to
somebody did say intuition. That is true. It wasn't Heretic that claimed, and at this point it's irrelevant.
Cool. Who
So
did
somebody did say it. Somebody did say it, so it's fair to critique it. Go ahead.
it was me.
Who was it?
Me, Zen.
I can't see you lighting up. This room is very full. Where are you?
It was me, Zen. I was just making the point.
Very
I was just making the point that your experience, if you sit down in a room or on the ground, your experience is perfectly still. No movement, perfectly still. That's a direct, intuitive experience. Now, if you want to be semantics about the word intuition, it's fine, but that's the way I'm saying it. That's the way I'm meaning it. That's all.
Right.
Okay, so now what? We answered your question. Yeah, space is real.
It just doesn't. Yeah. Okay. I don't see a reason to use those words for that type of experience. I don't think experiences are intuitionistic.
Well, you intuit. You get the sense that this is how it is. Not through mental representation, not through thought, but through direct.
Well, dude, that's how you navigate the world. You expect everything to be linear, horizontal, parallel to plumb, perpendicular, all of these terms. You don't go out and set out in life imagining that you're walking on a curved surface. And you certainly don't look up at the sun and say, oh, look, the sunset, I'm falling backwards on a ball. No, you just say, well, the sun's just going down over there. Nobody feels themselves spinning backwards on a ball to witness the sun recede in their field of view. That's not how people describe it. It's never been described that way by any human in history.
Exactly. This is why the heliocentric model is counterintuitive.
Correct.
Intuitive.
Right. Yeah, that's a good use of the word intuitive. Counterintuitive seems to be running in opposition to like
direct experience
or sensory data, right? Whereas the word intuition or like knowing that something is true by intuition is different from like what you say is like I have an intuition about it.
Since you raised the issue, right? Zen made a very simple observation, and it's right. He used the word intuition, which is the noun, right, of that subjective phenomenon within ourselves, within our mind, within our consciousness, as we experience the empirical data that we're empirically detecting by our empirical senses, right? And so it is intuitive, right?
Yeah.
Right. That adjective, it is intuitive as we use our intuition,
Adjective, yeah. My bad.
right? As we empirically detect and interpret our empirical experience. And what in this cosmic paradigm is counterintuitive, another adjective, contrary to the other adjective I just said, right? It's counter to the noun that we inevitably and necessarily utilize when we are interpreting our empirical sensation.
Yeah, I could give you an example just from today. So I'm fixing a porch, right? And there's 3 segments which are rotted and they had to be rebuilt. And so they had to be sistered together, which means you extend the boards out by piecing boards together. Now, when you do this, you obviously can't get it perfectly straight, right? Because there's going to be a little flexion. So you have to take a level and you put it on the boards and you try to run a level line across all 3 boards to get them as straight as you possibly can. Now, when I run my level line, I just assume that I'm running a parallel line. I never think to myself, oh, this line is curving over a giant ball.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody ever done that in the history of mankind, bro. Done anything where they went out and they said, whoa, bro, I'm standing on a giant ball. Whoa, bro, I'm holding this level, teeter-tottering on a giant ball.
And in principle, let's add this just to really complete AI's point. If, and there probably has been, only the God knows how many persons that did that, in the ancient past or contemporary past, you know full and well, especially in the ancient past, the reaction that other persons around them that have not fallen into such idiocy, right, said, what the hell is the matter with you? Lay off the drugs.
Well, usually they're prefaced like this. So people will say, this area is super flat, but we know the Earth is a globe, therefore blah, blah, blah. Or they'll say, oh, look, this level line is horizontal, perpendicular to plumb, but we know the Earth's a globe, so it's curved.
Yep.
See how that works? You know and experience the first order, a flat horizontal plane with perpendicular, parallel to plumb level, right? Yeah, that's what you experience, and then you have to parse it out with a modifier after the fact to pay homage to the globe in lip service.
Exactly. That's why I keep
Almost like Carpe diem de gloria sante globa.
Exactly, AI. That's why you keep hearing me say this is a controlling premise or set of premises in their a priori network of presuppositions through which they interpret the empirical data. They did not actually empirically detect that.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. But you've got to have insight. You've got to have insight to see that. And that's what we were talking about before. The paradigm shift relies on insight. You can't just have the paradigm shift if you're still thinking in the same linear fashion as you were thinking about the globe. I don't believe the shift can happen like that. You've got to have some insight into the way you think. And that's why I think philosophy is probably, as you said, Gregory, philosophy is and contemplating the way we think is just as valid in shifting interpretation about heliocentrism as talking about can you find evidence of a curve.
Whether they like it or not, Zen, they are when they sit up here and talk about cosmology, they have entered the realm of philosophy. It is a subcategory, it's a concern of metaphysics. Period.
Hey Zen, can I respond to something you said earlier? I agree with what you said actually about like we were talking about the paradigm shifting. You said that like, these conversations when you said or Zen you said people can't they're not going to have that paradigm shift in the conversation if there's some sort of hostility in the
Correct.
conversation. Like if it's like if it's not like friendly or whatever, amicable.
Yeah, I agree.
If they're defending their position, then they're probably going to become more attached to it. I think that's a good point.
It's a good point because you never see it when two people are hostile, they're never going to back down. It's like two stags butting against each other. But as soon as the guard comes down like that guy before, all right, he might not have become a flat earth, he not have changed his paradigm, but at least he was considering the points. He was allowing them into his mind to play around with them. And
Or
you've got
also, very
to.
likely, even if one of the two do back down, it wasn't out of critical consideration, but out of fear or humiliation or
Yeah.
something like that, and so they just acquiesce.
Yeah, it's not a true shift.
Which is what most humans have done with the ACP. Like the average person has just acquiesced out of humiliation, right, to the supposed intellectual strength and might of the supposed doctors.
Authority.
That's what I mean about the hostility though thing. Is I noticed this a long time ago. But like I said, when it comes to whether it's you guys or us or anybody in these arguments, once you're attacking somebody and they're defending their position or if they're defending what they've been arguing or what they believe, regardless of how attached they were to it before the conversation, they're going to become more attached. It's going to become a part of their ego as a part of the process of that argument because they're not just defending the argument anymore. They're kind of defending themselves at the same time.
But there's
In
another
many
part.
instances, not all, but in many.
There's another part to that is because a lot of Globers, even if it's civil, and it's a nice conversation, because their paradigm is under threat, they will get defensive, and we do encounter that a lot, don't we?
This is why I explicitly out loud in the hearing everyone in the voice call, I explicitly say that I try to make an attempt to minimize any hostility and pejoratives and derisive terms. I just stick as best as possible with the specific, objective, true premises in a sound argument.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's sufficient to prove anything. So why not just focus on that?
I agree.
What they never do. They are never focusing on an argument.
They can't let themselves, because they know it might spell the end of them.
If
They
Earth
can't
is
let it
flat,
in. They can't let it.
if Earth is flat, listen to the question. If Earth is flat, do you think that satellites are fake? I don't care about satellites. If Earth is flat, it's flat. If Earth is curving, it's curving. That's 2 points. You don't need to add nothing else.
About that, since you mentioned it, obviously this is a pattern that we've realized. We have noticed a pattern where one of the go-to appeals at the very beginning of the dialogue is this concern about satellites. Why is that? Perhaps it's because the content that we have been given, or the majority of our lives, has featured this, has illustrated this, right? The majority of our lives, we're consuming content from on some screen of some electro-digital device, be it the TV set in the living room or whatever, what have you, illustrating that to us since we were infants. Perhaps that's why. Not because
Who
there's
invented it?
anything strong about it in principle.
Yeah, who invented a satellite?
That's a good question.
That is that. What do you call it? Science fiction writer. What's his name?
Yeah, science fiction
Arthur C.
writer.
Clarke.
Who
Yeah.
invented who invented space?
The cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, who
Probably
invented
another
it?
science fiction writer.
No, there's some religious nut job. Who invented the idea that the Earth is a globule or an egg shape? Yeah, again, another religious nut job. So that's who brought you the modern paradigm. There's a bunch of religious nuts and sci-fi writers.
Yeah.
Well,
religion is not only theism. And concerning what AI just said, right, to give a little bit more detail to appreciate what he just said, for instance, when he raised the issue of the cosmic vacuum, right? That's an ancient doctrine from, namely, at least in the so-called Western world, which is really not a very valid category, but with the ancient Grecians, both pre-Socratic and post-Socratic, to say the term post-Socratic, cosmic pluralism. Cosmic pluralism. We live on this humongous object, all humans live on, but this humongous object that we live on is also the same as the other humongous objects out there as we look up at the celestial sphere, as we look up at the heavens. There are other humongous objects that thousands, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions of other souls walk upon. And they're all moving about in the cosmic vacuum. It's an ancient idea. Not from atheists, even though some of them were, but the majority of them were theists. And had very strange customs according to whatever philosophical school that they subscribed to, be it the Pythagoreans or the Platonists or the Aristotelians or the Democratans or the Epicureans or the Stoics, etc., etc.
I thought they just thought the planets were just a special type of star, a wandering star, or whatever.
Well, not necessarily the planets, but not just necessarily the wandering stars, but many other celestial bodies, but including the planets, the so-called planetae, the wandering stars.
You know, about the satellites, though, you guys have to remember, I tell this to people on my side, too. It's very easy to forget what, must be going through somebody's mind in the shoes of somebody who just walks in here for the first time. But, you have to imagine that they're probably entertaining what you're suggesting. Like, they're entertaining it for a second, and then in their head, it goes against, their entire worldview. And so that's why they ask questions like that, because they're thinking, wait a minute, if that's the case, how are satellites up there or whatever? So I
Which is
don't
a
think it's
valid
like
question, a worthy question.
a reflexive question.
Yeah, you're talking to me. I have no gripes against asking that question. That's a question I asked.
But it's also nice to come in the room and to ask question. Why do people think that that Earth is not a globe? And then people explain to you, and then you know why people think that Earth is not a globe. There is no satellites, there is no moon, there is no eclipses, there is no other stories. There is precisely that what we will say. That mean curvature, that mean rotation, but curvature is the most point. That mean curvature. Because
And
satellites
most people,
going,
right.
because satellites are orbiting around the sphere,
Yeah, most people are not, like I mentioned earlier, they're not disciplined in their thinking. They're not systematizing their thoughts. They're not regimenting their thinking, right? They don't have a strict, rigid pattern, valid, sequitur line of thought. The Earth supposedly is a sphere. I should be investigating for sphericity of this Earth. I should be empirically detecting it. I should be measuring it. Most people don't think like that in that line of thought, right? The Earth is flat. Well, you know,
It's
the
a very
invalid
strong
lines of thought are
style.
invalid lines of thought, no matter how rare or
And,
frequent
and,
they are.
and, and Gregory, it's simple. For example, if I ask you, you will tell me, listen, Sasha, there is no curvature. I can show you a demonstration of observation. There is no rotation. Nobody proved the rotation. And you can speak also gas pressure without container. And you explain all that three things, and the guy can say, okay, this is not enough for me. And I will say, okay, I cannot give you nothing more than this. If it's this not enough for you, that's on you, and you can come back to your life. Everything is okay, but I cannot give you more story than this. I cannot now, make some more story about flat Earth.
A worthy point. A worthy point. Again, another point that we have to mention very frequently, because especially in the United States, for instance, there is little to no respect for authority, justly or unjustly, in this or that instance. But there's little to no respect for authority. There's a hyper emphasis of egotism, not egoism, but egotism, right? My opinion, my desires, my preferences are more important than everything else, rather than taking a humble attitude and saying, let me set aside my preferences, let me set aside my feelings and interpret everything according to objective, external, superior canons, standards, right, premises, in order to ascertain the truth of the matter. And so if it bothers me, right, if your beliefs bother me to the point that I can't exercise any self-control any longer, you couldn't possibly be telling the truth. But of course, that does not follow. It doesn't matter how disturbing these beliefs, these notions, these ideas, these methods of inquiry, these arguments, et cetera, are to you. You being disturbed by the arguments is no indication that the arguments are unsound.
You know, one of the most powerful arguments, like if when I sometimes am messing around with my friends or something, I'm pretending to be a flat earther or something. I think one of the most powerful arguments you guys don't use as often as I think you should is that what's his name, Robert Simmons. When he expressed that, how he edits pictures and all that kind of stuff. Because I think that's also another thing that most people probably right away when you're confronting them with this, they're going to be thinking about all those pictures that they've seen of the Earth, so they won't even entertain it.
No, brother. That's how it all began, sucker. Don't you remember? No, I ain't kidding though.
I'm saying there's new people like today even that I'm saying I
No,
would.
that's not what I'm talking about, Holmes. I'm talking about a history lesson. Like, remember back in the day, Matt Powerland?
Exactly.
Math
Right. He was
Powerland, where is he?
He was one of the tipping points, right? And how did he come about the whole thing? He's a graphic artist working for NASA, making paintings of everything that they say is in the sky. And then he was invited to a party one night. And at that party, one of the guys drew something on the ground and it looked like a flat earth, or maybe it was a napkin. I can't remember exactly. And then he goes, "What's this?" He goes, "Bro, that's the earth." And then the dude freaking snapped out of it. He goes, "Wait a minute. This entire time I've been working for NASA, believing I live in these cosmos, and all as I've been doing is illustrating a fairy tale. No different than if I was hired by a fiction writer." So yeah, it is powerful. The entire cosmos that people imagine in their minds only exists in arts and crafts, science fiction movies, and all of that. And CGI and all that bullcrap. Ain't nobody seeing none of that stuff in reality.
Absolutely.
And not
Yeah.
let's have
Go
fun
ahead.
with this. On top of that, you have almost a century, if not by now a century, of iconic Americana entertainment, right? Primarily produced in the United States or by companies based in the United States, right? Whatever, what have you. And then on top of that, the swelling orchestras. On top of that, even comments and accolades and commendations from world leaders. President Ronald Reagan, giving commendation publicly at the United Nations World Council to Steven Spielberg when he made E.T., moving him to tears. I mean, right, is the point illustrated by now? You add all that on top of the base issue of these presuppositions in this cosmological paradigm. Of course, it's going to not just it's going to have a strong root that is thoroughly gripping the hearts of all the ideologues, all the believers that believe it.
It's spellcasting.
Hey, you know what? You know what? One reason why matte paintings are created.
What?
Want to know? I'll tell you. So you can do panning video. So you can do panning video shots and represent it as if it's a real object. Interesting, huh?
Indeed.
So rather than build a real model, rather than build a full-scale model of the object, you have a very good artist do a matte painting for you, and then you just film it with different dramatic angles and lighting, and you represent it as if it's really there. Because ultimately, an image on a screen is 2D anyway, right?
You mean on films?
What's that?
You mean on films?
Yes, when you film it. Correct.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So in other words, you can have a very realistic looking object, which is completely a painting, and you film it, and then when the person sees it, they interpret it as a three-dimensional object because it looks like one to them.
Yes.
You know, when you grew up all your life watching Planet Earth and listening to that beautiful, sagacious voice from David Attenborough, paired with all these false doctrines about life and history and the cosmos, etc., with that swelling orchestra and these gorgeous, give them credit where credit is due, these tremendous cinematographic work that they capture photographically. Of course, they feature that after they show you the CGI when they open up the title screen. Yeah, it's a very deceptive and beguiling snare for the heart and mind.
Yeah, I would just I mean I don't want to tell you guys how to do your game, but I would just suggest that I would just bring this kind of stuff up a little bit more too, because I think Jedi has been doing a pretty good job dealing with these people when they come in, but I think that part of it is important.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is important. It is important.
What grabs people is different with every person, I would say. You know, what grabs one person is not what will grab another person.
That's true.
Well, y'all have a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. God bless you.
See you, Gregory.
Thanks, Gregory.
I was going to say something controversial. I was kind of holding my tongue about Matthew Powerland. I don't want to, stir the pot or anything. But I'm of the mind, because I've been told by several people, that know him on a personal level, that he actually was not completely honest and never worked for NASA, like stuff like that. But like the whole thing was kind of like part of a joke. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but like I said, I know two people who claim to know that on a personal level. But
I
actually,
mean,
his
they
video
are
was the
all
first video I ever saw.
they are all artistic impressions, though, aren't they?
Yeah, he hit the points he made in that first video that I saw that video was almost 9 years ago now or something. But in that video, the points he made actually were intriguing. Like about the different pictures, and like I think wasn't that the first time that he showed like a frying pan as like the pictures or something like that.
Even a lot of pictures you see of the moon are artistic impressions or CGI. They give you, and we can all see the moon, but they still give us CGI impressions of the moon to make it look in a particular way, to give it the sense of it being a spherical rock, a massive spherical rock. They'll adapt pictures to make it look more like that than how we see it, which is a luminescent. It's just luminescent. That's what we see. We don't see a dusty spherical rock.
You have a pretty nice camera?
No. Have you?
No, I don't either. My ex-girlfriend had one. She had a Canon. She used to take great pictures of the moon. I know some people that take pretty good pictures of the moon. But I remember the pictures she took of the moon. I mean, I thought they were amazing, and they were like just straight from the camera. It looked like a rock to me. But I do know what you're talking about though, because there's some people who use composite images of the moon. There's a really cool picture that, like, it shows like the moon's. It says the moon's true color, but it's really just like a what do you call it? A composite
Yeah,
picture of like a bunch of
it's got like blue hues on it and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of the moon where it's got like colors on it and blues and all sorts of like in-depth colors and things.
Yeah, it looks fake, but that is a real composite picture. It's just not honest because it's not a single picture of the moon, but it's supposed to show like kind of like a lot of the different colors of the moon. I guess I don't know how to justify it. It's a real depiction of it, but
Hmm.
I guess it'd be like if they like took a picture of a person of all at all different times and stuff like that, like different tans and different shading on them and stuff like that, and then put
Put it
it
all
together in a
together.
composite picture.
You're not a flat earther?
No.
Oh, fair play. Are you?
I've been confused as a flat earther by friends of mine in this community as recent as a couple weeks ago.
Are you? You sound like a friendly baller. You know, you're not like an aggressive baller.
Don't let that fool you.
He's a fucking weasel.
No, I'm not a weasel. We're just like everybody else, man. I got everybody does they say I'm not as mean as other people, but I can get you know everybody gets a little
Heated.
Sure.
enraged or and emotional.
Why have you not? May I ask? Is there any particular reason why you've not been converted? It sounds like you spent a lot of time in this server. Is there any reason why you've not kind of? Is there some sticking point that you refuse to kind of, or you can't budge on? Or not that I'm not trying to convert you. I just wanted to know. Nope.
Very quickly. I'm sure many people heard me say this, but I was, at first I was intrigued. That's why when I got invited 24/7 6 years ago, or whatever, I was actually interested in learning all the evidence to see if there was anything to it, more to it than like that was expressed in the videos. Because it seemed like they were missing something, and I learned a lot. But in the process of learning a lot about it and trying to do tests and this and that, for me personally, I ended up learning more things about the globe that at this point, I'm much more. I have much more belief in the globe now than I did 6 years ago.
Okay. I won't try and do the usual.
6 years ago. Sorry, go ahead.
I won't try and do the usual
Say again?
questions. I won't try the usual questions.
No, you don't want to do that. Yeah.
I mean, what can you say? Moon golf television shows appeal to some people.
That's what I was going to say. 6 years ago, actually, I doubted the moon landing. I was probably like 50-50 on a moon landing.
And now you believe it.
Fucking, you believe that
Yeah,
shit?
now that the myth is exposed, you have to accept the entirety of the whole story.
Yeah, it seems weird to you guys, I'm sure, but it's just from the process of these conversations caused me to look into. I was already into physics and space and stuff before this, but it caused me to look a lot deeper into stuff. And like I said, for me personally, I gained more belief in it.
So what was it, dude? What was the
You should have stuck
mind-breaking
to Bethel.
experience, man?
What do you mean? Oh no, I don't want to get into it. I was trying to build a model for the flat Earth with my buddy Litchwink. He's another baller. He passed away, but back then we were trying to make a model because we thought all the ones were missing something or wrong about something. So we wanted to make the most correct one we could, but we ran into impossibilities and issues that at that point I knew there was no there was without doubt no reconciliation. And since then, I haven't seen any evidence that changed my mind about it.
Sounds like there were things you didn't understand, so you just backtracked.
Maybe.
I went out and I bought a camera, like after thinking, I wonder if the world is actually flat. And a week later, here I am, and personal observation is all I needed.
What's the best camera to buy?
As far as I know, the
P1000?
P1000 at the moment.
Because of the zoom? Is there
Yeah.
no better one?
Well, you can get better, but it's going to cost you like 20 grand for a proper camera setup.
Oh.
Like, for instance, these two cameras I'll post in chat here. The top one's the P1000, and the bottom one is probably 20 grand worth of all the lens gear, and it doesn't do as good job as the P1000.
Really? You have both?
No, I've just got the P1000.
Oh.
That's
How
just
much-
from a YouTube video, the Versus thing.
How much is the P1000?
1300 Australian.
Yeah, I was looking at them the other day. You can get them for about £800 British.
I'll put up a demo of what footage I've done.
Oh, nice one.
Does it come with that lens? That's it on the top of the picture?
Yeah, that's just full zoom.
Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, it's just zoomed out. Okay.
Yeah, I can get it for 979 euros.
Why do you guys think there's so many people coming in lately pretending to be flat earthers? I know you guys have seen a couple of them.
I have to ask them. They make themselves quite clear, so next time one drops in, just ask them.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant. That video.
Well, you've done the same
Can't see
thing,
anything,
Coach,
and then you...
right? Haven't you socked as a flat earther before?
No, I mean, I not successfully. I'm not very good at it.
You were just talking about when you do it with your friends all the time. You said.
Not all the time. I sometimes.
Okay,
mess
so when
around
you
with
do it,
CNN.
what are you trying to get out of it?
Just like I said, I don't get very far because depending on who I'm talking to, I'm not very
Okay,
good.
that's fine. You didn't get very far in your journey, but what was your journey? What was the destination of your journey?
Yeah, I mean, I guess trying to make it apparent to them, people who aren't familiar in this community, sort of how compelling, because people who don't know about, I've talked to you guys before, just hearing flat Earth, they're gonna think it's silly, but after a lot of people come in here after they talk to you guys, they realize there's a lot more to it, and there's probably a lot more that they didn't know that you guys did, and there's like
Yeah, but
compelling arguments.
you've written all that off, though. You told us because 6 years of study has you more embedded into the outer space paradigm, anyways. So yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince my friends or anything. I'm just, like I said, it'd be
Yeah,
just
you're just trying to point out to your friends that the flat earthers are actually onto something.
Oh, it's just kind of a way of like showing how it's more interesting than what you would think at first glance, because of how compelling. there's part of y'all's arguments that you know, it's like the whole Robert Simmons thing or something like that, or some other things.
Yeah,
There's a whole
here's the
bunch,
thing.
there's a whole bunch of
That's what
facts
you
that
brought up.
you could dig
Yeah, I
at
wanted to
first.
say something about that when you brought that up originally. You said something about the Robert Simmons and how it's edited in Photoshop. Well, not only is it edited in Photoshop, it's created in Photoshop. The globe, the final result. So yeah, when you bring that up to them, they just write that off. They say, "Well, don't you expect in the modern age we're going to have to use this technology that's available to us?" They write that whole thing off. That they go to an Instacope. That's probably why they had Robert Simmons quote get so much light, because if you put it out into the light, it just fades.
It was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, maybe for you ask why we don't bring it up, and I just said why we don't bring it up, because they just write it off. They say, "Well, don't you understand?" Well, like you said, it's edited in Photoshop, but the final result is a creation of Photoshop.
Well, it's a composite picture, you know. So it's
Yes,
not.
therefore created in Photoshop.
I said we can agree to disagree, but we're saying the same
So
thing.
you don't think the Robert Simmons argument's a good one to bring him up, do you, or don't you?
No,
Because now
I do. I'm
you seem to be
I'm disagreeing with
rationalizing
what
it
you're saying.
away. You seem to be you entered it as a great point to bring up to people, and I don't know why you guys don't. Well, here's why. Because here you're rationalizing away the very thing you thought was a good point.
Well, I'm not rationalizing the point. I'm disagreeing with what you said, that it's created.
I
It's
understand.
true that it's
You're not
created, but
understanding the implications of it being a
the
composite.
pictures are real pictures.
Yeah, formed into a globe in Photoshop.
Yeah, they composite. Yeah, they
There you
composite the
go.
pictures and put
Was
together
it that
real
hard?
images.
Thank you.
But I already agreed with you about that. I'm just saying that to say that it's not, they're not
Yeah,
real
then you wanted
pictures. They are real
you
pictures
brought it
that
up
are
originally. Then
composite.
you wanted to split hairs about it. So you asked why that's not you asked why it's not harped on. Well, now we know.
Do you even know what you're disagreeing with, or what I'm disagreeing with? I'm disagreeing with what that you
You'll be
said, that it
fine.
was
You'll
the
be
pictures
fine.
weren't real.
I'm not gonna do this dance again, but you'll be fine.
Okay, I mean it's quite confusing what you just said, but
Okay, then I'll ask you, why did you think it was such a good reason to present the Robert Simmons Photoshop quote to newbies, as you
because
called them?
it's something that you can actually point to people, something that most people who are unfamiliar with this argument, this conversation, don't even know that that's the case.
That the image they think is
So
real is created by composite in Photoshop. Is that the point?
no, they probably think it's an actual picture, a single
Well, it
picture
is an actual picture. It is a picture, sir.
That's not what I said, though. You cut
An
me off
oil
before I
painting's a
finished saying.
picture. What you brought it up that it was edited in Photoshop. Edited. Well, I said,
You're not
yeah,
even listening
the
to me.
final result is a creation of Photoshop.
Yeah, like I said, what most people might think is that it's a regular picture, like a single shot of the Earth, where it's actually a composite of very local regions, a
Yeah,
lot of pictures
it's
put
like
together.
making a paper
People don't
mache
know that.
globe. It's like making a paper mache globe. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't matter to them. They write it off. They say, I'm not going to, like I said, the dance is over. But yeah, it's funny that you wanted it to be a big point to be brought up to people. And then when I took it even further to the damning nature of it, you wanted to, well, it's a composite. Yeah, we get it. It was created in Photoshop.
Well, I was only disagreeing with what you said, not that it's not created or not edited in Photoshop. But that doesn't matter. My point is that to the uninitiated, it's I could see how on your side it's actually a very useful piece of evidence. But if
Well,
someone like me
now everyone
obviously
who's
has to
listening
tell me.
knows that, as Robert Simmons says, it is Photoshop, but it has to be.
As in, there's no real photographs of Earth as a sphere?
No.
Is that true?
Yeah, just in 1972, that's been debunked by people, even people who think globe. They destroyed that. They destroyed that
Yeah,
photo.
and they want to claim Earthrise.
Yeah,
This-
somebody
that's a-
claiming Kosho that it has to be Photoshop because all we can gather is little strips of photos at a time and then stitch them together. That would mean they, right? If it has to be, that they can't get it all at once.
Well, I don't think that's why he said it has to be. I think he said that picture has to be in order to make that image of the
Yeah, not only
Earth,
it doesn't
you had
have to
do
be,
that.
it
It's hard to
is.
respond when you do this every time.
Yeah, but it is. It is that. Not only does it have to be, that's what it is.
A satellite is in orbit, bro. Low
I
Earth
think those were taken from a
orbit.
satellite.
The idea
Is this
is you can't take a picture
What the fuck is
of
orbit?
the Bro, stop, bro. You know what I mean? Even if you think I'm lying and I'm fake, you know the
Orbit?
idea, you fucking moron.
What's
Don't
Is
the
tell
this
me.
a Arthur C.
Even,
Clarke
Is that
you
like
could
rated
Q-Bert?
say,
Is that
you could
Q-Bert's
say,
brother?
you could say a miscon.
Is
You could say,
Orbit is
I've already
Orbit Q-Bert's
talked to you
brother?
before. I've already talked to you before. You could say it's a misconception. You could say I'm lying, but don't be like, I've never heard this before. Like, don't be stupid, okay? That
You
just
don't
means
know.
you're
You
dumb.
don't know what you're talking about, dude. To be
Might
honest
be
with
How
you.
could you
ignorant.
argue something that doesn't exist if you don't know what you're arguing?
I
Like,
saw
what are you
you like
talking
2
about?
weeks
That's
ago
so
when I
dumb.
You
first
don't
joined
know
here.
what you're talking about,
Funny
bro.
guy.
How
Have a
could you go
seat.
about proving me wrong if you don't even know my
Relax. Why are you so
position
worked
or
up,
understand it?
Yaroslav? Yaroslav, why are you
Me?
so worked up?
I'm
Yeah.
back, baby. I'm back.
I don't know about all that.
I'm back, baby.
I don't know where you're back
See,
from.
show
Say
in
my
real
name.
time
Say my
a
name.
rationalization of Yorslav explaining why it has to be. Yeah, we know it has to be.
I'm
We
not
get it.
saying I'm not saying it has to be, but saying you don't know what I'm
Well,
talking about
no,
or
I'm
what
saying
is this,
Robert, the guy who
it's just
made
lying.
the image said it has to be, sir.
Yeah, I know it has to be. Like you
Okay, and it
the Earth
is.
is just too massive. Like the satellite is too close to the Earth when it's orbiting. Like you just can't.
That's
It's just
fine. That's
like
fine. So what
no. I'm
we
saying
have is the blue. We have Blue Marble 2.0 created in
Sure.
Photoshop.
Yeah,
End
that's
of
fine.
story. Thank you.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
all.
care.
Yeah,
Does it bother you?
That's what we were talking about when you started coming in here and mumbling.
Oh no, I didn't mean to mumble. Listen, but does it bother you or no?
Yeah. You were mumbling. Oh, satellite in a low
Okay. Cry in the corner, bro. When I'm talking, you're learning. Okay, so
Well,
like,
It's
no,
just
the
if you're
issue.
under the. It's just.
Hey,
Go ahead, Chris.
Yaroslav, the issue was that when that photo came out, Blue Marble 2.0, Obama rolled it out as this amazing thing that NASA had done. The second time in human history, humans took a photograph of Earth from space. It's been the last time, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, look what, 1972, humans took an Earth from space, and now it's been almost, like he said, like 30 years, or whatever it was, or 40 years. And we took another photo from space, and the Earth has not changed that much. So then people said, "Wait a minute here. How did you get that photograph? Did you stitch it together? Is it fake? Is it like a CGI?" And NASA's like, "No, that's what Earth would look like from space." After people exposed it, after it was exposed as a composite image, not a real photograph like 1972 would be, then they rolled out the damage control. Well, duh, it's Photoshop, but it has to be. Why would you assume otherwise?
okay, can I interrupt? My curiosity, because I've already smashed everybody in this room, was a flat earther with light refraction and ocean tides, right? And I basically explained how you can't prove gravity. It's impossible. And to say that we have to is an understatement of what you think science really is and how the boundaries of the knowable really are. But the
We were
idea
talking
I want
about
to
pictures
the
or
idea I want to
something? Go
ask
ahead.
you is like, okay, with all these other things going on wrong in the world, why do you guys feel the need and feel so adamant on proving that the Earth is flat or some sort of object that's not taught in mainstream media and the scientific community? Like, what's the end?
All right. So what you're admitting is you've never seen a picture of the globe because you can't take one. I appreciate
So
your concession.
so Yaroslav, same question to you. With all these things going on in the world, why do you spend time talking to people who think that the Earth is flat?
Well, here I got
Why
a
aren't
better
you
question.
changing the world?
I don't need
Come
to.
on.
I don't need to flip it back
Because
on them.
I don't think that the world is some massive conspiracy where the whole foundation of society needs to collapse. The foundation of society we have is like makes sense to me.
Nobody said that.
Yeah.
Okay,
what
so
you're
what's your
doing,
end goal then? What's your end goal?
Yaroslav, what you're
Because
what
no,
you're,
but the idea of
I'll
like this
tell you what
massive.
the end goal.
Wait,
Listen up.
there's two people.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. Okay. When you say
No.
everything wrong in the world, you look around, you see how destructive and horrible everything is, right? It's so bad that people just stop noticing how bad it is. And this
No,
is
no,
supposed
no.
to be inside the heliocentric model, where at this point they promised the world, they promised this amazing future, this space age technology. Everyone has become more secular. Science, logic, and reason were going to replace all the bigotry and all the things of the past. But what you saw was nothing changed. The Apollo program didn't change anything. Your Blue Marble 2.0 didn't change anything. An international fake station didn't change anything. Looking up at a solar eclipse or lunar eclipse didn't change anything. Nothing changes
I
around
think
here.
you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, simply open the news up
There's
any
always
day.
going to be bad things in our society or any type of world. Okay, there's always going to be bad things. What
You
I'm
got nothing
saying
new under
is,
the sun. That's
you
what I'm saying.
guys,
That
what you're
matches flat
entailing,
Earth.
what you guys are trying to do, will cause and effect, will cause the entire society as we know it, our entire civilization to collapse. You're talking about
Yikes.
officials of how's it a yikes? You're saying that the
Yeah.
entire world government.
Yeah,
Damn,
dude.
Crit, how much power do you got, man? You're gonna make society collapse, bro.
I
What the
know
fuck?
exactly.
Don't do it,
Like,
Crit.
it's a See, he's working in cognitive dissonance right now. A, flat earthers are just a bunch of kooks on Discord, and B, flat earthers are going to cause all of society to collapse. We're not. No flat earthers going to do that. The
Well,
people.
Jedi might. He's
Yeah,
he's
the-
as powerful. He can collapse the fucking. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he marches in here with Arthur C. Clarke's majestical satellites, and now he's shifted to some sort of sci-fi dystopia.
That's okay.
Came here to bemoan the downfall of society at the hands of flat earthers. Did he bring any globe proof though?
His proof was that it's a grand conspiracy, that the Earth is conspiring to just look flat. We measure it to be horizontal. We build as if it's horizontal, but it's actually something else, that everything is a conspiracy. When we're the ones here in this room that just accept it for what it is, and that
He
it's not
sounds
a
like
conspiracy.
just sounds like kind of a pussy. Maybe just try bringing your globe proof.
He's basically Yourself, my end game. Okay, here, I'll take F.
Oh, I'm muted.
My
Wow,
end
nice one.
game, okay, is just to see if globalists can recognize the humanity of people who disagree with their worldview. That's really the only thing I hope for. Each time I go into one, oh, hold on. Each time I go into one of these discussions with a globalist, I'm like saying, can I at least put their switches back to something more functionally normal for society? Because right now, when you hear a lot of these anti-flat earthers talk, they barely will recognize your humanity. Like you're some sort of subhuman mongrel who needs to be rounded up and gassed. It won't take. You think I'm bullshitting? It won't take long. Just hang on the chat for a little while. Soon enough, someone will come in here, be like, "You guys need to be silenced. Need to be removed from the internet." They're constantly triggered by somebody just because flat earthers disagree with a globalist worldview. That's all it took for them to completely deny their own model. Because
Okay,
the globe is what's
what I'm
the
saying,
globe is what's holding it all
saying,
together. If the globe is what's holding it all together, it needs to collapse anyhow. So we're doing a service to the world.
Oh, now we're saying we're okay. I'm not saying that you guys want this or this is your intention. What I'm saying is everything that makes flat Earth, if it's proven to be correct, like okay, it's right, people believe that, the Earth is flat or some sort of object that's not what we've been taught. You're talking this can and probably will cause the collapse of our civilization. And I'll tell you why, okay? Because to believe in a flat Earth
Ye
and
of
go
little faith.
against science, you're not going against just a couple people or a dogma. You're going against the foundation of our civilization, integrity of the government, integrity of the scientific community. People and citizens put trust into a civilization or society built off hierarchies. If we have numbers of hierarchies and you're saying they're all lying to us, they're all wrong, and they're doing it for their own self-interest and they've lost their integrity, why would that civilization continue to exist? Why?
It should collapse. It should collapse. And it's
Okay,
not
so now
going
you're saying it
against
is.
science.
You want this to happen, right?
It's not going against science. It's actually going with science. That's how science
Okay,
works.
but I'm
It's just
saying this is going to happen, and you're saying, no, he's wrong. How could we ever collapse society? Who's this guy saying? Like, I'm right. You just said I'm right. You agree with
It'll
me,
just
too. You're saying it
vindicate
should happen.
science. That's all. You're just going to vindicate it, science and geometry,
Like,
and
not only
show
have you
everybody.
just said I'm right, but you said
and show
it should happen.
all
No,
you're gonna do is be
you're
able to
not listening, Yaroslav. You're not listening. Okay. People aren't saying that it's going to collapse because of flat earthers. The people in the globe model who you think are propped up as some sort of intellectual superior firepower, who have all this science, all this logic, and all this reason, are driving society off a cliff faster than the rest of people can try to pump the brake. It's all over but the crying. They keep the doomsday clock is gonna meet in just a couple days here or a week or so. They're gonna turn the clock back again. It's like so that's not on flat
Yeah,
Earth. It's
civilizations
on
are
you
bound to
guys.
fall and go back in case. And the reason for society and any type of civilization created by some type of system or hierarchy is to explain, who you are, where we're going, and what you should be doing. And in today's society, you're a consumer. You should be going for the American dream and having a family and having a home. What you should be doing, you should be working and making money, right? Every civilization has these questions. In the medieval ages, it was God and heaven, and you should give away your riches and all that stupid
You're
shit. But
definitely going through
my
cognitive
point is,
dissonance.
my point is, if society has people who are happy and the foundation is built off lies and dead people, does it matter?
That's okay, right? Like living in a lie is okay
Well,
for the
that's a
greater
question I
good.
have for you. You have two options here, okay? I'm going to give you two options. One
Lay them out for
is,
me, boss.
it's a hypothetical.
I don't take my
it's
options from you.
Hypotheticals stimulate the imagination and mind,
I want to know
and
my
it helps
choices.
justify points. So here's the two hypotheticals. One is you have a society built off of lies, and people are happy.
All right, I got an
They
idea.
feel good. Second
an idea.
hypothetical, you have a society built off.
I got an idea. Why don't you fuck off? That'd be better, right? And once you get there, fuck off some more. All right? We don't want to hear your bullshit. Now take your little preaching ass and go to another room if you don't like it. Tired of hearing
Peggy,
your
what am
shit.
I got one choice.
If you have any
I have one
Earth,
choice.
if you have any globe Earth proof, bring it forward. If not, shut your pie hole. We don't want to hear your fucking antics, dude. Fucking gimmicks and shit. Just shut up
tedious.
or just tell us if the Earth is a globe or not. That's all you got. We're giving you the option. Or sit on mute. How about that? I'm gonna unmute you. If you continue, you'll sit on mute. That's your choice.
Hey, Yorslav, the sci-fi literature and cinema will always be there to make people happy. So
Let's
calm
not egg
down.
him on, old house. I got him.
Yeah, please,
I
don't.
wanted to switch. Let's
Hey.
not indulge anymore.
Light refraction and ocean tides. Here's my
Pick
proof.
one. Pick one. Pick what
Which
it
one do
then.
you
Give
wanna
us your
pick?
evidence.
So you definitely dropped the photographs then, because there's no photographs. So you're good with that one. So you got to go to light. Go ahead. Or tides? Go ahead. Proceed. First, look up what are tides.
Who, me?
Yeah, you guy.
No, I already
clicking
know what
keys
ocean
on the
tides are, and I can
keyboard.
explain it,
Oh.
right?
Oh, yeah.
I gave you guys two options. You guys can pick one. What's it called?
What's your best
Photomorgana?
proof of the Earth to be a consistent spherical shape?
I just told you. I light refraction and ocean tides.
Are tidal nodes amphidromic points? Is that part of your tide explanation?
I don't know what those are.
Okay, so you left it. Okay, well, next time you want to explain tides, maybe look into those.
Yeah, that's your version of doing a cop out right now.
You'll be fine, sir. Projection noted.
How is this a projection? You projected onto me. The fuck?
Well, you asked.
Explain it to me then. If you know it, explain it to me then. Explain it to me. I'm keen to learn.
Okay. You said you were aware. You said you were not aware of tidal nodes.
No.
You have all. You have all the explanations for the tides, though.
I never said that. I never said I have all the explanations.
Oh,
I'm not saying I have explanations for
So
everything.
why-
When did
so
I ever
why
say
did
that?
you bring so why'd you bring tides up then?
I said
Enlighten me.
I have some proofs or some good indications to the Earth as being a globe and there's a curvature. And I said light refraction, or we can go down the path of ocean tides. You said, do you know what
I was honestly kind of most.
I said no.
I was kind of most interested in check. I was kind of most
Bro, what is this
interested
meta
in hearing
commentary? You're
his,
just gonna shit on me all day, or you're gonna
God's
explain
sake.
it?
Kind of most interested in hearing his light refraction proof. See, to be honest, why don't you tell us how that proves that you're on a spinning spheroid?
Okay, I'm trying to find the actual definition. It was like Forta Morgana or something. But the idea is, you know what a phenomenon is, right?
Yeah, it's a thing happening.
Okay, so the idea behind a phenomenon is it's a fact or situation that we're observing happening. It's existing. It's happening right now. The idea behind the scientific community, who has an actual grasp of reality, is to try and explain why this is happening. It doesn't just happen. Things don't just happen for no fucking reason. There's cause and effect. Now, when it comes to Fata Morgana, I think that's the definition. What's happening is there is a mirage illusion. And sometimes what you can see is boats floating above the water in midair. Sometimes you can see skylines hundreds of miles away. How is this possible? This boat isn't just floating in midair for no fucking reason. There has to be an explanation on why the boat is in midair and why we're seeing this. It's an illusion. It's a phenomenon happening. How do we explain this?
Yeah,
The
cool. So the
only way
world,
this is
okay,
explained
cool.
is
Yeah, so the
through. I'm
world,
not done yet. I'm not done yet.
amazing.
Is
Yeah,
light
you kinda are.
refraction. As light enters different densities of air, it tends to bounce because of temperature differences as well. Okay.
Oh.
What happens is it bounces over the curvature, and the only way.
What curvature?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you. The
Well, who
only
measured
way.
that?
Don't tell me like you don't know what that is.
What curvature?
You heard it before.
Who measured it?
Where it is?
Okay, fine. Let me finish. Obviously, you're saying
No.
I'm wrong. There is no curvature. This isn't happening.
Asking
Okay,
a question.
but
What
don't
curvature?
don't pretend like you never heard it before.
Well, who measured it?
Okay, but just don't pretend like you never heard it before.
Well, what curvature though?
Okay, let me finish my point, and then you can
Well, do you
ask your
have a
question.
measurement
Okay.
of it? Well,
Let
I
me
mean,
listen.
you're
I know
bak-
you're very hot to jump
you're
on the
baking all
point.
these
Okay.
presuppositions into what you're saying. So what curvature?
Can I finish my explanation, and then you can ask your
Yeah,
questions
could
or
you
no?
just finish telling us what curvature you mentioned, please?
What
No, because I
curvature?
wasn't finished my original
Is
point.
it?
Why would I
Let him
ever
finish.
go on a different
I
argument
may be
Well,
wrong,
when I
why are we
haven't
gonna let
finished
you
the
breathe
original one?
past?
Because of you? Because you're somebody?
Well, why are
You
we
said
gonna
a
let you
Fata
breathe past
Morgana.
it?
Okay,
What curvature?
light
Yeah, make the
refraction
boat look like
happens.
it's
It
flying up
goes
in the
over
air.
what we think is a curvature, what we think,
Why do you
right?
think that? Why do you
I'm
think
trying to
that?
explain. I'm trying to explain.
Well, why do you think that?
The only way for this boat to be floating in midair is if it is over a horizon, if it's above a horizon. It doesn't explain any other way possible.
Well, horizon, that's horizontal, right?
It's over the horizon.
Which is horizontal, right?
It's over it.
Yeah, and so it being the horizon is horizontal, right?
But if it was you, it would be a horizon going not infinite, but flat forever. I'm saying it's over the horizon because there's a curvature. Horizon still exists, idiot, in our globe model. It doesn't go on for
Yeah.
infinite. It's
Well,
what
the
we
horizon's
view.
horizontal, right?
He's saying he's seeing a boat float up in the sky past the geometric Earth curve horizon. Therefore, you know the Earth's a globe because you wouldn't see
Yeah.
the boat.
That was the first thing I was going to say to him. He's just saying, well, the world that I see is an illusion, therefore it's a ball. Pretty stupid.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We have a grip on
Is it-
reality where we try to explain
is-
things, right?
No,
And
I don't think
you're
we
saying we're wrong. You're saying we're wrong. Can you explain to me this phenomenon and why it's happening?
Yeah, I just showed you. Look in the chat. If you take these images of
heretic,
yeah, okay,
heretic.
Oh,
I'm talking to
dude.
heretic right now. Just wait. Heretic, can you
Well,
explain to
look
me
in
why
the
this
chat
phenomenon?
and look at what I
Old
pinged
horse,
you.
old horse. Just give me 1
Genius.
second. I'll
Like-
listen to what you're saying in just a second.
I know this
Heretic,
isn't
can
like a
you
medical
explain to
thing, but
me?
like Red Bull
Can you
will hurt
explain
you,
to
I
me
think.
how the boat is appearing to float in midair?
Why?
Red Bull, Monster
Why?
drinks, like,
Because
relax.
we need to explain reality and how it's working. This is your attempt with flat Earth, isn't it?
Dude, no, I'm attempting to ask you for the proof of the globe, and you're just asking me to explain a boat flying in the air.
Okay. I used it a cop out, and like you're just I
It's
can't
not
believe you're
actually
so
floating
shameless.
in
You don't
the
even
air.
care.
Not floating in the air.
You simply just said no. I'm here to ask questions. Even though 10 seconds ago you're like, this is science. We're trying to prove everybody wrong. We're not here to remove society and civilization. We're here to ask questions.
Slav, if
So that's why the boat looks like it's floating in midair. A little bit of contrast within the image itself will show you that it's actually still on the water and it's on the fucking horizon. It's the sky being mirrored off the water. Doesn't mean we're on a ball spinning in space.
That was your explanation. Can I hear it again?
Yes, so this is a mirroring effect. The sky appears to be mirrored off the surface of the water because it's quite calm out there. It's quite common. This is the explanation for this type of phenomena. The boat isn't actually in the air, it's still on the water, but the water's mirroring the sky, so it looks like the sky is underneath the boat. Doesn't mean we're on a ball spinning in space though, sunshine.
Yeah,
It's
what's
a
that got to do
perfectly
with the tea in
explainable
China?
phenomenon.
Heretic, can you explain that again?
What the fuck, dude? He just gave it to you, but what's it got to do with the
I
tea
know.
in
I want to
China?
hear you try and explain it because I didn't understand it.
That's a
You didn't
joke.
understand it. The reflection off the surface of the water. So what's it got to do with the tea
Okay,
in
how does
China?
that make sense? Explain it. Break that down. I'm a dumb Polak. Really break it down for me.
Yeah, you are
Explain
dumb. I guess
how
you're not
it's
smart.
reflecting parallel to the water. And explain the entire thing to me.
Oh, brother.
Explain to me where the boat is, how that works. You said yes to FE Jedi.
All right.
I want to hear your point. I want to hear how you understand it because I didn't understand that.
Yeah, your
That was nonsensical to me.
Yeah, did you not hear the add a bit of contrast part?
Yeah, what he
Yes or
showed
no?
you, Yuroslav, is nothing's floating. It's just you can't see because the atmosphere is thick, but you can't see the water line. But there is a
So,
water line there, and it's
the
on it
sky,
in that photo.
the water is reflecting the sky, so therefore the boat is floating in midair. That was your answer?
Yorslav, look at the image I pinged you with.
Do you want to lock in that
and
answer?
let it sink in that it was said add a little contrast to the image and you'll see.
Do you want to lock in that answer or no?
This guy, man.
Yeah, I vote for him. Fuck off, also, because he's not being genuine with the conversation.
I didn't understand the whole reflection. Like, I get the idea. Like, you said reflection. I don't understand how that actually plays out in real. Like, I don't understand that.
For binoculars, you're gonna be able to see without the illusion that is in front of your
Like,
eyes.
all I'm seeing here is boats floating in midair, and you're saying, "Oh, the sky is
No, the
reflecting
boat
off
is
the
not
water,
floating.
so therefore
That's
boats are floating
happening
in
in your
midair."
mind. That's happening in your imagination. The boat is not floating. You just adding that yourself. It's not floating
You guys need
in
to
the
really
air.
listen.
It's
I'm
floating.
here. I'm
It's on
keen
the
to learn.
water.
I'm
It's on
keen
the
to learn.
water.
I don't understand this whatsoever.
The
You need to
boat is
really
on the
break
water.
down what it's reflecting and how that's in midair. You need to. You can't just say
Have you
reflecting.
ever seen the sky reflected off of the water? Say when you go to a calm lake, you see the mountains in the distance reflected on the lake.
Yeah, sorry.
You have
I was talking to somebody else.
you have a cityscape in the distance on the horizon, and it's reflected on the water. Have you ever seen that phenomenon before? So this
no, you're right.
Yeah. So this is that phenomena. The sky is being reflected on the water, so the water looks like the sky, and the boat looks like it's in the sky because the water's reflecting the sky. If you don't understand this, I can offer you no hope but to fall in the deepest humiliation.
I get it now.
No, I
Everybody
understand.
gets it now,
I'm
right?
just curious to see how the boat is, and shouldn't it be like for a reflection to happen? It's got to be parallel, right?
Well, yeah. Welcome to Fat Earth.
Okay, I'm just curious to see how that boat is an exact reflection because you see the opposite parallel line.
You see the image at 53 minutes past the hour. Do you see that image? It's not actually in the sky. It's obviously on the water, but you can't see the water distinguished from the sky because the water's reflecting the sky.
No, the image
So
of
is
the
the boat in the
sky
sky
is
now? Like, I'm just so
actually
confused.
being
What?
projected.
The water is a mirror. All water is like a mirror.
If the water is reflecting the sky,
bro.
Now he's playing stupid.
Look, listen. You said the water reflects the sky. When I look at the water, I could see mountains. I can see things above the water because of reflection, right? And now I'm seeing a boat in midair, and you're saying, yeah, because water's reflecting it. Like, what?
Are you watching the picture 53 minutes after the hour?
Like, I don't understand how this makes sense to you.
Are you watching the picture 53 minutes after the hour?
What's with this picture, bro? I'm seeing boats floating in midair, and you're saying reflection.
It's air refraction.
Do you see the
What is
horizon?
this?
Do you see the horizon?
Like, I might be like an
Do you
actual.
see
Listen,
the
I'm
horizon?
gonna admit, I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm a dumbass, okay? I'm an idiot.
Do you see the horizon on the picture?
If water.
Do you see the horizon on the picture?
Oh my lord.
You see horizon on the picture.
Who's talking right now?
Does somebody have
Sasha.
like a perspective grid that they can post? I don't have any photos of a perspective grid and how things that are further on the horizon would appear higher. I don't
But
have
when
that
you talk
photo.
about reflection on the water, it's on
doesn't
the
appear
surface of the
higher,
water,
it
not in
appears
midair. So I don't understand how that
lower.
makes sense to you.
Dude, shut the hell up.
Bro, you're literally
that
turned down by me for a reason.
listen,
I don't know what
that
you're saying. You're just some
phenomena,
random guy getting on the backhand with some pictures.
listen, that
And you're going
phenomena is
infrared.
called
Look at the
blooming.
picture. And I'm like, bro, who's this
Fuck up.
guy?
Shut the fuck up.
It's not
I'm
him.
telling you what
Like
it
your
is.
answer that you locked in was water reflects.
It's looming. Say it's not.
Okay, so boat's in midair. Okay, that makes sense.
Say that's not looming.
Where does this happen at, bro? Does he even know
Okay.
where this phenomena happens?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again. You guys said an answer. Don't cop out with
You
infrared and all this bullshit.
do have an
If
answer.
water
That is
reflects
looming.
what's in the sky on the surface of the water, how is the boat floating in midair?
Do you think the
It's
boat's
not.
floating in
It's
the
not
air?
floating in the
Oh, it's
midair.
not
The,
now. It's
the
not
boat
now.
is
It
floating
never
in
fucking
the
Okay,
was.
water.
you're a
Crowd
fucking
control.
retard.
Jedi.
The boat's
You
not
said it last
It
floating.
time. I
never
was still
was.
confused. I'm still
Out
am.
Yeah, this
there.
guy's for
Crowd
real.
control.
He's
2 seconds,
brick.
please. 2 seconds. It never was floating in the sky. I told
Yeah.
you twice that the boat wasn't floating in the sky. I gave
Yes.
you the fucking reason. The boat's still on the water. The water is reflecting the sky. So it looks like it's in the sky, but the water's just reflecting the sky. You can't tell the difference between the waterline and the sky until you
Correction,
overexpose the
Jedi.
picture. Why are you fucking interrupting me now?
Yeah, I need to correct
Not
because you
hard
said it's
to understand if
reflecting.
this guy is going to listen.
Yeah, I want us to be correct. So
Uh-oh.
that
We're saying two
phenomena
different things
is
now.
looming. Shut up.
We're
That is
saying I can't
looming
tell the
what you
difference where
see
the water
there.
meets the sky, so therefore it's reflecting. That's
And
two different points.
the water is not reflecting the sky. The air refraction index at the surface of the water projects the image of the sky.
You can see
Yeah.
the horizon
So you
behind the
see
boat.
you see a fake horizon which is a lot lower than the real one.
Just explain
This is
curvature.
why I don't enjoy talking with you
Did you just
sometimes,
say
Gary.
there's no horizon? It's not horizon. Well, I can't, bro. You guys are too funny, man. I don't know how
Yeah,
you
in
guys
that
even.
image you
If
see a
water,
fake
I don't understand how
horizon.
in
That's
any
what you
world what you
see
said
there.
before,
Okay,
water
look,
reflects
I
the
need to
sky
get
makes
control here
sense.
for a second here. Okay, why are we
That's why I
explaining
asked Heretic.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. Why are we explaining your proof to you? This was supposed to be you demonstrating the curvature of oceans in this globe that you think you're on. Start over, because that didn't work out.
Yeah, buddy, I've already gave you an explanation. You weren't happy with it, so I asked you to explain it. You're like, no, reflection. You got panicked. You panicked and
Explain
gave some
what?
dumb answer, and then you said, yeah, FP Jedi's right. Reflection. I'm like, okay, explain it then. You're like, I don't
Explain
know.
what? Explain
It's
what?
not
The
reflection, it's the
phenomenon
bending of
of
light.
a mirage illusion where the boat is floating in
Okay, so
midair.
tell us where the curvature proof is that you've posited here. I haven't seen it.
First of all, it's not a mirage, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
It's
here
a
we go
loom.
again with your dumb shit.
You don't even know what a mirage is?
Can you
How are you
explain
going to
it?
talk
Yes or
about
no?
light
Can you,
over
bro? I don't know
distance
who you
if
are,
you
bro.
don't even know what
Maybe
a
I used the
mirage
wrong word. Maybe I should use photon.
Somebody's got to stop him, dude. What's going on?
fucking retard,
He's a
dude.
complete
This
retard, is
guy
what
is
it is.
not only like
roll.
he's a spaz, and then he's telling us that he's a dumbass as if that wasn't apparent. Like, we get it, dude. Anyways,
Napalm.
what's he
So
trying to prove?
I heard the explanation, Napalm, that let's say we had a mirror, like it's a big square mirror, and you put a boat on top of the mirror. Now it's going to reflect like the mirror, right? The boat is on top of the mirror. It's going to reflect whatever is on the ceiling, but not the boat. The boat's still going to just be sitting on top of the
Yeah,
mirror.
but why are you still telling him that? This was supposed to be his argument for curvature. Did you hear any conclusive curvature argument there? I sure
No,
didn't.
he just told me that the plane of the horizon all was parallel
Yeah,
at that
and
with that
yeah,
boat.
he said that, and he
Yo,
said
FP
there's a
Jedi,
boat
you
that
look
appears to
really
be
dumb
flying
right
in the
now,
air,
buddy.
and he
Everybody's
says
saying you're wrong now, buddy. Dumb answer, man.
he says there's a boat that
He,
appears to be flying in the air. Explain it, and somehow that's supposed to prove that oceans are curved. This guy's fucking retarded.
is he conflating somebody's explanation as to why it appears as though the boat is floating as some sort of? I'm confused about what this dude's even talking about.
Yeah.
Because if you explain that phenomenon, you explain it as reflection off of the water. The boat can appear as though it's floating in the air if the surface of the water is reflecting the sky, and it all depends on what's being reflected based on the angle of incidence that you have to that surface and whatever it's reflecting. give the appearance as though it's floating in the sky, even though it's not. But it's
You
only
got
air.
lost in
Where's
10 out of 10
where's the
explanation. Oh my
curved
god.
ocean though? That's the whole thing.
Oh, so now there's a curved ocean now?
That's what you said, and this was supposed to be your argument for it.
No,
And I'm not seeing it.
there's a curved
Actually, you know
globe.
what, dude? No, there's not. There is not a curved ocean now. There never
Uh-oh.
has been.
This guy's saying
There
you're
never
wrong.
will be. So
Yaroslav, what is
do
your
you have
point?
evidence
All
for
right,
it?
you want to try
You have
ocean tides
evidence
now?
for curved ocean?
Yaroslav, what is your point?
My point is, the whole point of flat Earth and what's going on
Not
is you
flat
need to have
Earth.
I'm
Not flat
trying to
Earth.
explain my
What is,
point. I'm trying to explain.
okay.
You need to
Okay.
have a grasp of reality and a foundation of reality. Like what's real? Like obviously you guys believe in some type of matter and atoms.
No,
And
Okay.
Well,
no,
I
you
we
have
don't.
don't
I,
We
because
I
don't.
you're
have a
saying
grasp.
you
I
you
have
fucking.
a
guys are
grasp.
saying
Okay. I have.
you guys are
Can I?
saying you have a better
Callum all over
foundation
the
of
Okay.
the world to try and explain things. Okay, I
What
said
is,
okay, we have phenomenons, we have a scientific
There's
reality
no
grasp.
phenomena
We
there,
have a
dude.
okay.
scientific grasp
Can
on
you?
reality.
Can
We're
I
trying to
ask you
explain these
something now?
phenomenons the best we can. We're
Can I
inferring
ask you?
through
Can I
evidence
ask?
that there's
Can
curvature.
I
You're
ask?
going, nope, this is wrong, this is stupid. I want to hear your explanation then.
Bro, the
And
boat's
you don't
right
have one.
there. That's it.
What
It's not floating.
curvature?
It's right there. There's no
Bro, your
curvature. The boat's
explanation
just
was
there.
water reflects the
Yeah,
sky,
you're not
therefore
making
boat floating in
sense. You're
midair.
not
It's
answering the guy.
Hold
nonsensical.
on.
Listen,
Hold on.
hotshot.
Bro,
Listen,
this
hotshot.
picture could be doctored. What is this? What am I even
Shut up.
looking at right now?
Mic check.
Listen,
Mic check.
Come on,
Dude,
second
dude. Deep
point,
five.
you
ocean
always
tides.
talk over me.
Ocean tides. We explain it through gravity. Okay? The
Mic
moon
check.
orbits around the planet Earth and it pulls the ocean,
If
Okay,
he's talking through
causing
one
you, then your
tides.
mic is working.
hold
Okay?
on.
Yeah, he's
That's how you
talking
know.
I
through
want to
me.
hear your explanation for that if we're
I
wrong.
already told you
Hold on.
the explanation.
For
Looming.
ocean tides?
Have you heard? No, for that image. Yeah, the
Okay, explain
floating
to me
boat.
ocean tides then.
No.
Hold
Why?
on, Sasha.
You moron.
He claims some sort
Not
of
Sasha.
The
he has
flying
a
boat.
claim
That
for the
one.
ocean tides. He has a claim for
Shut
the
up.
ocean tides.
No. Listen.
I
I
want to hear his
told you the
claim.
phenomena going on there. It's looming. Do you know what that is?
Yeah. Move on,
That's not
buddy.
even
Move on.
fucking.
I'm tired of this. I'm
Not
tired of wire
move.
fraction.
Not move on. You address this.
I've already made my
You
piece,
address this
buddy.
point
I've
right
already made my
now.
piece. You think the thing's reflecting, buddy? I don't have time for this. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go on, Yaroslav. Let's grasp reality, okay? Let's
Ocean
try to
tides.
grasp. Can
Ocean
we?
tides.
No. Okay. No. I have another grasp of reality.
No,
It's
we're done
called
with light
belief.
refraction, bro. I'm not having this
No.
conversation again.
I
It's
would
already
like
over.
to hear
Can
his
I
explanation of ocean tides.
can I only say two
Guarantee it's
sentences and
wrong.
then can I say two sentences, Yaroslav?
Like
And
you
then
literally
let's
said,
see.
I can't make the
Mute him.
difference between the
Can I
horizon
say?
and the
Can I say
sky.
only? Can I say something about
Like,
grasping
bro, come on.
reality? Can I say something about grasping reality? Can you for 2
No,
minutes
move
if
on
I
to
can?
ocean tides. I don't have all day, man. I got like
No,
5 minutes left. I
you
gotta go.
said
Get a
you
life.
said that it's important. You said that it's important to grasp reality. I'm agreeing
No.
with you.
That's not what I said. I said it's important. Well,
You
you
only got
guys are trying to
5 minutes. Why are you
face
saying
off.
no like
You guys
10
are trying to
times? Just say
face
it one
off. Which
time and
stop
conserve
because
your
he's
time.
wrong. He's already wrong. He's saying what I'm saying.
Why say
You
no
are
like
I'm
10
the
No,
times?
person who
Just say
said it. I'm
one.
gonna explain something he's wrong. Okay.
You're wasting time with 10 no's. Just say no one time. You only got a little
well,
bit of
he's
time.
making a. Here's the thing: he's making a claim about tides,
He's got
but then he
5
has
minutes.
no.
He can take his 5 minutes and leave because he's just bringing
Yeah,
audio chaos between
Miggy.
everybody in here. So everybody's fighting for the mic and it's audio chaos. There's nobody can hear
Yeah.
anybody else because we're all talking over each other. It's pretty bad, dudes. So
I
he can
already
he can
answered
screw off.
his
So he makes
argument with the floating ship, and he did not answer my question.
I know,
He's
called
but
it looming.
obfuscating.
yeah,
You
but
called
like
it looming.
I'm an
Yes,
exile
I
character.
called it
Allow me to share
looming.
my story.
Yeah.
That's
all
not
right.
looming though.
What is it then?
It's just that the surface is reflecting the sky, so it appears
No,
as though it's
it's not
floating.
reflecting the sky, the surface. That's not what
Okay.
it is.
Do you know
We're
what
talking
looming
about
is? Do
the
you have a
Fata
citation
Morgana.
for
We're
that?
talking about the floating
Listen,
ships.
that
Get me good.
that phenomena is looming. It happens when you have hot air above the surface of the water, yeah, which refracts the light, curves it, and the image of the sky is being projected much lower than it truly is. So you have the image of the sky below the horizon line.
Can you show me a
You have
picture
a
of that or
fake
something?
horizon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just one
that's
second.
looming.
Not the case. That's not the case, bud.
Yeah, I was gonna say because that does seem to fit. That does seem to fit looming. I don't know if reflection would be something like you guys remember the salt flats? The
Yeah,
image
yeah.
that we had the salt flats.
When
That's
you
a
see the
reflection.
clouds in the
Yeah,
salt
that's a
flats, that's
reflection.
just
Like
like a mirror. That's a
yeah,
reflection.
that's a
Correct.
reflection. Yeah, he was correct. The reflection is when
Yeah.
you see that happening. But in this case, the water that was in the foreground and the background are different. So it's not a reflection.
Yes.
It is just like he was saying. It's a looming effect.
Yes.
And
That's
he
a
is right.
reflection.
I mean, just a very quick Google search of this phenomenon. I'm reading it because I don't necessarily like being wrong. I
Yeah.
was comparing it to things like the salt flats, but get you're fucking 100% right, man.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, get. Yeah. The
That's
guy
not
didn't see.
correct. So,
Go ahead.
so yeah,
It,
so
it is correct though. It is. He was using it in the correct way. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
all pride
I
aside, like, cause
remember
one
when
thing.
QE made this
Yeah,
argument.
all pride aside, like we would just say,
Yeah.
like, we can sometimes be incorrect, but at the same time, we're not above being corrected. That's fine.
Oh,
That's the
Yeah,
hell
only
no.
thing. Like, there's no.
I'm
It's
here
not gonna
for
turn the Earth
us.
into a ball. Like fucking.
Exactly. Yeah. But the guy
here I'll
didn't
here
answer
I'll actually I'll
what
just
looming
actually
is.
cite what yeah I'll actually cite what looming is, and you can read it within the article from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, subject matter expert on the topic. If you guys want to read that, but I got to roll out. So.
Well, the point
All
is,
right.
though, I mean, above all that, if in these images, if you shift the contrast, you see it's still there. It's just hard to see. That therefore giving the illusion that the ship's floating. But yeah, in these images, you can still see the line.
Yeah, and actually, the looming example was the one with that boat that Sasha put in there, where the people were in the
Yeah.
foreground.
That's
That is.
maybe only optical phenomena with your eyes, nothing to do with your reality. If you are there with that people, you
Yes.
will see the boat on the water.
Yeah, of course,
Yes.
of course.
Yeah. This picture is
It's
giving you optical phenomena. Maybe you can see, but I'm not sure if you can see that in reality. Maybe, but no way. That's
yeah,
photo
Huey.
making that.
Yeah, Huey. Yeah, we understand. I guess we just clarified that point. Huey already been over this many times.
Mm.
And plus he wants to stick to that, and he has no point with that. And plus, if he wants to speak about grasping of reality, there is a reality. He can. There is a horizon on that picture, and it's flat. Everything is flat there. Still, it doesn't give any fucking curvature there. Even if this phenomena is happening, any phenomena,
Yeah,
even
we
mirage.
know that,
If it's
Sasha. You're
yeah,
preaching
yeah,
to the choir, brother. We
Yeah.
know.
yeah.
Yeah, we
Even
know.
if it's whatever reflection is mirage or
Well,
whatever.
just with like in the future, all we gotta do is just remember like what reflection and looming is, and we'll be good. That's the
Mm.
only thing. It doesn't get the wires crossed where we're got audio chaos, and the other guy is just like patting himself on the back like he wants something. He didn't win shit. He didn't provide any evidence of the Earth being a globe. Fucking hell.
I mean, if I'm
And
being honest,
hey,
I was just
I
trying
do
I was
mistakes
trying to
too
fundy mute him
sometimes.
because nobody else was just muting him actually. Like, so I was just trying to fundy mute him. But I don't know why you guys are being nice to him. He's a piece of shit, obviously.
Well, I mean, you do have to allow it to devolve, but what happened was some friendly crossfire. Like
Mm.
between a FE. So that's all. But he pretty much was under control. He thought he won the argument, but he didn't provide any evidence.
He didn't bring an argument.
He won nothing.
So yeah, just very quickly looking under the definition of looming that was just brought up and get Beget's explanation. I'm going with get Beget's explanation. I'll definitely take my reflecting sky back for sure.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he still didn't do shit with his evidence. He didn't bring anything forward. That guy was just all mouth.
Oh, I don't care about him. I fucking learned something. That's more important than anything else. I learned something.
Yep.
Shit, look at that flat earther being told something and going, do you know what? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Can't remember last time a baller did that though.
There's let's see. Did you guys click on that napalm link? Andrew
Yeah, I
Thomas
did.
Young. Yeah.
And I think I dismiss it directly, automatically. Because not even the explanations make sense for me. And
Well,
also the pictures are baffling beyond understanding.
Why is it baffling?
Because the lines on the left, when a viewpoint is described, they are not straight lines, they slightly curve. And this, for me, means that he wants to make an argument make appear right.
Oh, I see. But yeah, which picture refers to?
Yeah, well, all of the standard atmosphere reference cases.
Picture
Every,
of atmosphere?
well, every single one of these examples is on a curved surface.
Yeah, that and the observation point also. And those lines that fan out are not straight. Not to mention the surface the viewpoint or the observer is standing on.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Evan,
What'd you say, bro?
Five 1-5 west of the Rockies, 377 miles south of the Judgment Scar, Grand Junction, Jemzi, Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim.
hey, Shalom Baruch Hashem. How are you?
Yes. Amen. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect is too good to be true, bro. That's how good. So God is good. Every man's a liar. What's going on with you?
Here with the family, another day. Listening to the convo in here. It's been all right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, things are changing lately. There's been adjustments have been made.
Good. We gotta
Yeah.
adjust.
There is a truth. There is no searching for, Jemsy. And it gets really deep.
Oh my.
Joshua 10:12. Then spake Yehoshua to the Lord on the day when the Lord delivered up the Amari before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Wow. Joshua, the most powerful man that ever lived. I don't know why they never told me about this man when I was a child. Baruch Hashem.
Did God stop the sun in its tracks and the moon?
At the request of a man. Because of the request of a man during warfare. Yeah, you cannot make that. In the midst of heaven, Shamayim.
Wow, that's some powerful stuff right there.
Could you imagine not being able to believe it? Like the people of this world, they can't believe it.
Yeah,
They
baffles
gotta.
me.
What's that?
I said it baffles me.
Ooh.
I can't believe it.
BAFIL. No doubt about it, man. Gibeon and Ajalon are two cities in that region. We can actually get an idea of where they are today. But that tells you a scale. You see, the Bible is the only size determinator of our celestial bodies. The Bible is clearly saying that these two small cities, compared to this Eretz under the heavens, are what the sun and moon, and they're literally describing the sun and the moon basically being the same size. One's over this city, the other's over this city. I mean, it's just right there.
Yep.
Mm. You can't search for this though. You got to be shown it.
Also, you have to have a mind for this. You have to be spiritually inspired in order to see what is actually written there.
Absolutely required of the spirit. You have to also lose yourself, humble yourself, and it becomes much easier. Read 2 Thessalonians for more information on how you get the information. But first, the first book of the New Testament tells us a very big clue. Colossians. So, Matthew 11:25. At that time, Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, so yeah, God is going to hide this from the people that call themselves wise. So until you turn into a little one, if you can't be like Jesus says, if you can't be as these little ones, he's not interested. When you humble yourself and you become as a child and you look up at God and say, Daddy, can you help me? That's when he's going to help you. If you look at God and say, no, I got this figured out, God, he's going to go, okay, you got it, man. I'll see you later then. So you got to humble yourself, man.
Yeah, people,
Wise and the prudent. Go ahead.
yeah, people even struggling with comparing this, what it actually means. Actually, it boils down to the same phrase where the Pharisee was asking Jesus how to get back into the womb of the mom. You know, it's like, no, this is not what I'm saying. You can only be born again if you have a new spirit, you know, and not go back into the flesh. The flesh cannot help you in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't go into heaven. And so is the argument for this being a child again. How can I be a child again? Make me small again? No, it's a way of thinking how humble you were when you grew up, how you looked at things when people around you interacted with you. You had no stubborn indoctrination that guided your way of path. You were just like you were, humble and seeking out what is in interest.
Yeah, it hit me like a ton of bricks, but it took a lot of persecution. I actually needed to be persecuted. I needed that hate. I needed people to try to stop me, hate me, whatever, try to kill me. That was literally what got me to have to face the truth. You know, when the world attacks you, it says, "Blessed is he that's persecuted for my sake." But it's an amazing revelation because you don't even, I got to be honest, man, I didn't even have control over it. I look back and I'm like, I cannot believe this. And the only thing I did right was admit that I'm not smart. That's literally the only thing I did at all was admit that I'm not smart. I can't figure this out. Only he can, literally. Psalms 29. Let me watch this. Give unto the Lord ye mighty. Give.
Oh, why he
Hey,
is
what's up, guys?
muted?
I'm kind of new here.
What's up, mate?
Why though?
I'm not married to the idea of like a globe Earth, but like, how does flat Earth go about explaining things like seasons and like flight patterns as well? Flight patterns is the one that gives me the most trouble explaining. I couldn't find a satisfying explanation online.
What about flight patterns?
Like when you look at like a diagram or something of the flat Earth or someone trying to explain it, they use like Antarctica as like a wall on the Earth. It looks like an unwrapped globe pretty much, and there's no
Yeah.
way really to like make flights that work to get you from places like, I think it'd be like South America to Australia. Like the most efficient route is like across the North Pole, and that just doesn't make sense.
South America to Australia, that usually ends up stopping off at Hawaii.
Is that not a farther distance
Well,
than
it's
just going to Australia? I'm not
not
familiar.
okay.
Like I don't know.
It's not going over the North Pole. I mean, it's hard when we're talking about distances, especially south of the equator. You'll find that most flight paths actually do tend to go north and then back south again. This is why, with regards to Australia and South America, most flights will end up stopping off at Hawaii, which is somewhere around the equator, right? The flight path would actually be shorter if it
I'm
went
not sure.
across Antarctica. The flight path would be shorter if it went across Antarctica. They would be veering south, like the ones that we have in the north, where, say, for example, we fly from London to New York. The first flight path is northwest, I think it is, for England, and then you go underneath Greenland, and you come down the side of America it would be from the northeast of New York. So the opposite flight plan, you would have to go over the Antarctic Circle, and in some places Antarctica itself. Those flight paths don't happen. So yeah, it's not necessarily a conundrum. I just don't think flights actually happen in the way that we think that they do. If we're talking about flying direct from Australia to South America, there's no real direct flights, even though they might say, hey, you can get one. Most flights, 90% of them will stop off in Hawaii, for example.
I don't know. It kind of looks to be roughly the same distance. I'm just looking at like a GPS map. Like Hawaii might be
Yeah, I
slightly
mean, I
closer,
can't.
but like if you unwrap the Earth the way that like people try to explain it on flat Earth, then it makes a greater distance from South America. So it, like on that model, it kind of makes the distance to Hawaii a lot greater, and
Yeah.
Australia for that. Like, but it exaggerates the distance like even farther than on like a globe map, sort of.
Well, what happens if the flight charts are used? If the flight charts that they use are flat Earth maps with south around the outside and north in the middle, then these would be the flight charts that navigators use, right? So if they use these charts, then there's not much else we can do about it. There's loads of navigational charts that work on the flat Earth premise where you've got north in the centre and the Antarctic around the outside. I can post you one if you want. Got loads of them.
Could you DM me one?
I've put it into the live stream chat just now if you want to see it at 27 minutes past the hour.
Okay.
But this is just an air navigational chart from 1942. No, it's not, changing the premise. Not at all.
Global war strategy map. Trust me, we live on a global. I'm going to show you this flat map.
It's just an navigational chart, isn't it?
Yep. Explanation of projection. Yep.
Is this what the Earth actually looks like? Absolutely no idea. But if these people are flying around using this navigational chart, then I don't know what to tell you.
How does this map measure distance?
Should have a key up in the top right hand corner. I know with an AE azimuth or equidistant map, there are calculations you have to take account for. For example, the squares have to be the same relative sizes north and south of the equator. So you have to calculate for that size difference. But then again, we're talking
It kind of
about
just looks like an unwrapped globe.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have an unwrapped globe.
Yeah,
You ever tried?
but that's
do you ever-
how they designed it, though. Yeah, that would make sense since they designed the globe to look like that, right?
Well, the globe can measure, like you can calculate distance on a globe like this. Like you kind of have to,
Well, that's not how reality works.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's not how
This is a lot
reality
harder to read
works.
than the globe.
Well, you've never read a globe
Like
distance.
the most.
So.
No, they have like a little mark on the side. Like I'm not married to the idea that the Earth is a globe, but
This is irrelevant. Yeah, this isn't going to teach you anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, this is irrelevant anyway. This is for people that aren't interested in the evidence. This is completely tertiary anyway. All maps have to be flat. I'm not a flat earther. But yeah, the Earth isn't a ball, that's for sure.
Well, except for the globe. The globe isn't flat.
Yeah, your imagination, it makes sense in the imagination when you're imagining a globe. Yeah, in reality, it has to work on a linear system like that map. That's how the military has to use those systems. Yeah.
I mean, if you would force them to fly in a certain way in order to make their point of view from the globe work, then they would say, "Yeah, we cannot do this, and it's impossible." And why? Yeah, it's so cold out there. Well, or instruments wouldn't work, or whatever their excuse would be. It's like because it doesn't work. They would fly into the
Right.
Antarctic and fly into the nowhere. There would be not popping out on the other side or something.
Why are there no flights over the if there's a globe, why are there no flights over the bottom of the globe? Everything has to work like it is a flat map. It doesn't. Nothing works on a globe. Nothing works ever on a globe. There's no such thing.
I
It's just
imagine
something
the
in the
answer.
imagination.
Well, I imagine the answer to that would be something like there's no infrastructure there really, so you couldn't really like do a what's it called where you have like connecting flights. You like wouldn't be able to do that. But the most efficient route from South America to Australia is across the North Pole on that map. That's not very satisfying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which doesn't help the globe. Nothing helps the globe. We were just going to spend all day telling us why it doesn't look like a globe. You know, that's all this conversation is.
No, it's like it's an unwrapped globe, right? Like a straight line to Australia
No,
on
it's
on this
not.
flat Earth map
No,
is straight.
it's not a globe. That's the point.
Is it
No, it
not?
doesn't work. No, that's the point. It only
Okay.
works when we don't have a globe. That's the point. That's just reality. Yes. You have to
If I could
imagine
get
the
a
globe.
sentence out, I
Yes.
to you. Okay,
Right. You just
so
keep
I'm
saying it's a globe
imagining
when
this
there's no
flight on a
globe.
flat Earth.
Yes, exactly. Imagining. Right.
Okay. Can I talk? Is that cool?
Yes. Stay with the
All
maps
right.
and
So,
models. You're
all
interested in
right.
maps
So
and models. Yep.
on a flat Earth, the flight from South America to Australia is a straight line over the North Pole. That looks to be the most efficient way on the map that you provide.
Yeah, but they don't do that, do they? That's the point.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
That's my point. They don't because it's
What a
not
great
because
argument.
of the rule. It's
Yep.
they
either it's
just
like
don't go over the North.
either the model is wrong or like I
What
don't know.
model?
Either that or the
Do
model's
you
wrong.
think that we're
But I'm
here
looking at
arguing for models?
Oh boy.
well, models are. I imagine models are how we would be able to like make things like airplanes work, right?
Yeah, they use
Wow. And
the
all. Go
assumption
ahead.
of a stationary. Yeah, they use
Amazing.
the assumption of a stationary plane to make planes work.
Yeah, for linear derivation. Yeah, flat non-rotating Earth, 1988,
Well,
Dryden Flight Research Center. I almost got the sentence out. Sorry, that's the source of the information. Yep.
Yeah, you definitely don't need a
okay.
globe for
Well,
that. That's for sure. Definitely don't need to start modeling the world as a spinning ball in space to fly a plane over it. That's for sure. But
it just makes it a
nevertheless,
lot
we're
more
not
efficient, right?
proposing a model. It's more like we've got people who say they live on a spinning ball who are claiming a model, and we're just testing that and finding that it has no basis in reality.
Well, it doesn't send you across the North Pole to get from South America to Australia.
I guess in that one representation of the Earth's surface, that's what would happen, and maybe that doesn't happen. But maps aren't the terrain, and we're talking about the actual terrain.
Right.
Well,
plus, when we show you that flight
don't you
existed,
fly
would
over
that
the ocean
change
though
anything?
on a flight?
No. The
Yeah,
answer is no.
if you had a flight that went across the North Pole.
Right. Well, that's
Because
the
they
point. Is
don't
that
do
we don't
that
have
because it's
right.
not
There's
efficient.
There's no flights that go under a non-existent South Pole. That's the point. There is no. There would be a South Pole in your imagined globe. There is no such thing in reality. That's the point. You don't even have a claim. So we're just going to
I'm
talk
talking
about why
about the
it
North
doesn't.
Pole.
Right. We're
You
just going to
also gotta.
continue to talk about why everything works only on a flat azimuthal system. Okay. Go ahead, Heretic.
It seems like he doesn't get that there are flight corridors as well. Like there are lanes in the sky that planes have to fly in. They don't just go willy nilly. Oh, this is the straightest path. I'm just going to go for it. They have to stick to corridors.
Yeah, this is
Well, yeah, but the
also
distance is like
correction
so
from
vast. Like
flight
it's a
towers.
lot. It's a big waste of time to go across the North Pole, like in this flight in reality. But it doesn't do that. It goes across the ocean.
Restricted airspace, dude. You don't just rip across the North
The
Pole.
North Pole,
Yeah.
like across the United States, or like it's not like, it might not be directly across it, you know what I mean? But like, it seems like taking that long detour around the ocean on your map, like, just doesn't make sense. Like, it goes, like, it would go somewhere across the United States and Canada and then end up in Australia, but it doesn't do that. Like that, like you're proposing that the whole North Pole and everything around it is restricted, but like the flight in reality goes across the ocean to Australia. It goes around the whole map.
That's a lot of religious claims, guys. I guess he wants to tell you what you believe. That's typical. Yep.
Is that a
Well,
religious
you can get
thing?
on a plane and experience the ocean. Like, it's not a religious point.
It's just weird that this has nothing to do with anything you've
You can buy a
experienced
plane
in
ticket.
reality. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
you've never done it.
the thing is,
Okay.
you're using post hoc
Like riding a
rationalism,
plane.
right?
Can you not buy a plane ticket?
Go ahead, guys. Yeah, that's what we do. We fly across the plane. It's called an airplane, and it linearly travels over the surface of Earth and the oceans. Yes, A to B, B to C.
Yeah, but in reality, it goes from A, B,
That's
C,
reality.
D, E. You know what I mean? Like, the most efficient way on this chart is basically across the North Pole, and you're saying that.
Yeah.
So, like, in
That's how it
reality, the
works.
plane goes around the whole unwrapped globe, which is what the map is. It's just an unwrapped globe. It goes there to
Okay.
Australia, and
Well,
you're telling me that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, keep laughing. We're
You're
waiting
telling
for a
me
claim for
that
you.
this
Yeah, we don't
country is.
have a globe. I know. We're waiting for you to show us how it works on a globe, and the military says nothing works on a globe. So you have to show us something. That's the point. Let us know when you have something. I'd love to see it. Anything at all?
Well,
I mean, bro, let's just go back to the question. Do you know when they ever experienced any Earth curvature in reality ever? All you got to do is show us any source at all, bro. Just show us something so we can talk about it. Because right now we're just talking about something you believe. This is just out of your imagination. Yeah. Like you're just like, yeah, this is
So
reality.
I'm imagining
Yes. Exactly. Still imagining. I'm talking about reality.
Okay,
Do you
hold
have
on.
anything in reality? Okay, he's just gonna mute me now. He's having a panic. Okay, that's fine.
I was trying to ask a question.
I know. Do you want to talk about reality? I'm here to talk about reality, bro. If you're just interested in cartoons and imagination, bro, I'll bow out. I was just curious if you're interested in reality. That's all.
Well, if you're instantiating reality, right, you're invoking some form of epistemology related to ontology, right, and you're rationalizing this
smart guy.
ex
Big words.
nihilo.
Ontology, epistemology.
no.
So you're scared to death of
No,
reality.
no,
Okay.
this is
Another
we're
weirdo
talking
living on
about
the
the
internet.
base.
Okay. So two weirdos on the internet.
What
I'm
you're
going to bow
doing
out, guys. You guys have fun with the cartoon characters.
Yeah,
That was
now
easy.
you're running. Now you're running. Where'd the confidence
I'm
go?
talking to cartoon characters
Yeah,
that
where
don't
did
want to
your
talk about
confidence go?
reality.
What?
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Princess, I have it on my channel. It's on my profile right now. I have more
Yeah,
evidence
notice
than
how
you
the
can even look
confidence
at. Yeah,
dwindles.
it's on my channel. That's the point. I talk about reality. I have measurements over
Yeah.
1,000 miles long over the
You're
ocean. There's
referencing
measurements
reality,
over
right, predicated on your
1,000 miles
presuppositions.
long. And that's why you'll never look at the evidence. You'll just talk about your imagination for eternity. So continue, Gumby.
Yeah, you're referencing empirical data, which is predicated on epistemology, which is
Oh,
reliant
predicated on
on ontology.
epistemology. This is the second time
All
you've
right.
given us your religious rant. Princess, I get it. You're pretending to be smart.
So you're using
Congratulations.
correspondence
Anything
theory
else?
of an inference rule, right?
Yes,
We can
the
use inference
inference
rules
rule,
back
the
at you.
production line of a eep
Yeah,
up boop beep beep
so we
boop
can
beep.
use a
This is a
disjunctive.
robot. Okay, robot person. Congratulations. I'll give you $1,000 if you have any evidence for your magical outer space globe religion.
If you'll let
I'll give you
me, yeah,
$1,000 right now,
called an
Princess.
inference rule. It's called
It's
an
got
inference
inference, eep
rule.
up boop
Yeah,
beep.
hey,
Okay,
hey,
as
retard.
normal. Okay, so are there any moderators
I'm
here that we
very
can get a real
precise when I
conversation,
speak.
heretic? This guy's just a sycophant
Listen,
psychopath.
I'm very precise
Another
when I speak.
weirdo
Okay? So when
evolutionist
you're
trying to pretend
rationalizing,
he's smart because his mom
are you
lets
done?
us use the internet.
Are you having
Here
a
we
tantrum?
go, as usual.
Are
We're
you
not
done
going to
with
have
the
a real
tantrum?
conversation. It's just Gumby
Are you
talking
done
as
with the
usual.
tantrum?
Beep, bop, boop. Okay, take it away.
Okay.
Pathetic retards. All right, have a nice day, guys. We'll try again later for a real person. Have at it.
So am I not a real person?
No, the other guy just went right to robot seizure, bro. I'm trying to give you a chance. Do you want to talk about reality? Or I can go, bro. You can talk about maps, models, cartoons, your imagination, bro. But that's just not my forte. That's what I'm trying to see. Does anybody want to talk about real life?
You are like narrowing the scope of the conversation whenever you just like
No,
immediately
that's
say
the
I'm
difference is
imagining
that
things.
I'm not an
Like,
internet person. This is a different level. I know that there's people that live on the internet and you're scared to talk about reality. That's fine. I don't need to be here, little princess cupcakes. I'll take a break, and you guys can go
But
back to your
that's a silly
cartoon
point
little
because you
weirdo
live in
fantasy
the
for a
server in the
while.
server.
Don't mind me. Have a nice one.
You live in this Discord server, bro. Like that's a silly point.
He's barely here, so what was that point?
You live in this Discord server. Like
He
you
is
all
barely
like
here.
circle jerk in
You were
this Discord
talking to
server. That's a
him.
silly point.
I mean, be our guest. You are living here right
Like
now, too.
yeah, I just got done running, bro, and I thought I'll stop by and see what the flat earthers are doing. I don't know. I got bored. But back to the point, that map, like in reality, right? The flight goes over the ocean. But on the pizza world, it like would go over the North Pole, but it doesn't. That's the discrepancy here. And then I just get yelled at and told I'm imagining things whenever I can literally buy a plane ticket and it goes over the ocean.
You
The
are
whole way.
imagining because you said Pizza World.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either.
Wait,
And
why
that's
is he
And
saying
he
it
just
goes
got
over the
here.
North Pole? Why are you saying it goes over the North Pole?
because he's drawn a straight line
That's the most
between
efficient
South
route.
America and Australia, and he's saying that's the most direct route, so they must fly over it then, because I've drawn a straight line between these two places on this navigational chart, and they must fly over the
Well,
North
the
Pole.
discrepancy is so large, is my point.
Oh, I'm not going. See, this was the point that I agreed with you on, but the flight path itself, no, not at all. You just fly up the west coast of South America, go to Hawaii, then go to Australia. It's not hard.
I don't know if you measure that distance, it's probably like there's probably a discrepancy somewhere, and it probably makes the
Well,
flat Earth model look pretty silly.
it's not a flat Earth model. This is a navigational chart. When I say navigational chart, I mean the
Well,
ones that
probably
you use for airplanes and stuff. So don't
And
blame me. This isn't a model. This is a navigational chart.
And the thing you're saying is probably you don't even know if it makes it look silly.
well, I can look at I could like price plane tickets and stuff, or even buy a flight.
Yeah, I was just looking at those. That's $1,700. Well, pounds. Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty unaffordable, I guess. We
You
can't
could
figure out if
tell
that
with
goes around or not.
emergency landings that
I
you could tell with
think you
emergency
guys.
landings that the flat model makes more sense.
Yeah, and I heard him going on about the distance. Now, you can't actually measure distance in a plane. Do you understand that?
Can you?
No, I'm saying you can't. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't measure distance in a plane, can you?
What do you mean you can't?
Or how do you measure distance in a plane when you're flying over the ocean?
Well, I mean, you could probably solve it pretty simply, I would imagine.
Well, you measure airspeed, is that correct?
You can measure speed and you can measure distance.
Well, you
Or
can't measure
time
distance.
and speed.
How do you measure distance over the ocean?
Time, speed.
Time, speed?
What is it? Distance formula is like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So how do you get your speed when you're in an aeroplane?
Has instruments.
I mean, you can use instruments in the plane, or
it measures airspeed, doesn't it? Correct.
well, I'm sure there's multiple. You ever piloted a 747, man?
You're giggling at me like I'm stupid, but you don't know that they measure airspeed, do you?
I don't know. I'll get my 747 license and get back to you.
Cool. Yeah, you do that, man. You do that. Yeah. So they measure airspeed, so you can actually tell if you've got a wind that's 300 kilometers, yeah, and then the plane's flying at 500 kilometers, you might travel 800 kilometers per hour. Now you're not going to know that, are you? Because the only thing that you can measure is airspeed, so how fast you're going in the air. So you can actually cover a larger distance when you have these winds. You know, do you know what those winds are in the air? Up in the jet streams. You know those ones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the air is
Maybe you
also.
want to look at them, and then you can find out that if you take off on a plane from Sydney and jump in one of those jet streams, you'll cover a lot more area than you think you will. Yeah. If you just follow that, you can just follow that west if you want. Yeah. Or east, sorry. Just follow that east. jump in that jet stream that's going east, and you'll end up in South America if you want. But a lot of larger flights that I know they do happen because my wife's taken one to Chile, but most of the flights fly from Melbourne. They go to Houston. From Sydney, they go to LA, and then they fly down to South America. So it's about 95% of flights do that. Fly up to the US and then down to South America. They go into the northern hemisphere and then back down into the southern hemisphere. Like, I must admit they do have the flight. I think it only flies from Sydney to Santiago now.
Why would on a globe? Why would you ever have to cross the equator to go from one southern
Exactly.
destination to another? That doesn't make any sense.
Excuse me?
I asked him why on a globe, if you're in the north, right, the northern hemisphere, right, the Earth's a globe, and you go from one northern destination to another, you would never cross the equator. You would never go to Africa and back. You know, from New York to LA, you would never go from New York to Africa and back up to LA. It doesn't make any sense. Why? So it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do? Why, if you're in the southern hemisphere, wouldn't you just go from destination to destination, staying within the southern hemisphere? Why do they cross over the equator twice? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, just like if the Earth, like that picture makes it look like it's unwrapped, right? And the most direct line would be across the north. It like kind of stretches out the southern hemisphere.
Right, the flight chart.
So it makes like distance less accurate in the southern hemisphere. Like like the northern hemisphere is like not too bad, but it gets like really bad like the farther out you get on the image.
No, the problem is they don't have the fuel in order to make the range or go to the destination at all. If they would actually fly light,
Well,
globe model.
I don't know. I think an easy purchase of a plane ticket would tell you it's probably a globe.
I mean, you can pay a ticket and try it for yourself and tell us about it. I mean, we are willing to accept it if you give us the results.
That
You're
wouldn't be
saying
enough for
buying
you
a
guys, though.
ticket?
You know what I mean?
Well, buying a ticket that gets you in an airplane, right? That flies, like, I guess presumably over a motionless plane, right? With a gyroscope that just holds rigidity, tells you that what's happening, that you live on a shape.
Well, the globe model, like, it's not motionless, right? It's spinning. But it's
So when
not
you
relevant because you're granted the conservation of momentum or whatever, you know, you're granted that extra rotational
so it
force.
doesn't tell, so it does or doesn't
It's
tell you
also
that
It's irrelevant.
it's also
airplanes are
interesting
irrelevant to a globe.
that pilots don't have to dip the nose of the plane down at all, and they could just fly straight. Where if they're flying over a globe, they would have to dip the nose of the plane down to some degree because they're going over a curved surface, but
Oh
they
yeah.
never do.
I mean, think about
That's
but
why a
buying
lot of
it.
pilots say that it's a flat Earth, and a lot of them, when they have said it, lose their license.
He said
So
buying a ticket will tell you otherwise. Though, if you just buy tickets, it tells you something. Tickets will tell you.
I don't know what
Well,
seeing
no.
over a plane, flying a plane would inform you of a lot. You would realize you don't have to dip the nose down at all, and that doesn't make any sense.
Well, the route is so wicked. It would be so wicked on a flat Earth, you know what I mean? But it makes perfect sense on a globe.
But I just said that you don't have to dip the nose of the plane down. That's why in military documents they say when they're training their pilots, assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, like a flat plane, because that's the
Do
only
you
way to
know?
fly a plane. If you're going to be dipping the nose down, like you're expecting a curve, you have to dip it down a certain degree. If you're flying halfway around the world, you're flying halfway around a globe. You're going to have to dip the nose down to some degree while you're flying, and they never do.
How do you know they don't do that?
They don't. Any pilot would tell you.
How do you
They
know
fly
that?
completely
No,
straight.
it's not how
Basic.
you know. They have a tool for it. They have a gyroscope,
Yeah.
right? That you put that, you use that tool because you want to know if you're banking, right, turning, dipping. You got a gyroscope that'll tell you, to help you, to guide you, so that you don't come out of a cloud upside down. That's how you would know with the tools on board.
Well, a gyroscope works because of the field of the Earth, right?
I didn't hear you.
You guys
If
don't
you're
even know the
going
tool works.
straight, you're going to notice that you're not dipping the nose of the plane down. The plane isn't automatically going to do it for you.
So if you went straight, like let's assume that the Earth is a globe and you went straight, you would notice on the gyroscope, and that's exactly what it does in reality.
Yeah, you get
What
a
do you mean you would
gyroscope.
notice what?
You spin a gyroscope so it holds, right? So it
It would
holds whatever
the
you
gyroscope would
spun it
rotate.
at. Yeah, whatever you spun the gyroscope at, it holds it. It holds that, right? And if you move, you tilt your, whatever you have it on your hand or whatever if you tilt, it'll tell you you're tilting. It'll hold that line, but everything in your plate will tilt. It won't have has an indicator on there telling you. So you're saying the gyroscope will do what? It works or doesn't work, the gyroscope?
So imagine, let's imagine real quick for a thought experiment that the Earth is a globe. All right. If you were to somehow go straight, right,
No,
and
I thought
not on a
you were
curved
telling me about
surface,
a
but if
gyroscope. Just tell me about the gyroscope first, and then tell me about whatever you're about to say.
I will get to that. All right, I will get to
But
that. You got to give
that's
me,
where
you got
we
to give
were.
Daddy a
That's where
second
we
to speak.
started, and you left it. Why you just tell me about that? I don't want to change. Just tell me that, then we move
I'll be
on.
back to it, but you're cutting me off. Like
No,
you got
you're
to let
cutting
me
yourself
continue,
off.
and
We
then
were
I will
talking about the
explain it.
gyroscope together, and then you're
I'm
like, "Well, hold on.
ratcheting back to this
Let's
point.
talk about hockey real quick." No, just talk about gyroscopes. Why you go to
I don't
hockey?
think you guys want to know. I don't think you guys want to learn anything. Like I really don't. Like you just cut people off. Like you don't want to know anything. It's like
I'm just
pointless.
holding you to point. You said something about the gyroscope. Can you please just complete
Yeah,
that and then
I'm
move
trying
on
to
to the
get there,
hockey?
but it's hard to get there. It's hard to get there when you interrupt me.
Okay, gyroscope. Go ahead. Start with the gyroscope,
Are
and
you
then I'll
curious?
listen. Go ahead with the
Okay.
gyroscope, and then I'm going to stop
Can I
talking.
ask you one question before you talk about the gyroscope? Just one question.
I don't know.
Did
It's
you
really hard to
just
get to the
find
point. I
out?
don't know if I want to do questions.
Okay, but I just want to know, did you just find out right now that pilots don't have to curve the plane and they just fly straight? Did you just learn that now, or did you always know that?
I was about to like get to a thought. I've
No,
been cut
but
off
did you
twice
just
now.
learn that now, or did you already know that?
They don't do that.
Oh, so you just learned that now because you still think they don't do that. Look, you're giving a thought experiment based off something you just learned. So I would suggest you look into it a little bit and then argue it, because if you're arguing something you just learned about, it's not really much of an argument.
All right, we'll get back to you.
All right. I'm back. You were telling me about gyroscopes. Sorry. Yeah.
He's looking up some things right now.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I just had to go grab this Chinese food, right? And like, this was the thing. Like, if you wanted to go to China, you wouldn't just like dig a hole in the ground. You would just go like east or west, and you can get to China, no problem.
Yeah.
bitches.
Dude, you gotta hurry up and tell me why gyroscopes don't work before I eat this Chinese food. I'm about to eat this egg roll, and I need you to tell me why gyroscopes are useless. They're just decorations on airplanes. I need you to tell me why.
Don't gyroscopes just make sure that you not like have the plane straight?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in all axis, right? It's like you just spin it, right? But if you're nosing down, doing a nose dive, right? It's going to read that you're you're not holding, and if you're if you're going straight up in the air, it's going to tell you that. If you're going left, it's going to tell you. Right, it's going to tell you.
Yeah, what was the claim about the gyroscope?
I don't know. He said it proves a globe. I don't know, or it doesn't work, or it's a decoration. He didn't really get there. He wanted to talk about hockey. Like when you're ascending in an airplane, right? Like your gyroscope's going to tell you you're ascending, right? Like, and then when you level off, like you check your gyroscope, you level off. But I don't know. He thinks it's police.
Yeah, right before you left, I told him that he just learned about the plane, the plane staying level on without having to dip forward. And I said, since he just learned about that, he should maybe look into some of the stuff he's about to say before he says it, because now he's just arguing about something that he doesn't really know about.
Oh, that's what's up. Nice. Yeah. Yeah,
So
most of
that's
the
what
stuff
he's
you just
doing.
want to go. Yeah, most
You know,
of the
like,
stuff you just want to figure out
get,
yourself. Yeah. No, you're right.
yeah, just research it a little bit.
How often would a plane have to correct on the globe?
I forget the exact amount of curvature you have to account for, but it is an absurd
About 1 degree
number.
over 10 minutes? Something about that much?
I don't remember, honestly.
The
Does anyone
About
have it
1
off the top of
degree
their
per
head?
10 minutes?
the curvature is approximately 6 feet for every 3 miles.
So
Oh,
about
nice.
1 degree per 10 minutes they got to point the plane down at?
I'm
Doesn't
not.
seem too major at all in the slightest.
Well, that's not
Yeah,
even.
I guess if you're flying a 6 mile an hour airplane, I don't know, like going 500 miles an hour, pretty quick,
Yeah,
you'd be out of space.
that's about 1 degree per 10 minutes.
You don't even have to do that though.
Dude, but if you're getting on an airplane for 10 minutes, why not just drive a car? Like, who buys a ticket? Like, this guy says a ticket tells you something. Who buys an airplane ticket for a 10-minute ride? Like, what are you talking about?
I think you're just completely glossing over the point, so I'll rephrase it in a way you might understand. Over the course of 10 minutes,
Yeah.
the plane would only have to correct 1 degree in flight.
But it never corrects any degrees. It goes completely straight the whole entire time.
And how do you know
It
goes
doesn't.
completely
It doesn't
straight?
have to because it maintains altitude. What's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. It maintains altitude the whole time.
What is altitude?
How high it is.
And what is
Compared to
altitude on a
res-
sphere?
Exactly.
What'd you say?
So what is altitude on a
Okay,
sphere?
you know the person would have to be dipping the plane, right? They're not
No,
dipping the plane at 1 degree. They're
they don't
not.
have to.
Are you saying, okay, so what are you saying? That gravity pulls in the plane?
Well, gravity's always pulling down on the plane.
Why is
Gravity
it pulling
pushes
the
fucking pulls,
look?
weirdo.
The plane is going perfectly straight.
The very
You're
second the
saying that
plane starts to go too high, it is out of equilibrium and will auto-correct itself.
what proof do you have of this?
What proof do I
Magic
have of
gravity.
this?
Yeah, what proof do you have of this? It sounds like an excuse.
His
Planes
proof
will
is that the Earth is
naturally
a globe,
auto-correct
therefore
themselves
it
based
must
off of their
naturally,
change
yeah.
in altitude.
Yeah, if
That's
the
why
Earth's
they
a
have
globe,
the
it must
that's why they have the
automatically
thrust
magically do it.
vector.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you just
You're
stop
making
chewing in the background,
you're
Tanks?
making a circular argument.
On a flat plane, even a plane that starts to dip itself up and can't maintain it will just go right back down to its sustainable altitude.
Of course.
So what's the confusion?
The confusion is that you don't have to you don't ever correct the plane,
Why
and
would
you're
I
going
have to?
completely straight. Okay, look, you're
You don't have to because you're
you're
not
you,
flying over a globe. It's awesome. It's sweet.
On a
It's
globe,
easy.
why
That's
would
why
I
you do
have
it.
to?
Yeah. You don't
You know,
have
there's a
to
certain
because
amount
otherwise,
of
well,
force that
you're
even
the
if
same argument.
gravity was the way you're saying it was, there's a certain amount of force that would ignore that
The
pull,
problem is
and a
that that
plane goes
force is
extremely
way.
fast.
The
That
problem
plane's going
is,
extremely
yeah, the problem
what?
is that a plane doesn't break the barrier of the amount of force to leave the atmosphere.
Yeah. He doesn't have escape velocity, so I'm not really understanding what
I'm
you
not.
think would
A
happen.
plane's not even as close enough to breaking the atmosphere, to going
Yeah.
through the atmosphere. It's not even close. So that's not a good comparison.
I don't know why you used it.
Because I'm trying to say the plane is not going. The plane has too much force to even be affected by that amount of gravity. It has to be turning. It has to be going dipping forward the whole entire time. That's not possible.
I'm sorry, can I get, just to make sure we aren't talking past one another, what is gravity? How do you understand gravity to be?
I'd recommend disengaging with idiots.
Yeah,
I would recommend it.
Yeah,
Like a
like
dude who
you're
talks to you
using.
like
No,
the
I'm
entire
just
time.
curious, like, what
Talk
is
to
your
you like,
understanding of how gravity works
yeah, but like I
according
would
to
completely ignore
people
him.
who use it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
No, what
you're
about
playing
you?
with
What type
gravity.
of, do you
Gravity's your
follow
friend,
the
bud.
Newtonian gravity or the Einsteinian gravity?
Oh, there you go.
So the difference between Newtonian and Einstein special or general relativity, right, is in the way that they affect certain bodies in their mass, right? So Newtonian mechanics don't, how do I say this? Newtonian mechanics aren't necessarily replaced entirely by Einstein's special or general relativity, right? They work on the scales within the atmosphere, right? But the reason why we had to come up with special or general relativity is because we were making observations from way, way, way bigger scales than we had an explanation for using Newtonian mechanics. So we need to be able to explain why we were seeing what we were seeing. And Einstein came up with special relativity to be able to explain these mechanics. And general relativity is just an extension of that.
That's why Einstein
airplanes don't have
uses
to account for
Newton's
Coriolis or
constant.
for gravity or for anything else. They just fly like it's flat, stationary. It's awesome.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm sorry, that is why.
And not gravity.
I'm sorry, that's why Einstein actually used Newton's constants in his field equations.
Yep. It's because
To
he's
fly an
not
airplane? Holy shit.
on anything.
What is it? Isn't one a force and one's an effect of a force? I mean, the gravity well, that's just an effect of the space-time dip.
Yep.
Right? And it doesn't know. So in Newtonian, don't they actually say a physical mass will pull another mass?
Yeah.
Using Cavendish's experiment. Well, then how is it? How do they have two different force? One's not even a force, and one is a force.
So Einstein, or my bad. Newton was wrong in saying in his explanation of what a force or what gravity is, right? He didn't understand what gravity was, and he thought it was this like mysterious force that was somehow affecting two objects of masses, and he didn't know exactly why, but he did have the calculation for the constant rate of gravity, right?
How do you know he got it right?
Said you could.
Like all this is
So-
speculation.
No, it's not
There's no
speculation.
proof for what you're saying. What's
No.
the proof for what you're saying?
So the proof,
How they prove it?
yeah, so the proof of general relativity as opposed to Newtonian mechanics, right, was Einstein being able to predict, I forget the, what is it called? The closest planet to the sun, I forget what it's called. Oh my
Mercury.
God. Mercury, yeah.
1919.
Yeah, so he was able to predict Mercury's, oh God, I forget the word for this too. Mercury
retrograde a little bit.
Not retrograde.
Mercury was moving a little bit slower than what they thought it should, if I remember correctly.
Well, no, it
Dude,
wasn't
stop
moving.
talking such like
No,
a like
no.
a weird
It
voice.
was moving too slow for what the math would have worked out.
I don't think it was moving too slow. I think
It moves too fast for Newtonian.
That's right. That's right.
No, it was moving, and so it had a weird precession, and they couldn't using Newtonian mechanics. You can't explain why Mercury has the precession it does, but using general relativity, using Einstein's equations, you can explain why Mercury has its precession. It calculates that, and you can predict where Mercury will be in its precession.
You know that all the planets follow a specific pattern every year. You could just look at the patterns that they do every year.
Yeah,
You
Newtonian
don't
mechanics
need.
couldn't explain why Mercury had its precession, though.
You can add any sort of equation to anything you want and then say, ooh, I'm able to perfectly predict it. Because you already are able to perfectly predict it. You making up an equation doesn't make that equation true.
It's not about making up an equation. It's about
look,
using an
that's kind of misunderstood, right? And look, if you take two theories and you put them up against each other, and one is unable to predict where planet X should be in Y position at a certain time, and the other one can, it's not that necessarily you've demonstrated that relativity is true, but you have falsified one of them. Right?
Yeah,
And because
general
science is
relativity.
synthetic, and you're trying to get synthetic truths, you've got closer to the truth. Not necessarily prove relativity, but you've supported it, right?
Mhm.
The very distinct sort of concepts, right?
Yeah, my bad. I may have misspoke. General relativity just basically is more explainable. It's has more explanatory power for the phenomena that we see in the universe rather than Newtonian mechanics.
So it seems the short answer to the long answer that you gave to the question was you're hyping space-time.
Come on, bro. Did you hear that from what he said?
Well, he was asked which one was he speaking of, mass attracting mass or space-time. The next 15 minutes occurred. Here we are now. I said it sounds like the short answer to the question is he's hyping space-time.
They don't have to be one or you don't have to have one or the other, right? You can use Newtonian physics.
Oh, thank you, Britt Nat. You're gonna start telling this guy didn't even know this guy didn't even know this guy misspoke, and now you're going to
did say that.
Talk for him.
He did say
if
that
Mercury's precession was off, you have to change your entire model. They rewrote a 350-year-old model.
No, you don't have to rewrite
had
the entire model if it's still explanatory for some phenomena.
They're
You just
still
have to.
rewriting it. They're adding dark matter and black holes to explain the holes in
Yeah, as we
relativity.
see more phenomena, we're going to continually
You
to
don't
change our
you don't
models
see
to
new
account for that.
phenomenon. You add it in to explain the phenomenon you can't explain with the current theory you have. You can't prove dark matter either. It's just something added into it to make it make sense.
We could see the. Do you? I'm sorry. Let me ask.
No.
Let me ask a question. Right. Let's say, right, that we have something that happened, right, like a murder or something else, right? Now, you can't say that you've seen the murder itself happen. Like, let's say you're a witness called to a stand at something like that, but you may be a witness to other things, the effects of a murder, right? So like the body, the stabbings, the blood, all these other things, right? And using these pieces of evidence, you could create a model.
The globe. You don't have any of that for the globe. No evidence for the globe.
I'm not talking about
Exactly. You don't have any of that for dark matter. You have to. The thing is, dark matter is necessary in order to make the theory of relativity still make sense. You guys have to invent it.
So I'm still explaining the.
Yeah, your wishful thinking wouldn't fly in
Explain your
court.
scenario. Explain your scenario.
Yeah, so just because you don't see the necessary event, right, or just because you don't see like the cause of all these things, does not mean that you can't see the effect, right?
But that's why we know it's there, because it's not there. All right, guys.
No, we know it's there because it has an effect on objects
The
around
effect
it,
isn't
like it
in
bends
contention,
light.
though. No flat earther is contending with the effect, though. They're contending with your cause claim. So that literally is the contention. That's the thing
Well,
that you
all
would
black
need to argue.
all black matter describes is just the unseeable cause of these phenomena. That's all black matter describes.
But it's necessary. The thing that's wrong with it is that you need it in order to make the theory of relativity make sense. You need it. So, and it's something that you can't prove. And if it doesn't exist, it makes the whole entire theory fall apart. So it's basically saving a theory that you can't prove with something else you can't prove.
I don't know if it's
Maybe the bending and warping of space-time is just a bad idea that doesn't work, and that's why I need to prop it up with a bunch of mathematical filler. Maybe you just need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a new cosmological model. Who knows?
So I think
That's exactly what they did with Newtonian gravity. It didn't make sense anymore, so they created a new one.
yeah,
to keep rewriting equations.
it's how do I say this? It's not like any of these scientists, right? Were saying that this model fits perfectly. They knew the problems with Newtonian mechanics and the precession of Mercury, right? That was an unexplained phenomenon that we witnessed, and we go, okay, well, how can this? How can we? What about Newtonian mechanics is making this happen, right? And then Einstein comes along, and he has different theories, and he goes, wait a minute, my theory is a way better explanation for what we're seeing with the precession of Mercury, more than Newtonian mechanics. Now, that doesn't mean that the whole theory of Newtonian mechanics is falsified. It just means that general relativity has better explanatory power for things like the precession of Mercury and some other cosmological things that we see, like gravity.
From a force to a non-force.
Yeah,
you know what's
but
better
it
than that?
wasn't.
Saying I don't know and I can't prove it.
I mean, but the thing is that we have.
No, you don't
to
have
make
to
it.
know. If you don't know, just say I don't know and don't buy into these theories that can never be proven.
The problem is that do you think that math is reflective of objective truths?
This is fallacy claim stacking. He doesn't have
There's such thing as
he has no
theoretical
proof.
Who's the
He has no
genius?
proof for the first claim, so he has to make other claims for proof of the other claim, even though he doesn't have proof for any of those claims. It's just adding claims on top of each other.
I just
Fallacies
don't
on top
know.
of each other.
I just don't know what we're counting as proof. Like the models themselves aren't proof that
You
this
need the
is.
objective reality first, right? You need the
So,
objective reality
well, this
first
is why
to
I'm
base
asking
the
about
math.
math.
No, listen. To base the math upon. You can't just say, well, I think there's something there. I'm going to make this math up about it. Oh, the math proves that it exists when you don't know that it actually exists.
So all the math is doing, right, is it's going, here's an observation we have about the universe, right? Can I make any equation equal this observation? That's all the math is doing in physics.
The fact is, yes, you can, because mathematics is a linguistical construct. You can bend to your imagination.
Okay, so mathematics has no objective truth value to it whatsoever.
It
Not mathematics.
It depends on the value you constructed with, and it is based on and agreed on the people who see this and observe the same phenomena. Otherwise, it's all a construct, and you can't prove this.
I just don't know what would constitute as proof then.
1 + 1 = 2. You can prove that. All the math behind these theories, you cannot prove. That's it. You can't prove that. You have to add things to make it.
You're not seeking absolute. You're not seeking. Physics is not seeking absolute proof for their models. They're just trying to explain phenomena.
That's exactly the problem. They say
No.
that the explanation for a plane moving forward is gravity, and then their explanation for gravity is something that's just speculation. You can't prove it, and then they put everything on this theory, and it doesn't make any sense. You have to look at things in reality instead of coming up with all these theories.
I think the problem is there's a misunderstanding with what physicists mean by like proof and what they're trying to do whenever they make mathematical models or explanatory models for these various phenomena.
I mean,
right?
usually we do see what they're trying to do, and this is mostly bullshitting us. And
It's not bullshitting. They're just trying to figure out explanations for why they see certain things within the universe.
Okay, then they are guided also for
WL.
Yeah, go ahead. What?
They're expressing their hopes and dreams. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that science, theology, and philosophy, right, are three disciplines that are that have the goal ultimately of trying to explain.
You can just say yes.
No, hold on.
Philosophy goes into nothing. Scientism goes
How
into
can
nothing.
science explain it? Science establishes cause and effect relationship. It's not doing an explanation. Science can't speak.
Science can propose theories for how various phenomena work.
No, science for itself cannot provide theories. It's not an individual living object, or
Yeah, well, I mean, you could say that about any philosophical or theological theory as well, right?
No, these are all
yes.
ideas we are upholding.
No, they're not though, because in order to even have a philosophical theory about anything, you first have to be alive to acknowledge what you're trying to explain, right? And then you you have to use deduction or you have to use some logical system to arrive at a possible explanation for it, right? So
Read the quote that I posted of what Nikola Tesla said, and this is the whole problem with modern physics. This is the whole problem. He knew it.
Today, scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation, and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, Einstein was his very colleague, and he said to him that he's puffed up with imagination that is above his way of thinking. That
Yeah, there were many people who
were
Wait. This is before Einstein calculated Mercury's precession, though. Like
Yeah,
many
no,
people.
but before that, people were already having problems with this.
Yeah, so this criticism is addressing only theoretical mathematical explanations for things.
That's exactly what the theory of relativity is.
That's not what the theory of relativity is, because we've proven it by having some explanatory power with Mercury's precession.
Explanatory power.
The planets are already going on a pattern. They go in a perfect pattern every year. You could see what's going to happen, then make some stupid equation to follow that.
Well, there's
The
another
maths
example
doesn't
we could bring
explain, it
up.
describes. Sorry, you've said this about 10 times now. It's starting to piss me off. You're
Well,
using the
exactly.
wrong words. So when we got mathematics, it doesn't explain it or describe.
So when we
So
take a look
well
at
done.
it,
Why are you talking?
because you stopped talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you was your Cuban. I do apologise.
Seems like the heliocentric model just adds more math to fit each phenomena they find. I mean, okay, this new phenomena changed our way of thinking how the formula works. We got to find a new math to make it work.
No, it's so mathematics is used to support an idea, but it's not proof in and of itself. Like there's mathematical proofs that could prove the opposite, right? But generally, it's just meant to say, okay, this can be conceptualized in mathematics. But the main thing is that where is the evidence, right, for why you believe in Einsteinian relativity?
who the
right?
fuck
Well,
is that guy?
It's in the predictions, and if your theory can show you things about the world, like has predictive power, that is a kind of support, a kind of evidence, right? It's not proof.
Why is everyone fucking
obviously,
muted?
because you'd be playing with the word proof there,
What?
right?
Who just fucking said that? Can we boot that guy?
You can already predict the planets before this equation. They follow a pattern.
So this is why you don't look at
That's
the planets.
we
You take a
all were
look
saying
at
that. No one was
the
against you.
gravitational
Fuck.
lensing, which is what they did
Did he
with
leave?
Einstein's equation
He left.
to predict where a
Hold on
star.
a minute. What are your thoughts on Trump? Does he believe in flat Earth?
How's that relevant?
Does he? It's relevant because we're in a fucking flat Earth thing. What the fuck?
I love Trump. Why are you just like
It doesn't
interrupting
matter
this
if Trump
conversation
believes
to
it or
talk about
not.
Trump? What the hell?
I'm asking.
Well, be quiet.
asking. How shall we know? He never disclosed it to us. Neither did Elon Musk.
He won't be
Elon Musk
asking
himself
anymore. Who
also
cares? Let's move
different
back
things
to the
that is
gravity idea.
contrary to what he stands for.
Yeah. So Bobby, well, do apologise,
Yeah.
buddy. A couple of people are jumping in. What
Yeah,
we're
you're
trying
right.
to get across, what we're trying to get across to you, mate, is say with regards to the path of Mercury, it not doing what they thought it did. They came along with some maths which better described its motion.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's all they did. Oh, now we've got some maths
Well,
that fits the observation we've already made.
Well, it's not just the mathematics that went to support it, but it's also the theory behind it, and it's also
What
like
is
for
the theory
instance.
behind it?
So what I mean by that, right, is saying that, whenever we had Newtonian mechanics and just Newtonian mechanics, right, we were using it to explain various phenomena that we saw on Earth. But then we started looking outside and we started looking at celestial bodies and stuff like that and those interactions. And the math didn't work out. Like the explanation, or how do I say it? The theory itself could not account for Mercury's recession over time, right? And so because of that, Einstein, and they were looking for it within Newtonian mechanics. That's the problem too, is that whenever they have a popular theory, they're going to try and explain it within that theory and see if it fits into it at all. But Einstein came up with special and general relativity, and Einstein said, "Oh, Wait a minute. My theory of how these objects work is able to actually explain what we're seeing with Mercury's pattern, right? And so before that happened, though, whenever Einstein first proposed his theory, there were many people who rejected it. Many people who thought it was absolute bullcrap, that Newtonian physics would be able to explain everything we needed about the physics of the universe, and that Einstein was just like clout chasing, essentially, right? But then he proved it, right? Or he supported his theory by using the evidence of being able to calculate, which had not been done before, why
Yeah, he didn't
Mercury.
prove anything. You just said it yourself. He just used an equation to prove his point. So people were still in make-believe in order to have an actual thing that he could replicate in order for them to see.
I think the problem, and maybe where we're talking past each other, is we might have two different standards of like epistemology and how we come to knowledge, right? That may be where people who subscribe
I mean,
to
you
this,
are a man,
yeah,
I'm a man. We come to logical conclusions usually in the same way, and so does anyone else.
yeah,
Even
but you're
women.
Yeah, but your experiences in your life are going to probably affect the way that you look at some epistemological claims, right? So, like for instance, if one example I can think of is if you're sick and you go to a doctor and the doctor isn't able to help you or some other thing, you might walk away from that event if you survive, depending on how sick you are. You might walk away from that event thinking that modern medicine is just all bunk. It's
This
all
guy is off the chain. Hey, W.L. Sonder, didn't you? Wasn't this handled in the earlier conversation? And you're going back. You're respawning into your own, your old shtick. You said, "Well, there's a lot for me to think about here," and I
Yeah.
guess, but now you're back. What, an hour and 45 minutes with the same script? Okay.
Well, it's not a script. It's just like basically
Okay, shtick.
I'm trying to have a conversation about like where the epistemology of me and some of you guys differs, right? I'm trying to figure that out first before
Yeah, I
I
get
even
it. I
yeah,
get it.
because like
You're in
if
La La Land.
because if I go out and I use my epistemology to study physics or whatever, and then I come back to you and I provide what I consider to be evidence or consider to be explanatory power, and you're not subscribing to that on an epistemological level, that's going to do nothing in convincing you all that why this model is more true than a different one, right? So I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Hey, WL, do you think that we had lived under a rock and we weren't exposed to this whole story, and just like you, hook, line, and sinker bought it? Do you not think that we have not graduated from that? I mean, we were under the impression that we were on a water ball.
Okay. Yeah,
do you think we then avoided that indoctrination?
I'm just trying to figure out where
you're kind of saying, I'm wondering when it is you guys are going to see the light.
No,
Dude,
not necessarily.
we were blind. Listen, we were blinded by the light of the solar system mythos that's crammed down everyone's pie hole.
This is
day
what I
and
mean.
night.
This is what
Will
I
it
kind
ever
of mean.
stop? I don't know. Turn off the lights.
This is what I kind of mean by
And I
saying.
glow. But you'll be fine.
This is what I kind of mean by saying
There's
that
no
we have.
need in respawning.
Oh, I'm still going.
This is what I kind of mean by saying that we have differences in our understandings of epistemology, and why I'm trying to understand where it is like these differences are created. So I guess a question would be, what
levels.
I guess a question would be like, where is it that you felt that the round Earth model was wrong, and why? Like, what motivated that?
Well, there's a few things. One,
Okay.
the round Earth model makes a prediction about how far we should be able to see, or where the surface of the Earth should curve. So that's where primarily everybody started trying to figure out or measure surface curvature, or see if the model actually comported with long distance observations. So we started with the surface of the Earth, And when we figured out that the surface of the Earth wasn't curving, it didn't take too long to figure out if the surface isn't curving, it can't be a ball.
Well,
and then step by sorry, my friend, do apologize. Carry on.
I'm trying to figure out like, I think we hit on a really good point here, right? I'm trying to figure out what were the conditions, right, that led to the idea that the Earth isn't curving. Like, what are the reasons
conditions
behind
are
it?
clear. It's betrayal in some way or form.
Yeah,
You're
in
dragging
reference.
around with this. Yeah, you're trying to change your life. You try to see the truth, whatever it is you're being guided on, and that leads you to whatever you are focusing on right now. And for our specific reason, at some point in time, 10 or 15 years ago, we had our struggle in actually believing what we are seeing. If we go with the seeing road, and then we started there. We didn't go into the flat earth directly. We're just observing around us everything that came to our mind and questioning it in the first place. At least for me, I questioned it in the first place before I came here at all. I didn't know even these channels existed. So I had already years of constructing and actually thinking about how really everything works before I came here and actually heard some different explanations how actually things work. So it's
Is
not like
the
we spawned into,
No, I don't think you spawned into existence out of nowhere, and I don't think that you're not using some sort of logic to arrive at the conclusion. I'm just trying to figure out what are the propositions that lead to the conclusion that the Earth is flat as opposed to round. That's ultimately what I'm getting at, and it seems like one of the biggest things, right, is the observation around, like, I think one of the most famous examples that flat earthers tend to bring up is the boat at sea explanation, or how we don't see a curve within the horizon, right?
not actually.
Well,
At the moment, the horizon and laser experiments more likely ground pounding.
They're what? I'm so sorry.
I said the horizon observation and laser experiments that bring the results are more ground pounding than any explanation, from my point.
So I think I'm not hearing you correct. Are you saying that those are like the most confident reasons for?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I suppose the question that I would have in that, right, is are there variables, right, that we're not taking into account whenever we do observe these things?
No, like for example, if you're 6 feet tall, the curvature should be 3.28 miles away. And so many cases, people set up a camera 6 feet, and you could see 3 times farther than that. And then they say it's refraction, but the refraction index doesn't make any sense. There shouldn't be any refraction there. Actually, times we could see that far are usually the times when, according to the refraction index, there should be very little to no refraction because the weather is so clear.
Okay.
So the explanations that the globe Earth gives with like refraction don't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, WL, let me just ask you, instead of you're nitpicking here,
I don't think I'm
where,
nitpicking.
okay, well, I'll let you nitpick what you're wrapped up in.
Okay.
Outside of TV, textbooks, and the movies, where have you ever seen the globe?
Outside of any
Outside of TV,
okay,
textbooks, or the movies, where have you seen this globe?
Well, I haven't witnessed it personally by being up super high.
So isn't that kind of odd?
Not necessarily if the other variables are accounted for.
So why are you not feeling the G-force if we're spinning
Well,
at 666 miles per hour?
before we go off onto
Yeah.
Earth curve, because this is primary to flat Earth. When we say, for example, use laser tests, we're very careful to use different coloured lasers at opposite end of the spectrum, infrared laser aiming devices, because obviously we understand that the atmosphere is going to maybe do something to the path of the light. So when we've got a target, say, that's 25 miles away from the laser in question, and we shoot as many coloured bits of light as we can, we don't measure the amount of refraction that would be necessary to bend that light around 25 miles of Earth curvature. There have been multiple tests with different coloured lasers to show that the refraction value that would be necessary it's just not in the atmosphere. Yeah, you might deviate it off its target by a few inches, maybe a foot, if you're lucky. But because we're using different coloured lasers within the same tests, we're still hitting a target that should be hitting beneath Earth curvature. So, like Teal was just saying, the refraction just isn't going to help.
Do the scientists who use refraction as an explanation for why you could see further along the Earth's curvature, but see it in a more flat angle, right? Whenever they say these things or use these as explanations for the visual phenomena that we see, right? Are they accounting for very specific weather conditions, or do they say that this will be universal no matter what the weather conditions are?
It's not a huge amount of difference when we were talking about the refraction index. Yes, there will be a variability depending on depending on the heat and the moisture content, and obviously the distance. More distance, you're going to be traveling through more atmosphere. But when we say scientists, it's not scientists that are saying this. It's primarily people called anti-flat earthers. People who come in here and have debates with us and say, yeah, the light is just bending around bloody corners. When we look at the description of refraction, for example, we understand that within Snell's law, that's primarily two mediums. There is there's a very huge distinction between going through air and water, or water and glass, or glass and the atmosphere, than there is just with going through different temperature and moisture gradients within the atmosphere. You'll get a distortion at best, but you won't change the path of that light around a corner. You won't project the backside of a hill upwards to present itself to be level and flat just because there's a moisture content within the air. It's never been demonstrated to be true. So the scientists, there's no scientists that talk about this, mate. We don't get to speak to them, or if we do, which we have done before, we're ones that are educating them. It's people primarily in this quote unquote arena that come in here and have some kind of, I don't know, foot in the game, will want to die on this hill and just claim refraction because the Earth must be a ball. But when we look into it, and we have done for like 10 years or so now, yeah, refraction isn't going to cut it, mate.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing, right, is that people who are claiming that refraction is the thing causing this visual phenomena, right, are wrong. And even people who study refraction and the effect on the horizon will say that these people are wrong, that they're making far grander predictions based on the variables that they have whenever they study these things, correct? Like, the scientists don't agree with these people. This is mostly an anti-flat Earth talking point that seems to be not supported. Okay.
From that standpoint, and we'll put it like this. Doesn't matter what color lasers we use, either end of the spectrum, infrared as close to red as possible, up the other end to blue, anywhere in the middle. The light isn't, the wavelength of those different colored lights isn't being distorted or refracted to the amount that's needed. And it's not just lasers, it's signal propagation, radio, radar, Wi-Fi, those types of things. When propagating these signals across the surface of the Earth, we know that they would be interrupted by Earth curvature because of physical matter and so on. But these technologies exist that far exceed the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. One
and
question.
This would also negate the reason why I lost my thought. I don't know. No, go ahead. I'll come back later.
Okay. I suppose one question I would have concerning this, right, is because it doesn't seem like it's just anti-flat earthers that believe that the Earth is round. It seems like, if you look in scientific textbooks and stuff like that, they claim a globe Earth. So it seems like there are some scientists some scientists who do affirm this idea, right? And in that case, right, I would be asking, what are the people who study these phenomena, like what's their explanation for why we see what we see? Because I imagine if you're a scientist that studies refraction, right, and you know that the refraction that we see in, whenever we look at the horizon isn't what it should be on a round Earth. I imagine that these scientists would be at any other scientists who claim to flat Earth's throats, right? They would be like, "This is completely wrong, and here's the evidence against it." Correct?
It's a post hoc rationalization. They know it's a globe already. They know that the geometry should look like this. It doesn't look like this. So light must have done something weird to look like it did instead.
Yeah, they will agree no matter what with it.
Well, I don't
There
think
are
that.
many things that scientists admit are really weird on a globe. Like there's this thing called the impossible eclipse, and they can't explain it. They use refraction to explain it, but even that is there's a reason why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it cannot happen on a globe Earth. So there are things that they just stretch refraction or other explanations to make it make sense, but they can't even explain it.
Are those scientists who claim that, or well, firstly, are they scientists and not just anti-flat earthers who are trying to make a
No,
point?
You're
no, it's
talking
just
about like the globe claim of terrestrial refraction. I mean, that's, like I said, that's just post hoc begging the question of the radius, not seeing the geometry that should go with that. And then you have a story about how light must be behaving, because it's a globe to begin with. So if it doesn't look like that, it must be that light took some kind of weird path through the atmosphere to make it look like it did instead.
Well, I think a problem with just stating that as a story and not providing any evidence is that other scientists would call you out for it, correct?
Well, I mean, they generally tend to think that they live on a globe too, because most people do. I'm just saying that the whole claim is based on the presupposition of it being a globe in the first place, right?
But
People
isn't
don't think about things a lot until they start questioning. Like I didn't before I believed in flat Earth. I knew about Polaris, this star that stays in one spot in the sky and all the other stars go around it and never moves. And I knew about it, but I never thought about it. Never, ever, ever thought about why that is. I just accepted it and I moved on. But then once I found out that the Earth is flat, it made total sense to me. And I was like, why did I ever not look into that before?
Yeah,
That's what it is sometimes.
the
Sometimes you just
reason,
accept it and you move on.
yeah, the reason she came to that conclusion is the galaxy has to spin with the whole construct that they made around what we observe outside in space, you know? And if Polaris is in one place, then why is it they add a certain tilt to it in order to make explanations for our seasons and such? This doesn't make sense.
I'm not entirely sure what claim we're on currently. I was just asking about refraction. I feel like we moved off of that, right?
Ever so slightly. Let me just say this, and,
Okay.
and I'll make myself a cup of coffee, and then I'll come back. There's no real quote unquote scientist that's going outside making long distance observations to prove the Earth is a ball, because in their mind they're building on the shoulders of giants. The Earth is obviously a ball. They've been to the moon. NASA exists. Neil deGrasse Tyson looks through a telescope up into the sky. No one's going outside to prove the Earth is a ball because it's already a foregone conclusion. So these long distance observations, unless they're doing it for a hobby, or unless somebody's looking in a laboratory, bending light through sugar water to see what lasers do, no one's actually going out there. The only people that really do this are military. They're the only people that want to see as far as they can see. They're the ones that use laser aiming devices. They're the ones that use infrared cameras. They're the ones that use radar. So it's not scientists who are going out every single day into the field. That would be the Navy, the militaries of the world. And when we look into the technology that the military use, that technology supersedes Earth curvature by magnitudes of 50, 60, 70, 100 miles, if not more.
So I think I kind of have an issue. And it's not a big issue, but and maybe you could correct me on this if I'm wrong about it, right? But I don't know what methods are the military using, right, to calculate these distances if they're not using the methods provided by science? Like, are they hiring scientists to do this who have expertise in it, or do they have their own internal people who don't claim to be scientists or follow any sort of scientific tradition?
They used mathematics and their formulas one by one,
hear
and
you.
they don't stray away from those calculations and observations
So
they're making.
Also, too, I've seen in the past a report, and this is one that is heavily used when talking against flat earthers, so there may be some problem with this one, but I'm pretty sure in declassified military weapon specs, right, for long distance weaponry, they actually have to account for the curvature of the earth within these weapons, do they not?
No,
which
it's
one?
Actually, it's
Sorry, which one specifically? Are we talking about radar, or are we
It's
talking
probably the
about
one from the it's probably one that you're familiar with. It's like the one from the 50s or 60s or whatever. It's like an unclassified report. But I would be
no.
curious to see.
We're
I would
talking
be,
about modern
yeah.
day technology. So specifically, we're talking about radar, infrared laser targeting systems, and infrared camera systems. These three pieces of equipment on a curved surface wouldn't have the view or ability to target or be an early warning system for the things that they do. So we're talking about modern, up-to-date stuff when we're
Okay.
talking about what the military are using. And they're the same sort of things that, say, we've been using, so lasers, for example, because we understand it's probably the straightest level you're going to get, and you're going to be able to measure the refraction value along the way. But there are multiple pieces of technology that the military and especially the Navy use with requiring to, make sure that they're safe. So radar, early warning system, getting an eye on a target, that being infrared camera. These would be the things that are used on submarines as well when we talk about the infrared cameras on periscopes and stuff. Now, those things can see for miles and miles and miles. The maximum distance they actually get above the surface of the water is only about 16 foot when they're as close to the surface as possible anyway. So it's these pieces of technology. What are they basing all of this stuff on? Hey, look, we
Yeah,
understand. We understand it's a need to know basis, right? Top secret. You've already said it yourself. There's the Official Secrets Act, as we have it here in Great Britain. I'm sure that you have the equivalent in America, right? So you've got people just making gizmos, scientists doing the best that they can. The military want to understand the theatre of war as much as possible. So whatever they're using, it's not going to be your scientist down the local university who's looking for a telescope up into the sky. They're different fields of inquiry.
Yeah, obviously. But if it's the case that the Earth is curved, right, or flat, that's going to be reflected in the methodologies that they use to be able to calculate how much of an arc they need to land a projectile at a certain distance, or how far a radar is going to be able to go and stuff like that. And one question that I have is, in these systems, it seems like we're under the impression that they don't use calculations of the Earth's curvature whenever they're designing these weapons. And I guess a question I would have about that is, do we have any proof for that? Do we have any of these people who work on these military systems saying, no, we don't calculate the Earth's curvature? Or do we have
the proof is how far you could see it.
Yeah, or also too, I'm so sorry, Jedi. Do we also have anybody who can't provide an explanation for why we're seeing the effects we are with these weapons, or why these weapons are able to do the things they do without calculating for the Earth's curvature?
Well, usually we have let me go this over the weapon systems.
Well, I mean,
drop.
Jedi's been trying to respond to him for like 2 minutes, man. Just give the guy a break.
Okay, yeah, well, let's go.
It's fine, guys. No worries. I'm trying to make coffee anyway, so I did say I was going to go. There are Coriolis calculations in some manuals, correct?
I'm unfamiliar.
So you understand that within some munitions and some ballistics, there's a Coriolis a calculation that you would have to take if the Earth was moving underneath objects. There are people within the server that are ex-military who will just blatantly turn around to you and say, these things are just in the field manuals. They're not in the practical use manuals. They're just in the quote-unquote, just put it in the manual because, the Earth's a ball and we're spinning and so on. So if it was, then we would have to take this calculation. But ultimately, in theatre of war, no, not at all. You'll find them in field manuals, but in practical everyday use, no, they don't take account for them. If we're talking about curvature, then you might find them in some munitions manuals as well. But when we're talking about practical line of sight targeting that have got values from boats at sea, and I'll give you that the insulation can be 40, 50, 60, 100 foot above the surface of the water. But we're talking about targets that can be 70, 80 to 100 miles away, 150 kilometres in some instances for a direct line of sight between laser and target, infrared laser and target, mind you. Then yeah, they might appear in the field manuals, but practical everyday use, no. And now the technology supersedes that earth curvature anyway. Direct line of sight technology is kind of the killer with this. Anyway, guys, sorry, I'll go have a coffee.
Yeah, Ripcord, did you want to get your reply in too? Or I mean, I don't know if we want to inundate this guy with answers.
It's just an addition to what Jedi already explained. Let's make an example. You have a ball in your hand, right? And you throw it with medium force.
Okay.
And you are going to try to hit something or make an imaginary barrier, you know? And you throw to that point. Then you have to use, if you go to a wider area, your range target is a little bit longer, you accommodate for your strengths you previously applied to make happen, and also the angle on your throw in order to make this projectile, your ball, hit the very target you want to hit, you know? And this is the same for the military. You have a limited stored amount of energy in those projectiles, and they are accommodating for the drop and fall in range for the target. So therefore, of course, you have to angle your weapon system higher usually, and this is not accommodating for or applying a curvature. You know, this is
Yeah, I just think that the problem with saying, like, of course they're gonna have to re-angle their weapon systems depending on how far the object is away, right? We know that things move in a how do you say, like a curve whenever you throw them, right? But if it was the case that the Earth was round, right, and that it has a drop off every couple or so miles, depending on your calculations and how you understand the equations, right? Then when the angle that you would have to adjust your weapon systems be impacted by the curvature, or whether or not.
Also, they
Yeah,
would
go on.
they would be, and also at a certain point you wouldn't be able to even see through them because there would be a hump of curvature in the way.
Yeah, but I don't. How do I say this? I'm talking about like long range military systems where you probably can't see the target anyhow, right? So like missile systems.
I mean, usually everything that is over 1,000 miles
Mhm.
has either pinpoint laser targeting applied to them, or they have personnel or how shall the software in those rockets or whatever weapon system that has long range systems is applying to the usage of the gasoline or the thing they use to burn to make those flights and projectiles hit their target, you know?
Yeah, but the amount of acceleration that you would need on a target would have to take into account the curvature of the Earth if you're doing a long range weapon
Not
system.
necessarily. If you use like rocket systems and such, they fly in a different in a specific kind of speed, and they are just following their path and then in a straight line and then go down. You know. It's just like applying a code to a software. Use X. Use this amount of gasoline and whatever, you know, and then
Yeah.
and then go down.
Yeah, right. But I suppose what I'm trying to illustrate, right, is even if I'm not even sure if the rocket is traveling in a straight line.
Of course, when it starts, it has to be. You
Yeah,
cannot
it
fly over
goes.
the flat surface directly. You cannot launch it over the ground. It would explode somewhere in a straight path on a building or something.
Right.
Or
So you
mountain.
acknowledge that there's at least like some sort of curve or it goes in some sort of arc to reach a target, right?
No, it has to reach the air first. I mean the space in heaven first, not the space beyond.
Yeah, it has to achieve a certain altitude.
Yeah,
and-
altitude.
Okay. Yeah. But what I'm asking, right, is that yeah, I know that it would have to achieve a certain altitude, but it doesn't seem like it ever goes fully horizontally. And if it does, then that's usually at the top point of the arc where it's traveling, right?
I mean,
Maybe
anything
it
going
depends
up
on
and
the
then
range.
going.
You know, if it's just 20 miles, of course it would be just an arc.
Yeah, okay, so it's going so it is there's some acknowledgement that but
They
maybe
have to go in an arc in order to, in any flat surface, something would have to go in an arc to reach another,
Yep.
Yeah,
the
a
other side.
guy who makes the throw from the outfield to the catcher. There's an arc.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
is
just the way it
that
works.
yeah, but what I'm saying too is that if the Earth was flat or if it's curved, that's going to impact the way that that arc is formed, right? It's going to impact the way that that arc has to be in order for the projectile to reach its target.
I think you are thinking about that the arc is the explanation for the surface of the Earth.
No, I'm not.
No.
No. I'm not saying that the arc is the explanation for the surface of the Earth. I'm just saying that the whoever is operating the weapon system, in order to make the correct arc, in order to land the projectile at the place where they want to, they have to, they would have to take into account whether or not the Earth is a flat surface or whether it's a round surface, right?
Well, yeah, it depends. If they don't want the whatever they're shooting to be seen from all the distances in between, it would have to be up way higher on a globe Earth than it would have to be on a flat Earth. So that kind of stuff would change. If that's what you're talking about, that kind of stuff would change.
Well, I just mean in terms of like distance, right? So like
Okay,
if
I mean, okay, let's take a weapon system that is relatively new and very spectacular. If you
Okay.
have a rail point system,
I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you repeat what weapon system we're talking about one more time?
Railgun. You know what a
Ray gun.
railgun is? Rail gun.
Oh, a railgun. Okay, yeah.
Yes, it's used to store energy and then release it in a split of a second, and the projectile is then flung into non-existent, basically. I mean, basically from this experimental point that they did. So the projectile reached, I guess, 9 Mach, and the projectile just came to a hold about over 500 miles. It then dropped, started to drop. So in order they had not, if you fling something, it goes straight line until it comes to so much friction and loses its velocity and then starts to drop. So where did they accommodate for the curvature there? This is my question. So they didn't. So what does this tell us for the military? Again, back to the military, it's like
So I'm just gonna repeat that back just to make sure I understand. So we're saying that the railgun, right, is a military technology, is a weapon, right, that uses like a linear path to reach its target and cause damage, correct? And it doesn't seem like it's doesn't seem like the trajectory of a railgun has to account for the curvature of the Earth. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's true because I'm not a
I have a question with your previous question about the curving and both would have to curve over both. Why were you asking that? Because both models would have to curve.
Yeah, both models would have to have
the
an arc,
what?
but the arc would be impacted by whether or not the surface you're aiming at is flat Or if you're starting from a flat surface, aiming at another flat surface, or if you're on a curved surface, aiming at a different curved surface, right?
A distance factor.
What are you trying to say with that?
I was just trying to ask if it's the case that the military or any of these other weapon systems account for that curvature or account for that arc.
Okay, with that, I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
if they have to do extra because if it were a globe,
Mhm.
if it were, they would have to go a little higher in order to stay hidden or whatever.
Sorry for that. Our usual interlopers are coming in and trying to stay up the conversation, which happens quite a bit.
Yeah, you're okay. But yeah, no. So basically, like, basically, the way I'm conceptualizing that is, it's not like a thing. How do I say it? It's not like a piece of evidence saying I know that they account for this, therefore the Earth is round.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know if
I
they.
don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know with that case.
Yeah, but I would be curious to see if there's any manuals or models, right?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there are things accounting for curvature where with that concern there usually are, but with practical use, with a lot of these things, those manuals go out the door. They don't need them.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear somebody who had military experience possibly talk about that. If we have any videos of that, that would be great, honestly.
Just looking
Yeah,
through.
usually things with that is.
Sorry, Till. Usually, AI Overlord, he's got military experience. The Battle Mod who comes in here, he's got military experience, and there is someone else that I can't remember, so I do apologise.
Yeah, you're good.
I do.
Yeah, it's 3 flat earthers that I know. That have
Yeah,
got-
and was it the case too that they had professional experience with these weapon systems?
with regards to long range shots with Coriolis calculations and munitions, where you'd have to take Earth into account. As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Okay. This is just a question, not saying that you aren't doing your due diligence and assessing these claims, but have they shown you proof that they did work on these weapon systems?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Quantum Eraser's the other one as well. Sorry, but yeah, without them flashing me their dog tags and stuff, you can just tell by the way that they talk they've been in the military, my friend. They
Well,
understand.
no, I'm not.
They understand the vernacular that only military personnel would use. They talk amongst themselves in this crazy language half the time, so they do know what they're talking about for sure.
I'm not questioning whether or not they were in the military. I'm questioning whether or not their military career had them have experience with these weapon systems, and how much of their experience with the weapon systems would have been manual or just typing in a value on a computer and then the machine does it all for you.
Yeah, no, that'd be hands on. But when you're around, I'll see if they're around as well. I'll try and remember the conversation and try and get you to speak to one of those as well.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be awesome.
There's plenty of audio. There's plenty of audio and video interviews with ex-military people like Mark Sargent and Nadell.
Oh, great point. Mark Sargent is excellent.
There's a few interviews of people from the Air Force and military. There's a documentary called, I think, what's it called? Over the Curve, I think it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's like a whole, I think, 2 hours or something of just like interviews, first-hand testimony from ex-military people and civilian like aircraft pilots and things like that.
Yeah. My thing that I'm worried about, right, is not necessarily whether or not the people were in the military, but whether or not they had experience with either programming, operating, or had experience like with the people who developed these systems or these calculations in these machines or in these weapons, and whether or not they had ever asked them, hey, do you account for the curvature of the Earth whenever you use this thing, or is the Earth flat, or anything like that, or like they told them that, or something else like that, Like that would be my main thing that I'm trying to figure out is
some of the testimony is that during their duty, right? They were taught what they had to do, and then like they just carried out their operations, and then after retiring or whatever, or during their employment or whatever, they'll have heard of flat Earth, and then gone, nothing I do within my field requires me to worry about any of the like rotation or curvature. So that's mainly the testimony that well, because most people are in the military aren't thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like that. So the testimony is post test. Like it's that they've
it's
thought
post
about it,
career.
and
Yeah.
So they've thought about it and gone, I was never taught any of that. I was not told I need to worry about this or that. Like I just did what I was told, punched in my numbers. I don't know that they were like, they may have been given numbers to punch into equipment and computer systems and things that they didn't really understand. That may be the case. I don't know, but yeah. But the interviews are out there if you want to watch them, and probably some people have posted some already in the side chat.
Gotcha. I know that one claim too that's usually talked about is in terms of snipers, right? And in terms of calculating, you supposedly, depending on how long of a range of a shot you're making, you have to take into the calculation the curvature of the Earth. Do we have more interviews of military snipers saying that this isn't true, or do we have interviews saying that it is true? I'm not sure if anybody can answer that question confidently, but
the only thing I usually hear with regards to snipers is Coriolis calculations, not necessarily curvature. They're usually only having shots within, I know, 1 mile, if that, when we're talking about snipers and so on. It's not a huge distance, but you'll find within some manuals there'll be a Coriolis calculation, which is neither here nor there within practical use, so I understand.
Yeah, okay. So it seems like snipers just have to keep in mind about the Coriolis more so than anything about like the curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, from what I understand, the only things they really have to deal with is the Magnus effect, which is the barrel twist within which makes the bullet deviate from one way to another. The ambient conditions of the day, wind speed. That's literally about it.
Okay. What is the I'm not super familiar with this. What is the Coriolis effect?
Right, so the Coriolis effect would be attributed to the Earth is rotating underneath objects. So the target wouldn't necessarily be directly in front of you. It would be swinging into view because of the spin of the Earth. It's what the Coriolis effect, when attributed to the Earth, is. So the Earth is spinning underneath the bullet.
Okay. So basically. Nice. So basically the Coriolis effect in terms of a sniper taking a shot, right, is just them having to account for the supposed curve of the Earth as the bullet is traveling to the target, correct?
Yeah, the spin of the Earth.
Okay. I suppose a follow-up question to that is, what is the flat Earth account of snipers having to account for this?
Again, this will be something that will be in the field manuals. It's not something that is practically used. If the Earth is spinning underneath bullets, then it would obviously be spinning under everything else. So there'd have to be a Coriolis calculation for airplanes, helicopters. We would see things in the sky deviate at 15 degrees an hour, something that we don't observe anyway. So the flat Earth argument to this is the Earth's not moving anyway.
Okay. I actually have a buddy of mine who I used to work with who was a squad leader in the military. Specifically, he was a sniper. And basically what you're saying is that if I were to text him and ask him, hey, did you ever have to account for the Coriolis effect when taking shots, he would answer, no, I never took that into account.
You should ask him.
He will probably
Yeah, you should definitely ask him.
Okay, awesome.
He might tell you that it might have been in some field manual somewhere, but
Mhm.
in practical use, nah, just wind speed and Magnus.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take that into account. Also, it's a little bit late right now. I feel like the two conversations we had today were pretty good. Probably better than some of the other conversations that you guys tend to have in the server with people who mock you and different things like that. I'm curious to figure out more about this. I'm curious to figure out if we can figure some things out in the future. Yeah, this was really productive. I especially thank you, Jedi. I think you were a very, very super good conversational partner along with Greg earlier. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Welcome back anytime.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys. Peace.
Good night.
Sure. See ya.
Rock on.
Probably should have mentioned too that some of the manual stuff, not just in military, but like in other operations and civilian operations, mention the rotation of Earth or curvature, but state that the effects are negligible, so you don't need to worry about
Yeah.
it, right?
Assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, even though it's curved.
He'll be back, guys. He's a good lad.
Yeah.
All right, who else have we got in the server then? Let's have a little run through. See, Rob Noxious has joined us. What's up, Rob? Hope you're doing well. Alex is on Devon. Alpha Veritas is in the house. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Andy, hold my beer. Bet Onyx, Britnat, Carr. We have Dustpan, Epsilon. Hello, Epsilon. Don't think we've spoken before. Hope you're doing well. Myself, Effie Jedi, Owlishness, Effie Rights Activist is in the house. Flat Level Water, Get Me Get, Heretic the Boss is in the house. That's why I'm looking busy. Wagner's around. We've got Julius J. We just Get Down has joined us. What's up, Just Get Down? I don't think we've spoken before. I see Mark's in the house. Matthew Learns. What's up, Matthew? We've got a few more people. I see Penelope's here. We have Resolve. We've got Ripcord. We've got Scott McKay. What's up, Scott? Stop the Cacophony. What's up, Lulu? Hope you're doing well. And we've got Subdued, T-Dubs, Teal, TOS, who's always recording, Timbo Slice, what's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. And Jimsy, Under Heaven Earther. Welcome, guys. If you just joined the server, you want to get involved in the conversation, we are the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. They've got a channel here on the politics. If you think the Flat Earth is ridiculous, or you can ask questions about why we say the Earth is flat and not going with the current mainstream rhetoric, then please ask your questions. If you want to defend your ball, though, then please defend your ball with providing some kind of evidence for, I don't know, Earth curvature, rotation, and the vacuum of space. Don't all jump in at once, of course.
No one's defending it.
Yeah, no one's defending it, Matthew.
Personally, I enjoy attacking flat Earth ideas more than defending the globe ideas.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
Which one do you want to attack today?
Yeah, I wanted to jump on Matthew. You posted earlier when I was talking about the railgun, and you posted the picture. And if you listen carefully, I was exactly talking about why it will not travel for very long, because it drops off at a certain point. So it goes for any system or any object that has stored energy or is flung at muscular energy for that point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, anything that's not powered is following some ballistic trajectory.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you say that again? I missed what you guys just said. I apologize. I would like to take note. What did you guys just say? Ballistic? What was that?
Any projectile that is not powered, so not a rocket or something, not an airplane. Any projectile is following a ballistic trajectory, which is just sort of a parabola that is, also is affected by wind resistance too.
I mean, this goes for any
How, do,
object.
how does that? Yeah, how does that prove that the Earth is flat? Because that's any object, right? That's what
Yeah, it's any.
calculus is
It
for.
does. It's any
That's
object.
what calculus is. So what are we talking about here?
It doesn't prove anything either way. We were just talking about that earlier. So
Okay, my
we're just
fault.
going
Sorry.
back to a minor point.
Yeah, it crossed me because I'm multitasking. But okay, that makes sense.
What's up? Why do you think those
Oh,
people?
that was loud.
Why do you think those people are
Bollywood
doing
music?
That was pretty loud.
Yeah, but it's like this. It's like the same shtick every time. It's like they play whatever that is.
He's creating.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You should pretend like you didn't hear it and just continue because that's what they want. They want you to talk about it, right?
Oh, okay.
True, yeah. Pay no heed.
Yeah, well, since no one's talking, of course I don't believe your narrative. But do you guys like? So you brought up parabola, and then like, do you guys know what these things like are, or like how calculus affects this?
What? Yeah, into
No, I'm not. No, a heretic. It's not that I'm trying to enlighten you. It's just I'm curious as to what you think happens.
You know that the guy that brought up parabola is Matthew, and he's a math professor, right?
Yep.
I don't care if he's a math professor.
Part time. Yeah.
So he knows what it is. It's like you trying to act like you know better than anybody else or something, or what?
No, that's not what I was saying at all.
So what's the point? Do you have anything to say about the
No, but I
topic?
corrected you in terms of the way that you bring. So I
You
was with
asked if the guy that brought up parabola, if he knows what that is. I mean, Matthew, do you know what a parabola is?
I do.
Oh, there you go. Do you have an answer now, Epsilon?
I do. I don't know.
Oh, there you go. So next question.
What was the point of that, Gemsy?
What are you saying? What are you
He
saying?
asked. He say, you guys brought up parabola. Matthew brought up parabola, and he asked, do you guys know what that is? Matthew said, yeah, he knows what it is.
No, but the context under what Matthew brought it under was when it's used under the context of like sniping or any of these things using some sort of projectile. Unless I'm wrong, am I wrong? You could tell me I'm wrong.
Are you presenting anything to say that you're wrong?
No.
Yeah, you're not presenting anything, so how can we say you're wrong?
I'm asking a question.
No, you're not. Anyways, the question was already answered.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
you're
Okay,
not
my fault.
You are
Let
not
me just mute
providing
myself.
much information about in context your question is, so therefore we won't answer anyway.
Yeah, I'm new here. Someone tell me what a parabola is. Thanks.
Y equals x squared is a good example, simple example of a parabola.
Okay, that clears that one up. Thank you.
It also focuses parallel light into a single point. So parabolic mirrors or parabolic radio antennas like satellite TV antennas are parabolic.
Based.
Parabolas are like when you say the alphabet and it comes to that point where you're like TUV, like U is the parabola part. And there's also other ones like W. Hope that helps.
Not really,
Two
but hey,
V's
thank you
joined.
for trying.
Yeah, but W is a double parabola because U is 1, W is 2.
Yeah, I know, but it's still a parabola. I hope that helped.
Why does it
So
look
you
like
know.
two V's joined together?
No, they're W's.
I
Called
wrote
a
it as two V's.
W.
Yeah, but it's
Silly,
two
silly
V's. It
goose.
should be called double V.
My favorite letter of the alphabet is Elemento.
That's a good one. I understood.
Isn't it W, Jamesy?
Tu sais pas en français, Laurent?
Spanish? W.
Oui.
What?
W.
Ouais. Nobody says
Or
oui.
W.
À la mer.
J'ai parlé un peu de
W.
français.
But that why they call it double U, W, if it's two V's?
My question.
It's double V, actually. Because that's how they say it. Two V's, right? It's just common sense. Like, for example, if they say 40, right? It's just two 20s. And when they say 80, it's two 40s.
Why isn't it 3T instead of 30?
It's just the language, buddy. I don't know. Just letting you know.
Double V.
Or actually, it's 3 20s. Well, 4 20s. My fault.
420.
Yeah, blaze it.
Let's go.
But that's
Come on.
in French. That's only in French, yeah?
Let's do that. Anybody smoking right now?
That's only in French, though,
Pretty
isn't
sure
it?
all you got, yeah, only in French. Is anybody
Yeah.
smoking right now?
I'm not allowed.
Oh man, why not?
Yeah, stand down, Alice.
She's in CIA.
My parole officer says I'm not allowed. No, I'm just kidding.
I can neither
Hands
confirm
left.
nor deny that I am smoking right now.
I neither care or give a toss what you do.
Well, it wasn't you who asked.
Wasn't
If
me who
he'd be
cared.
CIA. Maybe FBI.
MI6.
Yeah, I work for the MI6.
It would actually
You
be
work for MF.
MF5 would be equivalent to FBI, but yeah. MI6 would be more like CIA.
I definitely work for the MI6.
You don't have the right accent.
Oh, pardon. I actually do work for the MI6.
Probably does. She probably does, to be honest.
Probably works for Mossad.
Well, I guess the parabola the ball because it's parabola. Got that, Timbo? Parabola.
Say it again. Say it again, Gypsy.
Got him. That would be for the ball, wouldn't it?
For the ball, yeah. It's made for the ball. Prove the ball. Parabola.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There's a lot of things that are 4 balls.
Like mouse. Like cat.
Parabolic trajectories, though, do kind of indicate how do you say an acceleration downward.
A what? A what? I thought you were going to say the skies.
You can call it like gravitational acceleration, or enter whatever name you want to call it. Just an acceleration downward. Because
gravity.
Yeah, parabolic arc is an indication of a squared function.
That's precious.
Sorry, parabolic arc is indicating of the square function. Yes, in some sense, yeah. You have to have a square in order to do something parabolically.
Well, in every sense, then.
Yes, it depends, but it depends on like the. I don't want to make it too complex, but it depends on what you're trying to get out of, I guess, the calculation that you're trying to prove. In order for just to make it easy, in order for something to extend and then descend, it has to be squared. There cannot be something without that, if that makes sense.
To say it another way, curvature is the rate of drop of slope.
In some sense, yes.
Oh, it's a profound insight, Epsilon. Thank you.
The change in rate of slope.
Do squares have horizontal lines?
Do squares have horizontal lines?
I'm asking. I don't know.
No, not quite. No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how many sides does a sphere have?
All of them.
Yeah,
Well,
technically that's the right answer.
There's two sides, right? There's the inside and the outside. What about circles? Do they have two sides?
Actually, infinite.
If you Google it, it'll say none. It'll say 0.
That's why I'm not answering you.
All right. We just debunked
The
Google.
side is determined by a rectangle, not rectangle. Give me a second. Yeah, a rectangle. Yeah. What am I saying?
It's the word you're looking for, edge. And I think spheres do have one side, but edge is the word you're looking for.
A sphere edge? Yeah, tell me about
Oh,
a sphere.
the guy a second ago, he said that sides are determined by some word he couldn't remember. I was wondering if it was edge.
Yeah, rectangle.
Well, you can make a straight edge on any circle or any sphere called a tangent, and then you can use that as a horizontal baseline.
Is that what you do with the physical and natural world, Matthew?
If you need to measure the distance up from the horizon, you could do that.
You could, when you say could do it, does that mean you are doing it in reality or mathemagic?
I'm talking about there are options about how to find the altitude of a star if you're trying to use it for celestial navigation. You don't have to use the horizon. You could do there's several options.
Form of an angle.
Yeah, you're gonna need 90 degrees though, aren't you?
No.
You're gonna need a ground position. Yes, you will.
If you're doing celestial navigation, you don't need triangles or 90 degrees at all, or the
Yes,
horizon.
Yes, you do. How else are you gonna
With the
triangulate
sextant.
your position? How else do you triangulate your position if you don't use triangles?
You find the vertex distance, which is how far off from directly vertical a star is, then multiply that number of degrees by 60 nautical miles, then you can tell the distance. You
So
don't
when
need
you
the
say
horizon at all.
vertex, you mean 90
Matthew
degrees.
uses plumb bobs instead of level on a boat.
What if
No,
I
I'm
hang a
saying-
plumb bob? What if I hang a plumb bob at the vertex? How many degrees will that plumb bob? Like, what's the degrees?
0. Yeah, the vertex
90.
is 0.
No, it's 90, Matthew. The vertex of the star, bro. It'll be 90 degrees.
I'm talking about the vertex distance of that would be 0. So it's how far from vertical it is.
How far vertical the celestial object that continues to move around, that's not physical, that you're going to tell me, you don't even know what it is. You're going to tell me how high it is?
No.
Of course not.
If you're directly under the star and you look straight up, then the vertex distance of that star is 0 degrees. if you wait about an hour, it'll be about 15 degrees probably. And so 15 degrees is the vertex angle, the vertex distance, which is an angle. You take that 15 degrees, multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and then you can tell how far away you are from the ground position of that star.
Okay.
You just need multiply by 60. That's all you do.
Matthew,
With one exception, Polaris. I
No,
don't
you can
care
do it
if
with
you wait.
Polaris.
If you wait 15 minutes, you're telling me Polaris is gonna move. If you wait an hour, Polaris is gonna move 15 degrees.
No, I was talking about a star that's directly overhead
No.
you at first.
Yeah, well, Polaris being if it was directly overhead and you waited an hour, it would not move 15
So
degrees.
if Polaris is directly overhead, you're at the North Pole. So what I said wouldn't work at the North Pole.
Yeah, well, that's the exception.
Polaris is a star in the sky.
Matthew, I have to be careful here, but I would like to talk to you later.
You know, if you read the almanac,
I've been banned many
the
times.
celestial.
If you're hearing me.
Dude, you got
If you read
banned
the
for
almanac,
violating TOS last time. Just don't do that and you're good. I know the other guy did it, but still.
Kasha, I had you down more as Anorak, less Almanac.
say that one more time.
I had you down more as Anorak and less Almanac.
I don't know what it means.
You don't know what an Anorak is?
No, I'm not that smart.
All right, never mind.
I have
I'm not hip like you are,
arachnophobia.
man.
I have a question.
I haven't heard that word since we left the UK.
I have a question. If anybody would like to hear it,
You guys use it.
I'll hear your question, Rob. I just want to tell the guy real quick that if you read the almanac, Polaris does move 15 degrees per hour. Like everything else. Like the other guy, you would.
Thank you.
if the Earth is a flat plane, what holds the oceans in?
The beach, man.
Those would be called basins.
The fucking beach, man.
On the other side of the ocean, like what stops it from going on forever?
Probably a shoreline.
The Antarctica shore.
Okay.
What stops your bathtub from going on forever?
The bathtub. As I'm saying, where's the walls of the bathtub at?
Yeah, those are called ocean.
I know. Yeah,
Those
I
are
know where the
called
walls of my
basins.
bathtub.
Yeah, they're called
Basins. Okay. Where's the basin at the edge?
At the shore.
Where's that shore?
Well, it's wherever it is, the edge of the continents.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not the Antarctica shore.
So Antarctica goes around. Antarctica goes around the whole circle, or what's the shape of the Earth? Is it a circle?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
square?
I don't know
You
what
don't know the shape.
is.
But you know that the Antarctica goes. But you know that Antarctica goes around the whole thing. You don't know the shape of it, but you know it.
Said I don't know that. That would be the shape. So I know that bodies of water need. I know that bodies of water need containment. All right. So I know that oceans are in basins.
Okay, basins, cool. Basins, I know. Okay, where is the basins at? You're not making any. You're totally trying to avoid the fucking question. If it's a, take any map you want, the one you guys showed earlier. What is holding the water at the edge of the map? There's no basins there.
The edge of a map.
Yeah, pull up any of the map you guys use.
Yeah, there's no basin on a map. Okay, fair.
Brilliant. Just to let you know, guys, I've posted a straw poll in the text chat. Do you think flushing the loo proves the floor is a ball? Yes or no? So please go
Yes.
ahead and vote. You have to go and vote, bro.
Well, shit, I've been convinced now. I'm back on the ball.
Well, you better go vote then. I'll post it again.
So you're saying the ice wall goes around the whole flat Earth?
Yeah, if you flush the toilet, then the floor is a ball.
I said that, Rob. But I noticed that in this room, it's a different style of flat earthing. It's a new style. Where they very keen on not making any claims, even about the Antarctica ice water.
Who went for yes, I'm retarded?
I was being facetious, but yes, I was being retarded.
So.
I tried to, but I'm using a VPN and it won't let me vote.
Oh no.
Yeah, it won't let me vote.
Oh, how's your FE rights activism going, by the way?
Oh, it's great.
Have you managed to like get anyone out of jail or whatever?
You can ask Alpha Veritas later, and 'cause I was talking to him earlier about it. I don't feel like repeating myself, so.
Well,
I was able to get a question, and I really appreciate that, guys. If I could raise one point of contention now, I would like to do that.
Nope, not allowed.
Yeah, right. You guys love it. So it's real quick. It goes like this. If I'm using that map, whatever, the one I seen earlier, it's just the basic AE map, projection map. It's a flat, round circle, flat map. If I'm using that map, and we all believe radar does exist and it works and stuff, we can use it. Why can't we send a ship with a beacon out of South America and go south, and the tip of Africa go south, the tip of Australia go south, and they would be able to triangulate those, and on a globe they would all end up at one spot in Antarctica. And on a flat map, they would just end up at the wall, and we'd be able to see the separation difference between all of three of these beacons at one time.
You can do that. You don't even need boats. You could just look at the sky at night.
How do you make triangles on a globe?
Yeah. But the short answer is we don't live on a map.
Oh, I got you. Separation difference between all of three of these beacons at one time. That's a great answer.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Jedi.
That's my favorite for the night.
What's up, Jimsy?
The sky and then heaven above that.
Is this like a thing that's been happening today?
Yeah, last couple of days, people have been coming in and playing their greatest hits.
That's
I've
number
never
one
seen this
for me.
before.
My bad.
I feel like you guys must have upset a Globus somewhere at some point. This is the comeuppance.
We'll blame Crit. He seems to be upsetting everybody at the moment.
Why guys? Why do rockets go up?
Oh my god, that noise. Mute him.
This is his
Yeah,
voice.
I thought we stopped all of it.
I thought that troll already left and we get that again.
Why do rockets go up? It's an ancient Chinese secret.
Because they can't go down, because they're already on the ground. So the only way they can go is up from the ground.
Can't they go across?
Rob, what kind of question is why do rockets go up? Unmute him. I want to understand what he's asking.
Wait, that wasn't another troll just yelling into the mic?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a troll. My voice just the mic was my hand was over the mic. Anyways, if you look at the guy just posted a little clip of the rocket going up. Why is it going up? Is it trying to defeat something?
Bro, what kind of dumbass question is that?
He loves gravity, man. He loves gravity. That's cool.
No,
You love gravity.
Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. It's going against gravity. That's why it's going up. If it was if there was no gravity and it didn't exist, why they could just launch this thing linear off off a rail and just shoot it through the air. They wouldn't have to shoot up. They could just shoot straight across the sky.
So a rocket is an anti-gravity device.
No, nothing anti-gravity.
What do you mean no? It's going against gravity. You said it's going against gravity, so it's anti-gravity.
I'm saying according to what you guys are claiming, that
You
it
guys,
would never have to.
I didn't claim anything. What do you mean?
Well, if you're not a flat earther, then I'm not arguing against you. So.
I'm an
It is an
under-heaven nerd.
anti-gravity device. It's an anti-gravity device. What do you mean? If he's not a flat
No,
earther,
it's not an
Yeah.
anti-gravity device. The whole point of the rocket going up is for the trajectory and the way it comes down and the way it hits things. In order
And
for
you
that to
said
happen,
it goes against gravity, therefore it's anti-gravity.
well, yeah, it goes against
Yeah,
gravity. It's
that's
going
what I'm
up.
saying.
It's not anti-gravity. That's not anti-gravity. Dude.
It is, because it's going against gravity.
Think what you want, man. I'm not gonna.
No, you think what you want.
Well, I will. Believe me.
You better.
yeah,
I'm going to think what I want.
Yeah, you better.
It's pro-gravity, is it?
It proves gravity. I know when rockets go up, it proves gravity. Damn it!
Yeah, because it's going against it.
Exactly.
Could it be going against? Come on.
Yes,
That's
because
logic.
if there was no gravity, guys, why would you need thrust to go against it?
What is
Yeah, 'cause
gravity?
if there was no gravity, the rockets will be doing what it does without it.
The question is not what is gravity. The question is what is the effect of gravity?
It's making rockets go up.
No, it's wanting the rocket to
Yeah.
come down. That's why they have a rocket strapped to their ass so they can go
The
against
answer
it.
to the question is a question.
Everybody
trying
knows
to
the
trigger a
rocket
deep
proves
thought.
gravity.
Trying to trigger a deep thought.
No, it's an
Could you
effect.
send a
Yeah, we
rocket
get
up
it.
if there was
Gravity
no
is an effect.
if there was no gravity? Could you send a rocket up?
Very easily.
You wouldn't even need a rocket. It would just be a tube of metal. It wouldn't be called a rocket because it would have nothing on it. If there was no gravity, we could go up.
Rocket would help though, but
Yeah.
technically you could just kick it. You know, something might happen.
So is gravity holding humanity back down?
Gravity's holding everything.
So yeah, that's why I'm attracted to big breast and big butts.
It's kind of like a weird question to ask, Rob.
Because of the gravity.
Like, if you're saying why does the object go up? I mean, you don't really need to account for gravity when thinking about like airplanes or whatever to a significant degree, right? And by the way, my aerospace engineering level is not that high, but if you were going to say like, look, right, you need to break free of gravity to get past escape velocity, right? That you've already got into a situation where you're talking about going into space and escape velocity and leaving the gravitational pull of Earth. But
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about that.
Right?
I'm not talking about that.
Hey, Rob. Brit was speaking, bro. Brit was speaking, and we all waiting for him to be done before we can speak. Go ahead, Brit.
I was just going to say that, like, if you're going to presume that gravity is there to a bunch of people who don't believe it, then you're not really going to get anywhere, right?
Exactly. So so you build an anti-gravity device like a rocket, like Rob agrees to, and to prove gravity.
Yeah, I don't agree with anti-gravity rocket. I never said that. You did. And
What do you
my whole
mean?
point. And
No,
my whole
that's
point
literally what a
is.
rocket is. That's what a
But
rocket
my whole main point being is I'm not arguing about
And
anything
we
after the
need an
fact that
anti-gravity device like rockets
you
to
just
prove
told me.
gravity.
You just told me. That's what I do. It's protocol. It's okay every now and then. That's
Rob,
what I do.
stop being obnoxious, bro. Come on, relax.
Well, you just yelled at me for something.
Or Obnoxious is getting mad again.
Rude.
Hey, Jimsy, let's get serious. If we were going to build an anti-gravity device, it would look more like a hot air balloon.
What?
Yeah, I like those
What?
shapes better because they look more round than the rockets. The rockets look kind of gay for
Right.
me.
What? Is that
We need
truly
tube
your
Those are
justification?
anti-gravity devices.
Wait, so when you guys see things go up in the air, a rocket that you can prove, let's say it goes up, and let's say
We don't
it's a
need to
flatter.
prove a rocket.
Oh,
Rockets are
not even
pretty
that.
obvious. We can see them every day, especially during the 4th of July. We don't need to prove it. We just see them
I
go
don't
up.
even need a
Oh
rocket, bro. I
my
can use a kettle.
god, you guys are lost.
I don't need a
No,
rocket.
no.
Anti-gravity though.
Wrong. We're not lost.
You can prove.
I can search my address right now, and I'm pretty sure the GPS can pinpoint me right here where I'm at. And I
Out of
can double
curiosity,
check that with Brit because he can check my address,
yeah, of
my
course.
location.
I think There's
wanted to
a
define
weird
UTF on
experiment I think you could do, right? Well, not much of an experiment, but more like just an observation where, say that there's a rocket going up into space, or what they claim to be that's how far they're going up. I think you could get enough people with telescopes at different parts of the trajectory of the rocket to keep looking at the rocket, keep observing it, and seeing if at any point it ever comes down, right?
And that proved their anti-gravity, just like Rob said.
You don't need a rocket though. You
Stop
could
saying
use.
that,
The
please.
point of being anti-gravity. What are you saying?
It's
Tell
not
him, Rob.
anti-gravity.
Tell
It's
him,
not
Rob.
It's not
They're fucking.
anti-gravity. Stop
Yeah,
saying that
That's
shit.
what Rob said.
I mean, it goes against
Rob did say
gravity,
that.
but
Fuck
that's
off! I didn't
the
say
same
that.
thing.
What are you
That's the
saying?
same thing, right, Rob?
Fuck off! Stop poking the bear.
He's just fucking with you, dude. He's just fucking with you. Okay.
No,
I'm fucking with him.
no, that's
No, he's just dumb.
We know what
He's not.
He
He's
did
fucking
say
with
it goes
you.
Okay, I
against
understand.
gravity.
I understand.
Hey, stop talking about me. Let's keep talking about the anti-gravity devices, rockets, and balloons.
And also farts, bro. Like, because if I fart, right, you're gonna smell it. So that gas is going up. So that's anti-gravity fart.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with me.
It's
It has
not
nothing to do
anti-gravity.
with
It's just a projectile. It's just a
I
projectile. You
think
guys would be
farts are heavier than air, actually.
have your fun. Have your fun. Make fun of the globe.
Clouds are anti-gravity. Clouds
Yeah.
are anti-gravity too.
No, they're not. They come back down eventually.
I can see clouds coming down onto my head.
The only thing, there's only a couple of things that are less than anti-gravity. You know what they are? You guys know?
I don't know anything that's anti-gravity.
You don't know? There are certain things that can escape the Earth's atmosphere and go into space. You don't know about that?
Guys, that's why rocket science
Well, yeah,
is
about me, I
hard.
know that.
That's why rocket
Your
science is hard,
imagination,
because
yeah.
we have to. No,
No,
guys,
no,
think
not
about this. No,
projectile,
I'm
not
not.
projectile.
No. I just want to say this real
Superfluid
quick.
helium-3. Yes, we know that.
No, all that stuff is not anti-gravity, though.
Oh, it
We
is.
have to be able to distribute heat and energy in such a way that we are able to get away from the gravitational pull of
When you
the
say
Earth.
we, do you mean you and me?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's such a good
Actually,
point.
no known things in real life that are anti-gravity. No known actual thing that's anti-gravity.
Dude, the littlest
Well, you need
things
gravity
cause
also
Rob,
to be
Rob,
anti-gravity.
debunk them, Rob. Debunk them. Go, Rob.
You don't
Rob,
want
Stop doing that, bro.
Rob was making some good points earlier, though. It made sense to me.
Go ahead.
I don't want to use them all up in one day, man. I like to keep coming back, you know.
You need gravity for something to be anti-gravity anyway. So, and if you don't have that,
Exactly.
you don't have gravity, then you can't have
Well,
anti-gravity.
yeah, and if you don't have anti-gravity, then you don't have gravity. But we have rockets and hot air balloons.
Right, but if you don't have gravity, then you wouldn't have parabolic arcs
Yeah.
as we described, or
And those
you wouldn't require things like balloons or rockets to go up in the air or airplanes and that stuff. You'd be able to just jump up and go around in the air, right?
and those things don't defy gravity. They simply create lift.
Yeah, they're just anti-gravity, like you said.
Are you
None of that shit is gravity.
dude, I can't even.
I never said anti-gravity ever. Stop saying that,
They
please.
just employ force that opposes
You got
gravity.
crit syndrome.
What is gravity?
Oh gosh.
Just noticed all of these accounts were made in 2022. This guy's got no life.
In a conversation, gravity is simply the
I
thing that
admire
causes
his determination, honestly.
Yeah.
Earth.
Kosho was talking, Rob.
That's
Yeah.
fine, it's fine. I mean,
Stop it.
Sorry, I didn't hear him, man.
oh, yeah, it's fine. Start at the same time, but I'm just saying that on Earth, in this conversation, it's easy enough to just describe gravity as the thing that causes things to fall down on Earth, give you weight.
Weight. Does gas have weight?
Yeah, because when you hold it too much and you wait too long, then when you fart, it's it's worse. So you wait.
Well, I can. Yeah. Have you ever had an empty tank of gas and go fill it up?
Mass? Does gas have mass?
Yes.
Does it?
If you wait.
Yes. It has weight
I
too.
thought it was mathematically described as nothing.
No.
What's gravity? What's mass? This and more on the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Hats off to you guys. What a great conversation.
What?
The troll's a real one, bro. Does gas have mass? Define mass.
If I turn my scales upside down, can I weigh a helium balloon?
If you put a scale on the ceiling?
Yes, you can, and you wouldn't even have to do that.
Can't weigh gas, buddy.
I've done it.
Well, we can.
No, you haven't.
Maybe you
Show me.
can't, but we can.
Show me. Show me you weighing gas. Show me. Show us. Show us all.
I have a video weighing CO2. Anything that's heavier than air, you can weigh without a container. Anything that's lighter than air, you can put it in a tank and weigh.
If you weigh gas, you get pain.
Dude, if you put gas in under pressure in a container, there'll be a phase change, and you'll weigh the liquid. You will not be weighing.
Really? The air in my tires turns into liquid? Wow, that's weird.
Do you weigh your tires?
I could.
Do you? Is the question.
No, I never have.
Of course not.
You know what? That would be easy.
I do it every day.
I think.
Hey, Rob, Kosher was speaking, bro. Stop it.
I just said I was done. It was fine, man. But I appreciate Junction, but that's.
That guy's a real one. He's a real one. I don't know who that is.
I think I saw a YouTube video once where a guy weighed a scuba tank empty and full, and there was a difference in weight.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jesse, could you explain to me your theodolite test again, please?
Well, I measured the angle to the tops of buildings, mountains, or flashlights with it.
You're an asshole, Britt.
Britt, you're an ass.
I had a feeling.
Did he have to wait for the tank to get filled?
He's weighing a tank, bro. And then they're talking about gas pressure versus weight. They're fucking idiots.
When you're filling the tank up, when you're filling it up with gas, you have to wait, don't you?
I think Box Ups wants to call me out. Box Ups, you there?
Yo, do you want to present your scientific theory on general relativity yet?
I've already told you what my claim was, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you can't. Well, you said it is a scientific theory, but you can't support
Well,
that,
do you
right?
think a scientific theory could have incorrect?
Well, I already decided what it was.
Do
You
you
need
think a
repeated
scientific theory can be
experimental
falsified?
backing.
Do you think a
No, the
scientific
answer is
theory can be
no.
falsified?
The theory comes after the fucking proof. The theory comes after the demonstration. So the answer to your question is no.
No, it does.
I don't know if
You
you know what
got
you're
that
talking
exactly
about.
You can't have a
backwards.
I don't know if you're.
scientific theory
I don't know if you know what you're
without a
talking about. You can do it both
scientific
way around. The point that I was saying earlier, Box Ups,
Show me
is
the
that-
experiment, and then
is
you
that okay. Oh, you muted him. Is that with science there was an issue in VC where someone was saying that look, there's no evidence that you could posit for general relativity. Now that's a disingenuous claim. If you said there's no proof for it, that's fine, right? But no evidence. Look, you don't. It doesn't have to be overwhelming evidence. It doesn't have to be conclusive evidence. It doesn't have to be evidence that you particularly believe in, right?
Just mathematics, bro.
But it could
It's
be
all-
it could be enough, right, to draw some sort of conclusions from, especially if it has predictive power, right?
It's just formal
A theory doesn't
Not a-
have to start with evidence. I don't know what the other guy's talking about. It can start with the theory, the mathematical proof, then lead into evidence afterwards. I was making
double-
no claim about a general relativity being true, right? I usually say the opposite. that
Okay, so we're
the
just going to
competing
toss
theory
out
isn't-
general relativity then, unless you
No,
can
you
support it.
have to falsify.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't be-
How's that keep? How's
Why
that
did I
keep?
get mute before the other guy?
happening?
Anyway, yeah, it has to be falsified, bro. Like that's the main thing.
The burden of proof is on the claim that gravity exists and is a cause, right? So I don't have to falsify your claim. What are you talking about?
No, when you said, does that mean it's true? Or like it, you know, the point is that if you have a theory, like let's say you think gravity. Okay, if you have a theory, or you think gravity is true, or you think general relativity is true, or whatever, it's
When you
also
say
beholden upon you to also
mathematics-
try and falsify that theory wherever you possibly can, right? It's not
When
like
you
it's
say
not like a
theory,
claim
do
that
you
someone will
mean
just assert, right?
mathematics?
Huh?
Why are you double speaking between mathematics, like our mathematical theory with scientific theory? Are you double speaking?
Did I say that? Did anyone hear?
Yeah,
Can someone get up the
you've
live
had a
stream
lot
and
of double
clip me
speak,
saying that
right?
for me?
You've had a lot of double speak, and you're very comfortable to change like a theory in mathematics. Are you talking about mathematics? I just want clarification. Are you talking
Well,
about mathematics, or are you talking about
a
science?
theory would do better if I had a mathematical proof, but it doesn't mean that mathematics is sufficient on its own, and it doesn't mean that that a theory has to have a mathematical proof.
So you are talking about mathematics.
Did you just hear what I said, sir?
I did.
What did I say? Repeat it back to me.
You didn't answer the question.
Oh, right. So you didn't hear what I said.
I asked you if you were talking about mathematics or if you were talking about science.
Well, mathematics was a passing point. That, you know, it's good to have a mathematical proof for something, but that's not what you depend the theory upon.
So you're not going to answer the question.
No.
Okay.
That was like, what are you hearing? Right? I don't know what came out of my mouth that you didn't hear. Right?
You just that was a tacit confession.
I
of
feel
what
like you're
I
trolling
accused
me.
you
You're
of.
trolling me. You're trolling
It
me.
was a tacit confession of
You're
what I
trolling me.
accused you of in the first instance.
You're trolling me.
That you're very comfortable to double speak because you think you're slick and original, but you're not.
Okay, I'm not.
Why are
I'm
you
not
just
original. I'm
insulting us,
unique.
bro?
That's fine.
It's
Box
really
up. Do you have
boring.
a problem with anything I've said thus far?
Yeah, well, I only what
you
won't
box up?
Hey,
clarify.
hold on. Just Bill. Right, I don't need your help. Right, I'm
No, you
trying
don't.
to get him to expand on if he actually has a scientific theory or if he just has mathematics with assumptions.
You're right. I yield.
Well, I think I clarified that. Can you clarify what you mean by assumption for me?
These guys are trolling
Well, okay, so if you have variables and math, you can math it out, but those variables have to exist in reality to mean anything, right? I can math out Superman flying, right? But if Superman doesn't exist and then is not flying, then if I calculate his flight path, where he'll be at, what time, you can math that all out beautifully.
Okay.
But if the variables don't actually exist, then it's meaningless.
Okay, so let me give you an example because I agree with you that mathematics on its own doesn't prove anything, right? Mathematics can be inwardly self-provable, and it depends on the axioms of logic that you're using to present your proof. So mathematics on its own is
Well,
not
hold
enough.
on, there's
I already
nothing
said that. I
axiomatic
already said.
about space-time existing, so you can't just assume it exists to math out.
Okay, just listen, right? What you would use, for instance, is you'd want it to be mathematically consistent and coherent, but that's not enough. When I said it's not sufficient, it's necessary but not sufficient, right? I think that what follows from that is then you take, okay, look, right, so we have this theory, has some mathematics behind it. Let's try and deploy it, right, and see if it can tell us anything about the world, right? And if, for instance, you're able to make some predictions with it, let's say, you know, everything that you're observing when you do tests seems to confirm it when you try to look for tests, right? It's not to say it's true, but it's to say that it's got some support for it, right? So like, but that's because you don't really prove a theory, right? You disprove competing theories to come to the closest possible synthetic truth you can, right? Would you agree with that?
With like math and statistics, you could correlate things, but correlation is not causation. So like you could say like ice cream cells cause shark attacks on a graph, but that doesn't mean that ice cream cells cause shark attacks, even though they can correlate on a graph.
Yeah, but I'm not
Right.
talking about
So
that, right? I'm talking about the
we are
using
just talking about numbers and variables and not
Am I?
science and scientific theories.
No, I'm not like you're getting stuck on the math part. The math part is just a beginning part, right? You might use the maths to come to some sort of predictions about the world, right? So you're deploying it into the world, right? And if your axioms are correct, it should have some sort of relationship with the world. It probably will, right?
Okay, so what
But
is
if it's incorrect,
axiomatic about general relativity? So you would have to start there.
well, no, it's it would be the mathematics that has axioms, right? Not general relativity.
Well, if something is axiomatic, it is self-evident. So then you could use that variable because we're not going to question that.
Okay, like
So
okay,
is
so
there
you're on.
anything axiomatic you can just go off and assume to math out
Okay,
for general relativity?
let me illustrate the example because I'm actually taking the flat Earth. I'm defending flat earthers when they say that you could make a mathematical proof for something that's incorrect. It's because it has axioms, right? Axioms are logics that you're going to try and deploy in the world. And if the world is not telling you that this is true, then there's something faulty with your mathematical axioms, right? Your logic, right? And so in the same sort of way that if I say, look, right, this mathematics, you need mathematics to sort of spring off the board and make your theory more or a proof that it's logical, right? You also could do that for something that's incorrect. So I'm actually giving you a favor and saying like you actually are correct about that, right? It's not that I'm disagreeing with you, but then you'd have to deploy it in the real world and say like, look, right, is the real world telling me anything about the logic that I have here? And if it's reporting back to you that look, you have this observation that supports your idea, then
Okay, well, what's the
so far so good.
observation? Because you're not observing space-time bending, warping, or spiraling.
I'm not talking about the intricacies of general relativity. It's just a point about
Okay,
how you
well, you
arrive at a
was earlier.
scientific.
Now you just want to
No,
generalize.
earlier I was saying that this is an example because in VC someone was saying there's no evidence for relativity, no evidence at all. It's just all scientific theory with the presumption that scientific theories do not try to test anything. Which is why when you got on my neck about it, right, you were just missing half the reason of why I typed that message, right?
Okay, so who was saying that
I don't
don't know
remember.
the difference between, okay, well, don't mention it then.
Well, I
Because
think
very
anyone in the room could have told you
specifically,
that
a
happened.
scientific theory is very specific. It needs repeated experimental backing, which general relativity doesn't have. So that's what I was pointing out. Right. And
Do
no
you
one
want to
is
go
going
into?
to accept general relativity just on math alone because you could lie in any language, including math. Those variables don't have to actually exist to math it out.
Yeah, no one's doing that. I'm not talking about the intricacy of whether or not I think GR is correct or incorrect. It's more about how you arrive at that stage of positing an idea, right? Until that's been
Or
falsified,
even
it's
if
on the
we
table,
don't
right?
talk about general relativity and just say the globe in general, there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then math out to say like, oh, here's some mathematical proof for it.
I don't know what you're talking about with the globe, right? But this is more just because the globe isn't a scientific theory. I wouldn't say, right? I don't think it would meet that standard for it. But if you want to see the conversation that was being had, you can just go back about an hour into the stream that TOS is recording, and you can listen to that conversation.
Why do you
and
say a
understand the context.
globe is a scientific theory? I was just saying that there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then math out.
Wait, what am I saying that it is? I don't think it is. That's what I said. The globe is just a collection of observations that you've come to an inference claim on.
What's the observation? Because surely it isn't the horizon.
Sure. Well, I assume you can make some sort of inference from the horizon, but you could equally make one the opposite way. The thing about
So is the horizon geometric?
I feel like I've had this conversation earlier today, but the horizon is where the sky meets the earth, and if there is a geometric curve, it doesn't have to be congruent with that.
Okay, so you're saying it could be geometric, but it's not geometric, so that's a contradiction.
Is that what I said?
Right. You said it doesn't have to be congruent with the geometry, right? Well, therefore, it's not physical and geometric if it's not where the
why does that
geometry
follow?
dictates. Say again.
Well, look, if you thought the world was just geometry, right, you'd be correct, right? But because geometry is also confounded by physics, then what you've just said there is gobbledygook, right? It's not a pure geometric question.
No, because even before axioms, you have definitions, so you have to define what the horizon is.
I'll just
and
define
then if you can't define, right?
Well-
I guess we agree it's not geometric, right? You said it's where it seems to be the ground and sky, so it'd be apparent, not physical or geometric. So we would only have if you do try to say it's geometric, well, that'd be a verbal disagreement and
do you think it's
contradicting what you already said.
Do you think it's possible that the geometric curve could be somewhere between the observer and where the sky meets the earth?
We only see one horizon, and that horizon we see is not geometric by definition. If you don't see it, it's not it's not a horizon.
Well,
right. So if we show you the black swan, are you going to point out where the second horizon is?
Did I say there was two horizons? Look,
Were
nobody
you
in this
saying
call,
it could? You're saying that it could be somewhere else. Will
falling for
show
this,
us
by the
where
way.
it's at, right?
Nobody in this call is falling for it, and I never said that either. If it's an apparent horizon, right, then that's what you're seeing. You're seeing how far you can see where the sky meets the earth, right? You can't see the curve. You can't see the curve between yourself and
You
the
can't
horizon.
see the curve. Well, that's a globe problem.
But if I was going to say, for instance, look, either it's the case that
You're
the
a
Earth
bit
is.
choppy, heretic.
If I was going to say either the Earth is expanding.
Okay, my bad.
If I was going to say the Earth is expanding because we're seeing further sometimes than we should, and not as far other times, you would say, well, physicsy stuff is happening, right? Physicsy stuff is allowing you to see further sometimes, and sometimes not. Now, what if I just reversed it and said, like, look, okay, sometimes, right, the reverse is true. Sometimes you're able to see further, right, than what discounting the refraction index you would be able to see normally, right?
So let me ask you this question here. If physics confounds the geometry you're looking at, then how do you know what geometry you're looking at?
That's a good question. I think I think you already know my answer to this will be just like I would make an inference based on a selection of evidences that would infer one way or the other, right? I don't think that I would make a claim that I know that the Earth is a globe.
So it's more a philosophical standpoint that it
Yeah.
must be a globe. Okay. All right. And based on that standpoint, if you see something that's not congruent with that, then physicsy stuff must have happened to make it look the way it did instead of what it is.
Well,
yeah,
it
I'll
could
steal
have.
from
It
one
could have, not
worldview in
necessarily.
order to prop up my own because I'm not fucking honorable.
It could have had an impact. I mean, like it's true that I think that the black swan definitely tells you something, and it's definitely a good argument for flat Earth. I think it's one of the strongest arguments they have. But I think for me, if I see boats going over the horizon as an inference towards something, I'm going to look elsewhere as well. I'm not going to base my thought on what the shape of the Earth is just on what I'm looking at over the sea and just draw the conclusions from a bunch of other places and compare them against each other. But that's about it. I mean, like if a flat Earth, and this is what would probably, like, I could tell you what would convince me if flat Earth was correct, and I'd need to put all my observations out there and say, look, this is a list of all the things, all the phenomena that I see and how I think I'd explain them, and then a flat Earther would then look at each one, give me a reasonable explanation or description, or if there is some things that we can't know, that's fine. And then those explanations would have to, I guess, have more scientific virtues than the other side. But because the kind of way this debate happens is a one-to-one, like compare this phenomena against this phenomena, I can't really ever see that happening, you know.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you could have an explanation devoid of scientific experiment or science. Like explanations don't you got all kinds of fucking category errors.
Category error? Would that make a category error?
Because I can't keep up with you because I can't tell if you're talking about math or science for one, right? Empirical, objective versus subjective.
Oh, it's you.
Like,
Never mind.
You bounce all over the place.
Yeah, you're trolling
It's me. I'm trolling you.
Yeah.
You're trolling everyone here.
Well, no,
okay.
I'm putting on the table
you
what would make.
Are the man.
I'm putting on the table what would convince me of flat Earth, right? And I'm you know, that's what I think would probably convince me if someone could zoom out the scope of the debate with me, like, you know, and then show me how to map it out, right? The observations. That'll be fine, right?
No one can help you. Why do you think anyone can help you?
Well, flat earthers know more about how they would understand the world than I would.
Flat earther can help you, bro.
Speak for yourself. I think Britain actually is quite honest and
I
open-minded.
have a question. Is the Earth flat?
Take a look at it and see.
You tell me what you think.
Well, your eyes are as good as mine, I hope.
So is it flat?
Do you see a curve?
Another question. Looks pretty flat to me.
I mean, if you don't see a curve, what do you see?
Yes or no questions are hard.
Have you been to the beach?
Yeah.
What'd you see? Any curved water?
What's the part where I get the color? I see the waves.
Okay, so it was curving because there were waves, but like, was there a spherical sort of like convexity to it over its surface?
I couldn't see that far.
Yeah. See, you didn't see any, you know, globe when you went out to the beach. You didn't see any curving water or any of that. Right. So you just saw a flat body of water like you always see when you look at a body of water. But then you have this rationalization that, well, okay, it could have been a convex body of water, but I just can't see far enough to actually, you know, make that out.
Would it look different if Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
What would it look like?
It would have geometry to it, like the geometric horizon and stuff that we talk about all the time.
Like two big butt cheeks.
How much, though? About 0.02.
Well, you know the numbers, Jesse, and you yourself admit that we don't actually observe that. So what do you got?
Well, the point is, even if Earth was a globe, if you're at the beach, if you calculate how much the right and left horizon line should be lower than the center, it's less than the angular resolution of the human eye. So you couldn't even tell by looking, even if the Earth was a globe. So you need
That's really cool, but we can check for front to back curve. You know, that would be where your geometric horizon would be, and we would use, you know, demarcation points and such to see if it's there. And you know full well that it's not, and that you have another bag of excuses for that problem. So don't even start.
Well,
you don't observe the geometry that these dudes claim. They say that you live on a specific geometric shape, and they will concede, if you listen to us argue with them, that we don't even observe that geometry, and they've got a whole bunch of excuses about the tricks light plays and stuff for why that is. But at the end of the day, we experience a flat, motionless world. It doesn't look like the thing they're saying we're on.